that's pretty close to, it's goddamn close to 90 degrees. That's amazing. And then when it's set, it's still the same exact percentage of illumination, which is about 50%. And it's not even, the sun's not even in sight now, but it's well below the horizon.
Right.
But where it can't be at the horizon, because that would not make any sense. No one even talks about that here. But it's built, because the Earth is round and we're orbiting the sun and et cetera. It's well below. In fact, a few hours later, it'll come up at the other horizon because it's coming up at the other side of your observation direction. Flat Earth thinks it makes a big U-turn. Somewhere it goes out of sight, disappears, and magically 5 or 6 hours later, man, it pops up right in the backside of you, snuck up behind you.
Yeah, the ancient Hebrews actually thought that the sun went under the earth.
They weren't too far wrong, were they?
Do you have a verse for that?
Modern Hebrews believe that as well.
It's a good little excerpt, Jesse.
Well, it wasn't even it was only like 11 pages, and one of them was just references. There wasn't much to it, but this was the key point. Somehow he thinks that the human inability to tell the angle of something from the side with great precision somehow impedes our ability to sight through something, even though the article itself clearly says that sighting a telescope can be done completely because it doesn't depend on our perception of depth.
Correct. What you guys talk about yesterday, Jesse? It was got pretty heated.
What's that?
What were you guys talking about yesterday? It was pretty interesting. You guys had a topic. I can't remember what it was. Yesterday, maybe yesterday evening.
What was it?
Going to bed.
Buoyancy line.
What?
Right. We were probably talking about the buoyancy line proposed experiment, but we were also talking about this same curved visual space stuff. But at that point, I hadn't seen his source material yet.
And then he did a little digging, and look what you found. Eureka.
Well, he eventually gave it to me. Yeah, he gave it to all of us after we bugged him for a bit.
Well, he talked to me about this test as well. This is what I imagined. But yeah, I figured this is one where they have the people look at the different spots and they try to gauge where they were, and then they draw triangles out of them and see if they're equilateral or if they're over 180 degrees.
Yeah, they pretty much based on looking at a pointer from the side of the pointer.
Right.
Visual space.
That makes sense if they're not equidistant. If they're equidistant, maybe, but if they're not equidistant, then I could see 15 above 180 degrees.
If this is related to something Witz had posted and/or was related to some particular discussion, wouldn't it be best to bring it up with him rather than like when he's not here and then kind of half talking behind his back and trying to pretend like you're debunking him when he's not even here to respond to what the full information was?
Well, he's here and he's not muted. I don't know what else. I mean,
well, he's obviously not speaking in the VC. I mean, there's times where I have push to talk. There's times when I don't click my mute button, but I'm not necessarily here. I mean, sometimes I'm listening, sometimes I'm not, right there, various things. So I'm just saying he's obviously not in the conversation. I'm just saying it seems a little unfair. Like if you posted a link to something and then when you weren't here, people were like, oh, look, and then like trying to say all these things about it if you were not there to actually confirm whether it was what you were talking about or it was not, or what the relation was, or what I'm saying? It just seems more fair to actually talk with him about it rather than kind of this behind his back sort of analysis and pretend like you're debunking it, like, oh, this is what it is, when it may or may not be what he was referring to or whatever the point was.
Well, I did wait until he was here and unmuted, and I was hoping that he was listening, frankly. But let me do this. I have a link to the YouTube now, timestamp for when he actually said everything that I'm quoting him as saying, and I'll post that so everyone can actually go listen to what he said that started this.
I was more interested in the flow rates from some pressure vessel into a vacuum versus into air with the same pressure differential. He did that chat. Were you around just when he was running it into GTP, and they had two different answers? I think Kosher did it once, and Witsit did it another time, and they weren't really conclusive. I was going to go through some exercise there. I didn't feel like it was really worth it because I think Go ahead.
Maybe you could check my work.
Oh, did you do it too?
Yes. Hold on.
Would you? I hate to have someone give me the answer because I want to do it myself, but I'm dying to know.
I just use an online orifice flow calculator. Let me get a
Right.
link.
And it had I got into Venturis and things, and that was not the right direction to go into.
No problem.
Where did you post
Thank you,
that?
Sandy.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's. I think I've seen that before.
I pasted it the
Good
other
job.
day. I don't know who saw it.
Okay.
But basically, it looks like for a gas, the grams per second, you'll notice I used grams,
Of course.
is
Measured mass.
double when the absolute pressure is double, which makes sense.
Sure.
So it would actually be more grams, it would be double the grams per second on Earth, which is the opposite of what they were claiming it would be, because they were
Right.
claiming it would be faster in space. But
Right.
obviously, the time it would take to decompress to say 50% is still the same either way. Because there's twice as many grams in a cubic centimeter when you're starting out at 30 psi with a 15 psi delta pressure as compared to when you're starting out with a 15 psi inside pressure and a 15 psi delta pressure, right?
Right. Why am I having a hard time conceptualizing why the same pressure differential one would have a higher flow rate just because the density is greater?
Well, remember
Oh,
though,
I see.
I didn't measure it in millimeters per second. I measured it in a mass per second. And because there's twice the
Oh,
mass per cubic unit, the cubic units through the hole's the same, but it's at twice the pressure, so it's going to have twice the mass.
so there's no difference. The time should be the same then.
The time to decompress should be the same, yes.
Right. And that came again. That was my knee-jerk instinct initially. Yeah, I think the whole idea. I like talking about it because we got into this. This is what we like to do here, right? Get him to focus on the argument, and they did. And then he went to GTP, and then he thought about intuitively what's happening. These molecules are maybe running into things, as I kind of explained. It's possible that there could be a collision with the one molecule with another molecule that's out in the air, and it slows down or comes backward, or
That's the pressure.
impedes the movement of another molecule behind it, and I can conceive like maybe there could be some impedance. He said there would be because you're going into air, and the ones that are not. But
But that's what the pressure is. The pressure is the impedance.
no, the pressure is the force that each molecule will act on another. The Gaussian collision with whatever it's hitting can be the walls of the container, or it hits something out. Right. It's just hitting something. That's it, pounds per square inch.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing as the molecules that's blocking its way on the other side.
But now it has twice. But those molecules are now they're at some velocity. They're moving around, and now we have one that are twice as fast on the other side. One is no molecules, so there's nothing it's going to hit. And the other is molecules, but now we have twice as much force hitting those molecules. So it's twice as much going to be exiting because they're all going to go out one direction, right? When they go out through the orifice, they have to be going out of that hole. Why would they be impeded when there's twice the force? Because we're talking about flow rate, right? Mass flow rate. And how long would it take to equalize the pressure? Napalm or Noah, whoever.
It is my understanding that the pressure is the force. It's basically the force over the area. So if you have like say 2 tanks,
Era.
there's a valve between them, and you have one pressure on one side, one pressure on the other side, and you release the valve, the pressure equalizes between the tanks, and you can use an equation of pressure and volume and temperature and shit to basically like predict. It also depends on the content. There's different gaseous
No, we
molecules.
talked in this
different
calculator. We have gas type.
different gaseous molecules that interact differently. So I
Well,
don't know. This is all determined by experiment, though. This is not really like something.
no, this is gas law is pretty clear, and in this particular calculator, I haven't worked with. I don't know the background of it, but it seems like it's taking into account air, gas type, air, and it's talking about temperature, and you have a flow rate in grams per second.
For gas type,
It has the size of the hole, and it has the pressure, the inlet pressure and the outlet pressure. And if the outlet pressure, what it's feeding into is 0 SIA, then and the inlet pressure is 15 psi, then that's a 15 psi differential. The other, same exact scenario, nothing different, just one going from an inlet pressure of 30 psi. We've doubled the pressure, and now we have outlet pressure of 15, which is going to feed into. So how long does it take to evacuate and neutralize, equalize the pressure in both? Now that you could further complicate this, I think Jesse would agree, if we have equal size containers. I don't know. This is going into air. If it's just going into outside air, then it's infinite. But if there's pressures, then that pressure differential will obviously be changing with the outlet pressure. It will not be 15 psi when it's 30 psi going into it. You go 30, 29, then it would go up to 16, and you go 28, you go 17, and be like that until they both reach at a standard pressure, an equalized pressure, which probably would be something like
Oh, my eyes are all
half in
itchy
between.
and red.
Yeah, one vessel at 30 psi, one at 15 psi. The average would be
Trip.
24 psi.
God damn. Oh my god.
Are you hot
it's
licking?
like you're not having a conversation with anyone, Zanuck. It's
I was
like
talking
you're
to you.
just going on.
I was talking to you about it.
I ask you a question, and and you just don't even like. If someone doesn't understand or wants clarification on something, it's not then to go off into the weeds somewhere else.
I don't think I was going to go ahead.
I was gonna ask, dude. So, but doesn't it matter the contents of the gas? Say you have pure nitrogen on one side versus pure oxygen on one side, it's going to be different than if you had like hydrogen and nitrogen on either side. There's all kinds of like that's why it's called an ideal gas law, but it's not always the ideal. Like there's all kinds of scenarios and factors that can basically come in and change how the gas is interacting between the two. I guess space. Well, it would just say volumes, right? There's 2 volumes. Let's just say there's a valve between the 2 volumes. The actual content of the gas in either volume does change how the pressure and how the flow rate it is basically.
Well, it's more of a Newtonian analysis because it's really that's what intuitively I was going with, and then which it made me think a little about molecules kind of running each other, and could it effectively make the orifice look smaller to the air exiting? I wasn't quite sure, and then the calculator kind of made me realize that it goes back to the basic force equations. It's just more Newtonian. We have an absolute pressure of 30 psi, an absolute pressure of 15 psi. There's 15 psi differential that pushes a flow rate of 228 grams per second out of that hole. And if you have 15 psi and 0, you only get 114 grams per second. So it's a lot less flow rate, but how fast it takes to evacuate would probably be the same.
Yeah, my understanding is that when the conditions are very alike and are modeled very easily by Newtonian equations, they call that an ideal gaseous state. And so it's an ideal, right? It's you're never perfectly on that ideal. The closer you are to that ideal, the closer these equations become to actually predicting what
What
you're
are
going to actually have in the experiment.
okay?
My understanding is that there are cases in which the ideal gas law it completely breaks down.
Completely breaks down. Why don't you give me an example of how the ideal gas law is not followed in some experiment?
All right, I'm gonna have to stop what I'm doing and go fucking find some shit right now for you. So
Okay.
give me a sec.
All right. I mean, I know a couple, but
I think it is. I think it is valid. I think what they say though is that the conditions that they. So it's like they say that this is for perfectly elastic,
collisions.
like collisions and
Yes.
all this type of stuff. Yeah, but so there's it doesn't the conditions for the ideal gas law I think don't exist in nature, but that does still you can use that to approximate almost
Right.
all situations.
Yeah, the noble gases and then all the other gases, they all will have slightly different characteristics that don't follow gas law perfectly, but
Okay, so I just literally typed
Good
into Google,
approximations.
and so I'm just gonna read out just the first thing that it's not even a website. Google is just giving me an answer from the National Institute of Health.gov, like a quote from them. So I'm just gonna read that out. Ideal gas behavior, stat pearls. Here we go. At low pressure or at high temperature conditions, gas mixtures can be considered ideal mixtures for ease of calculation. Now, the next sentence. When systems are not at low pressure or high temperature, the gas particles are able to interact with each other. These interactions greatly inhibit the ideal gas law's accuracy. And this thing also factors in what exact uh chemical gases or whatever are actually the contents of the air. If you would like a screenshot of this quote, I
no,
can
I know this.
Same.
This is it's good that you've looked it up and now you're understanding. Good.
Right, this
So,
is what I was referencing before.
I know that. I want to say. I wanted since you mentioned you said you
Good
seem
little
like you.
boy. You've looked it up and learned it. Good little boy.
No, he picked it up. So now the question is by how much? So in a scenario where it's not high temperature, not low pressure or extreme pressure, how does it affect their ability to flow? How is it how in what areas would it not follow gas law? For example, if you raise the temperature 10 degrees, do they exactly follow for the same volume? Does the pressure go up exactly that percentage? That kind of thing. And by how much is it going to be off? And my answer to you would be that it's not that far off. It's very, very close. Do you not agree, Noah?
I think it depends on the state of the system and insert and the contents of the system. Some systems, when I say systems, I mean like gases on either side in the volume itself and how they would interact if the valve is released. There's a lot of chemical factors that goes into the way these particles interact with each other, and it is most definitely not strictly Newtonian in a sense because they also have a electromagnetic component. So
Where
yeah,
is that said? The electromagnetic component.
every gas particle, if it's made of atoms, is made of subatomic particles that hold charge.
Right, but where does it say somewhere that when you talk about PVNRT that not being followed precisely at moderate temperatures, not high temperatures, not low pressure?
Interaction. When I
Yeah.
read the quote to you, it says gas particles are able to interact.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the types of interactions that would occur would be a chemical reaction, would it not?
No.
You're saying, okay, go
Gases
ahead.
gases are having a chemical interaction.
Yes, they do.
Okay, that's one of the reasons it doesn't follow gas law. We're talking about single ideal gases or gases that are not ideal. because they're not at those temperatures and pressures you spoke of. But you're saying now there's interaction between different gases because of their chemical reactions.
Yeah, right here in the article from what I quoted, it says for the ideal gas law to work, basically these particles need to be assumed not to have any intermolecular interactions with each other, basically. So yeah,
Okay.
they're not like they can't interact with each other in certain ways, or else the ideal gas law literally breaks down and is no longer able to predict things.
Right. Well, how like by how much in a scenario would this interaction be different than
Well,
the ideal
then
gas law?
I have to go fucking look further. So I've already gone into one thing
Okay.
that agrees with me, and now I'm gonna have to go fucking search up their sources too.
Well,
Let's see.
look at
Okay, no, okay, got you. Let's see. Their first reference says something hydrocarbon water system. Second source, let's see, acidic gaseous separation with gas mixtures of supported ionic liquid membranes provide. Okay, that's number 2. Let's see which one do you want to go with?
We're going to talk about how flow
Ideal
rates,
gas,
flow rates.
oxide oxygen mixture. Sorry, I'm just reading the titles out of these references to
I'm
this
talking
thing.
about inert
Because
to
you don't
inert
believe
gas. Oh,
you
you
don't
asked me a
believe
question.
the national real quick. You don't believe the National Library of Medicine,
Oh,
apparently.
I
So
do. No.
I search up their references.
I know gases. This is asking questions, so I know gases can interact. You stated very clearly. There could be electrochemical. There could be magnetic interactions. There could be all sorts of things, interaction between these molecules. But I'm talking about if we have two inert gases, like a nitrogen and oxygen or something, and what is going to, how are they going to interact, and how will that affect flow? Because the whole discussion is based on a flow, like because it was based on the ISS, right? Oxygen flying into a vacuum where there's no interaction between it.
If you have a question about nitrogen and oxygen and how it interact with each other, don't you think there's research out there that you could look up instead of making me do it?
Oh, I don't think there's any interaction between nitrogen and oxygen because air. Number two, we're talking. Hold on. Hey, can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
Hold up. Let me fucking correct you because you're going on a wrong line of thought. No, I'm not saying interaction between the oxygen and the nitrogen in a chemical sense. I'm saying like how they would interact when they fill each other's volumes depending on the pressure between them.
Okay, I got that. I know you're.
They'll follow the ideal gas
Can
law.
I respond? Can I respond? Okay, thanks. We're talking about air in one container and air in another container. So the exact same gas. We're not talking about anything other than the pressure differential and how that gas would interact. And so it's not going to act ideal because it's not going to act, but that I want to know how that's affecting the flow rates based on a given orifice. And by the way, the orifice is critical for the flow rates too. How fast, what kind of drag and impedance that orifice will have. Because you can evacuate that higher pressure vessel much faster if that container is bridged by a aerodynamically designed joining, not just a sharp angled hole. We're not talking about any interaction.
Yeah, we're talking about gases going between volumes with a valve.
Same gases.
Yeah, okay, yeah, then that's easy to predict. You can go look up the research on that. I don't know why you want me to go do it for you.
Because you've started claiming that there are all these problems it could have with the interaction of the molecules, yet they're not different gases.
Yes.
Okay, just talk over me.
Hold up. You're saying I'm having these problems. I'm trying to explain it to you. Do you have faith that I'm gonna actually tell you what I'm trying to say? Listen, yeah, there's problems, but I'm talking about certain cases. I'm not talking about nitrogen and oxygen. Talk about other molecules. There's all kinds of special cases in chemistry. I'm telling you. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I do a gas law for oxygen and nitrogen pretty easily. So
okay, so we're talking about air. So that was our whole discussion to begin with. And air on the same side, same air. One's just been compressed in a container. One has not been compressed. One or just the air outside of your window, and we have either a vacuum in a container or we have a higher pressure vessel. What happens when bridge the gap when we open the valve between either one of those. There's no interaction between the air and the air because air is air, and there's a very small percentage of trace gases that are in there. They're not going to have an effect. CO2 is such a small percentage of what air is. It's only 400 parts per million, so that's nothing.
Right. So we're describing
And methane get lower than that.
So we're describing a situation where between the two volumes, it's just normal air that you and me breathe at a certain humidity, in a sense. So like mostly nitrogen with oxygen and stuff like that. That's what you're saying. We're talking about normal everyday
Yeah,
air
we're talking.
you and me are breathing in right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then one side is gonna they're both gonna have the same contents, but one side is gonna have a different pressure and volume and temperature than the other side.
Correct. No, same temperature. It's just different pressure.
Oh, okay. Same. Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Well, we can set. We fill the vessel. It becomes the same exact
Xanic.
temperature. We have the outside air, which is the same temperature, 70. We both use 70 degrees for both of them. So same exact temperature. Now, if you're thinking that when you make a higher pressure, it should be a higher temperature, that would be true for following gas law or in Bohr's law and a few other laws that we could throw in. We can invoke here. We don't have to. We can wait for this thing to neutralize or equalize where the temperature of both is 70 degrees, or you could force it to be whatever this vessel is. Force it to be 70 degrees.
But
Zanuck, I'd like to say something to you. Sorry to interrupt. I'll be a second. I just want to apologize to you if I've ever insulted you or called you a name. You deserve much better than that, Zanuck.
Oh, thank you. Who's this?
That was touching.
Who said that?
I think it was Flat Earth Data or something. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Right back at you.
I was gonna say it really quickly. See, the thing with the temperature though being the same is if we're trying to like kind of simulate the difference between the inside of a spaceship and the outside of a spaceship,
Mhm.
you would have to simulate the temperature difference too, would we not? And so the temperature difference would it not factor in as well? Would we not want the one side to be like room temperature, 1 atmosphere and pressure, and then in a smaller volume, and then the other side we want a much bigger volume at -17 torr at like a much higher temperature? Wouldn't that be a better test?
Well, yeah, I get. I mean, it's nice to control all your variables, but in space, how would you have any temperature? There's really not a temperature in that volume.
I thought
Because
there is because like you could put something out in space and then the very few particles that do hit it have an amount of energy that then translates to temperature, right? Because that's how temperature works normally is things vibrate against each other basically in
there's
space.
nothing there. There's nothing to vibrate. There's no temperature.
But there is. It's not a perfect vacuum.
So there's.
Claimed by like claimed by your paradigms, moon missions and all that.
Mhm.
There is a small pressure there. It's
But there's a
-.
vastness between the space between atoms that is unimaginable, and the chance of them hitting are very very unlikely. But they could hit and they could transfer energy, and
Yeah,
one could be.
they're all supercharged particles floating. Isn't your paradigm that they're all supercharged and fast because they have a bunch of solar beams frying them and nothing to protect them, no ozone, no magnetic layer. So
There's
these particles out in space are like supposedly supposed to be very far apart, but they're supposedly supposed to be hotter or like at a higher temperature but much lower pressure. I'm pretty sure that's your paradigm.
the particles. Yeah, if you have particles in space that are exposed to the sun or even plasmas coming from the sun, those can be very very high temperature. But they're, like I said, they have to interact with something else, and you're hitting something that if you have your hand or something, it's it's never won't have a bit of difference. The type of volume we're talking about here.
Okay.
There'll be nothing. There'll be a handful of atoms in 10 to the minus 17 torr versus this container of 15 psi ISS air. When it vents
Okay,
out,
I just looked it up. Here's what's going on. The temperature of space is 2.7 Kelvin, so that's like extreme freezing, actually. So you're correct about that. In your paradigm, it's supposed to be very cold. Let's see.
Near
Now,
absolute zero.
2.7 degrees Kelvin. So
Kelvin. Yeah.
yeah. I think the thing, and then cosmic radiation more intense in the upper atmosphere and most intense in deep space. The average annual dose. So deep space radiation. I'm trying to get all the factors in for something like this.
But we're trying to figure out what happens to the actual molecules when they're exiting into a void of space versus exiting into an outlet pressure of 15 psi, the air, basically out to the atmosphere, because we can't say another container because that's going to change the flow rate as well, because they'll be neutralizing at different rates. In other words, the 15 psi ISS, when it vents, space doesn't change its pressure as it's having that ISS vent into it. However, if they're venting into a container on Earth from 30 to 15, they'll neutralize. If you're outletting into the atmosphere, the 15 psi is not going to change. So if we keep that constant, that the outlet pressure is going to be 15 psi on the Earth, and the outlet pressure in space can be zero, they're not going to change, then it becomes a valid comparison. And that's where this gas type and temperature, I guess we could change the temperature to 0 or something to see what changes, but that wouldn't be fair because it also would make the inlet pressure 0 too, and that wouldn't be correct.
Temperature an emergent property? Like regarding collection of molecules, whatever.
In theory, it's just movement. So it's technically just kinetic energy on a small scale.
We hear your birds, Kosho, but not much of you.
I wonder, Jesse, would there be a change in flow rate for an optimization of that hole, or are you just talking about a square or a round, sharp-edged hole? Because I think if it has a bell mouth inlet or an outlet, wouldn't that flow be more efficient? It'd be a higher flow rate for a given pressure, less turbulence.
I don't think so, or at least not much. Because the turbulence really happens after the restriction, where it's no longer in a position to cause much back pressure, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
And in fact, I remember seeing a video. It was a Smarter Everyday video, and it was a Coriola's video, but that's not what I'm drawing upon. They had a swimming pool, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't the Coriolis, but they still had the swimming pool full of water, and they cut a hole in the side, and they were getting perfectly laminar flow of water through just a cutout hole in the side of a vinyl swimming pool or something like that.
Right.
Yeah,
But
but
I think for
they
sure on
let
the
it
exit,
settle.
I'm not sure about the inlet, which would be on the water side. If that was like a bell mouth inlet, I think the efficiency of flow there might be better. It might increase the flow rate, but I wonder if it took that into account. I know the exit really wouldn't matter too much.
But my point
I
is
think
that if a plain cutout hole in a vinyl sheet can produce beautiful, amazing laminar flow on the outlet side, there's obviously no turbulence on the inlet side. Otherwise, it would mess up the flow. I'll find the video.
say in that video, didn't he let it settle for like a
Yeah.
like?
Although I think the video I'm thinking of is actually a different one. I was confused there at first.
Okay.
This is his laminar flow video.
So what? What do you think about where did Zanuck go? Fuck, he's gone.
No, he's still here.
Oh shit. That's weird. I didn't see him. Zanuck, are you here?
Still here. Yep.
Okay, so the pressure, the tank, either side. What are the volumes of these tanks, and what are the pressures in the tanks? And it's just going to be a simple valve between them.
Right. So we have one hole. I was talking with Whitsitt since the very beginning of an 1/8 inch diameter hole, but I think Jesse might have done a 1 inch hole. If I read his thing, I didn't go back up to see it. 1 inch diameter hole with
Right.
infinite volume on the lower pressure side, and the I don't think the volume would matter, but you have the ISS or a car or whatever volume you want.
Yeah, so how would you ever test that? It's impossible.
How would it be impossible?
To create
If
an
you, if
infinite
you,
volume? Because you're trying to test what would happen if you have like a bus, let's say like a size of a bus worth of volume at Earth's atmosphere, and then you need a vacuum, but no true vacuum exists. It's just it's like a negative 17 torr to the power of vacuum, but to produce a it'd just be impossible. You can't test it.
no, you could do the. So one of the things you could do, you could average it out, and that results would be the same. For example, if you think that you want to do it for just a short duration, so you want to have 30 psi, 15 psi, but you know that if it's in some fixed chamber, but we're really doing it out on the outside, so we don't care really much what you're mentioning because we have a vessel that's 15 psi or 30 psi. We're venting out to the outside world, and it's going to be a 15 psi differential, so we don't have to worry about the infinite size of the Earth atmosphere. But you're saying that we can't do that for the on the Earth for a vacuum test, but we can probably overpressure that, maybe 17 psi, and then stop when it hits 13 psi or 12 psi, and then do the average how much flow went through, and get a really good number of what that flow rate is into that vacuum, if it is any different. It'd be very easy to do that kind of test. So that way, it really wouldn't be a concern of anyone. Just do a quick test, see what the volume is for a certain period of time, and extrapolate the rest. I watched that video. Look, so they put a tube in there, which would get rid of the turbulence.
They actually put in, like you said, a tapered horn tube or something, a funnel kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. A huge difference in flow rate. So I guess. So what do you think that? Do you think the calculator?
I don't know that the flow rate was that much different. The amount of turbulence was different, but
Right.
if you look at the stream when he just had a similar sized hole, it was still a full stream. It was just
But this is
turbulent.
all turbulent, right? I think those are the losses. I think you get more flow, just like what jet engines use in their inlets to have a bell mouth inlet. It gives you, 20-30% more efficiency, which gives you, that much more flow for a given amount of power inputted into the impellers. Maybe that's a calculation with 100% efficiency, so like no losses. Probably what they did. Make it easy. It's a cool video. Thanks for posting that, though.
Definitely.
I'm still trying to figure out why there wouldn't be a difference, though. I mean, to Witz's point, it just seems like they're like if you let you punctured a tire underwater. So I mentioned that to Witzit too, and in order for that water to get out, it has to move water molecules out of the way to escape. So wouldn't that be a form of resistance to it? And wouldn't those molecules that are exiting run into each other and restrict their flow somewhat?
Yes, it produces, well, two restrictions. One is a momentary restriction while it gets the water up to speed, just to its great mass and momentum, but that's not what we're after here. The other restriction would be just due to the increased back pressure caused by the water, which would be equivalent to a higher outside pressure, which would reduce your delta pressure.
Ah, right.
And
You're moving it.
And just all you got to do is take a piece of like fish tank tubing or a straw and whatever and poke it down underwater and blow bubbles, and you'll feel the constant pressure that you have to overcome to get the bubbles to come out.
Why don't you overcome? Isn't that because of the increased pressure due to the depth of the tube that you're blowing through, right?
Yes. Doesn't that mirror what you said? If you had a tire underneath, say, 2 feet of water, that's going to be 1 pound per square inch greater atmosphere, outside pressure that the inside pressure will be pushing against as it escapes, right?
No, I was thinking my example, which it was more of at the surface where we really are at the same pressure, but just going through water instead, releasing just below the surface where the hole would be having to vent into water. And would that cause an impedance? Would that cause a restriction?
Oh, I don't think so. It's just going to be delta P divided by the diameter of the whole, the area of the hole times the constant or whatever.
That's what I thought too. But then I started thinking about it, and I was just giving him not the benefit of the doubt, but just give him a more complete answer of why. And I just couldn't really. I think you're ahead of the game on this one. So you have a delta P, even though the water's there, the molecules are surrounding it, same pressure, it vents because. But aren't there? I guess I keep on getting caught up in this idea that they're running into something as they're exiting the water, because the water's there, has to move into something. Their work has to be done to move them out of the way, and then does that create a backup of those air molecules that are trying to exit under the higher pressure?
Well, initially, because you've got the momentum of the water, but
right.
That's not what we're talking about, I don't think. Once it formed a bubble, the water wouldn't even be near the hole.
You mind if I ask a question? Just a short one on topic?
Go for it.
So if the hole was leaking into molasses or water or a differentiation of air pressure, or someone on the other end of the straw or hole was sucking, sorry about my kiddo, so I'm still confused about the vacuum of space and the vacuum we can create on Earth. Like if we had a 40 yard by 40 yard huge vacuum and a tire was in that and the puncture was present and it was only a eighth of an inch or whatever, and it was a vacuum, wouldn't it just like suck the insides of the air like super quick once there was a breach? Wouldn't it be quick?
We're kind of beyond that, but that question is kind of the initial question. So the differential pressure, as Jesse mentioned, the delta P would still be 15 psi. 15 psi outside, and you have a vacuum outside or inside. Where does the vacuum? Inside the vacuum chamber? Vacuum chamber. And we hold outside for 15 psi. So there's 15 psi acting on the entire chamber, wanting to get in. He wants to get in with only the amount of force of 15 pounds per square inch. So you make a 1 inch square hole, and it'll have 14 pounds of force acting on the air, pushing it in. And it will try to neutralize itself with only the potential of that particular force. Doesn't matter whether there's a vacuum inside there or we did another test with 30 psi and a room pressure or outside pressure, ambient temp pressure, 15 psi inside.
Hey, Zanuck, why does every time you talk about this, I always picture those trains that they show like collapsing if that vacuum was to happen.
Yeah, I've tried to address that hundreds of times. There's no difference between the tanker car and a submarine as far as shape. How they're constructed is completely different. The tanker car is trying to keep the water or milk or oil inside from coming out. So it's structurally containing it, like a balloon contains air in a balloon. But a submarine is the opposite. It's trying to keep stuff out. So it has ribs and structure so that outside forces, which can be up to 1,000 psi, not 15 psi, like the tanker is exposed to.
Oh yeah, because
but
because the water pressure is
1,000
obviously stronger below. But if you have a train on the ground, yeah, you're right. There's going to be a lesser psi, but it still collapses immediately and it crushes still.
Right, it's like a balloon. Like you can crush a balloon. It's only being supported and stretched because it has a 1 or half a psi pressure inside. It has 15 psi acting outside of it, pushing it down, and you may have a little pinhole leak, and that thing just deflates and crushes, just like the rail car does. The rail car only has 15 psi pushing on it, and it's not stressed for it. It doesn't like that. It wants to have pressure going outward, and as soon as you remove it, it doesn't collapse by the way, at very much vacuum. I think I heard it collapses like maybe 6, 7, 8 psi. Because think about it. Every foot on that rail car, every square foot, if it was a vacuum, would have to support 2,000 pounds. Every square foot. There's millions of pounds that thing have to be, and it's not stressed for it. However, the submarine is stressed for 1,000 psi, talking millions of pounds, almost per square foot.
And it has to because the water, the weight of the water down so below,
not the weight,
is going to do that.
Not the weight; it's the pressure.
Okay. Okay. The pressure created from the weight of the water. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So with that being said, if you have a submarine, it's pretty like detrimental for a submarine to have a hole in it because it will collapse on itself. No difference than if you have a hole or you have this this vacuum that's going to suck everything out. Because No, I'm wrong. Correct me. Please.
Well,
yeah.
You're the instructor.
Let me respond real quick. If you have a pinhole, you're gonna have 1,000 psi fountain, and it's gonna be a friggin' nasty leak. That's why they're made in certain chambers, so they can, if they have a leak that they can't stop, they can seal that chamber off and let that thing fill with water and not worry about it. The pressure on the oil rig, if it had a leak on the outside, it had a vacuum. It only have 15 psi pressure leaking whatever is on the outside of it. You can put it under 15 psi, like 30 feet of water. You can put a tanker under 30 feet of water, an empty tanker, collapse, same thing, same deal, no difference. Probably a lot worse.
I gotta run to dinner, but
actually.
I have another thought if you'll let me entertain it. So I thought as you were talking about a tanker filled with like milk. Let's just say a tanker's filled with milk, and you puncture the hole, the 1/8 inch hole, and you just let it like come out. Versus if that hole, that milk is leaking into molasses, or if you put the tanker in a vacuum, wouldn't the milk get just crazy pulled out fast? And vice versa, if you put the tanker in a pressurized system, like a super pressurized system, the pressure would go in and the milk would have a hard time coming out at all, correct?
Well, according to
Yeah,
Google,
that's true.
According to Google, any liquid in a vacuum environment that is exposed to a vacuum will actually boil it and it'll what's the word I'm looking for? Dissipate.
Yeah.
It will actually
Right.
It will just vanish.
I'm just imagining flow rate,
well, the pressure goes up. Well, the pressure would go up, and then eventually the pressure would be so high that it would remain a liquid. So it'd be super high pressure liquid.
No, it says that the liquid will boil and evaporate, no matter what the liquid is.
It can't. If it's in a closed container, it's not going to evaporate. It's going to boil. If there's room for it to boil. If it doesn't have room for it to boil, the compressibility of milk is very similar to water. Can I finish? Yeah,
go ahead.
If you boil milk and there's no spot for it to boil, it won't boil because the pressure it won't go up because you can't compress this milk. So you could superheat it. It'd be superheated milk and it wouldn't boil.
Okay, you're saying that, but it says itself that in a vacuum environment that if it would boil and then dissipate because it will become at such an extreme environment. This is what it says, Zanik. I know you're saying something else, but I'm telling you what it says.
I can explain that. I can
Okay.
explain it. You say you have a little bit of an air pocket on top of this big tanker of milk, and you pull that one little pocket to vacuum because it's the only spot you could pull to vacuum. If it was totally solid of milk, it'd be like a solid bar of something, liquid. You couldn't get a vacuum. But if you could make that one little area a vacuum, everything around it would start boiling until it would create a pressure where it stopped boiling. And so that it would just create a high pressure area in the very top of the tank.
No, Zanik. The entire thing is in a vacuum, not
No,
just inside.
that's not how it
The
works.
entire.
You can't.
Oh my God, Zanik. The entire. If you took the entire train, the steel cargo train, if you took it into a vacuum environment and then you punctured a hole, it's going to it's spontaneous. It's going to immediately boil and then God, I can't talk right now. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
You're
Zach, with your
drinking. Come on,
nonsense.
just stop. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
It will
No,
dissipate.
it's just local. It's just like a mercury barometer. When it pulls a vacuum, it boils the mercury until it can actually equalize for whatever the weight is of that mercury pulling down on it, so that it can have that vacuum. It's not an absolute vacuum. It's a near vacuum because of the fact that some of the mercury will have vaporized.
All right. Well, I mean, you can keep saying that, but I'm just saying like what the scientific answer for putting something in a vacuum
I'm using the
environment.
scientific answer.
Well, what I'm telling you, the scientific answer. If you were to put something in a vacuum, a liquid in a vacuum will
It would boil.
Instantaneously. It will boil and dissipate.
Right.
It will just
Yeah, and it will just boil and dissipate and increase the pressure of that particular vessel based on the fact that whatever volume it occupied. Okay, let me finish. Hold on. And whatever volume it occupied initially as a liquid, it'll be 1,000 times more volume as a gas. And yes, that's true. And that would increase the pressure. But if you're talking about a thing filled with milk, and you only can put a vacuum in the area that is, a void that's not milk. And there's no milk in there. Why did you say there's milk then? You're drinking too much. I don't want to talk. I can't talk to in drunk mode. Come on.
That's fair, Zanik. But look you keep implying that only a vacuum exists within the container. I'm telling you, the entire container is in a vacuum. This is
You
what
can't
you're
do
probably
that.
misunderstanding.
The only way you could do that is if you
Okay. Oh my
threw the
God.
if you threw the entire container up in space and opened the lid. Yes, it would progressively boil away into space.
Not progressively. It says it will be spontaneous.
It doesn't work that way.
You will have if you punctured in your world, in your paradigm, if you punctured a hole in the ISS, the bodies inside, if they didn't have their spacesuits that are apparently designed to handle this pressure and all this dumb shit,
this is the problem.
The human will die. He will literally just boil.
The pressure will slowly go down in the ISS at exactly the rate at which the mass is leaving the hole. That's rate, the mass would leave the hole. Jesse already posted, and under a 15 psi differential, you'd have about 200 grams per second mass flow rate, and that's all you have. And that and over time, depending on the entire volume of the ISS, the pressure would drop progressively until they stop the hole. Now, if they'd never stopped the hole, yes, at some point, the pressure would go from 15 psi to 10 psi to 5 psi to 0, and everybody would boil their brains out and they would all die. But that would never happen because they would find the hole.
Okay, so you're you can say that all you want, but they have experiments with train cargoes on the ground, and they poke a hole. They show you the consequence of a vacuum rushing, or should I say, the pressure escaping that, and it will crush a metal steel.
No, that's not.
Okay. Oh, that don't happen. Okay,
the completely opposite of what happens. The train. Now listen carefully. I know you've been drinking, but just listen real carefully. You got a train, and you start sucking the air out of it with a little pump, like the opposite side of a air filler pump, which is a vacuum on one side. And you start sucking the air out. Eventually, when that train cargo, which is empty, gets to about 10 to 8 psi, it will start making noises structurally. And then at some point, maybe at around 5 or 6 psi, because it started at 15 psi, because it was the same inside as it was outside, absolute pressure. Now we're down at 8 psi. It starts to crinkle and make noise, and all of a sudden, blam! It collapses all of a sudden because its structure could not keep the pressure outside from going in, because that wasn't stressed that way. It's designed to carry milk or oil, water, which pushes outward. The submarine could do the same exact test with the submarine, no problem at all. It could bring that pressure down to 0 and not even break a sweat, because it's designed for 1,000 psi to keep out of the vessel.
So you're saying if a submarine had a hole in it, it would not collapse on itself. That's what you're saying.
No, if you pulled a vacuum in the submarine, you couldn't collapse a submarine by pulling a vacuum, because you're only going to get 15 psi out of it. It's all you can get.
That's not what
no
I
more.
said. That's not what I said. You keep like sticking to this 15 psi as if
Because that's what the air is.
thing. Oh my god, a submarine is
What?
in the air? Come on, bro. What are you
No,
talking about right now?
we're talking about same. Submarine outside in the air, tanker car in the air. We pull a vacuum on the tanker, it collapses. Pull a vacuum on the submarine, which is only a maximum of 15 psi differential, because that's what the air is. And there's nothing inside the submarine. You can't go any higher than 0. Although you talked to Knucklehead, who gave me the video, O'Brien's friends, who thinks that, negative exponents is negative pressure, which is not. But the reality is you can't go lower than a 15 psi differential, and that submarine will not break a sweat. Now you move it into the ocean, and you go down, a few hundred feet, a few thousand feet, whatever you want to go down to, and now you have thousands of psi acting on the outside. You poke a hole, now you have 1,000 psi with that jet of water would come out unimaginably strong, and you'd have to stop it or shut a valve, close off that particular cell so the whole thing doesn't sink. You couldn't plug that with a piece of gum, that's for sure. Unless you're on the outside. I'd be able to put a cork in it. As long as it could take 1,000 psi. Because the inside of the submarine is 15 psi, and the outside's 1,000 psi. A pretty strong patch.
All right, I posted a video. Go ahead. You can try to, discredit it or whatever. Like you I don't know. Sometimes I think when you talk, man, drunk or not, bro. Like you just, I don't
You're
know.
not
Bro.
listening. You're not listening.
Check out the video and then
I don't have to. Paco.
Continue to
Please
piss
say
on my
one thing.
leg.
One last time. You have 15 psi outside. You have 15 psi inside. You start removing the air inside with a vacuum pump. And when it gets down to 10 or 8, it starts making noises and the whole thing collapses. Now, that's because it's stressed for the opposite force that we're implying in there. It doesn't like pressure on the outside going in. It likes pressure on the inside going out, because it's containing very heavy liquids, thousands and thousands of pounds, tons, right? So when you suck the air out, it collapses because it's not designed. It's not, as they say, it's not stressed for that direction of force. So I don't need to watch it. I know how the forces work. I understand them extremely well. You see how it just collapsed at 52 after the minute? 52 seconds in, I guess. Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know what the pressure was, but I'd be willing to bet it about. Yep.
You can continue to piss on my leg and say it's raining, but it's okay. We'll just move forward.
Have another cocktail. In fact, let me buy. Have a cocktail.
How much vacuum was on that gauge? I can't read it properly.
Is this the vacuum for the
Yeah,
train?
from that implosion. Yeah.
Looks like it's like 23 inches of mercury, which is probably like 10 psi. So it only lost 5 psi, and it fucking destroyed that thing. Oh, actually, that's negative 25. Oh, yeah, negative 20. Yeah, that's right. No, negative 25. Negative 25. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the exact moment that it actually imploded or not. So it's hard to
Yeah.
work it out in the video because they pan across while it's still intact, and then after that shot, then it imploded.
Where's zero at? Is 0, 25, 20, 15, 10.
That,
So zero, yeah, zero being the entire other side of it.
Zan-
Yeah.
Zanuck, here's the difference, and let me just speak real quick.
That's 27 psi.
Okay, so let me just say real quick. So they're trying to build up to the environment of a vacuum. I get that. You're saying, they have the low measurement or whatever. But if you think about it, the space in your paradigm, it doesn't have to build up to that pressure. It is that pressure. So
Correct.
the point being is that if you had a an instance where you have this container in that environment, and all of a sudden it's instantly going to happen. Not It doesn't have to build up because that's the environment it's in. So I think you're trying to like you're kind of being
No.
like deceitful here, bro. Like,
Just don't even talk to me anymore about this, because you're not even thinking this through. And maybe because you're drinking, I'm not sure. No, it doesn't matter how it builds up or if it's instantaneous. If you have the submarine in space, if you have a submarine in space, not a problem. Even though that's pressure outward, just like this railway card. If that railway card was out in space, that's probably a better way to phrase it. Put the railway card up in space. You can lift it up there with a crane and put it on a jet and then on a rocket and get it out into space. It would not collapse with 14 psi inside and 0 outside, because it's designed to keep things inside, like the ISS. The ISS is stressed very similarly to the rail card. The reason it implodes under vacuum inside is because Apaco, and I'm going to say this one last time and I'm not going to respond back anymore, it's not stressed for a differential pressure inward. It's stressed for a differential pressure outward. Those are completely antithetical force designs to one another. And I know those are big words, but it means they're opposite.
Okay. So Zanuck, if you're to poke a hole in the container, you're saying inward, not outward. Which way is that? It doesn't matter about the inward or outward. It matters that the pressure is going to equalize, and that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
It's trying to equalize.
Oh my god. Okay, I can't with you, Zanuck.
Xanax, this ISS shit. It's all underwater. They're filming this shit underwater. There's bubbles in space. There's footage of it.
Sure.
So you pushing your ISS shit is saying that's like the thing that will make people like flat earthers believe in a globe is laughable.
Well, it says you, but that's okay. It's not a big deal.
We're just talking about moral consistencies here. Like, I'm consistent with science. I recognize certain laws can't be broken.
What law is that?
Second law of thermodynamics.
What is that? What does the second law even say? You don't even know what that law is at all. I guarantee it.
It's
what does the second law
the law
say?
of entropy.
No, it's not the law of entropy. There's no such thing as entropy law.
It's there needs to be a container
No, you
For
see, you
pressure.
don't know what it is. You just throw it out there because you listen to Nathan too much.
Who's
Second law of
Nathan?
thermodynamics says pretty much one thing. Now, entropy is a property of the second law of
But am
thermodynamics,
I
but it doesn't
wrong?
mean
But am
it
I
doesn't
wrong
mean
about that though? Like we
yes,
need a
you are
containment for
wrong.
pressure, right?
No, you don't. Oh yeah, you do.
know
Yes, you do. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you're wrong. I'm gonna play your game. You're right. You do. Now that
What game
pressure
am I
contains.
playing?
Well, you're saying that this your container. You're implying that this has to be a physical container. Containment can be done by forces. Forces can be provided by either a container
Which
or
gravity are you going off of?
hold on. The containment can be done by either forces or a physical container, which also provide forces. But that's not the law of entropy, and there is no such thing as the law of entropy, by the way, and it's not the second law of thermodynamics either. As long as the forces are balanced, you can have a pressure differential. There's nothing wrong with that.
Which gravity
And on
are you
Earth,
going off of? Are you going off Einstein's or Newton's?
either one.
Either one.
Mm-hmm.
How does
They
that
both
work? What?
Well, the bending and warping of space-time and time dilation are two factors that are substituted with acceleration and a force. So you can actually substitute those in the equation simply to derive Newtonian values from Einsteinium and vice versa.
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter which one you use. You'll get a force either way.
Sure. It's just definitely not density.
What the hell does that mean?
What do you mean?
Are
You
you
don't know
new
what
here?
density means?
I know what density means. It means it's mass per unit volume. But what are you new here? Because this is like an old question, an old discussion.
Yeah, it's like we're going back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
Why? Is that what the other guy, Pakrof?
No, like 5 years ago, Nathan was in a Q. We were talking about entropy and second law of thermodynamics violation. It's like, oh my God, people that actually took science and physics back in the day just laugh at that because it's such a silly thing to say. Because it has no bearing on whether we have a balance of forces or not. As long as you have a force there, it doesn't matter what it is caused by. It can actually keep things contained, like pressure in the atmosphere.
I thought you were talking about density.
Now you brought up density.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
and then he went off did he derail it? He went off to
why do you
this
think?
other thing?
Why would density be a question? We know what density is. You know too. I'm sure. It's just
so what's going on here then? There's no need for gravity. It's just density.
Why is it just density?
Well, why does helium balloons float and you float in water? And then when you take a deep breath in,
can I answer?
Well, I'm not done. I'm not done yet.
Buoyancy.
Buoyancy and density. Yeah.
No, not density. Buoyancy. Buoyancy will allow a force to be produced by the displaced mass and equal to the weight of that mass in a gravitational field. So that's what buoyancy is. So whatever you displace, that's the force upward. Whatever the mass and volume of that.
Why are you smiling, Zanuck, when you explain it? Don't smile at least, dude. There's no gravitational field. I mean, Vertasium covered it clearly. There's no gravitational field. It's the bending of space-time. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, right. You're correct. If we're talking about Newtonian, there's a gravitational field. If there's Einsteinian, there's no gravitational fields.
Well, that's the update, right? Globers didn't get the update if they still believe in Newtonian law.
It's like speaking multiple languages. It's quite an art form, actually. Do you speak another language?
Do you think it's funny?
It's not a fucking language.
Do you think it's funny that flat earthers apparently know the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, but most Globers don't?
I think people here, regardless of what side of the coin you're on, understand it by now because we've been talking about it for 6 years.
Yeah, we ripped it to shreds the other day. Oh, go ahead, Data.
I was just going to say that wasn't the statement. It's about even in the beginning, flat earthers knew more than the Globers about it.
Because they were Globers. And then they had to disprove the model.
In the beginning, there was Nathan and Kiwi, and they knew very little about almost everything.
So we're just a cult behind Nathan and Kiwi. Is that it?
What about the 1.22 and the diffraction limit? I'm that's my only named to fame in this whole debate.
Yeah, problem. You're off by a couple decimal places.
Oh, I'm sure.
We're not playing numerology here. Just because 1.2. just because 1.221 is close to 1.219 doesn't mean they're the same number and caused by the same reasons.
So what is it called? Diffraction limited systems. It's
I was just thinking
1.22.
about you the other day with that whole 1.2T discussions we had for a year or so. I was fondly recall our conversations.
What is 1.22 in arc minutes? What do you get?
I don't know. You tell me.
Kind of interesting how
What does it matter?
It's kind of interesting how 1.22 is almost like 1 arc minute, 1 nautical mile, 1.22.
What if you use a different unit? Go to use a different unit of measure and see if you get the same kind of revelation.
The idea is that it's based on an angular measurement, right? That's what the Rayleigh criterion is. The resolution based on the angle to it and the size of the object.
It's not a resolution number. It's actually a discernment between objects.
Here's the thing. Here's the correlation. The nautical miles associated to an arc measurement or a degree measurement, the optics, right? So
1/60th of a degree.
So what are the odds that the Rayleigh criterion, the 1.22, it's very similar to the 1 nautical mile in the essence that it's in relationship to the angular distance over the surface of the Earth? Why it's correlated is because it's based on optics and an angular measurement.
Which is not true, but you can think that it's some kind of
Rayleigh
miracle.
Criterion, the Rayleigh criterion is an angular measurement based on a wavelength of light. You get a degree
and
or
a lens size. And a lens size. Don't forget the lens size.
It doesn't matter. The point is,
it does matter because you have the wavelength length times the diameter. That's going to be, and it'll tell you whether you can discern two objects or not. Not the diffractive limit. The diffractive limit is something different.
No, it's not. It's an angular relationship to light.
Yes, it is. 0.2 degrees.
So how we observe things?
Limit.
No, that's just a constant. That's not the acute visual acuity of the eye can be
the
visual acuity of the eye can be 0. The visual acuity of the eye. You get really excited there. The visual acuity of the eye maximum theoretical is 0.1666. Okay, that's right from the Rayleigh criterion of a centimeter eye hole and a 500 nanometer length of light. So look, just spare me the
just
crap.
as we can discern whether those two objects or not, whether you see them or not is beside the point.
The correlation and the fundamentals is it's an angular relationship to light, whether it's the distance over the surface of the Earth and the maximum angle to it, or whether or not you can resolve an angular relationship between objects, or not. The point is it's an angular relationship to light, whether it's a nautical mile or 1 arc minute or 1 degree or 1.22. It's all based on that the subtended angles of light to the eye.
No, sorry.
Yes, dude. That's why we have real. That's why we have. That's why we have what's called apparent size.
I'm actually silent when you're talking.
Listen, in my book, I teach you the difference in why there's an apparent size and actual size, and why that takes place. Because when I look for that information, when I look for that kind of information, it's not really just out there for me.
Sure, it is.
If I want to understand reality, the reality is that my spatial relationship to the object in the distance has an apparent size to it. In reality, it doesn't ever change. But how does that apply for calculations over distance? 1 meter, whatever, 1 nautical mile, 1 mile, 1 meter. These are all just variable SI units for measurement distance. The language, like you said, you can speak multiple languages. They mean the same thing. So if I can show you a relationship to the angle of light to the eye and break down the calculations and then show a correlation to the Rayleigh criterion, and then on top of that, reverse calculate and create a circumference size of the Earth, I think that's just more than coincidental.
It is. No, it's totally coincidental. 1.2, the numbers that you're looking for are 1.219 and 1.221. So they're close, but they're not the same. So you're already failed.
So 7,918 miles, if we square root that, divide it by 5,280 feet to get foot calculation of the 7,918 mile diameter, you end up with 1.22459. What does that mean? That means if I was above the surface of the Earth 1 foot, I would get a distance to the horizon at 1.22 miles away. Ironically, in the Rayleigh criterion, the 1.22
coincidentally.
The 1.22.
Not ironic. It's not irony. It's coincidence.
I don't know why you keep interrupting me. The 1.22.
Because it's not irony. It's
Danik, Danik, I just came in here and you're already annoying me.
So the 1.22 again is the first subtended angle of light. That is the first minimum is what it's called. In other words, beyond that point, you get a diffraction limit. So that 1.22 is basically a measurement from the outer rim to the center. And how they derive that is through the Bessel equation. Now, I didn't sit there and calculate all this stuff. And in fact, when I even asked the AI to run it through me as an experiment, there's not a lot of information about it. So what I'm just trying to say is that that particular 1.22 is associated to the horizon in the physical globe model. And in the Rayleigh criterion, the 1.22 is the first minimum of light, of resolvable light. Anything beyond that, you can't resolve. So ironically, the horizon is a point at which you cannot resolve detail past. So I just thought that was very coincidental. Thanks.
No, you can unmute Zanuck, or I'll unmute him.
Thank you. No, it is coincidental. Good for you. I mean, those are a lot of numbers and calculations. Bottom line is you can see something that you think you can see, and maybe you can't see it. And all you got to do is take out a telescope and you go zoom in and you'll find it. So if that has any meaning to you, it's suddenly
wonderful. So
lost in the wash once you use a telescope to zoom in, which is just a
wonderful.
change in focus.
That's wonderful. So what you do is you actually reinforce my position, because as I describe focal length changes, you open that apparent convergence. You open that apparent size change through refraction of light, believe it or not, using concave lenses. So the idea is that you can manipulate that angle of light, but there's always going to be a first minimum that light will have to pass through, which in this case it's a circular aperture. And beyond that first minimum, you get diffraction. So that means the information is unresolvable. So if you want to say that isn't, or it's just coincidental, to me it's a direct
coincidental.
It's a direct correlation to me, because it's based on an apparent location due to the angular, the angular relationship to light and to the observer. So
real quick, like I totally not related, but I just want to know if any baller can help me out here really fast. I guess there's not many in here. If they say that the everything is expanding away and there's an accelerative expansion, meaning it's always speeding up, obviously acceleration, change of velocity, it's accelerating faster and faster away from, and then of course the edge of the visible universe is supposedly 46 billion light years away, the diameter is 93 billion light years, all this nonsense. So anyway, if it's expanding further and further and it says it's going faster than the speed of light, right? Well, then according to Lorentz contraction, as you get closer and closer to the speed of light, then the matter contracts more and more and more. And then once you actually reach the speed of light, then the matter would actually cease to exist effectively. It would contract to nothing. If you were to ever exceed the speed of light, it would completely not exist. So how could it be going faster than the speed of light and then any of the material exist?
Is there a paradox that does mass goes infinite at the speed of light, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's one of your paradoxes, but that doesn't matter. If something is contracting more, and it's that mass can be infinite at the speed of light, because mass equals energy. That's completely irrelevant to the idea of Lorentz contraction. And so as you approach the speed of light, things contract, right?
With respect to the observer?
It's not. It's a physical effect, though.
Not really.
Well, that's what Einstein said. He specifically said it's not an apparent and subjective effect. It's a physical effect. Okay, so I'm going to stick with the person that crafted your religion, not your new version of it. My question is, how can something be going faster than the speed of light away from us, expanding with an accelerative expansion? If it were to go faster than the speed of light, that would mean that it would no longer exist. Also, that would mean that since there is no center to the universe, and everything is the center, right? Everything is their own center. We would be expanding away from something else that's supposedly the center, which means from their perspective, we're also contracting. Eventually, wouldn't we then reach the speed of light? And how close are we to reaching the speed of light? And does that mean that galaxies are just starting to disappear at the edge, which you obviously don't see in your paradigm? Like, I'm trying to understand how you can claim it goes faster than the speed of light due to dark energy and an accelerative expansion that's always speeding up, but then with length contraction, somehow all the material just remains there unchanged. That's a paradox.
Hey, Witzit, there's a video of a child asking these NASA astronauts, and he says, if the universe is infinite, then how is it constantly expanding? And the NASA astronaut, like it stunned him, and he says, I don't have that answer. And then he said, but hopefully somebody from your generation will come up with that answer. That was his response.
I want to know how something can go fast. How can it be accelerating faster than the speed of light and the matter still exists? According to them, length contraction exists. So that means the matter must be contracting and contracting. The further away that you can see from the Earth, the matter must be more and more contracted, according to their own paradigm.
I don't think they. I think I don't know this for sure, but I think it's not so much that it's actually going faster than the speed of light. It's actually the universe is changing its shape in such a way that it looks like it's going faster than the speed of light. Am I not correct there?
Its shape? What does that even mean? No. The excuse that Kosho, for example, says is that, well, c is just a finite speed of light or information. It's not for anything, period. So if something isn't information, it can go faster than that. And that it's the space itself that is expanding. So since that's not information, it can go faster than the speed of light, which is obviously ignorant because that means it's carrying the matter with it, which means the matter is also going faster than the speed of light, which means that due to length contraction, it would literally not exist according to relativity. And at the least, everything that we look out and see should be getting smaller and smaller and smaller the further out that you see. Right? Because that's from our reference frame. So everything's relative to us. It's as if we're at the center, even though there is no center, whatever that means. So we're sitting on the earth. Everything we're looking at, we will get to see the length contraction because that's in a different reference frame that's moving away from us in our reference frame. Therefore, we will see the contraction, which means we should see that the further out we look, the more and more objects contract, and at a rapid rate since they're going so incredibly fast. And in fact, it's accelerating.
Could somebody please give a short breakdown of how this was determined that the space was expanding and since when, maybe a year or so, since when this is like the orthodox narrative?
It started in like 1925-ish when Edwin Hubble made observations that the alleged distant galaxies are not just randomly moving as was previously thought. They're actually moving in direct relationship to the Earth and the distance from the Earth. Which
I
means
read that paper, yeah.
Yeah, so therefore they had to say that the universe was expanding in all directions because there was a direct correlation to our position. So that's where they got the accelerating expansion model. They had to say that. But now it's flooded with paradoxes. This is like the dumbest theory I've ever heard. Like once I start looking more and more into it, it's just actually stupid.
Even though all the
Hey,
stars
Vincent, have you
still
come
are in the
across
same positions.
Have you
Go
come
ahead.
across the idea of the red and the blue shift, and actually them finding blue shift at the point where they find red shift at the same spot? Apparently, in other words, how can you have something that's supposedly coming towards you, but it be at the place where it's coming away from you at the same place?
Yeah, I've never heard of that. No, I mean, if you have any information, I would love to look into it.
So when I was researching, Hubble, apparently that was part of the problem is the understanding Doppler shift and the way it works. In this particular case, they found a phenomenon where the Doppler shift didn't apply 100%. Whether they, this is years ago, dude. So I have to go looking up. But it was basically researching Hubble and part of the problem of, not localizing Earth at the center of everything and having everything on some cylindrical shelves moving away. They kind of, I think they had to kind of do something with the Doppler shift to get out of it or something.
Hey, just real quick with it. Yo, you killed it in that fucking documentary, bro. That was awesome, bro. Kudos to you, man.
Oh,
good
thank
shit.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good shit. For sure. It was really
Yeah,
good.
be nice with the book and don't share it, bro. I just sending it to you to critique it a little bit before I publish it. That's all, man.
Yeah, cool. I'll just check it out. I won't say anything.
I mean, when it's out, feel free to tear it apart. But like I said, it's its final draft. It's not perfect. I'm slowly going through over the years editing it, man. So, and from the people I've shown it to, they can't. I'm telling you, I don't know if people just don't understand geometry or just basic. Like it's just hard for some people to understand. I think you're if anybody, you'll be able to understand. So.
Zanuck, I guess this shut you down, huh? You got nothing?
I mean, what are for example, for people who don't accept the heliocentric model, what are their alternative explanations regarding that topic? I mean, this would be then just a consequential error because of the wrong model, and maybe the qualitative interpretation may be changed then. Did you hear anything about that?
They'll never let go of the heliocentric model. They'll die 100 deaths first. But Yeah, you don't have the dark matter or dark energy problem with the geocentric Earth. You don't have many problems. So I mean, like expansion and contraction would be no problem. Redshift and blue shift can actually be replicated with magnetism, certainly within plasma mediums. You would in no way need to make up fairy tales about how it just looks like it's expanding in all directions because you're actually in the center. So the fact that the galaxies move directly relative to the Earth makes sense. The galaxies would just thus be completing a rotation once a year, which actually makes sense. Of course, they don't say that. They say it just looks like that, but actually it's completely random and chaotic, has nothing to do with the Earth and blah blah blah. So like, yeah, I mean everything becomes significantly more viable and possible to explain on a geocentric model. Yeah, people run around brainwashed thinking it's the other way around. So what can you do?
Yeah, well, real quick on that whole dark energy thing. They say that the stuff is moving faster than the speed of light, but they get around it by saying that the space is being created and the stuff's not actually moving. However, that doesn't mean you. That's a good point with this whole Lorentz contraction thing because it's still getting away, moving away from us faster than the speed of light. So yeah, it should contract into nothing. I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to look like, but
Yeah, I mean at the least, if everything's expanding away from us, it should be getting shorter and shorter and shorter the more you look out. I don't even know what that means though. What you said, right? Like with the space is being created and it's moving faster. That doesn't make any sense.
well, that's their ad hoc dark energy. It's not things are moving away. Things aren't. I mean, it is moving away from us faster than the speed of light, but they say the stuff's not actually moving. They had to do this to keep special relativity. Otherwise, you got stuff moving faster than the speed of light. So they had to say, well, the stuff's not actually moving. Space is just being created in between.
But if
In
space is
between
being
the stuff.
created, yeah, but that would make the things move. But just like I gotta do
Yeah,
something.
it's still moving faster than the speed of light. Yeah.
Well,
Either
what
way
is
you want to slice it.
Isn't the red and blue shift? I mean, obviously the red shift is a slower reduction of wavelength of light, and the blue shift is the higher, faster frequency of light, right? So how are you getting a discrepancy in those two patterns if everything's traveling at the speed of light or faster? You obviously have an indication of wavelengths of light speeding up and slowing down, right? That's how they're determining their position in space is based on that information. Am I wrong to ask that question? You understand what I'm saying?
I lost you, honestly. Maybe you can repeat it.
So if you have blue shift and red shift, and they're based on wavelengths of light, high energy, low energy, but then you have this quantification of things traveling at faster than the speed of light. So what's the separation in the mechanism to cause blue shift and red shift if everything's traveling at the speed of light or faster?
Well, I won't be able to answer that.
For these things on the edge, I mean, I don't know how you're even getting. How you would even be getting
Jeremy,
light that's.
do you
Hold on
understand
a
what I'm
second,
saying?
man.
If light is
Data.
traveling at the
What are you
if light is
doing,
traveling,
dude?
I'm
Data, what
asking
are
a
you doing,
question.
man?
I'm asking you a question.
Data, you got done talking. Now I'm talking, bro. You don't know how this works.
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question. You didn't even answer it.
I'm not, Ari, I'm not answering your question. I'm saying no one answered it. Does anyone want to answer Data's question?
So if things are traveling at the speed of light, how do you get
Hold on,
blue shift
man.
and
You
red
asked the
shift, buddy?
question. We're going to see if
Or
anyone
faster
wants
than
to
the speed of light?
answer it. If not, I'm going to talk. Okay, no one wants to answer it. Okay, can I go now or? I don't even remember what I was going to say. I can't.
If you have
Great.
wavelengths of light and they all have variable speeds, and you're determining the variable speeds by the color that they are, then how do you get to measure speed of light at a constant? If you have these different wavelengths of light, then it would be only to what specific light? I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
Jeremy, you don't remember what you were going to say? I know how that's the thing. We all have to try to not interrupt, even if we think the person's wrong or think that they didn't answer our question. Because the thing is, like, I think we all know once you're kind of in a flow and you're thinking of something, you're trying to get it out. It is very disruptive when someone just bowls over you. We've all had it happen. It's not pleasant. So it's kind of treat how you want to be treated kind of thing. I think as a rule of thumb, it's always best just to let someone speak because we're all trying to put our thoughts together and put something out there. And so it's never fun to be right in the middle of something and then just boom, someone sideswipes you. So.
Dude, I'm constantly sideswiped by Xanic.
Oh, everyone is.
Rumpus, you name it, man, don't matter. Even earlier today when I was just talking about oil, I couldn't get oil out with being sideswiped by Sean.
Yeah, he's another chronic interrupter.
I'm telling you, I'm just a byproduct of the environment. The character is a byproduct of the environment.
Well, but I don't do that, and I've been in this environment for years.
You're purposely here for another reason, Gio.
No, I'm just saying you don't just because other people interrupt, you don't have to interrupt. That's all I'm saying. It's not. It doesn't mean you have to do that. Just because other people do it. That was my point.
I think it's also kind of topic dependent if it happens or not. If we talk about planes and merry-go-rounds the whole day, interruptions increase.
What about a merry-go-round plane? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, real fast, what do you guys? Which name do you guys like better for my new Monday show? Relatively simple or relatively speaking?
Relatively speaking, that'd be better. That's my opinion. That's my vote.
I vote simple.
Relatively illogical.
Because relatively simple, I feel like it's kind of like it's like a backhanded compliment, you know. But relatively speaking, it's more like an authoritative, like, you know, like as if you're gonna introduce some logic to somebody, as opposed to just, you know, discrediting them right out the gate. I mean, that's my opinion, though.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I dropped a poll on my Telegram. I might just let them choose. I don't know, but like the idea was basically breaking down some of the misconceptions and stuff and showing that it's like overall it's pretty simple and just playing off the word relative. But I did think of relatively speaking today, and I think that's kind of cool also. So obviously I just want to use one of those two because it's like a well-known phrase. You know, it's like a phrase.
Right.
We'll say.
Exactly. When you say relatively speaking, it's more of a known. You know, they get where you're coming from. You know, like, okay, so you have more of a maybe there's more thought behind that, more of a authoritative position. That's in my opinion.
Cool, thanks.
Yo, let me come spit my train shit on your show.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, the light, if in order to get light that's been redshifted so much to where you could get the speed moving faster than the speed of light, that light would never reach you. You know what I'm saying? If it was redshifted that much to where it was showing us that it was moving at over the speed of light like that, you would never get that. You're not supposed to even get that light.
Now you're talking what I was just saying earlier. That's exactly what I was trying to bring up, is how do you get the speed of light constant if you have blue and red shift? It doesn't make sense. And that's what when I was researching Hubble, they said they had an issue and this is like before they came up with their reasoning for it. They had, imagine blue shift and red shift not actually moving location, but it's just an apparent effect that you're looking at. So if it's supposed to be moving closer to you, it isn't, but it appears to, and it's supposed to be moving away from you, but it isn't, but it appears to. So that was the conundrum with blue and red shift appearing to offer the attributes of coming closer, moving far away, but not actually doing anything at all.
Right, kind of like something that you're looking at a distance. How do you know if it's coming at you or going away if it's just kind of standing still? That's interesting.
That's basically what I remember researching about Hubble and the problem. What they were talking about, blue shift, red shift, and then of course you have the Doppler here on Earth, you know, and the correlation. Anyway, it's just another again like kind of like a little bit of truth in with the terrestrial versus the celestial separation.
Now is the red shift, blue shift a global perspective or like idea, or is it? Does that try to like help them explain their falsehoods? Because in that sense, then what does it matter? Because if it's a falsehood, it's a falsehood. If you have this red shift, blue shift, you know, paradigm going on, like they're still just trying to prove something that's still a falsehood to begin with. Because
Imagine observing something that puts you at the place of center, and that you have this apparent understanding of high energy versus low energy, but then you don't have you know, you don't have any reason to explain the expansion into something. Then how do you get something moving away from you if it's not expanding into something? I don't know. I mean, this is like imagine first coming across the phenomenon and then trying to explain it, right?
Right.
I would love to know like any specifics as to like what you mean. Like, they observe both red and blue shift like at the same place, or you mean just like in general both
Yeah.
are?
So at the same place. So the idea it's happening at the same place at the same time, and it's a phenomenon this is like from years ago. Just going like imagine them first discovering it. If you go back to the first time they ever discover it and read that's where I'm talking. Where I remember there being an issue, because if the idea is that if you have something moving towards you and moving away from you, high and low energy, but it's not um, obviously really doing anything, it's actually at that location still. So in other words, it doesn't change, or it's always there. I can't really recollect everything they said, but it was apparently a major paradox in explaining the effect of coming closer, moving far away, when it wasn't actually really doing that.
And I do remember specifically Hubble saying that like, yeah, like if the interpretation of the redshift is in fact just a different phenomena than the idea of moving away or coming closer, then it would change everything, and it would make the universe smaller, more dense, more local, younger. But
yeah, see, I'd have to go back and reread that. It was just bad memory on my part. But isn't it true as well that I mean, the hot and cold spaces as well have something to do with this high and low energy. So that like the Doppler effect is also representing high and low energy that the Planck satellite picked up. And so if you look at that, if you look how it picked it up, they call it the axis of evil. I mean, this is going off a bad memory here, but or because I haven't updated myself in a while reading it. But am I correct to say that was also the issue too, in the idea they're finding where they're looking outward, they're finding hot and cold in places where it puts the Earth in the center, if that makes sense. And it's also based on blue and redshift too, I think.
Well, I just don't understand how you could see both at the same time. I mean, like if you mean just like in the same general region, right? Where like I don't think one object could show both at the same time, right? I don't understand that. But I mean,
that's what struck me as an odd thing, and I wanted to ask if you heard about it, because that's what struck me as odd, is that was the understanding was if something's moving away from you, it's going to be this way, and something's moving closer to you. But then there's an anomaly where the blue shift is happening where the red shift is happening, then it would contradict the idea that where the blue shift shouldn't be happening because it should be red shifting, but it's blue shifting where the red shifting is. That's kind of like what I remember as the problem, the phenomenon.
Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah.
You are?
Okay. Sorry, because I have my new interface. So what Data's saying, I read about a while back. What he's talking about, if I remember correctly, is they found some galaxies that are both blue shifting and red shifting. So that's an oxymoron. That can't happen. And another thing,
there was something odd. Yeah, there's something odd with it again. I remember they were just they were worried about it, I guess, because it didn't basically. I shouldn't say worried. That's the wrong word. They were to explain it was difficult. Like everything in spaces.
It's not difficult, bro. They were both red shifting and blue shifting at the same time. It's not difficult. Something that can happen.
Where did you hear
Well,
that?
that is
from?
difficult though, because galaxies supposedly rotate. So like, say that it's moving away from you, but then you're looking at a portion of it where it's spinning back towards you.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're saying that it's both accelerating away from you, nothing to do with spinning. They're saying that what I read, it's both accelerating away from you and coming towards you at the same time.
Well, think about this, right? Say you have a galaxy that's rotating. That is technically acceleration. And say that it's accelerating away from you and rotating, right? So if you were to look at the right side of it, it'd be rotating away from you. And if you look at the left side of it, then it'd be rotating towards you, even though it's actually accelerating away from you.
Yeah. Of course,
at
sure
that one location, right, where it's
well.
measured. That's what I'm saying. At that one location, you're measuring it, but you have the two effects, right? So and it's part of the same object or same galaxy. So how can you have something moving away and then coming closer to you at the same time? So that one space.
Yeah, it would have to be like on one side it's red shifting, on one side it's blue shifting though. So I wonder if they've seen. I find it highly unlikely that they've only seen that, but at the same time, like even if it's not actually accelerating away from you, but like it just was rotating, like within a fluid like medium, like within plasma, and it's like electromagnetic rotation, like it's certainly possible that you could get red and blue shift because this can be replicated in a lab. So
Yeah, I remember seeing Polaris. I'm pretty sure it was Polaris was both red shifting and blue shifting.
I got pictures of Mars doing that. Yeah. Another thing.
Okay, so if
if
light is if light's traveling at the speed of light, how do you get this simultaneously happening at one location with one object?
Well, that's why I'm saying it can't happen, bro.
But isn't that whole thing?
It's not the rotation of the galaxies because they thought of that. It has nothing to do with the rotations. They have anomalous readings.
Isn't the whole thing just like a reified?
Before I forget it, bro, please don't interrupt me. Try not to interrupt me, Data. Let me just say one sentence. That's it. Thank you. What's it? You were saying before about the Lorentz contraction, right? Right. Okay, now you got to take this duplicity thing and incorporate it into your argument because what they say is when you reach the speed of light, when you approach the speed of light, things expand. They expand indefinitely. So there's a duplicity there. There's a dialetheism there. You got both Lorentz contraction and expansion. Just keep that in mind.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a paradox.
Yeah, it's another paradox there.
Yeah, it's goofy, but like specifically, right? Like Hawking explains in his foreword of the stubbornly persistent illusion compilation of Einstein quotes and writings that like objects continue to contract more and more as they reach relativistic speed, and that they would cease to exist. Right. So, I mean, that's a necessary requirement of the idea that things contract in the direction of motion relative to the speed. So if you were to go faster than the speed of light, it could not be material. And this is also just the base postulate of relativity anyway, right? The invariant constant speed of light, meaning that that's the limit that information can be exchanged. So obviously material moving is information. So like anything over the speed of light could not be material or information, right? So yeah, this whole idea that you can have infinite mass is just a mathematical paradox because their math doesn't depict reality. So they have to say like infinite mass for their math to work, but even just like conceptually, it doesn't work even with just the contraction because they're claiming that the universe continues to accelerate away from you.
What's it?
And we're actually accelerating too.
Do you believe that?
No, of course not.
No, I'm saying like the information cannot be sent faster than the speed of light.
No, I don't believe that at all. No, I think that light's instant, and so it's information. It's just in the ether. It just becomes visible.
What about thoughts and consciousness? Is that faster than the speed of light?
Yeah, I think it can be instant.
All right.
Just
wondering.
That's what I think. Yeah, I mean, of course, when we talk about thoughts, like, yeah, that runs through your brain. Obviously, there's a distinction between the mind and the brain, but like you have neural pathways and exchanges and stuff, so that creates a delay. But like, where the information actually like for you to receive it, quote unquote. Like, yeah, I just think it's already there, just like lights. I think the invariant speed of light is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's just a very like caveman way of looking at the world. Like, there's not a limit to light.
Well, things oscillate, right? So if things oscillate at an instant, there must be a way to quantify the that oscillation, right? So that's why we've done that with the speed of light with that number.
Yeah,
And
yeah, exactly.
apparently MIT can measure with a photon gun, measure one way shot of this electrical pulse. They have a sensor at the end, and they get 299 whatever the number is there. So apparently you can measure this oscillation and give it a principle, and then base that principle on other measurements, right?
You
And
can
then of
definitely
course,
measure what they call the speed of light. Like, it's one of the most heavily and precisely measured things ever. But it's not an actual speed of light because it's actually just a rate of induction, meaning, like, yeah, rate's a speed, but it's not traveling. It's just we're just quantifying how quickly we see light illuminate. And so there's a distinction between visible light, and we quantify how quickly we see the light light
wouldn't
up.
it be best understood as where the way our technology interacts with the medium, our technology that we're using, the amount of energy that we're allowed to induct, if you will, into the photon as we describe it. Our machine is going to be maxed at that capacity because our like when you make this device that shoots this pulse of electrical stimuli, we can't increase and decrease that pulse, can we? No, because it comes at one particular, let's say, factory default, and that factory default is inherent because of the medium that it's going through is beyond our control. But the machine that we're using is the conduit, the communicator between that medium. And so when we shoot that beam, we quantify it. We quantify it because our machine has designed that rate of induction or rate of oscillation, and we've quantified it based on our technology, right?
Yeah, I mean, there
Rather
would
than
definitely be a delay just from any machine trying to read it.
well, what I'm saying is, can we speed up this photon? Can we shoot it less? Can we shoot it at 200,000 miles an hour? Because if we were able to do that, then we'd be able to control that induction, right?
No, I don't think so. Like, other than manipulating the medium, right? I mean,
Well, that's what they do now to show you that light does slow down, is that they shoot light through water and through 24,000 frames a second or whatever the phantom camera is. They can show that light does slow down passing
but they'll
through a
say it's
medium.
not technically slowing down. They'll say that it's going the same speed, but that the light makes it travel a longer path. So, you just you keep the same speed, you increase the distance, so you get a longer time. Which is obviously just a made up story, but like, you can shoot a laser through glass, it'll go straight through the glass, but their claim, and it'll slow down 30%. They claim that the laser didn't slow down 30%. It just basically took a bunch of little detour routes through the glass and had to travel a longer distance, so it made it look like it's slowing down. Because if they don't say that, then it would obviously, violate the law of conservation of energy. It couldn't speed back up after it left the glass without more energy. So
Yeah,
Are you
exactly.
are you able to explain? I have a question for what's it. So, are you able to explain by any chance, like quantum entanglement or spookiness at a distance? Like, how is that working? How is that happening instantaneously? Wouldn't that show information being passed through?
yeah, that's a paradox for relativity for sure. I mean, like, when you look into like the experimental evidence of it, it's somewhat shoddy, but it's easy to explain if it does exist with an ether, right? So it's just like there's just a background of information there that you can tap into. It's already there. So, like, if that would be the only way to explain instantaneous action at a distance, is that there's an ether. Like, if I have a lake and I throw a pebble in the lake and then it begins to ripple, and if I like quantify how fast it ripples, if I count it or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, look, it took the water that long to get there. He'd be like, what are you talking about, dude? The water was there before you threw the pebble. Like, you're conflating the ripple with the water. And actually, that's just the movement of the water that's already there. So anyway, the water is obviously the ether in the analogy. So, like, yeah, you can explain instantaneous action at a distance pretty easily with an ether. Without one, if you can't, right? Like, That's why Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, because it like contradicts relativity. Yeah, the speed of light.
All right.
Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, like their whole paradigm is fake. Basically, it's just all pseudoscience. And
it makes sense, but clarify something. So the ripple, how fast is the ripple going? Because it's almost instantaneously. I mean, at least the experiments that I've heard that were done, they can separate electrons, and the electrons basically rotate instantaneously with no latency whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So like and yeah, there's actually even tests that show it going through 200 meters of cable 3 times the quote unquote speed of light. But it's like, this is a crude analogy, but like if you stretched a rope out across the room to the other side, and it was really really tight, and then like you just like pluck it, and it's gonna move almost instantaneously all the way along the string, but there will be a slight delay from where you pluck it, right? But the string was already there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it'll be like almost instant, but there'll be a little bitty delay. But that's just the movement of what's already there. And they're pretending that the string wasn't there. It's like the string went from one side of the room to the other, but it didn't, it's just already there.
All right.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they need the ether or some kind of medium to prove their mathematics has standing. But at the same time, they try to use that same mathematical equational whatever to disprove the ether. They're not willing to. Yeah, they're not willing to acknowledge it exists, but they're willing to go through all this freaking constant rigmarole of adjusting the mathematical equations to deny it exists, and then their own equations require it.
Yeah, like especially with the studies into the vacuum. Like the vacuum has just completely destroyed their entire paradigm, but no one knows it because they don't come out and say it. So like,
right.
They just say like, oh, quantum's different. And so everyone just goes around repeating that, and they think if they use the word quantum and they slap that on something, that it becomes profound. But actually it's stupid, right? It's actually just void of intellectual prowess. It's just dumb. So like, that's kind of the situation we're in. I don't know what you could do about it. You can't really do anything about it. But the study of the vacuum has shown that there's an ether and that there's a substantive quality because there's something called free space impedance, right? So that means that even in a vacuum, you get all the air you can out. There's still impedance there. And so what's causing impedance? For something to be impeded, there has to be some type of substance to impede it. That shows that the vacuum is substantive, which is an ether, and they cannot acknowledge this.
Yep.
Yeah, they just ignore it. That's goofy. I don't even know. Like what they do is they say, well, there's dielectric, they'll say electric. There's electric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Permittivity, obviously, just the ability to basically store or like obtain the energy, like to actually have it, and then permeability is like the ability to go through. So permittivity, like permission to store, and then permeability, like the ability to go through it, like a semi-permeable membrane, right? Like things can go through it or not go through it. Anyway, so like magnetism can go through the vacuum. It has magnetic permeability. The vacuum can store electricity. It has electric permittivity. These two combined give you what's called free space impedance, which is measured in ohms, 377 ohms. So like based on the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability, then you have free space impedance, which shows that there is something in that vacuum. It's far from nothing, and in fact, it's substantive because it causes impedance. They try to say that it's just this little like magic electron field and this magic photon field and all these different fields that are there, and we can't define field, don't know what it is, don't know what it's within, but it's just there, it's everywhere, but there's nothing there at the same time, and it's actually still in this world, and you just can't tell, and it's just a bunch of weird stuff, because if they say that the vacuum is in fact substantive, it debunks the entire heliocentric model overnight. It immediately falsifies it, because that means Michelson-Morley would have showed a fringe shift. So
that's why they can't do it, and that's why they constantly refuse to look at it.
Is that one of those welcome to ether moments?
Very much.
Well, the whole premise is to disprove the thing that they don't want to acknowledge, but it's counterintuitive, and it kind of leads them into a state of psychosis because they're using, like, that's why they have to keep changing the math. They have to keep changing the math because they deny the reality, and they're trying to use math to deny what's already there. And when their math proves what's there, they have to change it.
Well, this is one of the main things that they do. They literally just make math up, meaning like
Yeah, totally.
diapers in my backpack. They like virtual photons is a good example. So they have the idea of electrons and all this stuff, right? And every particle has what's called elementary charge and a magnetic moment. Like this magnetic moment, anyway. And it's not well understood within particle physics. Of course, that's the framework of physics, that everything's made up of little bitty bouncing balls. Like King calls it the cult of bombarding particles. So anyway, they use this framework so they can count everything. They think it makes them smart. They're bean counters. And so when they used this and they went and looked at magnetism, it immediately fell apart. It couldn't explain it. They did the math and they're like, okay, this many electrons, it should be this amount of power in the magnetic field. And it was way more than that. It didn't work. So what did they do? Did they say, okay, clearly our theory of what the magnetic field's comprised of is wrong? Of course not. What they did was they made up something called virtual photons that have never been observed, are not the input or output of any experiment, can't even be defined. They're just a mathematical fix, just like dark matter. And then they just fix their equations with the virtual photons. They find the prediction and the actual observation values. They find the difference. And then they say there's that much virtual photons. And then they just move along. So to this day, top levels of academia say that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. They actually had to do this for electrostatic charge as well. So the truth is that there's just a pure potential field in which all of this energy is pulled from, and that's really what it is. It's not particles that pop into and out of existence in layman terms. It's just a field that you can tap into.
I was thinking this is going to sound crazy to you, but they've been pointing the telescopes upward to the black holes, right? And this vacuum energy kind of thing with quantum field theory. I was just thinking the vacuum energy and the byproduct of having the vacuum energy create the what do you call it? The magnetic maybe remember now. It's like a magnetic flux is a result of it, and that magnetic flux that you get from the vacuum energy is because, I know it's going to sound crazy, there's a bottomless pit, right, which would be considered to me a black hole. And so I know this is going to sound crazy, and I was thinking this, and then I came across an old school esoteric image, and it was weird how right around the time I was thinking of it, I actually came across this thing, which basically is like a black sun. It was a black sun, right? In their occult meaning, the black sun under the bottom of the earth was creating the vacuum energy, creating this magnetic flux field that would, be only to solid bonded matter. But then I started, reading, and bottomless pit, it would be, described to me as a modern day black hole. And if you have all, that vacuum energy, then why wouldn't it be possible that vacuum energy is possible under the surface of the earth? And some people might call it hell. I don't know. But anyway, I know it sounds crazy, but I don't know, man. That's what I was thinking. Vacuum energy is caused by that. So, and then through that, you get that magnetic flux field, which gives it a downward bias. Crazy theory.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I always just stick with the downward electric current electrostatics because I just know people aren't ready for the next level because it becomes very, very metaphysical and very deep. But Ya emanates energy. It presses down the ether and it holds the whole material world together by creating electrostatic. When this ether's thrown into little vortices, it becomes electricity or magnetism. It's just this gigantic field of energy you can tap into.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Vacuum energy, because why I say that is because magnets will have a magnetic flux field that will create a vortex, like a vacuum energy, right? Am I wrong to think that? Because that's what I'm like been over in my head. Because why I'm saying vacuum energy is because at the end of the day, when we remove the medium, we still have that downward bias.
Wait, sorry.
To
Say it
me,
again. Like, say your first part again. Is that a vortex creating
I'm just saying associating vacuum energy because magnetism, right? When you get two magnets together, they will create a vacuum, right? They suck together kind of thing, right? And if you have that, you'll get a magnetic flux field that has these lines of downward direction, but it's only relative to solid matter, in this case, what we observe. And I think, and why I'm thinking vacuum energy this way is because when you remove the medium, you still have the downward bias. In other words, the acting buoyancy force is not, it's gone. And another thing I haven't tested for because I don't have a facility is how much faster the rate of equalization happens. Because there's always this play on observations of the bowling ball and feather falling at the same or dropping at the same rate in a vacuum, right? Implying that the vacuum energy is the same, the magnetism is the same, the vortex, the flux field is the same for both. But I don't believe that's true. I believe that if you take those objects higher, the one with the more matter will eventually fall faster. And so they're eradicating this idea that you have this constant rate of acceleration, right? Because I don't know, even Einstein says that E equals mc square. And then I think I read another writer who said that frozen matter, matter is frozen light, right? And so when we drop things, we have this acceleration rate. And if you look at it equals mc square, then you can see that light is traveling to this vacuum energy, right? I don't know. Fuck, there's a lot to think about it, man.
Well, that's very interesting. It sounds to me like you're explaining what people have recognized and comprehended as the attractive quality of a magnet, right? You got attraction and repulsion, whatever. Sounds to me like your view is the attraction is a vacuum.
It's vacuum energy.
But that's
so
interesting.
Two objects together creating two magnets together will create a vacuum energy, like a suction force, right?
Well, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard. I mean, this is a very interesting way to look at it. Conventionally, we've been taught or shown or told that it's attraction and repulsion based on the poles, the polarity of the magnet. But this is interesting because what you're saying is, I guess, the way I look at it personally is just energy directions. And you might call it vacuum, and you might call it permutation, you might call it, flux. But to me, it's still energy, and it's just a way of comprehending the direction of the energy flow. So, but when you say vacuum, sorry, I don't mean to take, but I just think this is super interesting. When you say vacuum energy, I'm just kind of like, wait a second, how does that work? Because, what we know of as a vacuum is based on like pressure and, density and mediums. But when you start talking about that with magnetic fields, it's just very interesting.
Well, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it because there's obviously, we always to take out the medium to get the effect, right? The acceleration. And then I was just fooling around with magnets and just thinking, okay, well, it operates this way. And then I was reading about magnetic flux fields and the directions based on magnets. And I just was like, and then I came across this fucking black sun image. Like, it was just so weird. I don't know if I'm just.
It makes sense to me because where the hell did they come up with the idea of vacuum, right? Hey, we're going to suck all the air out of this chamber. Nobody's ever actually been able to. Nobody, millions and millions, billions of dollars. Nobody has ever been able to construct or build an actual vacuum. like a true 100%, as they call, void of all particle chamber. Because even the chamber itself, a lot of materials they use, it will leach, what they call it, will leach into the interior. And you can't have, nobody's ever had a completely sealed vacuum. So maybe that's where they got this idea, knowing how the magnetic fields work in the ether. Maybe that's why they coined this whole idea of vacuum. It's just kind of, it's like another something that doesn't really exist, but it kind of explains what does exist in a half-ass sort of way. I don't know.
Well, I started, like I said, thinking about black hole, because like it's always about the inversion of things. Really, I think that's kind of the premise when you you don't obey your senses. Like if you, like Ronald Reagan says, if you obey your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth's flat, right? So the idea of things beyond our senses, but we can look at the magnetic energy, but to just fooling around with the idea, and you do got this push and pull effect, obviously. But to me, again, if the black hole is going to have this energy, this pulling energy, well, what's going to I don't know. Maybe it's just a it's not my word. They're not my words. Vacuum energy is related to quantum field theory, I believe. I just tried to apply it to the idea that there's a bottomless pit. And then when I was thinking that, I came across that occult image with the black sun at the bottom of the earth. So I just that's basically the gist of it, really.
Does that? You said that vacuum. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Yeah, there's always a few particles remaining.
Do you think there's like a hole in the firmament?
No, we're just talking about chambers here on Earth, like replicating a true vacuum is not possible.
Oh.
I guess you could see the attractive, whatever you want to call it, force of a magnetic field. I guess you could see that as a vacuum.
Well, I don't know how to describe it, because everything, if you want to use magnetic, it doesn't come off as a I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a strong enough representation. When you say vacuum energy in a magnetic flux field, and then you go look at magnetic flux lines do in a magnetic field, they have a downward direction or upward direction, obviously depending on the field. And then if you remove the air, if you remove whatever, you still have this suction, and it's just I just don't think it's mass attracting mass. I think there's actually a greater thing under the earth, that now that I think about it, and I think magnetism is just obviously another correct way of looking at the effect, because people do understand repulsion and attraction, I guess, fundamentally.
that's
But the average person is not going to understand. If I say vacuum energy, they're going to immediately think of a suction.
Sure.
Right, and so that's the kind of the implication of that language, I suppose, and way you translate the effect.
Well, it's interesting because what they claim, the black hole, they claim it's like such an intense, well, they'll call it gravity, right? They'll call it's the most intense gravity field, but really it could be the most intense magnetic field. And based on, a lot of our research, it's a dielectric plate, and gravity is not really gravity, it's actually magnetism. So that would be a very clever way, and whether or not they're ignorant, or maybe they know and they're trying to throw people off. But I think it's interesting because they do correlate. They definitely correlate.
It's not my language. It's just me reading and trying to.
No, I love it, dude. Thanks for bringing that up. That does kick ass.
Pure speculation,
like
man.
it.
As far as pure speculation, as far as me, I'd love to be a scientist and work in a lab. But to tell you that, I probably have a lot of fun.
Dave, I hate to burst
I
your
think we're
bubble.
all scientists.
Magnetism and vacuum, I don't see a connection there.
Vacuum energy, the idea that there's a magnetic attraction causing a vacuum energy, right? Just like the idea behind the suction. And so if you have a suction, then you're going to have energy behind it, potential energy. So things are going to be let's say, driven by a magnetic flux field, and you have this vacuum energy because of it. That's the idea, is the direction of the magnetism is going to create a vacuum energy. Then you're going to have these objects follow an acceleration rate based on the, based on the force that's applied through the concept of potential energy through the vacuum.
I don't see it, but I guess, yeah, it's possible. I mean, anything's possible, but I don't see magnetism somehow creating a vacuum. Sorry, bro. I don't see it. Just being real with you.
Vacuum energy, not like a vacuum where you're sucking, but vacuum energy in the sense that it's going to pull solid bonded matter at a rate, at an accelerated rate, right? Because there's a pull through the magnetic flux field, the direction that the magnetism is going to be pulling the object down. In this case, we have a down bias based on solid matter. I'm saying it's creating that. Like if you look in quantum field theory, I believe they use the term vacuum energy or 0-point energy.
It's their way of saying ether, Data.
Yeah, I understand. But again, it's just there's no implication when you say ether, but when you say vacuum energy, there's an implication of suction, right? And then and if there's a potential energy in that vacuum, in that potential magnetic flux field, you create that.
No, not really, bro. No, not really. When they say vacuum energy, what they envision is particles popping in and out of existence.
Virtual particles is vacuum energy?
What you think of as vacuum energy, I'll say it again, it's particles popping in and out of existence. That's how they explain it.
Is that part of the quantum field theory or quantum mechanics?
I think it's part of quantum mechanics, or the explanation that they first they dropped the ether, then they said there's a vacuum, but then they realized that there really is no vacuum, and even when they achieve the best vacuum, there's still something in there, and that what other people call ether, they renamed it quantum energy.
So you don't understand. You don't understand what I'm trying to invoke with the idea when you do have magnets that are attracting each other. There is a suction force, right? You understand what I'm implying?
Hey, that's an attraction. It's not a vacuum.
Yeah,
It has
it's
to do with
just
I
your
understand.
way of you're just describing it as a suction when
Exactly.
magnetism is understood up until I've heard this conversation today. This is the first time I've had somebody bring up. I think it's interesting, but the reality is when we're talking about magnetic fields, we're talking about attraction and repulsion.
Correct.
And a vacuum energy, to me, is just another way of saying a direction of the energy, which could be related to either repulsion or attraction based on your position.
It's not even that.
I just find it easy
Crazy.
to explain the concept of the
Yeah,
suction
Data.
through
Make sure
vacuum
every
energy.
time I talk, you talk over me, bro. Every single time.
You're kind of down. Sorry, Essie, you're
Yes,
kind of
it's
low in the
fair, bro.
volume, bro. You're kind of low in the volume, so I'm not trying to cut you off.
But so that means you can talk over me, right? Kind of low.
No, I didn't hear you. You're too low. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, go on, Data.
Your volume is low, SC, is what I'm saying. So I wasn't trying to talk over you. I just didn't hear you.
Okay, fair enough.
You can right click on him and turn him up so like individually on your end so you can hear him properly.
But
So I want you to understand, Data, that the energy that okay, I'm out.
That was by accident, but
Let me talk real quick then. The black sun idea, I never really connected that, so that's actually fascinating. I'm just listening to you explain that, and I understand what you mean by like magnetic vacuum. But what about like if you explained it more like a toroidal vacuum, where just like
I can't prove that just yet.
No, I know this is all theoretical, but this is what the scientists do. It's theoretical physics, right? But I'm just saying, what if, right? What if just like you get a swirl, right, a whirlpool, where the water is getting sucked down the toilet or the drain, right? What if toroidal magnetic fields or dielectric fields, the way that they work is similar to that, just a different medium, right? And you got these magnetic lines where it's a toroidal field that's sucking down magnetically, not with air pressure, but with magnetism. It's the same thing. What's the problem? Why can't we have that?
The problem is we don't feel the force of the magnetism, essentially. But there is a machine that the guy has used. I can't remember what it's called or the inventor, but he was running water through pipes, essentially creating these different charges, these different repulsions and attractions. You guys familiar with what I'm talking about? This is years ago. I don't remember. This is like, do you know what I'm talking about? So he's running water through these pipes and creating charge. No. So if the Earth is full of all this water, and we have all these underground tunnels and all this stuff, then it could be also driving this magnetic flux field, which is creating this charge of attraction. No?
I can't help but think about Ghostbusters when they got that one gun that sucks up the ghosts. Whatever it is that backpack that they got.
Proton pack, but that didn't suck up the ghosts. That just stunned them and captured them in midair, and then they used the trap. They slid the trap under the ghost to open up and suck it in there. A little trap.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's been a while. The trap.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
You want to hear something trippy? Is that they put that out in like the 80s, and I kind of came up with my own. I've got a 10 kilowatt. I can put 10 kilowatts on my back, and I can hit a button and make a stream of energy. But that's what's so crazy is I think they've already done this. I think that's like more real than fake. Because what happens is when you have that stream and you release that focused energy beam, it will ground out. It will go to the nearest, like, I don't know, path of least resistance to complete the circuit. So once you hit that button, it's just like what you see with the old Ghostbusters movies. You couldn't really control it. You know, they were always having a really hard time controlling where those beams went because they're just going to go to the path of least resistance, and they don't know based on the environment. Whenever you turn on that pack, you don't know what that beam is going to be attracted to, right? To complete the circuits, even the circuit, even though you want to hit this ghost or whatever, you hit that beam, it's going to go straight to the path of least resistance, and that's why it was so squirrely. They were always like, trying to keep them straight. They could never keep them straight. It's crazy, dude. That was in the 80s.
Ghostbusters is one of those movies you could just watch on a Saturday afternoon at any time, probably.
Well, and then I think Tesla kind of figured out how to he just figured out what materials the energy would seek the path of least resistance. And that's why he was able to basically sit in a room with millions of volts flying around him because he knew he knew the mechanics of it.
Well, that was discovered through animal testing, yep.
No, I don't think Tesla tested any of his.
All of them did.
No, he never did.
All of them did, dude. Yep. Whether it was a bird, whether it was a bird in a cage, buddy, they all tested it. Whether it was a frog,
Tesla
whether it was
didn't.
a bird, they all did. They're scientists, bro.
Tesla was married to a bird. He wouldn't harm a fly.
He probably did mice then. But at the end of the day, they're scientists, bro. So come on, man.
Well, there are some good experimenters out there that are actual scientists that don't abuse animals, believe it or not.
When it comes to electricity and it comes to understanding, the effect on a human body, you're probably going to test it out on something else rather than yourself first.
Well, he did it on himself.
I understand.
He did all of his stuff on himself
I understand.
first.
That's what you're told. Just like in the movies with Tesla, where he goes to stand up and then touch it in front of everybody. I mean, come on, man.
Well, I've done it myself. That's why I honor it, because I've done that myself. And when I was doing my experiments, looking up his patents and figuring out stuff, I was like, I'm not going to put a freaking what you call an animal. I consider all living beings my brothers and sisters in this realm.
You know how we got.
Wait, I'm just telling you that I didn't choose to put something in a cage when I was doing my stuff. So I just happen to know there's at least one person out there that wants to learn without putting something in a restrictive cage or usury position. I tested it on myself.
It definitely
I'm not going to put anybody at harm.
Definitely a lot of scientists have tested themselves. Newton put planks in his eyes to see if light was coming into his eyes or light was going out of his eyes. So you have lots of weird concepts and ideas. I just, when I've read from history and their medical achievements, majority of the medical achievement, I shouldn't say majority, that's not true, but a lot of medical achievements were beneficial to us because of animals. So
well, I will disagree to agree because we are animals.
No, we're humans, brother. We have consciousness, and we can distinguish between right and wrong.
Who says that they don't?
A lion doesn't. A lion
You
would not.
do.
No, a lion doesn't. A lion eats meat to survive, and a lion would look at you and snack you in a heartbeat. He wouldn't say, "Oh, you're a human. You got a family and bills and a mortgage." Nope.
No, I can see the different now. Okay, so we're talking biology versus theology.
We're talking about reality.
Well, your reality.
No, you can still respect animals, and you don't have to abuse them to gain knowledge. I'm just saying that they have done that already, and no behest to your, your shame, or you have what you got because you didn't do those kind of things, right? But there are other people that have, and according to you, they're going to have to, be shamed for it, but at the same time, or punished for it. But at the same time, a lot of the stuff that they did helped save, people's lives. I'm sure at some point there's a justification for it.
I don't think there's any justification for usury. Just my personal opinion.
It could be only because we're in a fallen state, and if you look at the historical events when it comes to angels, or you look at Book of Enoch or whatever, how did we learn all these things to do? How did we, for instance, this is a conspiracy on my part anyway, but Jekyll and Hyde, the guy that was murdering everybody in the UK there, I believe it was just taking people and opening them up to see what they looked like when they were alive, right? Like kind of the Jack the Ripper story, right? Yeah, that the idea that you're learning medical advances by doing some crazy stuff.
Those are rituals. That's usury. And I don't claim any knowledge or anything that I've ever learned being related to those behaviors.
Oh, that's the pharmaceutical industry's made on, dude. I'm sorry, it's all
Good for
around us.
them. That's why I stay the hell away from those freaks.
Anyway, you're not gonna like. There's a doctor. There's a book called The Luciferian Doctrine, and it gives you all these medical things to all these procedures
Those
to
are
do.
spells.
And no, talking about drinking.
You're talking about potions and spells and just
with like
weirdo
ginseng
shit.
and ginger and garlic. And
well, no, that's different.
You know what I mean?
Herbs. I can intake herbs, and I can do regimens on myself but I'm not going to do it on my furry friends or a mouse that I put in a cage. I'm not going to be like, okay, hey, I think this herb might be good for me, but first I'm going to force this thing to eat it and see what happens to it. Okay? If I think something might work for me, I'm going to try it.
You've
That's
heard of the
just me.
canary. You've heard of the canary in the coal mine, right? So
Yes, I never took one in there.
instead of
I
killing
never did it.
50 people dying or 100 people dying, one bird could allow people to work and to make an income and feed their families, but one bird would go there and to protect 50 to 100 people. That's bad.
Well, I don't know what you mean by protecting, because when it dropped dead, it
Well, that's
really
the whole
can't
point.
help. It can't help with the
It
evac, right?
it can, because
Well,
if
this
somebody
is
knows
usury.
if somebody
This is what
if
I
somebody
mean
even
by
knows
usury.
if somebody has enough time to pull the alarm, then it means you can
Sure, but
evacuate
that's
the rest, right?
usury, and that's why I was never a coal miner bringing
We're in a
canaries in there
fallen
as my
state, buddy.
warning device.
We're in a
You
fallen
are.
state. No, the world is, not me, the world.
Whatever, dude.
I'm not as idealistic as you. Ethically and
Well,
morally, we can improve as a society 100%. But I think there's going
I
to be a
think we have
gray.
our own boats. That's all.
Well, of
The world
course,
is the world, and we have our own boats. We are not necessarily all in the same boat.
no, it can't be. No, it would be a very boring world if we were.
Exactly, totally. I tend to stay away from boats that engage in usury because they're always sinking. It's always a mess, and they're always sinking.
The problem is the application to usury and the intention behind it. If you're looking at medical advances, let's say you wanted to cure diseases as a pure hypothetical, and you didn't want to risk a human life to test the substance, but yet the two creatures had the same disease. You tried the substance on the one creature, it cured their disease, therefore maybe hopefully having the same effect on the human. See, that to me is not necessarily bad, because if the animal had a disease, you could cure it, and then if that cure would be transferable to a human, then even better, right?
Well, that's, yeah, sure, whatever. But to me, that's just blasphemy. That's all. I mean, people have their own ways; they want to take their own paths. But I'm not
Well,
going
I'll
to
give you an
drill holes in
example.
my boat.
The first time you get a snake bite, right? And like the people who live in other countries who get exposed to this venom, they have particular antibodies in their blood, right? So somebody, like a foreigner, comes into their country and they get by a bee or a snake or whatever, they don't have the antibodies in their blood. But what you could do is you could take that vial of antibody, make a vaccine out of it, or an antidote of it, better stated, and give it to the person who's infected with the venom, right? So these are not usury type things. These are good things.
Yeah, but that didn't have anything to do with putting something in a cage to find out that works.
Sure, you go and capture a snake. You go and capture a snake. You put it in a cage,
Well,
and then
that's
you
what people
extract its
did
venom.
after it. That's what people
See,
did after they discovered the knowledge. But they never
but
had to
still,
do
they're
that.
still
That's just a
using.
lazy way. It's just
They're, s-
lazy. That's all.
they're still making serums from snakes, right? They're using snakes, and they're
Yeah,
making a
sure.
profit off of snakes.
Usury. Right.
But it's not bad, is what I'm trying to say. Because human
It's
beings
usury.
get bit. Human beings get bit by a snake. There should be an antidote. We have the medicine to do it, right?
As long as you're not using another sentient being, life form, to do so, sure.
You have to. Life
You
itself would
do.
not.
Apparently, you do.
Life itself would not be sustainable if we didn't eat animals, we weren't clothed by them, and we didn't.
And that's in
We
your
didn't
boat.
have. We didn't. No, I'm not a communist, buddy.
No, you got your own boat. It's cool, dude.
I'm not a communist,
I'm
buddy.
just saying it's a
So
different boat than mine.
I'm not a communist, right? So when you look at animals, they're useful. You have a certain group of people that would want to use them for husbandry, for clothing, for food, and for medicine. Um, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the goodness that's designed. Now, the usury that you're referring to is the extreme side of that, which is the profiteering, right? Or order it a chaos kind of thing. But
Yeah, I mean,
if we applied your idealistic way, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people would die. Do you know why? 90% of the world eats meat.
You know, that's fine. What I was just saying is, look, I live on a farm. I've grown up on farms. The difference between usury and just living in a fat and a manner of honor is the intent. Just like you were saying earlier, it's like your intent. So, you know, when I have a farm and I've got a bunch of cows, am I letting them just hang out and enjoy their lives? You know, the average lifespan is like 20 years or so, maybe a little less or whatever, maybe 15 years. And then once they, I can have them hang out in my pasture the whole time, and then they wouldn't fall over dead out of old age. Sure, let's have some hamburgers. But now when I start uh, engaging in usury, which is, okay, I'm going to decide that the cow only lives about 15 years, doesn't really need to live that long, you know, and if I could produce more hamburgers if I had 100 cows and then I took them out at 5 years. And then I could save all this money with all the food. You know, I could just you know, they even tried this. That's what mad cow disease came from. They even tried to feed the cows their own bones, trying to cut down, like, to profitize. So I'm not saying it's naughty to eat meat. I'm just saying usury is. And I'm saying I've lived on farms and I've hung out with cows that I've grown up with. And then, you know, they passed away naturally. I didn't go out there. I didn't have an intent to shoot them or to slaughter them to make hamburgers and to make money at any given moment. They just happened to pass away. So we went out and now we got hamburgers. And I'm sitting here eating this hamburger and I'm remembering all the good times I had out. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a cow. You might act like I'm
You think way
weird or
too much
whatever.
about it, dude. See, the thing is
No,
that
dude, this
it's natural.
no.
What's not
It's
natural is the
what I'm
industrialization
talking
of
about
it.
is natural.
I'll tell you why it's natural. Is if you look at Germans
I'm
in
just telling
Denmark.
you the difference
Let me
of usury.
finish. Let me finish.
What do you mean? I was
Up in
talking and then you
up in
interrupted.
like Switzerland, Denmark, Germany,
So
where
now I
it's
have to
really
let you
cold.
finish. Okay.
Those places were really cold and gray. If they didn't have dairy and they didn't use the cow to make the cheese and the milk, they wouldn't get a lot of vitamin D because there's not a lot of sun up north. So you need a supplement for
But that's
vitamin
not
D.
usury, that's a relationship and they're
Hold on,
honorable.
hold on. It's a natural relationship. So not only did they eat the cow, they milked the cow, and then they bred the cow for those two purposes: to eat, to milk. But not only that, for their hide, so they can make boots and jackets. Not only that, veal. They used what God had given them to prosper. The Germans, Danish, Denmark, that whole area, dude. If it wasn't for the cow and them consuming it and growing it and harvesting it, they wouldn't have had the immune system they had. They wouldn't be as strong as they had. So the cow is a pretty big deal, dude.
Well, so what's the difference between harvesting and honoring?
Industrialization of our food.
Right, and that's usury.
The industrialized process of it. In other words, if they were really about local sustainable development, they would reinstate the Homestead Act, which is now called the Land Act. I don't know what it's called in the UK. Which the idea is that you get up to 5 acres of land for free if you're a steward for 3 years, and that you're guaranteed $60,000 a year tax free if you grew chickens, you grew cows, you grew sheep, you grew goats. You could sell it for profit. If we did that, we wouldn't have to pay for shipping and containers across the ocean. We wouldn't have to have all this product shipped from other countries, because each particular town or country or state or whatever you're in would have that Homestead Act, and so people could trade in lumber, people could trade in whatever they grew on their farms. That's where we should be going.
I absolutely agree with that. I just think that we just have a slightly different comprehension of what usury is. And I'll hang out with cows and chickens all day long, and we can engage in a relationship that is prosperous based on these ebb and flows of life. But when I start having an intent, okay, I'm going to get 1,000 chickens and I'm going to get all this money. I'm going to pack them into this little tiny space.
But you're allowed to, though. You're allowed to, right?
I'm
Not
no.
necessarily. You're allowed to, as far
Not me.
as, well, see, this is the integrity of your business. If you're going out to inject your chickens with substances that increase the weight of your chicken, well, then you've already you know, you've already defeated the purpose of why you're doing this to begin with, because you're poisoning the food that you're selling people. The idea is
Dude,
to
all
feed
my
people.
chickens run around free. If they get, we've
Awesome.
had problems with raccoons. Sometimes the raccoons get in the fence and we lose a bunch, but they all run around. You know, we don't keep them. They find their safe spots.
You're
We've
already
got
lucky,
other
dude.
things.
You're already luckier than most people. If you have if you have land and
Well,
chickens.
that's what I'm saying, bro. I feel for people who live in cities and like big cities and stuff, dude. I mean, they will like, they'll be like, oh, sorry guys, you got to eat cockroaches now.
Do
Sorry,
you know
we
where
can only
people are
feed you
gonna?
crickets.
You know where people are gonna go though when the cities break down, though, right? If they do
Oh, I
break down.
know. They'll be knocking on my door.
Where's your
And
fucking cow? I'm hungry.
plenty of ammo. Oh, don't worry, I got plenty of ammo. I got plenty of friends. And you know what I would like to see is people realize, hey, you know what? Farms aren't such a bad thing.
They've really made
You know?
the teenager ignorant to where food comes from, and I've seen some of these Mark Dice type interviews, where people are like trying to abolish farms while they're drinking their Starbucks coffee.
It's crazy, dude. It's absolutely nuts.
Nightmare.
It's like, what are you gonna eat tomorrow? You're not gonna eat eggs.
Maybe
You're not
that's
gonna
the
have
point,
cheese.
right?
You're not gonna have milk. You're not gonna have anything that comes from a farm.
See, the way I would equate to having farms is back to the biblical days, where people celebrated and came together and played worship to the God that gave them the food and sustained them, right? The corporate industrialized version of that to feed mass people at the idea of capitalism, not necessarily inherently bad, because feeding mass population is a good thing. Taking care of people is a good thing. It's the idea is that they are going to, obviously abuse the system, and intentionally, I think, to abuse the system so that people like yourself will get even more idealistic and therefore go, this is totally bad, but never actually, change anything about it, right? Apparently, you can't change things with clicks.
No, but what you can do is you can share information that can change things with clicks.
If you started making your own fuel, charging it less than the gas stations and putting it, because I remember one farmer, he sold fuel in the community. He got in some big trouble for it, but he's making lots of money because it was way cheaper than what they were doing. And he had, I mean, it wasn't like a huge town or anything. It was not like, I can't remember how many people, but the idea he was making profit off of it, and they shut him down.
Well, ethanol is actually really easy to make, and that's why I think they probably used prohibition and this demonic hatred propaganda about moonshiners and distillers, because really that's ethanol.
Was it alcohol they
mean,
ran the cars off of first, or was it ethanol they ran the
Mhm.
cars off of
Yeah.
first?
Yeah, I know.
Because the prohibition was alcohol. They were like, hey, you can't use this. We're going to shut this down.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
And it was really about fuel, people's ability. I've got a book. It's like, it's only like 100 pages. It's only like 100 pages, and it'll show you how to make ethanol out of like probably like 50 common things, like from grass clippings to leaves to like just paper shredded, just like put when you put in the paper shredder, you can make ethanol out of paper, and they throw
Bro,
that
I don't
stuff
have
out like.
I don't have a farm, man. I honestly, if I was in your situation at a farm, I'd probably dabble in biofuel just to see if I
Oh
could
yeah,
do it.
it's so easy. Well, I got away from that because a Tesla Tech is even easier. I mean, I've got a 10 kilowatt system that'll power itself. The second they try to shut down the grid or whatever, I'll just be like, all right, well, we're going to have to take turns on the bicycle. That's all it is. It's ridiculous. We can power the whole freaking thing with like 90 minutes a day on the exercise bike. We'll take turns.
That's pretty cool.
It's done. It's so easy, dude. I got away from all that biofuel shit because you have to have like a bunch of space. Then you have to have all this, sometimes your neighbors get weird when you got a big fire or whatever. Or you need a lot of acreage for biofuel, honestly. But Tesla Tech, dude, you can take a couple of alternators from a car, pull out the diodes, and they'll run themselves for like 20 years. You got 40 amps right there. Boom.
When you say biofuel, you mean corn ethanol? You mean that, right? That's
Or
not very.
whatever. No, there's all
What
kinds
about
of biofuel.
hemp?
Well, yeah, hemp would be awesome. Like if they would actually allow that to be, hemp would be the best biofuel possible. That's why they
Well, I'm
banned it.
trying to hit this. I'm trying to hit this guy up here. He's got his growers and whatever. I'm like, let's make some fucking gasoline.
Well, that's why they banned hemp. And then diesel is really easy.
I thought it was for the paper company because the paper company was chopping down trees.
Yeah, I know, but look, once you get into the logistics of this and the costs, you realize, okay, that's doing to start from scratch and to produce your own biofuel. It's pretty expensive because you have to have the mass, you got to have the facility, then you have to have the security to do it. So then I went into used cooking oil. This was back in like 2003 when they first did the whole oil super high gas price shit. I worked with logistics. I had access to like 500,000 gallons of fuel we would pay for every month. So I was like, hey guys, let's just go around and collect freaking used cooking oil from all these restaurants around town. And I did. We were doing it. We were doing this shit. It was hilarious. We could all you'd have to do is filter it out with just a screen, just a little wire screen. You filter out all the potato bits or the chicken bits or whatever the hell they were cooking in the oil, and you could pour it right into our diesel trucks. We just happen to live in a climate where it wouldn't gel up. We didn't need converters. We didn't need to do conversions or anything. You could just literally dump it straight. You could buy vegetable oil off the shelf. You can still do this today, but they've manipulated the pricing now. But you could buy pure vegetable oil off the shelf, dump it into your diesel vehicle, your diesel engine. It'll run fine. It'll run great, and it'll smell a lot better too. So in 2003, that's when they did the big oopsie. I call it the big oopsie because they were charging like $5 a gallon for diesel and shit. We were losing our shirts. I was like, hey guys, let's do this. We got cooking oil. I got all these restaurants. I was a restaurant manager for years and shit. I already had all these connections and shit. We're like, hey, we can just go around and collect these things. Get a little tank. Like you guys see people driving around with car washing. They got these big tanks of vegetable oil or whatever. We could go around and haul up like 500 gallons in one day for free because the restaurants had to pay.
Restaurants had to pay.
Restaurants have to pay to have oil disposed of, is what he was going to say.
Interesting when they could probably
Right.
oil
They had to pay to have their cooking oil disposed of. So I would just go in and collect. I'd be like, here, give it to me free. And then we go around the corner and dump it into our tanks. And we were saving so much money. And that's when they changed. That's when all that craziness happened back then. I think it was like, I don't know, then all the war. But it's so crazy how these guys, they do this shit and then they get caught. Because we had them. And then after all that happened, they put hazmat requirements. Because before that happened in 2003, when we were doing this, you could just go to a restaurant and be like, hey, I'll take your cooking oil. I'll take your used fryer oil. Here. And they didn't have to pay me. There was no regulations. But then once we started doing this, and then I can't remember if it was the first Bush or the second Bush. I think it was the second Bush. But he was like, that's when it was right after 9/11, a couple of years after 9/11. Then they're like, oh, sorry. And then they changed the EPA laws to make it so transporting cooking oil required a hazmat CDL. It's so ridiculous. They
you could
totally
probably appeal.
destroyed the whole market by requiring to have hazmat CDLs to transport used freaking vegetable oil. Total scumbags. They're absolute parasites.
You could probably appeal the bill now with the artificial intelligence. You could probably go and appeal the bill and then get signatures for it and take
Oh,
it
I'm
to
sure,
Senate.
right?
Well, why not? Because the idea is your argument is I mean I did a bill with the Homestead Act. I posted on Discord. The idea is that it's sustainable, right? And the best way to be sustainable is to recycle. So they have no way to refute you.
Well, that's why I'm still waiting for somebody to come up with a secured crypto depository. Now, back in the day when crypto banking came up with that was supposed to be secure because it was anonymous, but then China was the only one that did it. Blah 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 blah. So we need to have computers that can. I know this kind of sounds like I'm going off course, but it's the same exact topic. It's this monopolization, control freak, usury shit. And it doesn't matter if it's your fuel, doesn't matter if it's your money, doesn't matter if it's traveling. These guys are just in this trance. They feel like they are in right. Well, that's the new idol. That's just the new idol they're putting up for everybody to worship. AI. Yay. You know?
Some of the information regarding vegetable
More like
oil,
AI.
vegetable oil as a direct additive. So you have to convert it to a biofuel.
No, not at all. Not in a diesel engine, dude. At any climate under, it only starts to gel up around 50 to 45 degrees. But if you live in like Florida or Texas or Arizona or one of these climates, you can go in and do it. If you have anybody in here, you have a diesel engine, go buy a freaking gallon of vegetable oil, dump it right in your tank. It won't do anything. It'll probably run better.
Well, what I'm reading here is just the energy.gov, the United States Energy Center, and just talking about biodiesel. It says made from SVO. Biodiesel is sustainably different than SVO and results in better engine performance. The process of converting plant oils or greases to biofuel reduces the fuel's viscosity and boiling point, making the product more conventional diesel fuel. Biodiesel is the most commonly blended with petroleum diesel fuel. SVO performance. Using SVO as a vehicle fuel increases the maintenance cost and reduces the lifespan of the diesel engine. So this is your oil that you're talking about, the vegetable oil, unprocessed or used, whatever vegetable oil in general, whether it's from your restaurants or purchased over the counter. The reason is the carbon deposit builds up inside the engine, typically over long term. So of course it says you can use it. Obviously, there's going to be more maintenance and cost. So refining the product, how would you refine the product? You would have to add the diesel product to it, or what would you do to refine it to make it less viscous?
This is like a branding. They're just branding. That's all they're doing with that. Is they'll say, "Oh, biodiesel," but really, the idea is it's a plant-based fuel. This is what basically won World War II with peanut oil for the tanks, because it was not refined at all. They had it readily available. It was just straight vegetable oil. That's what Rudolf Diesel, the guy that invented the diesel engine, it's all based on just very rudimentary plant oil. Sunflower oil, I mean, dude, let alone hemp. Like, this is what's so ridiculous. I'm just so tired of this nonsense about the fuel, and not to mention the fact that oil all our oil reserves are being refilled. They can't explain why. They don't want to say it, and we're all supposed to go broke because they can't get along. No, they're just parasites, dude. It's just freaking usury, man.
And that area, I agree with you 100%. But that's our fault, not as a whole, for being complacent and tolerant. And I'm guilty of enjoying the luxury of a Western world as far as watching sports, coming home after the work night, cracking a beer, turning on the tube, right? That's the culture, bro. The culture is to shut it out and turn a blind eye and participate in the circus.
Well, the bread's poisonous and the circus is boring, so I think Rome's got a problem.
I remember back in the day, I fell into that what do they call it, Hubbard's Peak. You know what that is? Hubbard's Peak
I've
was
never heard.
the theory that oil would eventually reach climax. The production of oil would
Oh
reach a
yeah, that was
climax.
like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Gee, wait, oh dang, we can't hide it. Dang, I guess well, dang, I guess there's still gushing oil. I guess all these wells are still dang. Oh, huh.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to censor everything."
And then after a while, they
Such
realized, like you're
scumbags.
saying, abiotic oil is a thing. Abiotic oil, as in oil, is actually produced deep in the earth continuously, and it seeps up from the earth all the time. And these old wells that they sucked up dry, they come back 20 years later and there's oil again.
That's a lot of dinosaurs.
That's the rumor. I haven't fact checked that, but
It's a lot of dinosaurs that somehow the oil that came from dinosaurs, even after all the dinosaurs are dead, somehow it's still continually regenerating. That's weird. Huh. I guess we got some dinosaurs living in the catacombs and the deep chambers of the earth, right? And they're just
see,
living and dying off, and right, in millions of years, and we don't even know it. And gee, wow.
I have family that worked up north in the Nunavut, some highly classified areas up there, eh? And during their working period up there, they came across some discoveries like palm trees, frozen woolly. He was there when they discovered a frozen woolly mammoth and palm trees. Got to see it with his own eyes, right? And I'm thinking that all of the change, like the compression of all the trees that were buried like 400 or 500 feet below us, that's all turned into kerogen. And I think that's what all that oil is. It's just that kerogen from all the compression of all the dirt. It's just sitting there in big pockets, right?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
these
It could
chemical
be like,
processes. I was gonna say these chemical
sorry.
processes that turn carbon or organic matter into oil. They want to say that it takes millions of years, but between petrification and the production of oil, these things happen a lot quicker than we ever imagine. Like petrification can take place in 30 years. They've witnessed
Did you
organic
see
matter
the
turning into
animals?
stone in 30
Yeah.
years.
No, did you see the ones the animals that drink from the lake? They get petrified like almost instantly. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
like
Yeah,
all
I've
these things
seen
that they
that
said, oh,
shit,
this
dude.
takes millions of years. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Now,
Yeah, I know that
can
from
somebody
firsthand. Yep.
can somebody explain that to me? How an animal can drink this water and then turn to stone, calcified stone?
Dude,
The
I
process.
found like when I was a kid, I found a petrified frog. Like, and it was like, and like I can't even remember. I think it was like 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that. But I remember when I brought it to my parents or whoever is around, they're like, "Holy crap, what the hell?" And he was just It was literally just he was just sitting there chilling, dude. He was just in a classic frog stance, just totally petrified.
Oh, were you given an explanation of how, like, what was he located next to?
I found him in the mailbox, dude. It was crazy. And it was after like a rainy day. It was like I just remember going out to get the mail because when I was little, that's what I like to do is go get the mail and shit for my parents and shit. And when I brought that in, they freaked the fuck out. It was weird. I was like, what, dude, check this thing out. And they were all freaking out. Like, what the hell? Where'd you get this? And I'm like, it was in the fucking mailbox. Like, it's a trippy story, but.
It's very funny, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't know. I mean, I think I was like 4 or 5. I didn't know. I just was. I was really curious, and I wasn't afraid of shit. Like, when I would dig into the ant hills when I was a kid, and everybody thought I was a freak and shit. And ants would be crawling all over me, and I'd just be laughing, and people were like, "Dude, that guy's a fucking freak." But I was like 3.
I'm checking out this Reddit post. It says petrified frog I found in the exact same state 10 years ago. My son and I were walking to the pool in our apartment complex, and I saw him in the grass when I picked something up he had dropped. I thought he was alive. My mother suggested posting to see if anyone had this.
It was about the size of a quarter. It was really small.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting, man. Interesting stuff.
Like, I mean, and then back then I didn't really realize it, but now looking back, I'm like, okay, how the hell did that thing get in there? Okay. Somebody had to have placed that thing in there. Somebody had to have already placed the petrified frog into the mailbox, right? Or that frog was jumping around and not petrified, like, and got in there itself and became petrified within a certain amount of time, right? Like, which is not like there has to be some kind of flash. They won't talk about that. They will never talk about how
Crystallization.
petrification, right,
Yeah,
right, like instant flash petrification, right,
yeah, it's instant calcification.
right, something like that. So
Well,
one of the two
found
things
that
had to happen. Somebody had to put that thing in there that was already to that state, or it crawled in there on its own and became into that state. Because I was out there every day. It was like what I looked forward to. I think it was like 4 years old. It was the mission. Yay! I get to go get the mail today. Yay! Every day I get to go get. Can I go get the mail, Mom? Right? I'm literally like 3 or 4 years old. That was like my adventure of the day, to go out, open up the mailbox, and bring it back in, and my parents are all happy and shit, right? So this time I find that shit. So at the time, I didn't really realize it. I was just like, wow, look at this here. And I showed it to blah, blah, blah. But then once I get older and I look back, I'm like, okay, all right. So that's a petrified frog. I was told it was a petrified frog. And now if that's the case, then it would have to go through a process. And if that was the case, then somebody would have had to put that thing in there with some kind of intent, knowing that I go out there to the mailbox every fucking day. Or it actually somehow crawled in there on its own. And I remember even when I was that young, I keep saying it because I can't remember, but I think I was like 3 or 4. I could walk pretty good, and the mailbox was pretty high. I had to lean up to it. But anyway, I remember it sealing very tight, and I remember even having the thought of like, wow, how the hell did that thing get in there? Because there's no holes in it, and how would a frog crawl up this post? Like, how would, right? How would the frog? There's no way this little tiny guy could jump, 3.5 feet into a closed box, right? Even back then, I had these thoughts of questioning. I was like, that's weird.
this is kind of a side subject, but one time I got home when I was young. Must have been like ninth grade, something like that, and I used to have a fish tank in the porch, and it was a ghetto little fish tank. It wasn't temperature controlled or nothing, and this day was like it must have been like 100 degrees, and that fish tank was not that big, so that water was hot, and the fish that was in there jumped out onto the porch, and I remember it had like a green carpet, like a golf carpet. Where you go play mini golf, they have these green carpets. Well, it was like one of those carpets. And then when I got home, that fish was fried. That fish was toast. Like it was dead. Like I seen it. It was dead. One side of it was still moist, but the other side was completely dry. It was in the sun beaming, all the windows shut in the porch. If it was 100 outside, that porch was like 110. And then and I'm not even exaggerating, like literally it was like 98 degrees that day. And I was like, "Oh, I felt bad for this fish." Um, and it's not that it was petrified, but it was one side of its body was completely like hard and crusty. And then I don't know. I remember I put it back in the tank. I might have said a prayer. I don't even remember. I think I might have said like a little prayer, like, "Oh, poor fish." Yeah, I was like, "God help this fish," or something like that. Just I didn't expect the fish to really do anything or come back to life. And if maybe it has a survival instinct, like maybe this type of fish had like some survival instinct. Maybe it came from a desert climate. I don't know. But I put it back in the tank just to see what would happen, and it looked dead. It was it was dead. I come back later, that fish is moving around. Like it was moving around, like little by little.
Nice.
Little by little, it came back to life and it recovered. But I don't know if it was like an instinctive
Dude,
like
that's sick, dude.
survival instinct that it had or what. Because sometimes like lakes dry up and then there's like just like these little puddles that these fish
You
eventually
never
like.
know.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah.
Dude, I trip out when they like freeze animals and then they thaw out and come back to life. That trips me out, dude. That's crazy. Like, how do you explain that? Like, how do you get frozen and then they just come back once you thaw them out? That's weird.
You'd have to talk to Simon Phoenix.
You're talking about
He
insects.
knows all about that shit.
Insects don't have blood, and some animals are warm-blooded. I mean, cold-blooded. I mean.
But it's cool to think that like now like in sports injuries, they try to quickly freeze it, like to help in the I guess they're just trying to freeze your blood so that way it doesn't give it a chance to inflame or whatever. I don't know the science behind it, but it's pretty interesting.
Isn't that cold fusion?
I honestly
Literally
don't.
speaking,
I
that's
don't know
what
this.
it is. And then they want to tell us there's no such thing.
Yeah, it's like a healing property. It's like a legit healing property. It's really interesting.
It's
seen that guy
literally cold fusion, dude. You're fusing cold, which is the temperature, to the muscle mass for therapeutic results. But it's not possible when it comes to electricity and energy. Now, oh man, it's just so ridiculous.
Agreed. Have you seen that guy Minhoff though? He goes in like the cold water. I think he has the record for actually. I think either him or David Blaine does for being like in a cold ice bath the longest. He swears by it, like healing properties. I think he climbed Mount Everest without shoes or shirt on.
Dude, I think those guys are like, they just have total I wouldn't say total, no, but well, I don't know, but they have very good control of their biomolecular mechanics. Like
They're
they're
heating and
really
cooling
able
systems.
to like, yeah, they're really able to dial
Heart
in
rate.
because I've done some of that stuff. I've done breathing exercises with Marines and shit in pools and stuff, and that's a whole different level when you're dealing with freezing temperatures with salt water. I mean, we're talking like 15-degree water, and some of these guys can get in there and just hang out for hours. Like, how does right?
See, I believe that that guy there that Kosha just posted is evidence that the giants, if there was giants, they could traverse to places like the North Pole or Antarctica very easily because of their biomass and control of it, like you say.
Well, yeah, it'd be like 15 steps, a light jog.
Well, depending on the giant, I suppose, but the end of the day is that they would have different capacities to temperature. I mean, they could probably sustain minus 90 quite easily compared to us sustaining minus 90 without technology. Again, just I'm totally on a speculation today. I'm all about speculation today.
Well, his whole thing is about like mind over, matter, I guess you'd say. Because I mean, I think there's some truth to that. I remember my friend when I was younger. We were at cold and stuff. We'd be walking in the cold, and he said that because I'd be shivering. It's like, yeah, if you don't shiver, you're actually not cold. Like you're a lot less cold. And I stopped shivering, and then it wasn't cold anymore. It's weird.
That's some Shellen monk stuff right there, bro. Like mind over matter.
Yeah, that's right. No, but the
Hey,
Wim Hof
Kosho,
thing. Yeah.
just before you go on, I just want to say to you, I apologize to you if I've ever said anything harsh to hurt your feelings.
Well, I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. I heard you say that to Zanik as well. And I think it's very kind of you to say that. And me myself, right back at you.
Trying to
Kocho,
be a proper human being, dude.
Kocho, I'm trying to insult you more. I'm just kidding.
I know you'll get there one day. You'll get there.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Try to destroy you every day. The mission. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. Well, one day. Maybe not though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna live to be 630, 633, 630.
Are you afraid of dying, Kosho?
Afraid of dying? I wouldn't say afraid, but I like living. If that answers your question.
If you died tomorrow, would you be satisfied with everything you've done in your life?
I'd say no. I would not be.
Then that probably means you'll be afraid to die.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid of that. Yeah, of not just of dying, but yeah, of leaving unfinished. Yeah.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to take away from your question. You were going to ask Kosho. Carry on if you like.
No. That's a fine question, anyways. But what was it, anyways? I don't remember. I was just talking nonsense, anyways. I said I'm gonna live to be 630. As you were gonna ask something, Apocryphon.
No, I was just gonna say Illuminati confirmed. You said 633. I was just kidding, man.
Well, actually, I was disappointed because I turned 34 the other day, and I was
Happy late
excited
birthday.
when I was 33. Thank you. I was excited when I was 33 though, because I was like, I felt like something Freemasonry was gonna happen. Nothing just
You thought you're gonna get some enlightenment?
Something, I don't know.
When you pass away, and then you meet you meet the Creator, and He tells you that the Earth wasn't a ball. Can you come back to Earth and somehow and tell us like you're sorry?
Yes. If that happens, yes, I will definitely apologize.
In all fairness, on Kosho's defense, I don't think God's going to send you to hell or heaven if you believe it's flat or a globe.
Of course not.
Of course not. We're not
I don't
saying
think he
that.
would. I don't think if there was a heaven and hell, I don't think that you would get sent there for not even believing in him.
Hell is when you deny the reality of the situation. That's all.
Maybe. Ignorance is bliss, as I said, right? So.
Well, apparently ignorance is hell.
I know, but I mean, is it? If
They
bliss,
just want you to
bliss
think it's bliss, right? That's the reverse psychology operation there. Anybody that knows anything knows that ignorance is hell. Because you're a slave. Well, you're a slave. You have to be a slave if you're ignorant. You're a slave to something or somebody else if you're ignorant. So to me, that's hell.
But they live happy lives. Happy, ignorant lives.
Oh, sure they do. Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the whole point. If that's what I say, ignorance is bliss, because it's maybe
that's a psychological operation.
Useless and boring in my case, in my opinion. But it's I think you can still.
Well, when I'm driving down the road, I don't want to be ignorant to the path and what may come, what I may have to navigate while I'm traveling. So in that regard, I would think ignorance is stupid.
Yeah, it was kind
I don't know what these people think, that being ignorant of your ability to navigate your path is bliss. To me, that's psychosis. It's upside down, backwards, reverse psychology and trickery and usury and all that nasty shit.
Have you never seen somebody who was they didn't know they were a slave, they didn't know they were a prisoner, they didn't know that their life sucked, and they were actually just really happy?
That's all Americans.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that.
I run into them all day long.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily it's like hell for them. I mean, it may not be a full like a life I would want to live, or a complete life in my regards, but to them, they're happy.
Good for them. Stay away from me. That's all I'm saying.
I think most people are like that. And actually, most of them aren't happy, but most of these people we call slaves or.
Well, they claim their ignorance of their unhappiness is bliss. It's like, okay, well, no, thank you.
The ignorance of their unhappiness?
Apparently, that's bliss. And what really is bliss, right?
That's not
what
bliss.
is that?
If you're unhappy and you're ignorant of that unhappiness, I don't know if that's bliss. It's mostly.
Well, that's exactly their claim, though. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, ignorance.
So it doesn't matter.
Of your unhappiness.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you're unhappy, if you're angry. It doesn't matter, because bliss apparently is the best thing, and you have to get there by being ignorant.
No, you don't.
I mean, don't you see how ridiculous that psychology is?
Kosho, may I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? Is a child generally happier than an adult?
Yeah, sure.
Just okay. So there's a form of what you would consider as an adult to be ignorance as a child, but the fact it's a child, you justify the ignorance as, well, it's just a child. It's not supposed to know. Well, I'm just going to say that Jesus Christ talks about returning to heaven in a childlike state. So do you think that it's kind of hard with all the propaganda, with all the mis and disinformation, especially if the United States is going to collapse? You have all the BRIC nations coming. There's Israelis and the Jews and all this stuff, and the Russians and the Chinese, like they're all coming together under a political guise for the destruction of the West, right? Is it hard to be in a childlike state when you know that kind of stuff? I would assume it is, right? But the idea is that if you ask for the information, you have to be willing to be prepared to go back to that childlike state by, again, being ignorant to what's going on.
Yeah. Or accepting it. I mean, if you accept the world the way it is, and you change what you can, and you accept what you can't change, then you can get no.
Yeah, but you see the thing the thing is that unless you're in that occupation, let's say you're military and you're Israeli military, you're going to be exposed to a lot of things that you're going to have to compartmentalize in that manner. But the average citizen is not used to that kind of stuff. They're not even having training for that kind of stuff, right? So for me, I'm not an army military guy, and I respect a lot of what whether you're Israeli, whether you're Russian, whether it's a very hard job to be a part of, especially if you're at war and you have to do unnecessary things, would you consider good against evil or evil against good, whatever it is. There has to be a point where you compartmentalize it, but then for the person who's subjected to it, they have to remain ignorant, because if the population woke up, which there is more of it, what's happening? More increased suicides, more increased murders, more increased violence. We can see it escalating because people are waking up. The ignorance is no longer there, right? So there's a byproduct of knowledge and influencing society, right? So ignorance, when you say ignorance is bliss, I don't think it's hell. I think actually there's a reason why you're to remain ignorant, certain things that are out of your control, and that's why God says to put it on Him. Because look, for me to find out about flat Earth and all this stuff, it was a mind fuck. Because at the end of the day, what it does is it takes you through the motions of a psychological, metaphysical, psychological journey, essentially. Because if you're genuine about it, you will find that everybody in the beginning had the same understanding of not knowing where they are, but yet trying to figure where they are. You see, when you grow into a world that claims to know everything, claims to present a model, you don't have a question. You have this bliss about it, right? And there's nothing inherently wrong. Like Kosho, you have a bliss without debating flat Earth. It was blissful. The Earth spinning through space, no big deal. It's all great, wonderful. And in fact, you can function, raise a family, raise a business, because that doesn't have any effect on you, right? But if you start to say that it's 666, it's made by evil people, controllers, Masons, Illuminati, CFR, the fucking Bilderberg group, you start to paint a mental image. And now the individual is propagandized or polarized with that information. You remove the bliss.
Stop you there. That was a long time. I'll choose the point that I'm going to respond to. I'm going to respond to the part where you said CFR and Bilderberg. I believe in those same things, right? So I'm aware of CFR, Bilderberg, this globalism, New World Order thing, to some extent, 9/11. I don't agree with the flat Earth, but at the same time, I also I don't worry about that stuff as I used to. I'm aware of it, but I'm not really worried. So I wouldn't say I'm blissful, but I mean, I guess I'm less,
Well, you have to take ownership because, yeah, sure, you asked for it, right? When you dive into it, you ask to be opened up to thoughts, other people's thoughts and ideas. The problem is when the other thoughts and ideas come against your own bias, and you cannot prove your own bias. That's the problem. So, for instance, the philosophy would be, if you're not willing to falsify what you believe, then you don't really believe in anything. And so the idea is this exercise of flat Earth globe is to basically, from what I gather, is to run the exercise to an individual where they themselves either rely on their knowledge, which is also dangerous, or come to terms with the fact that there is nothing inherently wrong with the information provided. It's just how you interpret the information. And so, in other words, you can live in a realm where both models exist. A person can think it's flat, and a person can think it's a sphere, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it. But why it was created, why it was created is to divide. That's the bigger message here. Is because what it does is it pries on the local individual's ability to test the claims presented to them. And because the individual might be narcissistic, might be whatever, I can prove this, blah blah blah. We all go through the motions of it because our biases are tested, right? And some people want to figure out whether or not what they know rather than what they can prove. And when you realize you can't prove much about a metaphysical state, it leaves you in a paradox.
A very long time.
100%, dude. That's
Sorry.
the Babylonian
100%.
construct. That's what it is. It's meant to
I'll just
divide
pick up on
your
something.
brain. It's meant to divide your brain, so you're constantly arguing with yourself while you're getting pickpocketed by parasites.
Exactly.
Yeah, but also
Let's
another
listen to the guy
point you
get
made about the increase of you said the increase of murders in the United States.
Suicides.
Sure, yeah.
You say murders or suicides?
Suicides first, and then everything is increasing. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. The actual United States has one of the lowest murder rates in the world. This is all a delusion invented by governments. It's all fake.
Sure.
But yeah, increase in suicides. Yeah, but that's created by government. That stress levels and the
It's a
division.
byproduct. Yeah, it's a byproduct of what they're propagandizing people with.
Yeah.
Whether it's a multiverse. In other words, what it
Yeah.
seems to be happening is they're offering a multiverse of thought, but nothing coherent to stick to. In other words, the human being, from what I understand, needs something solidified, something to stick to. And if you're ambiguous with it, then they go off into the weeds, and then they end up having I guess an identity crisis, from what I can tell. Like you don't know who you are as a human. You don't. So what I can see is an unraveling of the psyche through the idea of the plethora of multiverse concepts of reality. Right? There's nothing solidified in it.
You know, if you turned a lot of this that you're saying, because you're saying a lot tonight, and then you have to say a lot. You could turn a lot of this into, maybe it could be like a separate book, like not the book that the one you've been writing about this community. But you could write just one built on your dialogues or your monologues. I mean that seriously. You say a lot, you know.
It's not. See, the thing is, it's not me that. Okay, so the way I've probably run the machine, if you will, is to absorb the data, because I didn't write it, I didn't create it, I didn't invent it. Was to analyze the data, and then through the process of my soul, my being, my interpretation, I can regurgitate the data. I didn't invent it. All I'm doing is springing back what I've been compressed to believe, if you will.
That's fair.
Because I'll be honest with you, Kosho, it's a catch-22 when it comes to anything you ask for that's beyond your ability to test. In other words, God, creation, Big Bang, cosmology, all that stuff. It's all going to come down to a philosophy. But if you're not prepared for the implications of that, because it has to do with trust and authority. And when something is solidified, you don't think it's based on philosophy. You don't think it's based on assumption. You don't think it's based on a presupposition. But when you find it actually is based on that, it sort of lessens the credibility. And when you lessen the credibility in it, then it puts the person the person now has the responsibility to figure out their reality. You do that to a mass group of people, well, you're going to definitely destabilize the system for sure.
I think it's fascinating that, we're told to believe things. When we believe the evidence of our own senses and follow the convictions of our conscience, we look for the truth. But when one feels bound to reject the testimony of his own senses in favor of a version of reality that he has never seen or tested for himself, he bows his intellect to the superiors and teachers who have done the thinking for him, waiting attentively upon them to tell him what he is allowed to believe. And what we've done on the flat Earth stationary topographical plane position is we aren't allowing people to tell us what to believe, because we are using our own senses, observations, experiences, and we see that we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So it is testable, and we can see that we don't live on a ball. And I appreciate people that that are honest the fact that their indoctrination has told them that what to believe. But a lot of us have said no more, and we have various reasons why we went there, why we got there. And so I appreciate Kosho. I think he truly believes what he believes. I don't think he's one of those indoctrinated paid globe shills. And so, but it's pretty obvious to me. I mean, a lot of things are obvious. The veil has been lifted, and I see now, and I am truly free. Thanks.
Well, it's definitely what you can prove, right? So if you've proved to yourself that there is no radius of 3959 and there's no way to detect rotation, then you're at that position. But then you still have to understand that there is a paradox when it comes to opposite star rotations, right? So even if a rational mind has to conclude outside of their senses to be something that would make sense geometrically. So if you can represent it geometrically and it makes sense, then you've applied the deduction in a manner that you can express it where it does make sense. But where the deception lies in, the way I equate it, and I read about it in the book, is feeling something in the dark. You've got a great way of holding it, great way of feeling it with your hands, but you can never really turn on the light. And that's essentially the globe and flat Earth debate.
I think the big thing about the northern counterclockwise, southern clockwise debate is if you put yourself in the situation of possibly living under a dome and not the vacuum of outer space and all that stuff, then it makes perfect sense. And then if you look at what Walter Bislin and what Austin and what Shane have talked about recently, it makes perfect sense. As far as the the counterclockwise, clockwise, north and south latitudes, it makes perfect sense, and it makes as much sense as the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. Now we cannot go up there. We cannot verify it for ourselves, but we've given you the alternative, which makes as much, if not more, sense than your spinning space ball.
Well, I've modeled a version of Walter Bislin without the grid, but just a map area with a sphere dome over top, with a light going around this circle. So you can get these apparent rotations to appear, of course, angling the sun a certain way as it passes through on a sphere. It will appear to go in an opposite direction. But what I can't do and I can't model is it on in the manner that if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I cannot model it on a planar surface. It doesn't make sense, right? So what that would indicate to me is it's a truly pure paradox, because your senses tell you one thing, but then outside of it tells you another, and so that's a great paradox to be in, I think, because that's the wonderment of creation. It leads me back to the book of Job too. Were you there when I laid the foundations? Were you there when I stretched the line across it? Right. So it just leads me right back to the book of Job when I get to that point.
I mean, the footage though of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is so sketchy. I mean, I know there's some that they seem a little like the recent ones are better. Not from the perspective that they're faked. I'm saying that the recent ones are like better fakes, but the fact that we've caught so many over the years that are absolute fakes, it's like, why is anyone faking it if it's real? So that's a huge question mark. But
well, I agree with you there. I agree with you there that when I first looked at the videos, there was only maybe 3 or 4. And the first one that they emphasized was, of course, the 1 minute, the 23 seconds in, and then the 1 minute and 23 seconds after, both frames matching. Then, of course, Andrew Powell and then Robert Schwartz. Those are basically the three main videos. Whatever.
Let me ask you about Robert Schwartz, both you and Gio, especially Gio, but also you, because I like Robert Schwartz and his website and his videos. But have y'all been to his website? And
yeah, Kosho, in my book, you're in my book. In the first chapter, Antarctica, I write about you and Robert Schwartz, because you presented you presented the evidence from Robert Schwartz. So I presented that evidence for the claim in Antarctica. So you are in the first chapter of Antarctica. Just because you presented me evidence. And what I countered that evidence with was a photograph done in 1957 by Mr. Sipple.
Yeah, this just isn't fair. Go ahead, Kosho.
I was just going to ask you guys if you've been to the website, because I like that website. I like Robert Schwartz, and he's got an extensive journal, basically of everything that's happened. He goes every year, I think, in the winter, sometimes twice a year, and he describes he gives like a weekly update, sometimes daily. So I don't know if you guys have seen that.
If there are 54 countries in the UN treaty out of the 206 that the UN recognizes, and there's 54 countries down in the Antarctic region, Why aren't there more than 3 or 4 or 5 videos supposedly? Why hasn't every country gone, hey, we live on a ball, we're part of the UN, and we're going to supply the world with our own country, our own country that we have a ball, we're living on a ball. And why are there so many in the Arctic region? And they don't have any UN countries up there. They're basically just, individuals looking at it. Why aren't 54 countries of the UN getting together and going, we're going to shut those flat earthers up and we're going to show so many videos? It ain't funny. Why doesn't that happen?
I thought the UN recognized 180 something.
I think it's 206, but go ahead.
Well, Coach, was that a question? Was it targeted at Data? I don't know. Was that a question?
My question was targeted at you. It was at you, but Data had responded a little bit. So I said both you and Data, but because you had brought up something about the Midnight Sun as well. But yeah, so you or Data, you and Data, doesn't matter. You both had brought something up about the Midnight Sun in Antarctica. So
But what was the question about it? But I mean, I agree with
about,
Jim. I agree with what Jim is saying as well. Yeah, there's so little footage for all those countries being part of the Antarctica situation. But what was your kind of question, though?
My question was if you'd been to Robert Schwartz's website, because I know some people have seen some of his videos. He has 100 videos almost, but on his website, he has like 15, 20 years of trips there and the videos, but then also like a journal entry describing his time there. Like a weekly note for 20 years, and he's describing like the sun being out, like all the different phenomena and all that type of stuff. I was just curious if you guys have seen that website.
I have definitely seen it. I just pulled it up again. It's this Iceman South Pole page.
So.
Looks like it's made in about 1995. Website tech here.
Why are all sites particularly for instance, if you do UN, they all have cheap sites like that? Why is that?
This one's super bad. This is like right out of AOL territory.
Yeah, I
it's
think
like when the internet
NASA
first started, this is how websites were. It's like text and like horribly placed. Like, I mean, this is the best is it for Antarctica. Like Jim said, there's all these countries involved in the Antarctic Treaty and all this stuff, and this is it.
That's a personal blog basically.
Yeah, but he's like, but he has all these connections. I mean, these guys have connections.
Hey, Gio, I wanted to say to you as well, I apologize to you if I've said anything harsh or rude to you or treated you or made you feel bad.
All right, thanks, bro. I don't think that you ever have towards me, but I appreciate that. It's kind.
Anybody has.
I feel like he's like in an AA class. He's just trying to like make all his amends.
Brother, it's all about depolarization.
Depolarization.
Yep.
I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself. Like, how we treat others. How does that relate to spirituality? Can you be a spiritual person if you're treating others poorly? I mean, it's a huge question in and of itself.
Depends on what you refer to spirituality. You could have the spirit of a demon and be just fine with treating people horribly, and you're okay with it because you have the spirit of a demon.
Just look at the Catholic Church. That'll answer your question. Yeah, they treat people horribly all the time, and they sleep really good at night.
Yep.
Yeah, been doing it for centuries.
Kosho, a question outside of our possible debate. I don't know how old you are. You probably learned about the ball about
34.
the time I did. What keeps you to? Why do you want to hang on and go online on Discord and hang on to your spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space so badly? Can you answer that?
I'm attracted to flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, look at it like, I don't want to answer for Kosho. I don't know if he has a full answer. I think he made it he's going to give a joke answer. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, just think about it from this perspective. Like, this truth is massive, and like it just being involved in it like advances your mind. It stimulates your intellect on so many levels. The ramifications of it. The people are incredibly knowledgeable and interesting, incredibly intelligent people. It's such a unique energy, as it were, and the community. So from the perspective, I'm not saying has to be what it is for Kosho, but just from the perspective of like, if one is seeking truth and is attracted to it, kind of like a moth being, flying to the light, but for whatever reason, they have their current position on it, like whether it's the globe or whatever it may be. And so it's kind of like, for some individuals, it could be like an inner wrestling, they have this kind of perhaps cognitive dissonance, this attraction, but then this resistance, and they're trying to work it out. So from that perspective, it could make sense.
Well, I've said this several times in here before, but for me personally, it happens to be a place or the community where, like a lot of the topics that I'm generally interested in, are kind of collected together in one. There's science and some intrigue and sort of politics and conspiracy, all sort of spirituality, all these things, and we get to talk about them in one place. And sometimes you don't get to talk about those things at all. So that's.
Were you a conspiracy theorist before, though? Like, see, I wasn't a conspiracy theorist, bro. I was mocking my friends when they were talking about geoengineering. Okay, weather manipulation. That's me. I was like not into anything. So, at what point did you think sorry, let me ask you again. So you were into conspiracies, but how far did it go? Like, did you believe in Bigfoot? Did you believe in aliens, UFOs, moon base? Did you believe in a moon base then? They're hiding the moon base. They're hiding the moon base. No, hold on. See, the hiding the moon base to me is actually like crazier than the Earth being a planar surface. As far as conspiracy goes, because I can traverse a planar surface, I can't go to the moon base, right?
Yeah, but the moon exists, and in the case of the
globe, so does a planar surface that's stationary, dude. There's more reality of a planar stationary Earth than the surface of the moon, right? I mean, you can traverse a planar stationary surface, right? Anyway, so you how far did you go? So the moon base, did you think there was a moon base they're hiding that?
Yeah, I didn't really, stick with that one so much, but yeah, I mean,
Planet Nibiru
I used to be more of a conspiracy theorist.
Planet Nibiru. What about that one? See, none of these things I believed in. None of them. Zero.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say I believed in any of like stuff like that. The 9/11 base. No, I've flirted with those things like Nibiru and the moon base, but there's not really evidence for those things. So it's like I could hear a story like, oh wow, it's interesting. Like,
But you don't understand. There's like people right now in upper brass apparently are talking about moon base existing, right? I mean, this is what's portrayed in media and television, right?
Well, yeah, but not in the actual military, like in media and television, but not in.
Dude, Pentagon just came out 2 weeks ago. This is like I think it was on Fox actually. Pentagon says that there's a mothership sending probes to Earth.
I read that thing. I read the whole thing with that thing. That it's interesting what they're saying, but they're not claiming anything.
Well, Tucker Carlson just came out. Tucker Carlson came out, and he was an anti-UFO, didn't believe anything, and then now he's converted, and now he's coming out in the media telling this is recent, within the last month or so. He's coming out and explaining why he's now converted and believing that UFOs exist because of all the reports that have come through, and medical reports, crash reports, all of these things that he claims that he's seen with his own eyes now.
Yeah, those reports are definitely interesting, though, like the UFO footage and that kind of thing. But since I'm a skeptic, I think that it's interesting. My mind's open to that, but it's also, I would err on the side of it being earthly technology. And then the thing that I've seen recently, which kind of throws all of it away, is a lot of that stuff is actually based on technology that we're not aware of, not of the craft, but of the radar systems that are being used.
So basically,
there's radar systems being used, which make these triangle shapes and these weird shapes, but that's just a fragment of the sensor.
So the argument is stated as this: is if you're a military personnel, you witness something, you report it, but because there's an operation going on by the military personnel and it's secret, that they can report it, but nothing's disclosed of what it is, right? It's sort of like operation on operation. That's when one guy put it is that, you know, military have these different branches that practice exercises that other branches don't understand what's going on because they're at different high level rankings, right? And that's kind of the excuse to witnessing this technology that is not alien. It's just actually military exercising their program. You know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah, but then at that point, like those guys who don't go on Joe Rogan's show, you know, usually they're told just not to say anything about it.
Yeah, so that would make sense to me. If you had technology, you're not going to advertise that technology, right? The idea is that you don't want to give it away.
I think what's fascinating, Kosho, is that when you lift the veil of the globe and you see that it's a lie, that you suddenly see that conspiracy is on the globe side, backed up by 8 or 10 trillion with 12 dollars since 1958, adjusted for inflation. So the globe has had 8 to 10 trillion dollars adjusted for inflation to basically brainwash people that they live on a spinning ball. I've been watching Star Trek 1966, 1969 on Pluto TV.
I love those.
I've been watching that, and now that I know, you know, what they're trying to push. Do you know that Star Trek 66 to 69 is basically pushing relativity and pushing planets? That's all they do, and they've increased and they've made their computers look so much better looking into outer space that now that I know what relativity is, general and special, when I watch it, and I do watch it, when I watch it here on my laptop, they are pushing general relativity out the wazoo, and they are pushing planets like you wouldn't believe. And so it's a brainwashing thing, Kosho.
It's weird.
The conspiracy.
But here's the thing: it's
Star
not
Trek,
inherently.
Star Trek was doing that. Wow.
It's not inherently evil to have a theory of an observed phenomenon. Like this is what I find ridiculous, and what I write about is the idea is that if it's beyond our senses, you only have a presupposition, you only have a metaphysical approach or a theoretical approach to it. So to stifle that is also ridiculous, right? So what needs to be done is the admission that it's truly a theoretical metaphysical thing, and that it's not based on how we accept reality for what it is, but the idea is that we can exercise reality through the theories and not be, I guess, pinholed into one.
What is the observed phenomenon you mentioned?
Things falling, things perpetual motion.
Yes, 9.81 meters per second squared, agreed upon average, is the effect of things falling to the ground. Everybody agrees with that. We disagree with the causal effect of why things fall to the ground. Now,
yeah, there's no answer to mechanism. They already admit that there's no mechanism. They don't have a mechanism for it, right? So what I'm just seeing is the demonization of theories, and really what it shouldn't be is not the demonization of theories, but it should be the demonization of pinholing those theories to an agreed upon premise that you teach it. That's the only thing you teach. I think that's wrong. I think the how it should be done is the antithesis to these theories should be taught along with them. The reason why the theory was created.
Really?
Yeah, because for instance, if you look at why relativity was made, it's because they couldn't detect the motion around the Earth, essentially. So general relativity. So if you're looking at that, if you have no way to detect motion around a body, because now you have to come up with relativity because you don't know if you're moving to it or it's moving to you. The idea is that you've quantified this observation in a mathematical way where you've equalized the observation formulated wise. It doesn't mean that it's reality. It just means that you've interpreted reality through an understanding of the theory. What should be demonized is the utter acceptance that theory is correct. It should be.
If I remember correctly, growing up in the early '80s, everything about Star Trek was about going to other planets and
that's what I just heard.
And traveling through the universe, and there was always this like belief that we are not just like we're not alone, right? So like they're seeing all these different, like aliens or other species, And I think that was a huge push back then. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, certainly in that show, definitely. I didn't even realize that they were so focused on shoving down other planets and stuff like that in our,
Yeah, that whole show,
distant
like think of
world.
like you can be a Trekkie. What is a Trekkie? Now I know it's like a show and people get into the characters and stuff, but yeah, the whole show is based upon heliocentrism and planets and warp speed and relativity and all these physics concepts and aliens. It's all wrapped up in there. Yeah.
I never
Just out
saw
of
that, dude.
curiosity, when you have a writer or a storyteller, does that storyteller take in ancient mysticism to tell a story? They probably do, right? Well, what culture would have planets and aliens and stuff like that? Because it would be specific to a culture, right? Because not all. That's why you have diversity of different beliefs and different religions. But what I'm saying is that no, that's not true. Planets existed in the Talmud. People were exiled to planets. In the Zohar, the Earth is a living sphere. So you have people who have ancient beliefs, or let me rephrase that, beliefs based on ancient mysticism. And so if you're going to be a storyteller, you're going to write about planets and galaxies, right?
Yeah, but that's most likely that's one possibility. But it's also
The
possible
Vikings weren't writing about planets, brother, were they? Maybe I'm wrong. Anybody tell me that Vikings wrote about planets?
I don't
The
think you're
Greeks
wrong.
wrote about planets.
I don't think you're wrong. I just don't think. I think it's possible that maybe they were drawing on ancient people's beliefs when they made that show, or they were possibly drawing. They were possibly drawing on modern day beliefs. And
No,
actually, I was
it's
being
not.
facetious.
The
I was being
Sumerians
facetious
had.
when I said I was being facetious when I was acting surprised that Star Trek is focused on planets, dude. That's the whole point of the show.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's that's the whole what the whole show's about.
I
So of
heard
course
your
it's what they're
sarcasm.
Yeah, because it's silly to.
It was putting Talmudic mysticism. And so
No,
was Star Wars.
no. What I'm saying is that the Sumerians wrote about other planets. In the Talmud, they talk about people being exiled. So what I'm saying is that ancient culture talked about planets prior, because he said it was modern interpretation. I'm like, no, that's not true. The Greeks
No,
thought
it
of
is true.
planets.
Both are true.
No.
Yeah, both
I'm
can be
I'm
true.
saying modern man is just stealing from history, stealing from the mysticism written thousands of years ago from the sages and oracles and so forth. What I'm saying is nothing is new. In other words, it's not privy just to the modern man, planets and space travel and all that stuff is what I'm saying. Because the Talmud itself talks about, I don't know the scripture, but this is me researching about planets and ancient writings. Apparently, the people are exiled.
My only
from
point
Earth
is that
to another.
I think that they're drawing from modern ideas. That's all. When they came up with that.
The Talmud, dude, is no modern ideas.
No,
Sumerians, that's not modern ideas. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm saying Star Trek. The people who wrote the show, they were drawing from. That's why they use real science like relativity.
That's not true.
These
That's
things.
not true.
They're
That's not
drawing
true.
these things because these are modern ideas, and
That's
they're
not true,
just
dude.
drawing it out. They're drawing it out to its conclusion, like the
That's
next
not
couple
true.
hundred years.
They would go. Okay, so they had a methodology of cycles, right? And inside the cycles, you have positions of the bodies. Now, once they determine the positions of the bodies, they can predict cycles based on time, repetition, whatever. But you look at when they first started, they would come up with planets names like Vulcan, for instance. Okay, so the issue with Mercury's speed and disproving Newtonian gravity, they blamed it on a planet called Vulcan. Vulcan was causing Mercury's
Hold
retrograde.
on. What do you think the issue with Mercury was?
The retrograde. So the retrograde motion doesn't match, right? It speeds up, slows down,
In
and
which
reverses.
way?
The point is, the argument is they created Vulcan. Vulcan was the cause for the retrograde, but they ended up proving it wrong. So what I'm saying to you is that they always assumed planets were something that you can go to and you can travel to. So it's not a modern concept, is what I'm saying.
You're totally wrong on Mercury, by the way.
Mercury's retrograde was assumed to be caused by Vulcan, a planet Vulcan. The retrograde wasn't explainable by Newtonian gravity. They had to come up. That's why special relativity would explain it.
Nope.
Yes.
The issue with Mercury was the precession of its orbit.
Yeah,
That's what the issue was.
Retrograde motion, right?
He's talking about precession. That it was supposedly measured at 5,600 arc seconds, and then it was measured at 5,557 arc seconds, and then Newton basically just reverse engineer what Vieira, Berrier, said in 1846, and Einstein came up with 5,600 arc seconds for the Mercury precession.
Talking about its precession over a century, first of all, and I think it
Yeah.
was off by.
Yeah,
I think it was off by.
really ridiculous, Kosha.
I think it was off by 43 arc seconds or
43.
56 arc seconds or something.
5,600 down to 5,557. 43, exactly.
I thought it was just 56, but I could be wrong.
It was 43. And
regardless,
Kosho, how do you predict something? Here's my question to you: How do you predict something? How do you predict something? Measure it, whatever, over a vast time if you haven't even recorded at that moment. So like if you're saying that it was calculated over a century, but yet they weren't even like monitoring it that long to even come up with that.
They were
conclusion.
they were monitoring it. They've been monitoring it for a couple hundred years, but you don't have to monitor it for 100 years to know how off it's going to be in 100 years. They just could tell
how's that?
They could tell that because you can measure it for any length of time and then extend it out to 100 years.
It's called extrapolation.
Okay, so you're saying that they're gonna watch something for 1 year and then they're gonna make it something in 100 years. Is that what you're saying? They could just like you say, you could extrapolate it. Like you just say, oh, this is what it is in 100 years from now. Like how do you do that though? Like logically.
Find an error.
Like let's say today. Let's say I go out and I record this light in the sky, and I'm like, oh, 100 years from now, I know where it's going to be, and then by the time it even happens to that point, I'm going to be dead. So like, how does that? I don't know, man. That just
he didn't extrapolate he didn't measure for a year and then extrapolate out 100 years. You know that's not true, right? You know very well that the longer and longer and longer amount of time you measure data for, which you extrapolate from, then the more accurate your extrapolation is going to be.
Yeah, but then there was a discrepancy because there was a reversal of that number. So then, did you calculate that? You know, in your first position, when you're saying this is what it's going to be, and then 100 years later, it's actually less than what you thought it to be, or calculated to be, or assumed it to be, and then all of a sudden there's a problem. This is probably what you're talking about. How there was this, the retrograde of it was like a problem. But I don't know. I just
the retrograde wasn't a problem. What number reverse? What number are you saying reverse?
Somebody says 5,600 arc seconds, and then someone else says 5,000 arc seconds. I think that's reverse. If you don't, I mean, maybe I'm stupid, but I think that's reverse. No, I don't know. If I said I'm going to walk 10 feet and I only walk 5 feet, I don't know. I think there's a negative to that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb, but whatever.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating, that we do this arc second, 5,600 to 55, 57, and then we do pound repka, 22.5 meters in Harvard's Jefferson Tower, 1960, and the difference between the photon, which is highly susceptible in its first place, is 0.000000736 meters per second difference. Then you look at Planck's constant or Planck's constant, and you have 34 zeros before the 6626 at the end, negative 34. And guys, I'm sorry, I know you want to believe in your fairy tale and your physics and all that stuff, but some of us just kind of go, no, you can't measure that. You made it up. And Planck even said that he was desperate to come up with a mathematical number because he was required to. And he even said he was desperate. And you can look that up in Google.
Yeah. Well, that's what a hypothesis is. You make it up, right? And then you verify it.
So just to clarify, when it comes to Newton's gravity of Mercury, it says, but Newton's view of gravity didn't work for some things like Mercury's particular orbit around the sun.
Right.
The orbits of the planet shift over time. Mercury's orbit shifted faster. Let me finish, bro. Chill out. Mercury's orbit shifted faster than Newton predicted. Einstein offered a different view of gravity that one made sense of Mercury. Instead of exerting an attractive force, he reasoned that objects curve the fabric of space-time around them, forming some sort of well that other objects and even beams of light fall into. Think of the sun as a bowling ball on a mattress. It creates a depression that draws in the planets close.
Oh my God. Why are you reading that?
I love fairy
It's just because I probably made an incorrect statement when I said it was see Mercury's there's two things. When they were determining the retrograde of Mercury, they claimed it was a planet causing it, and then Newtonian gravity was disproved by Mercury's orbit. So I have the two stories I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Well, it's the precession of the perihelion. I'm not sure because people keep saying retrograde, but the precession of the perihelion.
It's a perihelion, exactly.
The perihelion is that when it's the closest, or this one is the furthest?
I think it's the
perihelion.
closest.
Yeah, it might be the closest. I always get those mixed up.
Perigee and apogee. Perigee is the closest, I thought.
Okay, yeah. So when the point, so basically it's ellipse. It's the precession of that ellipse.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand the explanation. The problem is that you still have it going backwards, right? And that's the big problem with it, is that it doesn't. If you're going to calculate the motions of the body, and Earth is either moving or Mercury's moving, you're going to have to say that Earth is moving to have that retrograde happen. And so therefore, it's only a false optical illusion, right? So that's what they have to do to make it work.
Yeah. I just find it fascinating that gravity has never been measured. The effect has been measured, 9.81 meters per second squared, agreed upon average. Never been measured, but we have measured.
The effect is gravity.
We do
that
have.
is what we call gravity.
We do have
the emergent effect.
We do have measuring equipment that can measure electrostatics, and we also have an equation that can measure electrostatics.
No, you only measure the effects of electrostatics.
Man, please don't interrupt. We all want to have the courtesy extended to us to not be interrupted, so we can get our thoughts out. Please extend it to others as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's everything's electrostatics. You have measuring instruments that they can actually measure electrostatics. It's electric field. You can use a field meter. How do you measure it? You can use Q, which is charge. You can equal C, which is the capacitance times voltage. And you can use the capacitance as set to the measuring distance of 100 millimeters. So the electrostatic field meter can actually measure electrostatics and what it's doing. There is no such thing for gravity.
Nope, you're just measuring the effect of electrostatics.
No.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
No.
Which I agree is a dumb point, because what you measure is what we call gravity. The same thing with electrostatics. That's what we call electrostatics.
You cannot measure gravity.
Of course you can.
You can measure the effect, but you cannot say that the effect of that 9.81 meters per second squared, the causal effect, the causal agent is gravity. You cannot say that.
Right.
Excuse me.
You can measure electrostatics. I'm telling you that you're only measuring the effect of electrostatic.
Okay.
I got a question. Anybody can answer. But what does a LIGO interferometer, gravimeter, the Gray Satellites, Tom and Jerry, and the Cavendish have in common? Give you a clue. They all measure gravity.
They're all made up fantasies.
I mean, they all measure
fantasy
stories.
It's all fake.
Kosho, gravity has never, ever been measured. Newton didn't even write about the apple falling on his head. So that's a fairy tale as well. And Newton was all into Hermes Trismegistus, Greek emerald tablet. Copernicus was all into Hermes Trismegistus on the revolution of the heavenly spheres. What you believe in is sun pagan worship. And for some reason, you come on and talk with us good folks here. You're actually nice to talk with, but your whole foundation, your whole heliocentrism is sun pagan worship. I'm sorry.
You say heliocentrism?
Heliocentrism.
That was good. I thought that was good if you would have said that.
Heliocentrism.
What were those methods what they have in common, Kosho?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, because you were saying something. Did you want to?
Weren't you going to tell us what they have in common before we continue?
It was easy. They all measured the
I'm
effects
curious.
of gravity.
Nothing has ever measured gravity.
Oh,
Things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared, agreed upon average. Nothing has ever measured gravity. We've seen the effect of things falling to the ground. We've measured what it is as far as the speed, but we have never ever measured gravity. Cavendish did not measure
I have a
gravity.
question for you, Jim.
Okay.
How can you measure something without measuring its effect?
That's to me that's nonsensical. We have
I
effect.
agree.
We
It's a
have
nonsensical question, right?
we have effects that we can see. We can see things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared. Now, what is the causal agent of that? And the causal agent of that has never been proven to be gravity. Cavendish has never been proven to be gravity. Cavendish went out looking for density. He saw two things move closer together, and because the world around him in that time, I think it was the time that Einstein was still alive, maybe the very early 1900s, basically said that gravity is the way we're going to take this. They never looked at anything else, and they reverse engineered. They Texas sharpshooter. They presupposed and they assumed gravity. I'm sorry, guys. It's okay. I don't blame anybody for believing that. I kind of wonder why you're part of Globerville, which is 5,000 people that come into social media to interact with us flat earthers.
Come on, man.
But it's very interesting and very illuminating.
So, Kosho, could you expand on those methods that you were talking about? Could you expand on those a little bit?
I won't expand too much because I was only just making a quick comment, but it's because of Jim's claim that we can't measure the effects of gravity.
I didn't say we can't. I can't. I did not say that. You're straw manning me.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right.
I said things fall to the ground. That's an effect. Please, Kojo, don't straw man what I
Jim,
I
you're right. I
don't
appreciate
say
that. Jim, I appreciate that, and that's what I meant to say. Was he said that was the only effect of gravity that we can measure. That's only he said. And so I'm just claiming that there's many other effects of gravity.
I don't even claim gravity.
Go ahead.
I don't claim gravity.
Hey, Jim, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So, if you can measure the effect of something, right?
I can measure the agreed upon average of what things fall to the ground.
Jim,
yes.
Jim, if we claim that there's a cause and an effect, and we measure the effect, does that not necessarily mean that we've detected the presence of the cause?
No.
Why?
Absolutely not, because with gravity you are presupposing, assuming Texas sharpshooter, reverse engineering gravity, and so we've been told that things fall to the ground. The effect is caused by gravity, the causal agent, and we've never been given any other alternative. Do you disagree?
Listen
Gravity
to my
would
train
have
of thought.
to be
Okay.
able to be manipulated.
Listen to
to
my
be
train
able
of
to
thought.
say
There is something falling, right?
Yes.
That is the effect. We measure it, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
There has to be a cause, right?
And you have always said your side.
Jim, let me finish.
Because your side has
Jim,
$8
let
to
me
$10
finish.
trillion.
I wasn't done. Jim. There has to be a cause, right? Just say yes or no.
There's a cause, yeah.
Okay, that is what I call gravity.
That's what you call gravity. Thank you for playing. Thank you.
Yeah.
You've been told since the crib or from 2, 3, 4 years old or from kindergarten or first grade that it's gravity, and you haven't been given any other alternative. Am I wrong?
No, I've been giving other alternatives all the time,
What?
right?
What
You
other
flat earthers,
alternative do you
like some of you flat earthers say that there's like a density tower, right? And there's like a neutral density, and that's what causes objects to fall up or down. Why up or down? I don't know, because density towers still require gravity to be a thing, but you guys can't explain that. I've also heard, there's a potential difference, like a voltage difference. The higher and higher you go up, right? And for some reason that causes gravity. I've also heard that.
There is no.
I've also heard.
There is no gravity. Period.
Okay, so are you convinced that I have heard other alternatives?
There is no gravity. Period.
Are you going to answer my question?
Hey, he's not. So, does the Cavendish work vertically?
Does the Cavendish experiment work vertically?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you asking me in principle, or are you asking me if it has been done?
Yeah, have they ever tried to conduct that vertically?
I don't know. I would think it'd be a lot harder to do because you don't have the
I'm just throwing like a logical question out there because it would make sense that it should technically, in their own logic and theory, that if mass attracts to mass, why does it only work on a horizontal, experiment? Why can't mass attract mass vertically? That's okay, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
It can. I don't see why it wouldn't, right? It'd be a lot harder to do because the amount of gravitational pull that you need to turn something that's oriented in the way that the Cavendish experiment usually is lower, and that's why they do it that way.
If they would have put 3 objects in Cavendish, what would have happened?
What do you mean 3 objects?
There was 2 objects in Cavendish. What
No, there were
happened?
more. There were more than 2.
It was. It was.
4.
But what
You don't
happened?
know what you're talking about.
What happens if they would have put more objects in there? You have mass attracts mass.
I mean, it depends how you orient the
Excuse me. They had 2 balls being attracted to each other in Cavendish. Is that correct?
They had what? 2 balls?
They had 2 balls being attracted in Cavendish. Is that correct?
No, you're absolutely wrong. You don't even know the experiment that you're talking
They
about.
didn't have 4 balls interacting the same.
They had 2
They did
balls.
not have
You're
4
wrong.
balls.
Let me educate you. They had 2 balls connected by a rod,
Okay.
and they had like a central torsion thing,
Okay.
which they could measure the gravity by the torsion. And then they had, I believe, 2 lead blocks next to each of the balls on opposite sides. Am I wrong about that?
That's fine. That doesn't change anything that I just said. You had 2
It
objects.
absolutely does.
You had 2 objects that were attracted to one another. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Times 2.
You had 2 objects that were attracted to each other, and because
Times
the world wanted gravity, you got gravity because it was around the same time.
You're not even understanding the
It
experiment.
wasn't right. No, I understand just fine.
You don't. You just described
I
it incorrectly.
understand just fine.
You just said that the balls were attracted
the
to each other.
2
And that's
objects inside of Cavendish attracted to one another, and that took gravity because that happened around the same time.
No,
Einstein
that's not what the
came up.
Cavendish experiment shows. The Cavendish
What
experiment shows
does the Cavendish experiment show? Tell
it
me.
shows that the balls were attracted to heavy lead blocks that were put next to them. The balls were attracted.
Fine.
Listen.
I
I
don't
wasn't
care.
done.
You say it's
I wasn't done.
gravity.
I wasn't done.
You say it's gravity.
I wasn't done. The balls were attracted to the lead masses, not to each other. Okay,
Cool.
that's what the Cavendish experiment shows. If you want to be strict about it, I will grant you. Sure, the Cavendish experiment shows that if you have these 2 balls,
Thank you.
and then you put 2 huge blocks of lead next to them on opposite sides,
Thank
that
you.
the balls will be attracted to the lead somehow.
Thank you.
Sure, if you want to be strict about it, sure.
Thank you.
Why doesn't it work vertically?
We already talked about this.
You do it horizontally to negate the downward acceleration.
It would work vertically if you could get your apparatus balanced correctly.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
But it'd be a lot more difficult.
Has anybody ever
a lot more sensitivity?
Has anybody ever done it? Has anybody ever done it vertically? Can we get like a video like on YouTube or something of showing that?
Give me
That'd
30
be
seconds.
cool.
Give me
Yeah,
30
that'd be
seconds.
cool.
The answer is yes, but it's a little bit dubious.
It is dubious, but you're not supposed to say that.
Why?
I
Why
guess
would you
I
say it's
can't.
dubious?
I'm gonna show it to you anyways, but it is dubious. I will admit.
So why though? What's the problems that you face when you have something in this particular environment to be attracted to each other? Because in your guys' world, there is no up, down, left, right, horizontal, or vertical. It's just all space. So then why is it only in our, experiments, it's always horizontal? But go on, please post a video.
You know, it's really funny. The only time that things attract each other seems to be when you do that. There's never in any other history of known humankind that two other objects ever attracted each other, except magnets, of course.
Wait, I have a question.
That's not true. That's not true, Montreal. In the beginning, when they used to look at the heavenly bodies, they all presupposed that all the heavenly bodies were attracted to the center of the observer. So that's not true.
Well, what's really funny though, it's like 2023, and for 7 straight years, the only evidence the ballers can bring up is Cavendish. Like,
So
like
wait,
literally, that's it. Like that's
Witsit, I have a question. So
That's all they have. Yeah, exactly.
Witsit, if it's all electrical, right? What happens when you have like an electron or a proton? Like you let them go, you put them next to each other, right? They attract, right?
Yeah.
What stops them from occupying the same volume of space?
What stops? What is that? What is your question? That doesn't make sense to me.
He's getting at the
It
nucleus.
means the proton and the electron are attracted to each other, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So therefore they're moving towards each other.
Yeah, they accelerate towards each other. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they move towards each other, right? And then in the next time step, they're still attracted to each other, so they keep moving towards each other, right? When does that stop?
Do you know why?
Of course I know why, because
Why?
I accept that the other fundamental forces exist. I'm
Wait,
wondering if you do.
Why do they happen? Why does it happen?
Okay, so if you have fermions, right, they can't occupy the same state.
No, I asked you, like why they attract.
Oh, why do they attract? Because of the electromagnetic force.
But like why does the proton and electron go towards each other?
Because they're oppositely charged.
Okay. What is opposite charge? What does that mean?
What is it? Okay, do you want me to kind of break down each word individually, like
You
opposite?
got your itties and you got your outies, you know.
There's no there. This is where every baller shuts down. I mean, I have faith in you being the exception, but
okay.
I want you to describe to me like what's the physical distinction between these quote unquote opposite charges.
The physical distinction is that the charges that are alike repel, and the charges that are unlike attract. And we've noticed that there are 2 of them, and we arbitrarily call one positive and the other one negative.
Okay, it's arbitrary, but what makes them different? If they're opposite, what's making them?
The fact that they behave differently.
How so?
I already explained to you how. If you take 2 charges that are alike, right, they repel. If you take 2 charges that are opposite, they attract.
So the way that you know that they're opposite is that they attract?
Yes.
So there's no physical distinction that you can isolate to tell me the actual difference in the quote-unquote positive and negative charge?
My understanding is that the concept of positive and negative charge depends on that behavior.
Right. Is that satisfactory for you?
Absolutely it is.
Well, that's a non-answer, though.
It absolutely is an answer. I'm sorry it doesn't satisfy you. Apparently.
No, it's called circular logic. If you say positive,
how is it circular?
If you say positive and negative charges are opposite charges, therefore they attract, and I say
that's okay. That is circular.
Opposite how, and then you
that
say
is circular. Okay, so can I give you a construction that's not circular?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, great. I have these things. I have these matter particles, right? And some of them attract and some of them repel, right? And I notice that depending on how I group them, some of them will attract some particles and some of them will attract or repel other particles. And I realize that there are 2 groups of these things. And I arbitrarily call one positive and the other one I call negative. That's not circular at all.
No, it's just a complete like caveman lack of understanding. It's like not scientific at all. You haven't described what it is that is quote unquote positive and negative. How are they opposite? In what physical way?
I just told you, right? I have clustered 2 things. The attribute by which they are clustered, I now give it a label and I call it charge, right? And the fact that they exhibit this dual behavior is how I bless one with the positive label and the other one with the negative label.
Do you agree that
not circular at all?
Do you agree that them attracting is the effect?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Is the attraction an effect?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
What's the cause?
The electromagnetic force.
And there's two different versions of the electromagnetic force.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean by
That's
two?
I don't know what it means either. It's stupid. It doesn't mean anything.
You're the one who said it, so yeah.
You're
It's
the one that
stupid.
believes it.
That there are two versions? No, I don't.
Well, how are they opposite then if they're not different versions?
I said there's two versions of charge, not two different versions of the electromagnetic force. Are you not listening to me, Whitsit?
Okay. What makes the charges different?
I told you already.
Okay, so
Wow.
you don't understand the circular logic, but the answer
It's
is
not
that there's
circular at all.
only one type of charge. There's not opposite charges. There's not
Oh,
positive
Jesus.
and negative. There's not. There's no such thing as positive and negative. Just like you said yourself, they're arbitrary denotations.
Okay, are you gonna answer my question now that we went off on this tangent of me educating you
Yeah,
on
I'm about
electromagnetics?
to educate you.
Okay,
So
great.
in fact, it's the process of charging and discharging. It's literally a process. It's not a opposite charge. It's not different types of charges. That's pseudoscientific nonsense that has no understanding or explanation at all. It's a process. So just like with all other systems in nature, they seek equilibrium. So since there's a pressure system that's resultant of the charging process, that migrates towards the system that is discharging, meaning you have one system that has excess charge. It can no longer hold charge. It reaches its threshold capacitance. It discharges the rest. We call that negative. It's discharging. We have the quote unquote positive charge. It's charging up. It's not reached its capacitance or threshold. It still has room to charge up. So since one system is lacking charge or can still attain charge, one has too much charge and is discharging. As they are in the same proximity, they move towards each other to try to equalize.
Are you gonna answer my question?
Wait, do you understand that that's what actually happens? And I actually
Are
explained.
you gonna answer my question?
What's your question, man?
You don't remember my question? Okay, I guess I have to say it again. What
You're just gonna
is it
hand
that
wave dismiss me,
stops?
completely
What is
exposing
it?
me.
What is it? What stops the electron from continuing to move towards the proton indefinitely until they share literally the same position in space?
The actual pressure mediation that comes from the charging and discharging process that both exhibit. So if you would have listened, you would understand maybe, but I don't.
Okay, hold on. I want to dig deeper into that. Okay, so you're saying that as they attract, right, they discharge their charge.
No.
Where?
No.
No, you said no. Okay.
Okay, the electron, the negative charge,
Uh-huh.
that is actually the process of discharging. There's not a negative sign. There's not a certain type of charge. It's a process.
Okay.
Okay, it's an event. It's
Okay.
discharge.
So there's no charges. Okay. So
Well, there's only
the
charge.
attraction is the process of discharging. I'm following. Okay.
Yeah, there's only charge. There's
Okay.
not multiple types of charge. There's just charge.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's just charge,
Mm-hmm.
okay. And I'm assuming one charge is being attracted to another charge in this case, right? And they're not attracted, right? They're just discharging according to you. Right?
They're accelerating towards each other because
Okay.
of pressure mediation. Because one system has an excess of charge and one system is lacking charge, so they try to equalize.
One system. Oh, wait, are you saying that a proton or an electron has more or less charge?
Yes, that's what it's the actual process of charging. So like the proton is actually just building charge, while the electron is actually discharging it. It has
Okay.
enough. It's full.
Okay, so the electron is trying to give its charge to the proton, right? Am I summarizing that correctly?
In crude terms, sure.
Okay, so the electron is moving towards the proton, right?
Just like hot goes to cold, yeah.
Okay. The electron is moving towards the proton. When does that stop?
Once they get in enough close enough proximity that since the charging and the discharging processes are now like going to be clashing effectively. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. What do you mean that they're going to be clashing? I thought it's the electron that's moving towards the proton, or excuse me, I thought it's the electron that's trying to give its charge towards the proton. Are you saying that the proton has an opposite and equal force towards it?
No, it's all just charge. One is actually it would be they would be opposite geometries technically, so they can like in theory overlap, right? But they don't do this because it's still in the process of charging, so it's if I took a toroid that's like moving out from the center, and then I try to cram something into it, it's not going to go all the way in it because there's literally like pressure being mediated out from the center, so it's not going to let you get over there, but it's going to draw you in.
But what's providing this pressure?
The actual process of discharging. What you would have to figure out now is what the electron actually is, and in truth,
Hold on. You're saying this pressure is the process of discharging that is working against the process of discharging.
You know, the
that
pressure
makes no
is
sense.
the pressure is the result of the discharging. Okay, you have a toroid. Now the toroid's moving in a circle on both sides from the center.
I really don't know where this toroid's coming from, but hold on. Let
That's
me
what the
try to clear
electron
my mental
is.
picture. Let me try to clear my mental picture. Okay. So, oh, you're saying the electron is a toroid?
It is
Like a
provably.
donut?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm listening.
that's what it is. I mean, you know, your paradigm doesn't even have an explanation for what it is. It's just magic, and it has no size or shape. It's a charge-carrying particle of matter that can't be found, and all this nonsense. It's actually just like the process of pressure mediation. It's a toroid. So, like, imagine that's happening, a toroid, right? So there's like
I'm imagining a donut. I'm imagining a very, very delicious looking donut.
okay, but like it's moving, right? So like
What do you mean it's moving? Like it's rotating?
yeah, like if you were to draw the lines of a toroid, you have like a loop going around from the center back out to the outside back in. It's a loop, right? And it's going to keep looping on both sides.
Are you saying it's rotating in its own axis?
No, it's not about rotating, man. Let me find you a picture. A toroid. Oh, man. You don't see what I'm saying at all?
No, I don't at all.
Okay. Like, you don't know the movement within a toroid?
Toroid is a shape. I don't know the movement. I don't know what it means for a toroid to have movement.
Yeah, okay. See what you're going to... Well, I'll show you. This is the same thing that happens with magnetism. Like the reason that there's magnetic attraction, it's actually dielectric acceleration. They just accelerate towards the null pressure point between the two magnets because of the movement in the toroid. I'm trying to explain to you this.
I don't have my
envision the
pressing
donut
out right now. It says
wow, dude. Envision the donut in your head.
right.
Okay,
I mean, is that GIF accurate?
Go ahead. What? Which one?
Somebody just posted a GIF of a toroid in which sort of like it's rotating from the inside towards out, right?
Well, that would be accurate. Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay, here. Fine.
Oh, here, I see it. It's not showing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, somewhat. That's not gonna give you as good as visualization as ideal. But if you look at that, if you just understand that you take a point at the middle and you were to draw up and follow that hyperboloid, that's the inside, obviously, and you go around the outside back in. Yeah, just draw these lines.
Like that?
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. So the electron is
Looping
a toroid.
over and over.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is a toroid made out of?
Okay, toroid is just a geometric expression of energy. It's not, what is it made out of? Like, well, what is charge made out of? Great question.
Well, I'm willing to say things are fundamental, right? Because when I said the electron is a point particle, I mean, I didn't say that now, but you're making fun of modern physics for saying that, right?
That's dumb.
Okay. So they say it's fundamental, it's a point particle, right?
They say it's matter, but it has no size.
I ask you, what is this toroid made out of? You're basically saying the same thing, aren't you? Like, it's fundamental.
It's a fundamental geometry of nature, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
well, why doesn't the same argument apply here?
Because I'm not so asinine that I'm saying that it's a particle of matter that has no known size or shape and carries charges. Because that's stupid. Yeah.
Okay, so your source is the opposing side is stupid.
No, it is logically incoherent to claim that something is made of matter but has no size or shape.
Why?
Because something can't be made of matter with no size or shape.
Why?
Because material is tangible and has a size and a volume.
That's circular, what you just said. What you just said is it can't have, something that has matter needs to have size and shape because something that has matter has size and shape.
That's by definition what matter is.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is that your argument is circular. That's what I said. No,
unless you're redefining material, then it's just I'm actually invoking the actual definition. You're saying that material.
Hold on. How do you not see that what you just said is circular?
No, the definition of material necessitates spatial extension by definition. How can something be
Well, I mean, I prefer
tangible?
using terms like mass and matter instead. Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, well, yeah, well, I kind of, because mass is a whole rabbit hole that no one in this room can define. Like, tangible requires a size. How can something be tangible and material but not take up any space?
I can very well tell you that is not necessary.
Okay, how can something be material?
It is not necessary for mass or matter to be tangible.
What?
That's insane.
Are
So how can material
kidding
not
me?
take up space? That's what I want to know. Because I'm trying to help you. Actually, what the official explanation is that it just doesn't have a measurable size and shape. Not even that it doesn't have one, right? And then you'll get conflicting answers about it.
Well, I mean, technically, string theory does give it. I mean, not a volume. I guess sort of a volume-ish because it's a one-dimensional thing in string theory.
Okay.
That spans space. It's no longer a point particle, but whatever. It's not important. I feel like we're getting distracted here, right?
Yeah, because
I need to understand
why it doesn't. Why you're asking why it doesn't? It basically transform
right.
into the
You're
same
right.
thing.
I
and
will
take
drop
the
that.
same
I will
volume.
drop that. Right, but because I really want to understand how this toroid works.
Oh, wait, no,
right?
I want you to answer the same question though. Like, if
Okay,
it
fine.
has no size or shape, then why
What's that?
doesn't it overlap?
Because I accept that there are other fundamental forces which prevent it from overlapping.
There you go. I obviously accept the fundamental forces. I just don't accept.
I don't think you do.
Gravity. It's called pseudoscience. So this force actually manifests like this toroid. So you can't get to the center of it because
Hold on.
the
You just
energy
said you accept the other fundamental forces.
Yeah, why not?
You accept the strong and weak force.
Well, I definitely accept the current understanding of the weak force after, your paradigm fought it for decades and finally had to admit it's the electro-weak force, which is common sense. Everything's electric. So the current understanding of the strong force.
Hold on. Let's talk about the electroweak force. I'm actually well versed in the subject. What makes you think that it's any sort of concession to your side at all?
Because it was considered to be its own individual force prior to the. Okay, and now what is it considered to be?
It's considered that earlier in it's considered that just like how the electric and magnetic force are actually two manifestations of the same thing, that the weak force is also just another manifestation of the same thing, which we now call the electroweak force.
There you go. Yeah. So
how is that any concession?
Because my whole position is that everything is intrinsically electromagnetic in just different modalities of that.
Right, but if I say this thing, if I say this thing is fundamental, and one of the aspects of this thing I call red, and one of the aspects of this thing I call blue, right? Then you can't say, oh, see, it was blue all along. Because what I called it is a thing, right? And what we call this thing is the electroweak force, not the electric force.
No. What it would have been was someone saying, this is just the weak force. It's its own force. You have the strong force, the weak force, the electrostatic force, the electromagnetic force, and in my fairy tale I believe in called gravity. And I would say, no, the weak force is intrinsically electric. Everything
The
is.
weak force is not electric.
It is, though.
Hold on. For physicists to call the joining of the electromagnetic force and the weak force the electric weak force is not saying that the weak force is electric. That demonstrates that you don't understand what it is that they're talking about.
I do understand it. You just say it's at different energy levels. It's different modalities. So if it's a different modality of the same thing, then it's electric.
Wait, can you explain to me how the electromagnetic force and the weak force were unified?
They say that the weak force is just a different modality of the electrostatic force.
Correct, but how did they come to that conclusion?
Because all the evidence shows that everything is fundamentally electric.
No, you're absolutely wrong about that. You're dead wrong.
What they showed that at high velocities and high energy levels that it turns electric. That's what you want to hear? Because it is electric. It's just a different modality.
You're absolutely wrong.
Wrong about what?
They didn't demonstrate, the weak force is electric and therefore
No, well, I just
They're
explained
one
what they
thing.
did. They
Okay.
showed that
No,
at
let me
high velocities and
educate
different.
you. Let me educate you on how these.
I already
On
said
how,
what they did, dude.
let me educate you on how modern physics works. Okay.
High
There
velocity,
is
high
something
energies,
called.
and
There
electric.
is something. Oh, jeez. There is
What is it
something
now?
called there is something called symmetry groups, which this is. I'm sorry, but this is like decades more difficult math than I know that you passed. All right. They are symmetries in quantum mechanics that, if they are to be respected, they correspond to a force, or equivalently a force carrier, right? The discovery of a symmetry in which the symmetry for the electromagnetic force was present at the same time that the symmetry for the weak force was discovered was the reason. My understanding is the reason why the joint term electroweak force was coined. Not because there was an electric effect to the weak force.
Yeah, dude. Do you think I don't know that, dude? You think?
Of course you don't.
No, you didn't actually listen. So I said that according to them, at a high enough energy state and high enough velocity, that it basically turns into an electric force, and
Nope.
that's the yes. Do you want to
Nope.
bet?
I don't think you understand what that means.
Oh,
At
I thought it
high
was
enough
no.
energies, the weak force and the electromagnetic force become unified, and this unified version we call the electric weak force. That is not the same thing as saying at high energies the weak force becomes electric. That is not true.
Wait, so when it unifies, it's not electric?
It's electroweak.
Oh, so it is electric.
No, that's not what electroweak means. Electroweak is a name that implies the presence of two things at once, meaning electromagnetism and weak. The reason for the term that it is coined is to imply, like the important thing of the term is to imply that all of these forces are actually different manifestations for the same thing. You can't just take one manifestation and then say all the other manifestations are literally equal to one manifestation. Okay? They're manifestations of something more fundamental.
buddy. Everything's electric, and what this is saying.
I know you believe that.
No, it is. You understand? You said it's not just me that believes it. It's like a handful of the top people in your paradigm coming out with unified field theories and unified forces.
That doesn't mean that they believe everything is electric.
That is literally what they're saying.
No, it doesn't. I believe that the laws of physics are going to eventually be unified into one force. That doesn't mean that I believe that force is electric.
It'll be electromagnetic.
One of the manifestations of it will be electromagnetic. I agree, but that doesn't mean that the whole thing is electromagnetic.
Okay, well, my point was that you can say that I'm just stupid for saying it.
My house is a toilet because my house has a toilet, is your logic.
No.
That is what you're saying.
No.
My house is a toilet because I have a toilet in my house. That's
chill
what
out,
you're
man.
saying.
Okay, elementary charge is a fundamental physical constant of all the little made-up pseudoscientific particles in your paradigm, which means the physical constant of all things is elementary charge. Okay, everything's intrinsically electric. All that the weak force is a different modality or expression within this nature that is the natural world. That's it.
So,
Like, it's all electric.
what is wrong with saying that the electromagnetic force is actually weak?
Wait, say again?
What is wrong with saying that the electromagnetic force is actually the weak force?
They have different characteristics. That's why I just said that.
Okay, excellent. They have different characteristics. Is the weak force the electromagnetic force?
No.
Excellent. Is the electroweak force the weak force?
In your paradigm, no.
Is the electroweak force the electromagnetic force?
No.
Okay, then we agree.
Okay. So now what you don't get, though, is that in reality, when properly defined, everything's intrinsically electromagnetic, and this is actually a geometric expression of the ether. Like, I understand that you're not going to agree with that. I don't care, but that's just a fact. Just like people fought the electroweak theory for many, many, many years, And the same people in Discord right now mocking people saying everything's electric would have been mocking the people pushing the electroweak theory. But now all of a sudden they all agree because they got the stamp from Princeton and Stanford, and once Stanford integrated into their particle physics, now it's accepted religious rhetoric. But that's not my problem. The point is that what it shows is everything begins to unify in this electromagnetic umbrella at higher energy levels. Well, okay, then that's what they are. They're just condensed modalities or slowed down vibrational modalities of what it previously was, which is all.
my salad dressing. Sorry.
All right, man. Well, I'm sorry. Can you name what I said that was word salad?
Can I name what you said that was word salad?
Yeah, you can't.
The entire thing was word salad.
Yeah, dude, Charlie, it's really not valid to just interrupt him and say word salad, man. That's so inauthentic on so many levels.
And the salad dressing joke wasn't very funny either.
Yeah.
So
If you have a response after he's finished, then have a response. I mean, have a real discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's like, okay, for me, matter is actually condensed light, and I think that I get that you would think that's crazy. The truth is, everything is just different modalities of the same stuff, this all-encompassing stuff.
I don't disagree with that. I share that belief. I believe that there is such a thing as a fundamental theory of everything, and which everything comes from.
And that's called the ether, yeah. So this is proven by looking at a vacuum chamber and seeing that we have an electric constant and a magnetic constant, electric permittivity, magnetic permeability, that even in a vacuum there's impedance. It's called free space impedance. So that's where everything's drawing from, is whatever it is that we're detecting in this vacuum, that's where everything's coming from. We're naming a bunch of different things particles, and I don't even actually have a problem with it in a way, because we have to each characteristic is a different phenomena. So it's like, well, call it a different name so we can keep up with them. That's fine. But it's the people that think that they're physical balls bouncing around or something, and that's reality. That's the problem. That's called pseudoscience. That all evidence has refuted that archaic nonsense. That's just
wait. What do you mean? There's no evidence that there's physical balls bouncing around?
Yeah, that's it.
What do
all
you think
evidence has refuted that?
Okay, so all of the predictions that are made by statistical mechanics, do you not realize that they're made with the assumption that there are balls bouncing around?
Yeah, that's right. Because what we
Okay,
did was
so the fact that all of the predictions made by statistical mechanics bear out to be true doesn't bother you at all?
Wait, you think they all bear out to be true?
Absolutely.
No. When you apply
actually, no, not all of them. You're right.
mechanics to quantum mechanics, it doesn't work.
You're right. Absolutely, you're absolutely right about that, Woodson.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the point, though. Look at the toroid and then draw a circle around it. Okay, cool. You could say it's a sphere. And when you're looking at the energy that's concentrated in a certain area, you could be like, that's a sphere. And then you could pretend now one sphere is going to interact with the other sphere. And then you're like, look, the balls are bouncing off each other. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's just concentrated spherical manifestations of energy. And in reality, it's actually a toroid or a double toroid. You can draw a circle around it if you want to. It'd be a sphere because it's 360.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Can we go back to the point though? I want to know how the what I call the proton and the electron are prevent them from occupying the same point in space, right? Because all you say is, well, there's pressure and it works out, which to me is a non-answer.
No, it's just like if you look at the toroid, you'll see that the energy is coming out from the center, looping back around. So something that's being drawn into that, it's not going to go all the way into it and overlap it because there's pressure created by that energy. It's like a little force field.
Okay, hold on. There's pressure created by the energy. You mean the energy that's flowing in and out of?
Yeah.
Okay. By energy, do you mean mass?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
then what do you mean by energy? Because to me,
That's a good
what it means.
question, because energy's not even defined in modern physics.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not. You think that energy is the ability to do work, and that's not a definition.
That is the high school grade definition for morons who don't understand that. The more
okay, define what energy is.
Okay, so the integral of force times the line integral of force over a path, right? And that has manifestations, right? One of them is the presence of mass.
Okay, define force.
Force is define force.
Yeah, your whole energy definition is dependent upon that. That's the primary tenet.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, the truth is.
I mean, no, hold on. Let me think about this. I'll give you a definition. I have no issue with giving you a definition, right? Just let me think about it.
Okay, I just want to make this point while you're thinking about it. There's 3 terms that are super important right now, and that is energy, force, and field. Okay, and these are very these definitions that are accepted right now are very contended by me. I don't buy them. I think they're remedial. So
Okay, so
there you go.
So a force, I would say, is something that like the cause for accelerations. I mean, there's probably a more precise definition than that, but I feel like that should be good enough.
Well, it's not good enough though, and
Why?
because it's not like actually telling me what a force is. Like telling me what it causes doesn't tell me what it is. Just like saying the ability or capacity to do work doesn't tell me what energy is. I give it to you that you did give a more
Sure, but
precise. You gave a more precise definition.
my inability to pull out the exact definition out of my ass right now does not
No,
mean
it's
that
not.
what I'm saying doesn't
No, I'm
doesn't
saying that
bear
it
out.
doesn't exist. I'm saying that there isn't a precise definition. You can't find one. That's the point. It's not well defined, and neither is energy, and neither is field. And if you ask, like, say, if you ask Jace, what a field
Field
is,
is absolutely defined.
your definition is going to be a mathematical
Field,
description.
yeah, because field is a mathematical concept.
Okay, but an actual field is actual energy being exchanged perpetually. So it isn't.
That's word salad. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. A field is something that has a value everywhere in space. That's what a field is.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. Dude, something's actual tangible definition cannot be a value.
Absolutely.
What does the value represent?
It depends on which field we're talking about. Temperature is a field, right? Something that has a value everywhere in space.
So then
The
there are
temperature
no.
at the corner of my room is different than the temperature that's right in front of me, right? Like that's what a field is.
Okay, but temperature is just quantifying heat, a physical interaction based on pressure mediation. So that's a real physical definition of
Wait,
it.
hold on, repeat that.
Temperature is just the amount of heat based on pressure mediation.
Sure.
Okay, so we can actually physically define that within reality. That's an actual what is definition. But like saying just the value, if I said temperature is Fahrenheit, that would be retarded. Okay, same thing if you say that.
I don't see how that is a response to my point at all. You just said something totally unrelated, which
You're
I
saying
don't
fields are
disagree
just
with.
value. This is what I'm trying to tell you, man.
Yeah. A field is just something, a mathematical thing that has a value everywhere in space. That's what a field is.
That's what you think it is, but in reality,
No, that is the definition of a field. That is what a field is.
yeah, in your opinion, like I agree that a field as we use it is conceptual, but I'm saying it's actual. I'm saying that there are actual fields that have an actual force.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
There's only one that exists.
There's a difference between a mathematical field, right, and the actual underlying real quote unquote object that the mathematical field is trying to model. I will grant you that, right? I think most people understand that, and so they use the word field interchangeably, as I do.
Okay, yeah, that's cool, but I get how you guys use it, but that's my point, right? Because then what you guys say is that everything is comprised of these fields.
Yeah, that's what quantum field theory says.
Right, so everything's comprised of values. But math is not reality. So everything can't be physically comprised of values.
Math is what is used to describe reality, right?
Yeah, but everything can't be comprised.
I agree with you that the math isn't reality.
Right, which means
I don't see how that's a response to my point, though.
If everything is actually comprised of fields, then fields have to be actually something. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not just values. That means the values are just.
No, the values are what's used to describe them.
Exactly. So now we're back to if the values are describing what the field is. Yeah, as in like giving a description of different characteristics of the field. What exactly is the field? What's the definition of field? It can't be values.
The best thing that we have to describe the underlying thing is what we're using to describe them.
So then field is merely a conceptual quantification or mathematical description. Okay, that's what you think. I'm saying fields are actual, and when you doublespeak and claim that fields
No. Now you are not understanding, right? That we can use the same word to describe two different things. I truly do believe that there is something there which the mathematical fields describe, and I also just call it a field because I don't think that making the distinction between the mathematical thing that you describe and the actual, between the mathematical thing which you use to describe the thing and the actual thing is worth it.
Okay,
So
let's
I'm fine
let's
with
put
just
it like
calling
this.
them both the field.
Okay, we're going to use Jason's comment to move it forward, right? So the fields have more properties than just a value. It's the properties of the fields that compose its constituents. Okay, so the field is defined as the properties exhibited. Okay, yeah, certain fields have certain properties. I agree. In order for something to have a property, it has to be something. Okay, that means that something has the properties, the physical properties. Conceptual abstractions cannot have physical properties. In fact, that's a fundamental fallacy. It's a reification fallacy. So
I agree with you. I don't see how you think that you're responding to what I'm saying, right?
what's
Grant you
a field, man?
what?
What is a field? Like if there's say the electron field, they say that is a bunch of electrons. But what's the electrons in? Where are the electrons in?
Are we talking about the mathematical object or the real thing?
Like the actual physical reality. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Okay.
Right?
What I'm telling you is that the way that I define it is by the mathematical object that describes it, because I can think of no better way than doing so.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool. That's my point, though, is that you may not be able to think of a better way to do it, but that doesn't make it somehow a sufficient definition. Like,
correct. It could be that the thing that I'm using to describe it is actually wrong, right?
Yes,
it could be that the
has
fundamental thing actually has additional properties, or that the properties that we model are actually not entirely accurate.
They're just characteristics, yeah. So anyway, the point is that there is actually what ends up happening in all these situations is we need something substantive that sustains these quote unquote fields or these properties, these values, these characteristics, these excitations, oscillations. People love to throw a lot of words around. Basically, they say now that these particles are just localized oscillations or excitations of the background field, right? Effectively. So, but like, well, okay, what is it that's being excited then? If a particle is the excitation of a field, then the definition of the field cannot be the values that we use to represent the excitations.
Nobody's saying that the definition of the field is just the values.
Well, right? it's different properties.
Again, you're playing this little game where you're switching what you mean when you say field as you talk to suit your point, which is so like incredibly deceptive.
Let me just cut straight to the point. This is the reality of it. There's only one truly coherent field of force, and that is magnetism. And it's perpetual, it's autonomous, meaning it's self-governing, and it continues to loop in a perpetual nature. It has a specific geometry. The more accurate description of the only true field of force is geometry. Okay? And that's the reality. That's the point. That's the reason I was going through all that, is because that's the actual answer. It's the only answer that works. There's only one true field of force that's autonomous or self-governing and perpetual, and that is magnetism. Everything else is a characteristic of different modalities of the ether.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Okay, so we have an all-encompassing background medium, and it has different modalities. You're ether, I'm ether. Everything's ether. The electron's ether, the photon's ether.
You mentioned that.
Okay, well, that's the important part. That's fundamentally different. And this is where the standstill is. When I look at the vacuum, it has to have substantive values or qualities, because it causes impedance. So it can't just be comprised of mathematical concepts. Mathematical concepts do not cause physical impedance.
Again, you're doing it again.
Okay, you get the background. You get the vacuum has to have something in it.
You're doing it again. Why are you conflating the definition, or why are you conflating the mathematical object that's used to describe the thing and the thing?
Because you couldn't tell me what the thing was. So
I told you that I did tell you what the thing was.
No,
I told you the best way in which I have to describe the thing is by the mathematical object, right? And I grant you that I could be wrong.
Let's say I have a whirlpool.
There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Let's say I have a whirlpool, and then you walk up, and I'm like, "Hey, man, what is that?" And then you're like, "A vortex." I'm like, "Well, you're like, it's vortexing, it's spinning." I'm like, "Yeah, I get it, it's spinning, but like, what is it?"
Right.
You're like, "It's a whirlpool." You wouldn't keep telling me, oh well, look, here's the math for how it spins. Here's its momentum.
I think your analogy is not apt. I think a more appropriate analogy would be like you point to a computer and then you ask, "What's that?" and then I hand you the schematics for it.
Yeah, and then that's
right, which completely describe what the computer does, right? Which to me is as close as definition as possible.
Not really, because like there's an actual computer and there's an actual whirlpool. But do you agree that the vacuum is not empty? Like you agree that vacuum's not like nothingness?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and so if it's causing impedance, like that means it has to be substantive.
I don't know what you mean by it has to be substantive.
Well, it has to have substantive qualities. Like I don't just say I don't just say the word substance though, because
what do you mean by it has to have
initial
substance?
rabbit hole? What?
I grant you that empty space has energy associated with it, and therefore stuff.
And it causes impedance.
Sure.
So like just a vacuum itself will actually cause resistance.
Sure.
More specifically impedance. So then we have a problem. This is why quantum cannot be unified with gravity. And this is just one of the many reasons, but because let's say that the vacuum actually causes impedance, well, then we can't explain Michelson-Morley anymore, because that means that we would have got a fringe shift as the Earth flew through a vacuum, but we didn't. This actually also introduces the idea of an absolute frame, because there's something absolutely there being moved against. So this changes all of physics. This is why we're at a standstill in modern physics. This is why just playing the semantical game of background fields and excitations and here's the math isn't going to fix physics. It isn't going to move physics forward. That's going to do nothing. So, I mean, you may figure some new things out and have a new name for it and come up with a new equation, but that's not going to fix physics. Physics is clearly in a crisis right now, right? So,
I don't think you know enough physics to say that.
physics is in a crisis. You can't unify the scales, but obviously say the local and the cosmological scale must be comprised of the quantum scale, which means, logically speaking, they must adhere to the same laws of physics. So they must have an answer for all scales that apply to all scales. But we don't have one. That's a crisis. So yeah, I mean, anyway, there's a bunch of theories being proposed right now to unify, like grand unified theories that are electromagnetic, but they're having trouble with the gravity part, and of course they are. But anyway, that's my point. I've started to say this to Jason a lot too. It's like, to me, and I even admit that there are technicalities that you guys would know more about than me. I openly and readily admit that. I don't have a problem with that. But for sure, what's abundantly obvious to me is that until it is acknowledged that the vacuum has substantive qualities, therefore, because it causes impedance, and then we take this fact for what it is.
Who doesn't acknowledge
that? Everyone with a religious bias that needs to hold on to relativity.
Okay, who that believes in relativity does not believe that the vacuum has energy?
Well, what they say, they just keep them separate. They say like, oh, quantum's a different world.
No, you're absolutely unequivocally wrong. Okay, so general relativity, okay, even before quantum mechanics was discovered, okay, already predicted in it vacuum energy. You don't know what you're talking about, Witsit.
I know you guys say that. You think I've never heard that? You think I've never heard that? Oh, Einstein himself just didn't quite recognize and thought it was his greatest blunder that his relativity actually predicted dark energy. You think I've never heard that or something? Like,
well, I'm surprised that you have heard about it, and then you would say that it requires like quantum. I have no idea what the fuck you say that then.
Because what you don't understand, general relativity can't be applied to quantum mechanics for many reasons.
Right? Why are you bringing up quantum?
Because for there to be a theory of physics that accurately describes the natural world, it's going to have to work on all scales. That's his basic logic.
Sure. But, yeah.
So relativity cannot be right. It can't be right.
You're
it doesn't
not
work
listening.
on the
You're not listening
cosmological
to me.
scale.
Okay, Witsit, what did I ask you?
You asked me why I'm saying that the reason I'm saying this is just saying dark energy vaguely without defining it doesn't answer any of the problems, which is that the vacuum has impedance.
Witsit. What did I ask you?
I don't remember.
I asked you, point to somebody that doesn't accept what?
Oh yeah, that the vacuum has energy. I mean, I'll point to Xanax. Xanax said Xanax.
Hold on. And then you said what?
I don't remember.
Anybody who accepts general relativity, right?
Oh well, then I should. That wasn't an incorrect answer. No, actually, what I said was they just keep them separate. That's what I actually said.
Okay.
And then you said I'm wrong because
you acknowledge that somebody that doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics accepts that there is vacuum energy as part of general relativity.
Well, actually, the average person doesn't do that at all. But just saying that relativity predicts dark energy doesn't make it true because dark energy is not even defined.
Oh God! All right,
It's not.
I mean, yeah, but you can play that game about anything, right? Like when
No.
you like, it's so tiring that when you and other people here do this, right? When they say, well, it's not even defined, right? Because you keep asking, well, what is that made out of? Well, what is that made up? Oh, what is that made up of? Until we get to the point where we say the theory, this object is fundamental in the theory, and then you're like, oh, that means you can't tell me what it's made out of.
First of all, it's not fundamental in the theory, actually. There are hundreds of different interpretations of how to solve Einstein's field equations completely void of dark energy.
What isn't fundamental?
Dark energy.
Okay, are you really saying that the vacuum energy isn't fundamental in the theory of general relativity? Is that what you're saying? Because I can tell you that it is. It absolutely
In current understanding, they definitely say that it is and that Einstein just himself overlooked it. Okay, but that's not really my point. Here's the bigger point, man. Can you follow the logic here? The background, okay, the vacuum has impedance. Okay.
I don't disagree with that. I don't
Okay,
know what
so now listen. So we have Michelson-Morley, okay? We shot a light in the direction of the motion of the Earth, and we shot another light perpendicular to that, so against the motion. It didn't show a fringe shift. But if the vacuum actually has impedance, why would it not have shown a fringe shift? Because the perpendicular light would have had to fight against the impedance of the vacuum as the Earth moved away from it. Einstein's whole way that he saved it was saying specifically that there are no absolute reference frames, that there is no impedance in the background, that there is no fixed background of space. And therefore,
Einstein never said there is no impedance in empty space. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, the impedance of the vacuum was an already accepted concept for, I don't know, since Maxwell's time, and Einstein absolutely accepted it.
Well, Einstein actually said that.
In fact, he probably uses it in his calculations.
No, he didn't. He specifically said that when he originally did that, it was his biggest blunder. So then people are like,
No. You're talking about the cosmological constant, right? What you mentioned earlier was the impedance of free space. Is that not what you're talking about?
Yeah, and so when you read what
the
Einstein...
impedance of free space, Einstein absolutely accepted.
Okay, I would love for you to cite that, because what he actually says is that I misspoke when I said there was no ether. Means he himself acknowledges that at first he said there was no ether. Then he says, I should have said there's no ether velocity, because space without ether is unthinkable. Because if we don't have some type of physical properties, then we don't have anything against which to measure with measuring rods and clocks. He said, but that is all that there is space and time. They have physical properties in the sense that we use them to measure.
I mean, do you agree that Einstein accepted Maxwell's equations?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do you not understand that the impedance of free space is a parameter in Maxwell's equations?
What's the value?
I don't know. I would have to look it up.
Okay, the currently accepted value is 377 ohms. And taking you're saying that because now we know that in the vacuum there is electric permittivity and magnetic permeability.
No, I'm saying it because Einstein accepted it and you said he didn't.
No, when you apply Maxwell's equations to what we now know about the vacuum, then it's known that there's free space impedance. Einstein did not know that.
Einstein absolutely accepted the concept of free space impedance.
Okay, well, I would love for you to cite that.
The concept of free space impedance was there way before quantum mechanics.
I would love for you to cite Einstein saying that there was free space impedance.
I can't cite Einstein actually saying that I can demonstrate to you that it's an easily derivable fact from Maxwell's equations and nothing else.
Only if there is electric permittivity and magnetic permeability in the vacuum.
Right, and those are all parameters in Maxwell's equations. So, and which you already admitted that Einstein accepted.
Maxwell does not provide values for electric permittivity in a vacuum.
I know that he doesn't provide values, but he provides that they exist.
Well, in theory, he allows for them, but at that time, it was considered, according to Einstein and relativity, it's considered zero. Dude, it's considered zero at the time of Einstein, my dude.
No, it wasn't. You don't.
Oh, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Here's what I'm asking you. I want you to use your logic.
Okay. Hold on. You're saying that,
dude, hold on, Charlie. Just as a quick point. Hold on, man. As a quick point of moderation, like Wits is being very patient. You are interrupting a lot. Could you please just give a little space to let it go back and forth? But yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So you are saying that the values for vacuum permittivity and vacuum permeability were not known before Einstein's time. That's what you're saying.
No, not that the concepts. Yeah, the actual measurements.
Yeah, the values of them were not known.
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I've never
this
seen
is an
it.
easily verifiable fact. When were the values of vacuum permittivity and vacuum permeability measured? Is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Okay.
I want to see exactly how they measured it, but sure. But this is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm actually just asking this question. If there's light going with the motion of the Earth and light going against the motion of the Earth, and it's because the Earth is flying through a vacuum, but there's impedance out there, then why would the light not show a fringe shift going against the motion of the Earth in the vacuum that has impedance? Wouldn't that cause like it to show a fringe shift? Because like from my understanding, like Lorentz, like Lorentz even mentioned the idea, right? But and Heaviside's the one I think that actually first specifically mentioned the idea, that like the concept of a dielectric constant, right?
Okay, so do you know what values make up the dielectric constant?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, are you aware that one of the values in the dielectric constant is the vacuum permittivity?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you.
Are you aware that Maxwell knew about this?
Yes, because I just told you who came up with it.
Okay, great. So Einstein knew about it, right?
But they didn't know the values. They did not measure the actual values.
Right, but it can't be zero.
Well, it could have been zero, actually.
No, it's in the denominator, dude. That would mean that all permittivities will be infinite. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
No, in a vacuum, there could have been no permittivity or permeability of electromagnetic forces. That is a fact. In fact, for many years, people said that. In fact, Zanuck's so insane, he still says it.
Listen. The dielectric constant of materials is the relative the frequency dependent permittivity of the material over the vacuum permittivity, right?
Yeah.
And then you were saying it was thought that the vacuum permittivity could have been zero, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when you divide a number by zero?
It doesn't work.
Exactly, it doesn't work.
Okay. So then there would be no free space impedance then?
What?
So there would be no free space impedance. Okay, yeah, but that's
no. It means that the relative permittivity of all materials would have to be infinite.
Oh, wait. You're saying that in the permittivity of all materials, we have to account for the vacuum permittivity?
Yes. Yes. Go look up the formula for dielectric constant.
Okay, so then no one ever determined the permittivity of any object without knowing the measured value of the electric constant in a vacuum.
No. They measured the value of an object, right? Right?
Okay.
Like it's measured. You don't need the formula to figure out what it is. It's just one way to calculate it, right? Like if you have the frequency dependent permittivity and you know the vacuum permittivity, that you can calculate the relative permittivity. But you could also just measure the relative permittivity.
That's okay.
In fact, a way to get the vacuum permittivity is by measuring the relative permittivity, right? And then dividing the frequency dependent permittivity of the material by the measured permittivity.
You just made my point though. Like you just rebutted your own. Yeah, you're saying that you would have to have known it because it's the denominator, and then you say no, you could have determined it without the equation.
Shit, you're not listening. Okay, so anyway, we agree that Einstein knew about this. Okay, so I don't know. So I mean, are you willing to admit now that Einstein knew that the vacuum permittivity wasn't zero?
No. You can laugh, but Einstein doesn't ever specifically address the vacuum permittivity. He doesn't.
Okay,
because he specifically
I know
says
that he doesn't, but the fact that he uses it in calculations, right?
no, he didn't use the value in calculations. It wasn't even measured yet.
No. I'm not saying the value. The fact that he uses the symbol.
Yeah, because he was an idiot. Like he just stole Maxwell's
Einstein was an
equations.
idiot. Did you really just say that?
Okay, well, he stole a lot of people's work, okay? So does it surprise me that he took other people's equations that were known to be very, very
Listen.
No.
Listen. He knew about the concept of vacuum permittivity, right? Okay. Now,
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's just look up. When was the first time the vacuum permittivity was measured? Oh, you know what? I'll ask ChatGPT and I'll verify what it says. Okay.
I bet you it's going to tell you that it wasn't measured anywhere close to what you're saying. I already told you who first came up with the idea, and he didn't measure it. And that dude could have took Einstein's brain and folded it in like a card table.
The value of vacuum permittivity, blah, 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 blah. It was first introduced. The concept was first introduced by Oliver Heaviside in the 1880s.
Check that out. What a shocker.
Wait,
That's
what's
what I said. That's literally what I said.
Okay, so why would you say that Einstein didn't know about it?
I said it wasn't actually measured value, okay? So what I'm asking specifically is...
What are you talking about? It's been known since the late 1800s.
He introduced the idea. Heaviside introduced the idea.
Right.
Okay.
Right, but you're aware that two things can happen in the same decade, right?
Yeah, but do you want to show me where it happened? Because I mean, I actually don't know.
Okay. Okay. So, what's this? Somebody cited a paper here. 1865
it's
paper,
like very
Maxwell
sensitive.
derives an electromagnetic wave equation with a velocity for light in close agreement with measurements made of experiments, and deduces that light is an electromagnetic wave. Is it here?
I guess this would have something to do with the speed of light.
Of course it does. The electromagnetic, the vacuum permittivity, is one of the numbers that can be used to calculate the speed of light.
Yeah, but of course, Heaviside said there was an ether. Are you starting to understand the problem? That Lorentz and Maxwell and Heaviside, all the people that we're having to invoke now, they said there was an ether. So they acknowledged that.
I'm not going to let you run away from this. Okay.
No.
Einstein knew about this number.
But he disagreed with the foundational concept.
Dude, finish what you were saying, Witz. So Charlie, I'm just temporarily muting him, man. You're just interrupting every time he's speaking, bro. Please, just let him at least speak until he's finished. Please, go ahead, Witz.
Heaviside and Lorentz and Maxwell, they were ether proponents. So, of course, they acknowledged that a vacuum isn't empty, it isn't Newtonian emptiness, and it's not just space and time. They said that it had impedance and that the speed of light was directly relative to that background that's in the vacuum. That's what they thought light was, actually, it required a medium to sustain it. Einstein specifically went against this. Okay, that's the point I'm making to you. I'm not saying he didn't know about it. I'm saying he definitely never specifically stated it to be true, because the people that came up with it and discovered it used the ether to do so. And Einstein specifically did away with that ether.
You are lying. You are absolutely fucking lying. You said that Einstein didn't know that the vacuum permittivity and permeability were non-zero, even though they show up in his paper as the formula for the speed of light as one over the root of the product of those two numbers. If either of those would be zero, that'd be saying like the speed of light is infinite, which he obviously did not believe, because that's what the whole point of relativity is.
Okay, so then you can show me in Einstein's math where he accounted for the value of the vacuum permittivity then.
Yes.
I would love to see that.
It's in JS or whatever I don't know what the fuck you pronounce his name is. It's in the paper, right? Which page is it in? Where he has C is one of the root of the product of the permeability. And
This isn't Einstein, dude.
This is not Einstein. Well, this is Maxwell. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. He took Maxwell's equations. I don't dispute that, but he didn't agree with them conceptually. He did not agree with what he did not agree with what Maxwell used to come up with his equations.
Hold on. That's not what we were trying to disprove here, right? You said Einstein had no idea. He didn't know that the permeability and the permittivity had non-zero values, right? That's what you said.
Well, that's what's so funny about Einstein is he takes Maxwell's equations that include an ether at its foundation and then says there's no ether, but it's because that's why special relativity is actually called like electrodynamics, like electrodynamic effect of bodies or something like that. Like that's what his whole is about is like taking Maxwell's equations because they're known to have worked so well and then trying to interpret them differently and create a different framework. That's what he's famous for.
Whitsit, I think you have seen me a handful of times now hold other Globers' feet to the fire whenever they bullshit you, right?
Dude,
would you say that's a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I've seen you do it once, yes.
Okay. You are doing the exact same fucking thing that the Globers do.
No,
okay?
I'm not.
Right now you are. You claimed that Einstein didn't know that the permittivity and the permeability of free space had non-zero values, which is necessarily implied by Maxwell's equations, which Einstein accepted. And I just demonstrated that to you, and yet you're still harping on that.
Okay, so then this is what I'm going to keep on making the deeper point until you catch up. So I don't dispute that Einstein took Maxwell's equations. I don't dispute that he knew what Maxwell's equations said. I'm saying that Einstein conceptually combated Maxwell's understandings. He took his equations because he knew they worked so well. Because that's all he did for his whole theory was put a bunch of other pieces work together. But my point is that if you actually examine the conceptual backing of relativity and what Einstein's interpretation was, he said it's only space and time. So where in that equation that talks about the impedance of free space or vacuum permittivity does it say that space and time cause impedance?
Why are you addressing a point that wasn't made?
That's my whole point.
Why are you addressing it? No. You made a claim. I am impeaching that claim. Don't run away from the impeachment. Address the impeachment. Your point was very clearly that Einstein did not know that the permeability and permittivity of free space had non-zero values. That was your point. Let's stick to that point.
I said he did not know the measured value.
Excuse me, I wasn't done. Let's address that point. I just very clearly showed to you that Maxwell demonstrated that the permeability of free space and the permittivity of free space could not have non-zero values, otherwise the speed of light would be infinite. And Einstein knew this and accepted it. Do you have a rebuttal to this point in particular with respect to the point that you made?
Yes. So if it's going to make you feel better that I say I concede that I shouldn't have said he didn't know they weren't zero, then there you go. But my point still remains here, which is that Einstein conceptually went against the foundation of that value. Okay, so he can agree with, because he said that there's nothing but space and time there. He did away with the ether concept that Maxwell built his equations upon.
I don't think he did that at all.
Well, that's what he said.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
He did say that. He said that the ether only exists in the sense that space must have physical properties in order for us to measure against, and that it's strictly space and time.
Yeah, I don't see how that's in contention with what I'm saying.
Well,
I'll grant you. I'll grant you that Einstein considered the possibility of the ether, right?
But
I don't disagree
it
with that.
couldn't be like substantive and absolute, which is what Maxwell used. For you to
Wait,
have a
what?
constant value that's derived from like a permittivity and permeability that's constant, that's a fixed background. So,
Correct, and which is why, correct. You're absolutely correct, and that is why Maxwell's equations are not compatible with Galilean relativity, and that is the reason why relativity was invented.
yeah, to use transforms to try to make them have a baby. But this is my point, though. Like, that means there's a fundamental conceptual disagreement there.
I mean, correct. Yes. I mean, if you're saying that Maxwell's equations assume that Galilean relativity can apply to them, you're right. Einstein threw that out the paper because he saw that was inconsistent, right? And people knew this. Like, nobody contested this.
No, what I'm saying is that in Einstein's special relativity paper, which is all about electrodynamics, he specifically doesn't account for a fixed background. Okay, but if there is a value for permittivity and permeability in a vacuum, then that's a fixed background, which means Einstein took the math, but then transformed it to say there wasn't a fixed background, but we can still use the same math as if there is one.
Hold on. Why do you think that's a fixed background?
Well, because if there's always the same permittivity and permeability in a vacuum that can be measured against, and it causes impedance, that means that there's a fixed background in which can be measured against.
No, why? No, because it could just be, okay, it could be that there's no background. It could be that there's a moving background. All of those things would be consistent with there being the same permeability, right? You could have, let's say that there is an ether, okay? And let's say that the ether moves relative to the Earth, but that the permeability and the permittivity are equal everywhere in space. Then that would result in the same impedance everywhere in space. And so for you to say that it has to be fixed it doesn't follow.
Yeah, well, more specifically,
It
the word
could
would be
be that
inertial.
it's not fixed. It could be that it moves, or it could be that it's not there at all.
No, it can't not be there at all. And the word would be inertial, okay? Meaning that even if the ether was moving, it's still inertial. It's unchanging so that you can have something to measure it against. So it's a fixed reference to measure against, i.e. absolute. But Einstein specifically said that this was not the case. That is the fundamental tenet of relativity.
I mean, I feel like...
Do you not see the point I'm making, Charlie? Because I think you do.
I feel like I've talked to you to death at this point.
I think you see my point. I think you see my point, bro. And it's
no, I really don't. I really do not see your point.
Buddy, dude, if there's a magnetic permeability and an electric permittivity of a vacuum, and it's a value that can be relied upon, so it's reliably used consistently. Okay, and this gives us a value of free space impedance, which is also reliable and consistent. And we can measure things against that. We have an absolute frame that we're measuring with.
No, we don't. That doesn't follow.
What do you think an absolute frame is, dude?
An absolute frame?
Yeah.
There isn't such a thing.
Well, I get that's what relativity says, but it absorbs the absolute frame and then just says, nuh-uh.
An absolute frame would be like a frame of reference, which is like special in some way.
Well, it's unchanging, and you can always measure against it at all times.
No, you can always measure against a relative frame. Always.
If it's inertial, right? Like,
no, even if it's not inertial, you can always measure against it.
If you know it's like velocity.
All right, I feel like I've talked about this enough. Like I can't, like, what's it? You can't make statements about physics if you don't know physics. It's like it's embarrassing. It doesn't make you look good.
You can say
sure,
that.
I know that you don't take stuff that like I say about that like with any seriousness, which is why.
Because
Which is why.
Yeah, these are just ad homs, dude.
Charlie,
They're
he
all
just
just-
schooled the shit out of you, dude.
Yeah,
he
it's
just
just
spent
you-
how many hours schooling you? What the
Yeah,
heck?
you just
and now you're like
killed-
bowing
really
out
bad.
like a
I think it's
coward.
hilarious that you think that.
No, these are
You can't
actual
see the truth.
ad hominem fallacies. That's what these are. You're
Yeah,
just
all
talking
good.
about
Hey,
one that's
that
bad.
now an adult would just bow out of the conversation gracefully, Charlie. So if you want to go ahead and do that.
Hanging on to a religion.
Well, no, it's all good. Like I don't think Charlie. I think Charlie is not. I think he's smart, right? But I don't know why you had that huge disconnect at the climax there, because that's an important point that I'm making. What relativity did was absorb the absolute frame of reference called the ether that all of electrical field theory was built upon, including Maxwell's equations. And then it took all the math because it was proven to work. Took all the math and then said, nuh-uh. It just said nuh-uh for the foundation of the equations.
Wait, what was proven to work?
Maxwell's equations, although they are incomplete.
No, Maxwell's equations give incoherent results when you apply
Maybe
Galilean transformations to them. Maxwell's equations are not invariant under Galilean transformation. That's what makes them patently wrong.
I mean, you're right. He is smart. He just doesn't get it. You know what I mean?
Why do we need Galilean transformations?
What do you mean? Why do we need Galilean transformations?
Yeah, why do we need them?
Why do we to be able to calculate numbers or to be able to calculate trajectories of things?
Okay. So can we just assume that there's an ether with an absolute fixed frame and get the math to work?
If the universe was actually that way, then sure.
Okay. And so in fact, there's only one reason that we can't do that, and it's because
So wait. So
there's a-
actually, I have a question for you. Do you accept that the speed of light is constant to
No.
all observers?
No.
Okay, so you believe that you can, in theory, catch up with a light beam, right?
Well, that's not, I mean, yeah, if you could go crazy, yeah, you could go faster than the speed of light. So in theory, you could, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, are you
Yeah,
aware
screw
that?
No, they would die, obviously.
Are you aware that that is in contradiction with experiments?
No, it's actually not. So
It's not.
no, we actually have an experiment where they attained 3C with the transmission of information over 200 meters with coaxial cables.
Wait, you claim that somebody has achieved faster than light information?
3C actually.
No.
Wait, I need to see
Not-
this. I need
not
to see this right now.
information.
Yeah, it was information.
I need to see this right now.
Well, why you jump in like you know what you're talking about? Jesse, what are you talking about?
Well, no, it wasn't the information. It was a reflection of a wavefront that looked like it was arriving almost before it was sent. But
No, three
in
times
order
three
to
times
get
too
here,
less.
I'm almost done. In order to get this, he had to pass it through these filters in order to limit the bandwidth, and he was using unterminated cable, and he didn't realize he was seeing his own reflection off the end of the cable. The problem is you have to drop the bandwidth so low that you couldn't actually transmit data at a high enough rate for a whole bit to arrive at the destination at the claimed 3C speed. That's the problem.
Okay,
Oh.
that sounds more like it to me.
And you're eating it up, but just you're saying that if you don't send like a bit of information, then there's no information.
Yeah, you can't send actual information. I mean, you read his other papers.
Yeah, I read another
explained
paper
what was
where
going on.
he said that he tried to explain it, and it's like this weird, like clearly ad hoc grasp at straws explanation for what he can't accept, which is that he got 3C transmission. The fact that you believe his ad hoc explanation doesn't mean anything to me. There's experimental values that show you that you can in fact attain over. Even Tesla did this. Tesla attained 1.5C with longitudinal propagation. So I don't care if you guys deny it. He asked me if I think that
Wait.
the speed of light's constant. I said no.
So okay, so if you don't think the speed of light is constant, then how do you account Maxwell's equations changing depending on your velocity?
Okay, just a sec.
Jesse, if you're so confident in that argument, why don't you just say it out loud to Witsit?
Which argument?
The one you just put it in the
Okay,
text
okay.
chat. Like, are you gonna really pretend you don't know that either? You're really good
Oh.
at that.
No, I've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to him about it.
Nobody's saying anything, so go ahead.
Okay. Hey, you up for some discussion with it?
You claim to know the mechanism that causes gravity.
You don't sound like Witsit.
Yeah, but you asked me in the chat. I'm just confirming. You know what the mechanism that causes gravity?
No, and you don't either. But that doesn't mean we can't
So
quantify it and
you're
observe it
trying
and
to
measure it, right?
you're trying to say what in the chat then? Wait,
Well-
did I just hear Data say that we don't know the cause for what gravity is? Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
what's
know
your
what the mechanism. You don't know what the mechanism that causes it. No, you don't.
Yeah, why do you what's the point in saying that? Why what does that gain you to say that nobody knows the mechanism that causes it? You don't know it either,
You
right?
you figure it out, buddy. You figure out why that's important.
Well, you don't know it either. Are you there
The
with it?
point is you want to
I
claim that
think he
you do.
indicated that he was going to do, like you said, hold on or wait a second or something like that, maybe.
Oh, maybe he did. Maybe that's why I wasn't jumping in there.
Until
what-
Woodson comes back, was wondering if I could ask Charlie a question.
Well, I don't know if Data and Jesse were going to complete that or whether it just seemed like Jesse just didn't want to talk with Data, maybe. So I guess unless he wants to, we could shift to that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. I thought they were done. Yeah.
Have at or Montreal.
I guess
Yeah.
Jesse only wanted to talk to what's it sounds like.
Well, I asked Data a question and he refused to answer it and just said, "You figure it out." So, I mean, what else am I going to say? But I do want to talk to Witsit. That is true, but he's busy.
We know. Yeah, he's AFK. It sounds like. Well, Data just asked you something that was in chat though. So did you not want to respond to that?
I did.
All right, Charlie, you still there? Yeah, he may have stepped away too. I don't know if Charlie is he.
Charlie's gone.
Did he? Yeah, he's not in the VC. Yeah, SE, he's not in the VC.
Okay, so much for that.
I
heard him say that
he
you
was
can catch up to a light.
He was worn out at that point. He was on his
Yeah,
last.
it's all good. We got we
He
got
sounded battered, yeah.
Jace's fingers are going real nuts in the text here. Let's see if you back it up with his manly voice he's got.
I could have swore I heard him say that you can catch up to a light beam.
Maybe Jace can respond if he wants to.
I want to know what Witsit meant by the speed of light not being constant. Does he mean that, like, when he says 3c or 1.5c, does he mean that somebody is traveling faster than the speed of light, or in that instance, the speed of light itself increase?
Can I chime in here 1 second? I'll be 2
or
seconds.
1.5c? I love that. I like how I was just asking a two. I just made a 2-sentence comment, and I couldn't even get that out because you people are so disrespectful that you can't even allow that.
Well, man, somebody did interrupt you. I already muted him. Did you want to go ahead and finish or say it again? Yeah, people do interrupt, man. It's a big open panel. I mean, there's other ways to do it where we can have like stage channels. We can do other types of arrangements to where people can't just jump in. But yeah, when there's 30 or 40 people in the VC, that does tend to happen. We have to have some level of patience, but as well, I think. But yeah, man, go ahead.
Okay, I think it's okay when somebody's monologuing for 5+ minutes and then somebody wants to finally interject because they have something they really want to get out. But all I was going to ask is I was wondering what Witsit meant by the speed of light not being constant. Does that? And he used the example of Tesla and somebody else apparently finding something at multiples of the speed of light that we know of. So I'm wondering, does that mean that something actually traveled faster than a fixed speed of light, or in that instance of observation, did the speed of light itself increase to a multiple of its normal speed?
So I looked into those papers that he got that out of. Would you like to hear my summary of it?
Sure.
So the one on the data being transferred, allegedly, the guy had an unterminated coaxial cable that was pretty long, and he was putting a low frequency voltage sine wave on it, or whatever, and he was measuring the voltage on the input end and the output end with an oscilloscope and comparing the voltage on both ends of the cable. And he measured the voltage to track the same on both ends, or close to the same,
Could I
as
stop
if
you? I'm
uh-huh.
sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but could I just ask a question to clarify my understanding? You what I heard you say was he used a coax cable and set up I'm sorry, the machine to what is it called to
An
measure?
oscilloscope.
Yeah, sorry, oscilloscope on. He set up an oscilloscope on either side, so ostensibly he could send a signal through one end, and then measure the other end on an oscilloscope to see when the signal is picked up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this created, because the cable was unterminated, it created a reflection off of the end, which, when combined with the forward signal, caused the voltages at the 2 points to read the same. You'd kind of have to understand radio frequency physics for that to exactly make sense, but it doesn't actually allow you to transfer data faster than the speed of light, because of the time that it takes for the signal to get there and reflect back to create that same voltage. If you actually tried to send data, you would have to slow it down to so slow that it would actually still take more than the speed of light to get the data to transfer, basically.
Jesse, we're paying a lot of close attention. I want you to read chat. We've been commenting.
Silly putty? Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering,
On the silly scope.
there had to be some kind of idea, or there had to be something more. It seems like there would have been more to the experiment than just an oscilloscope on the end of a coax cable and sending some electrical current through it. It just seems like there's probably more to the setup than that.
Let me see if I can find the paper.
I don't even know why somebody would think they could get even the normal speed of light of just sending, an electrical charge through a coax cable, let alone a multiple of the speed of light.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away. That's all good.
Hey,
I think we kind of took the room over long enough.
Hey, what's it? I was asking a question. I was hoping you could clarify. When you said that that Tesla and somebody else did experiments to find multiples of the speed of light, like 3 times and 1.5 times, and you also said that the speed of light can change. Does that mean that something can go faster than a fixed speed of light, or does that mean that in the conditions that they measured, that the speed of light itself increased?
Yeah, well, I think that light doesn't have a speed in the sense of it doesn't travel from point to point. So what we call the speed of light itself can increase. It can technically inch all the way towards instants because it's already there. So, but will you ever attain instant? No, because there's going to be a delay. Because it's actually the ether being illuminated or excited, and that's what we call light, like visible light. So there'll always be a delay, and that's why the value's so consistent, because like the typical rate of induction without any other medium is the speed of light value. But yeah, I think for sure you can go faster than the speed of light. When I say go faster, I mean light can. Like Can material go faster than the speed of light? Well, I mean, I don't even have evidence that material can go the speed of light. That's crazy fast. It's a value of how quickly we saw the ether light up. Like, imagine matter going that fast. That's insane, right? Yeah, I don't know if that
Yeah,
answers your question.
yeah, sheer air friction in any size would make that nigh impossible. But so you're confirming that you like the speed of light itself can increase to near infinite.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
and now Jesse just summarized the experiment with the oscilloscope and the coax cable, and he's saying basically all the experiment was somebody shooting electrical current through a coax cable and then measuring how long it took the signal to get to the other end with an oscilloscope. But it seems to me like there would have had to have been more um, to the experiment than that, because the speed of electricity is normally slower than the normal speed of light.
Yeah, it was like very specific type of cables that were used, and I mean, I don't know. It's been like a year since I've read it, so I just have to find it. Jesse's apparently read it. Do you have the paper?
Let me look. I might have DM'd it to you, or you might have DM'd it to me.
Okay, I got it somewhere.
One thing is certain: matter in their paradigm cannot even reach the speed of light. Never mind exceed it. That is a fact, because in their model, matter expands exponentially as it increases, as it nears the speed of light. So take that one off the table.
And it contracts at the same time.
Well, it's that E equals
Exactly.
mc squared. So
Yeah.
the mass increases exponentially as the velocity increases.
But they also claim that it
Exactly.
contracts, though.
Hmm?
They also claimed that.
Who said incorrect?
That was Fox.
Why is that incorrect?
Oh no, no one said that.
He might have said correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
just
my bad. My bad.
yeah. But Fox, you see, the problem is what they also claim is that as things go faster and faster towards the speed of light, they physically contract.
Oh yeah, the blue shifts. Yeah,
So they contract and expand
Oops.
infinitely.
yeah.
Paradox.
Well, there's just no
Oops.
way. I don't see how you can test that other than to claim that that the stars are doing the whole red shifting or whatever. But that's just an interpretation, not a direct experiment.
Oh yeah, that's it's slightly different, but like basically their idea is if it goes over the speed of light, it couldn't be material. No information can go faster than the speed of light. But like as you get closer and closer, it's going to keep contracting more and more to where it effectively disappears. If you were to actually go the speed of light, the matter would contract all the way to like nothing. And then they also claim that the mass would expand infinitely. So how could it contract to nothing?
Exponentially, yeah.
Yeah, how could it contract to nothing and then expand at the same time?
It can't.
So
what a paradox.
It's like this. It's trying to breathe. It's trying to inhale and exhale at the same time. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I don't think that the globe side is saying that it's feasible for anything to even approach the speed of light. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Did it really
Well,
make
that's another thing. No, you're right, because they say you can't reach the energy required, because the energy required is exponentially has to increase, and it can't theoretically.
You understand? That's not the problem,
Or
though. The problem is that their claim of physics requires that be the case, and it doesn't work. It's paradoxical. It can't be true. They say this because they need like Michelson-Morley apparatus to contract. Okay, and then they also need to hold on to E equals mc squared, which means their claimed theory of physics literally cannot be true. Whether or not it can be directly tested or not, it's fundamentally not viable, like even just in terms of logic.
Well, it's very simple to break down E equals mc squared. The faster something goes, the more energy it has, obviously. So if c is a constant, speed of light is a fixed constant, then to make the equation work, as energy goes up, mass has to also go up because the c cannot change.
Correct. But the problem here is that they also say, yeah, like as things get to relativistic speeds, they contract. They have to say both because that's the only way that relativity can work for things like Michelson-Morley. So their claim of physics requires them claim a blatant contradiction. Whether or not it can be tested doesn't matter, because matter cannot contract to nothing while simultaneously expanding exponentially. So
That's the truth. Plus, bro, the c squared. That's one issue that's a paradox right there. You can't have two things happening at the same time, contracting and expanding, right? Now, how about the c squared? How can a constant be squared in the E equals mc squared equation?
well, they're gonna say that it's not actual. It's not like measuring actual speed itself.
Well, really,
How can they say that?
they would say
Isn't c?
they'd say the more accurate equation would be like the square root of E is the square root of m times c. But it works out to be equals mc squared if you just square the whole thing.
No, but no. How?
Don't be square, man.
Is energy, right? Equals m mass at the speed of light c in a vacuum squared. Is that not correct?
Tip to be square, though.
It's hip to be squared, but you can't square a constant, can you?
Well, it's just an equation, though. Like their answer is that it's just a mathematical equation, not that the speed of light can actually be multiplied by itself. Just that it's like to show the proportional nature of energy and mass and light. So this is like a mathematical thing. That's what they're gonna say. I mean, that's their official answer.
Yeah, they can say whatever they want. I'm always gonna tell them, hey, is c a constant? Then they're gonna have to say yes, right? And then you just tell them, well, how do you square that? How do you square a constant? But anyways, just saying.
Hey, what's it? One of the big things here is if you tell somebody that there is no speed of light, and a little boy and a young man and their whole life people have thought light speed and what they saw in movies and all the basically fantasy or philosophy about the speed of light. When you explained like the lake and when you were breaking down like the wave and the particle at the same time, blah blah blah. But if the lake, you know what I mean, how you do that thing, because that made sense to me. I can't repeat it, but it's already on the other side, and it's just the excitation. It's just the measurement of the ether being excited. Like I'm like, wow, that could be the truth over, the speed of light story.
Yeah, it's comes. Yeah, it's just throw a rock in a lake, it ripples, and the ripple excites the water. But if you saw the ripple go across the lake, and then said, "How long did it take the water to get to the other side of the lake?" You'd be like, "What are you talking about? It was already there, bro." Like, it's just moving. Yeah, but it's not. I'm not saying it's a satisfactory answer, SC, but they're just saying that the equation is just used mathematically to show the proportional nature of energy and mass and light, meaning that like, a really small amount of mass can be converted into a really large amount of energy.
No, I get that part. Yeah.
It's just, they're just
And
gonna
they
say
say
it's
it's
just math.
because how do they say it? It's an unequal balance, something or other. But I get that. But the equation doesn't make sense, right?
But they don't care about that.
I understand that they try to say it's an unequal proportion, right? A small amount causes yeah, but that c squared doesn't square.
Well, like I said, it's a mathematical transformation. That I'm just saying this is what they would say, because it's the same thing as saying the square root of E equals the square root of m times c.
So they'll rejig it.
Yeah. I mean, like I just put an example in the chat, like 16 equals 4 times 2 squared. But if you square root each term, then it turns into 4 equals 2 times 2.
Does that make sense to anybody? Can you somehow equation away the speed, the constant speed of light, and square it, and somehow make sense? Because to me, logically, I can't think about, like, maybe mathematically it makes sense, but logically, I just can't see it. You either have a constant speed or you don't.
Yeah, well, speed kills there. So, yeah.
Well, isn't
Yeah.
it? I know this. I know this may sound incorrect, but considering that matter is frozen light, and things that are have a rate of acceleration squared, there be a correlation between the rate of equalization, whether it's solid matter or light. It has sort of the same. It deals with the same apparatus. So if it deals with the same apparatus, it has sort of the same phenomenon. You know what I mean? The equalization of matter and matter being frozen light, and then the square rooting the calculation to calculate the speed of it, the rate of equalization, if you will, or the rate of induction. Because if it's moving from one point to another, it has to equalize, right?
Oh, thanks. That clears it up for me, bro. Yeah, now I get it.
It's more of a question. Like is that kind of?
I'm just messing around with you.
The
No,
answer
that
is
doesn't make sense, bro.
Well, that's somebody.
The answer is 42.
They say that matter is frozen light, don't they?
what?
Don't they say that matter is frozen light?
I've never heard that, but I've also never looked into any of this. So, yeah. Frozen light, that's beautiful. It's very romantic. Matter is frozen light.
Well, I've heard, if I'm not mistaken, I heard witnesses say that all matter is condensed light. So, like, if you knock on a wooden table, you're actually touching condensed light.
Frozen matter.
All energy.
Light is frozen matter. Yeah.
All energy is matter condensed to a single vibration, or something or other. It's a Bill Hicks quote.
That does sound poetic.
I have a few examples here in my PowerPoint. So I have it's been demonstrated that ultra low frequency voltage signals in coaxial cables with a length of only a few hundred meters can propagate up to 3 times the alleged speed of light. It's also been experimentally shown that voltage fluctuations in ordinary but electrically short copper lines move at signal velocities that are significantly higher than the speed of light in a vacuum. And gain-assisted linear anomalous dispersion has been used to demonstrate superluminal light propagation in atomic I don't even know how to say it, cesium gas. A light pulse propagating through the atomic vapor cell appears at the exit so much earlier than if it had propagated in a vacuum that the peak of the pulse appears to leave the cell before entering it.
The cesium
Nice.
atom.
Did you know that Tesla said that he can produce?
Sorry, go ahead.
Tesla said that he can produce longitudinal waves.
Yeah.
At instantly at no distant limit. Instant without a distance limit.
Yeah. He also said
that's like freaked out. Yeah.
Yeah, he also had longitudinal propagation 1.5 C, but he used the diameter of the Earth to get that number. So, yeah, there's the gain-assisted superluminal propagation as well, PDF, which normally costs money, but there you go.
So
now he said he can transmit power at that distance as well. That's some crazy stuff. Like, yeah.
Shit, I usually cost money, but I can cut you a deal.
So are any of these papers actually claiming that even a single data bit was actually transmitted faster than the speed of light?
I don't know.
Because from what I'm reading, it's not. And in fact, this earlier one you posted literally says that because the wavelength or the bandwidth is so limited that the bit rate would be so low that it really wouldn't even let you get that get the bit delivered faster than the speed of light.
Is that so? Information is just limited to our quantification of bit because. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, because what he's showing with this coaxial cable is basically a coincidence. I mean, imagine you had, let's see if this will work, a 1 mile, let's see, a 1 mile long horizontal pole hanging on rubber bands or something, and you're at one end and you start bumping it up and down and up and down, and you get it swinging up and down and up and down, and the whole thing is swinging up and down. It's on the rubber bands. It's like bouncing up and down, but it's a mile long. If you measure the peak at the one end and the peak at the other end, and they're synchronized because it's one thing and it's going up and down. This is just a loose analogy, but you're going to say, look at that. There's zero delay between the one end and the other end, and yet it's a mile, so it must be going infinitely fast. It's a coincidence. It's not a velocity. And that's kind of an analogy of what they're doing. And but it takes time to get this 1 mile long bar bouncing up and down evenly. You couldn't just grab it and pop one end up and get that data to travel to the other end faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, but if they only sent one burst of electrical current through the wire, then wouldn't that be the same thing as like whipping one end of the rope and then it traveling along the rope?
But that's not the mode they're operating in. They're using unterminated wire, and then they're using a frequency that has to be low enough that the reflection off the unterminated end is bouncing back, and it's part of what they're actually measuring. So, and it takes time for that reflection to get there. It takes more than this, it's slower than the speed of light for the reflection to get there and start coming back. But it still creates what appears to be a signal that got there faster. If they put a terminator on there, then the signal is no longer getting there faster, because it doesn't appear to, because there's no reflection. Obviously, the reflection, which they're relying on, isn't getting there any faster than the speed of light either.
Just because you say so. And also, there's something else. I dropped the other paper there with the gain-assisted linear anomalous dispersion and cesium gas. But there's also Turkinoff radiation, which also shows superluminal propagation. And again, Tesla.
Check out what I dropped with him.
Huh.
Check out what I dropped with him ionizing the upper atmosphere and then throwing like tremendous current through it, which any boat can use along the Atlantic, like to traverse without getting any other power.
So the superluminal, whatever from the use that radiation, is that even light that's going too fast? Because the question is can light go faster than the speed of light?
Okay, there are two different things for one, but the last one was Turkinoff radiation. Yeah, there's a blue glow that happens like faster than it seems like it occurs before it even comes on effectively.
So, but is it light
Yeah,
that's
it's a
traveling
blue
faster
glow
than the speed
of
of
light.
light, or is it some other particle that's traveling faster than the speed of light?
First of all, what particle can travel faster than the speed of light?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Okay, well, it's a blue glow that happens around the reaction. So,
Nothing should be able to go faster than the speed of light, so I don't see why that.
well, they claim space itself can apparently.
Oh, about a Tesla and his longitudinal whatever vibrations of the Earth. What's really interesting about that is if you actually look at the time delays that he claimed in his patent, it's actually the speed of light going straight through the Earth. It's the same. As if he had the Earth set up as basically a quarter wave whip antenna or something, like a dipole.
So you agree
He
that
was transmitting through the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, assuming a globe and a diameter. So,
Branimir Jovanovic.
but on a flat Earth, honestly, it's just even more damning. That thing would have been way faster. So you're
Yeah.
saying that he did go faster than the speed of light, though? Doesn't?
Well, no. Well, he thought he did, but he assumed that his radio wave could only travel along the surface of the ground and didn't realize that maybe it was traveling straight through from one point to the antipodal point, because he was claiming to get this reflection off the antipodal point, right?
Wait, do you have evidence that this radio wave can go 8,000 miles?
All I know is what I read in the
Yeah.
patent. He claimed to reflect a radio wave through the Earth or on the surface of the Earth all the way to the antipodal point, to the other side, and get a reflection back.
Did he say through the Earth?
No, I said one or the other. He got a reflection back, which from an antipodal point. That's what he said.
So do you have evidence that a radio wave can go 8,000 miles through the Earth?
No, just his patent. I mean, that's what he
Okay,
claims.
so why are you? Wait, do you have any evidence that there's a radio wave that would be able to do that?
Well, I mean, any conductor can act like a resonating antenna element. Yes. Have you ever looked at how a tuned antenna works?
Wait, you're telling me that there is a radio wave that can go 8,000 miles through the Earth?
Not as free space propagation, but as a dipole, as an antenna element.
Okay, so that means that it's still going that distance. Even if it was going that distance, wouldn't that be faster than the speed of light?
No, not if it went straight through.
So
It's
it-
only faster than the speed of light if it was confined to the surface.
So
Oh.
you're saying that these things connect through the Earth like an antenna.
I see what he's saying. He's saying the arc length is longer than the straight
Yeah.
length.
Yeah,
cut
of
through-
course.
cut through
But
the
he's
sphere.
just making this like I want evidence though.
Right. Well, it's begging the question. I mean, you're saying, okay, because the Earth's a sphere, that's why the information seemed to go faster than light.
Well, here's what we do know about his patent. He claims to have been able to set up a resonance and get a reflection, a radio reflection, off of the antipodal point on Earth. He claimed that it took a certain number of milliseconds. Okay? And it just so happens that if you take that number of milliseconds and the current speed of light, that is exactly the distance straight through the center of the Earth and back.
Is it though?
Well, I believe so. I went over all the math and I posted it to you previously, but that was your old account, and so it's gone, so I can't find that. But post me the. Did you post the PDF to that?
No, to Tesla, no. But like just so everyone knows what Chernobyl radiation is, it's like I'll tell you the Glober's response so we can get out in front of it. It's in water, and it goes significantly faster than the speed of light is in water. So it doesn't go faster than the speed of light in a vacuum. It just goes significantly faster than than the speed of light should be relative to the medium of water.
Oh, okay. So if it's particles that somehow are not impeded by water, then it very well could be going subluminal speeds, and creating light as it goes.
What's the difference?
I don't think that's the official answer. Actually, it's the official Glober paradigm answer is that there's an energetic reaction that basically clears a path for the light through the water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So that the water's not impeding it.
Doesn't light go slower through water than through air?
Yeah. So what they're saying, so this blue glow around like in Chernobyl radiation, which is like nuclear reactor in water. It like lights illuminates so fast that it's way faster than it's supposed to be in water. And so the official explanation as of now is that there's this like energetic reaction that happens where as the light is going through the water, the energetic interaction happening like clears the path for the light effectively on a super small scale that can't be detected, of course, because it's made up. So it moves the water out of the way so that the light can move faster as if it was in air.
It moves water as dense and heavy as water is. It moves water out of the way even faster than the speed of light. Wouldn't that blow up the Earth.
Well, yeah, I mean faster than the speed of light in a vacuum, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't know. It's like just this claim about what's happening on this, like the little charged particles that are inside the atoms. I don't know. It's pseudoscience. But I'll drop a picture of it. It's kind of cool.
I heard the guy who built one of those nuclear power plants, and he explained it like this: when they make those uranium pellets, right? They can have them like apart, like he was explaining it. He can put one in his left pocket, and he can put one in his right pocket, and they're safe. But as soon as you bring them together, that's when that blue thing happens. And that is instant death. Well, not instant death, but the person will die 3-4 days later. That's where that blue thing that you're talking about happens, that radiation.
Yeah.
It's freaked out the way he was explaining. Yeah.
At really high speed.
So is that how a nuclear bomb supposedly works? Smash those pieces together at the
I
moment
think
of
it's worse than that. Apparently, they cause an explosion that smashes them together. If I understood it together, if I understood it correctly. Yeah.
Then how did a single Japanese citizen survive near, Nagasaki and Hiroshima?
Okay, good question. But yeah, the guy that was explaining it, he was saying that I'm sure people saw that video. The guy even eats the radioactive dust, and he puts a Geiger counter to it. Then he swallows it. Then he puts it in his mouth, and it's like going. Goes, this stuff doesn't hurt you. That's not the problem. It goes, the problem is when you put two of these uranium pellets or whatever the shape they make them, when you put them together, that's when the reaction happens. That's how he explained it. That's the guy, by the way, that was swimming in the pool where they stored the nuclear rods.
And he apparently lived into his 80s and just died of natural causes.
Yeah.
So
What a dude! Yeah,
he was actually eating that material for decades before he finally died in his 80s.
Yeah. He didn't die of no like radiation or anything like that, as far as I know. Yeah. And he says, up until when after we built the plant, we were swimming in the pool, we were doing all kinds of things, and then all of a sudden, around in the 80s, he goes, they started making these laws and regulations, and goes, don't believe none of it. But that's just one man, right? But yeah.
So basically,
Interesting
their explanation is that, like, to put it the way that they say it, is the electrons are beating the photons in the race in the water, causing a blue glow.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
That blue glow could happen without water. Doesn't need any water.
That's true, yeah.
And it's still transmitting information faster than the speed of light, no matter
But
how.
not the speed of light in a vacuum. Just the speed of light in the water, right? Like that's a very important distinction. Yeah.
There, I did the math for that thing. What's it? He said it took approximately 0.08484 seconds for the signal to pass to and return from the region diametrically opposite the pole over the Earth's surface with a mean velocity, and he calculates the speed assuming a surface. But if we assume straight through, then that would be approximately 7,908 miles, which is 10 miles off from the official globe claim of 7,918 miles. And he only said that he estimated that 0.08484 of a second.
He said he estimated it.
That's what he said.
How would you estimate 5 decimal places?
This is just what's in the patent. I wasn't there. I'd love to have talked to him, but I didn't.
Because obviously 10 miles is a lot regarding the speed of light. But Also, by the way, they say neutrinos go faster than the speed of light.
Okay.
So, in this experiment, did the signal go from pole to pole, or was it less latitude than actually going pole to pole?
No, he claimed, and again, I wasn't there. This is just what's in his patent, which I linked to at 35 past the hour. He claimed that this signal went all the way to the exact opposite side of the Earth and reflected back to him, over
Oh,
and
I see.
back.
Yeah.
And it just happens that it's surprisingly close to the time it would have taken if it was going the speed of light straight through the Earth. Now, he assumed that it was going on the surface, and so he calculated his speed of light based on it being on the surface. But I find it very interesting that it actually matches the straight through distance.
In the world.
What's that?
That's what's up. Good thing I know the Earth is flat. It probably went way faster than the speed of light. See, I don't have some like religion that requires me to believe in the speed of light. You know, I can just accept that that's not real. So I'm pretty comfortable right here. Like, you know, paradigm says neutrinos go faster than the speed of light in a vacuum.
Cool.
How's that cool? It defies all physics and immediately makes your entire paradigm crumble.
Unless, of course, that's what neutrinos do.
What defy all physics and then ruin your entire paradigm?
No, go faster than the speed of light.
Which would defy your entire paradigm.
I don't see why.
You don't see why.
No. Hey, as soon as we're done with this, I do have some questions for you on another topic.
Oh man, dude. You wait, real fast. You don't see why, Jesse.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, I have a point I want to make. If the flat Earth distance from the North Pole to ostensibly the ice wall was roughly the same, or the same as the globe's, one half the globe's circumference, then that would work out to be the same math, Jesse.
Except he would have had to have been in the very center, right on the North Pole, like on the ice sheet there, in order to get that reflection back from the edge as if it were antipodal. If he was away from the center, then he wouldn't have got a single reflection. He would have got this like rolling thunder reflection that started from the nearest ice wall and then continued to rumble back until he got the reflection from the farthest point of the ice wall, right?
Yeah, but how did he, in the experiment, where was he sending this signal, and how does he know how far it went before coming back?
Well, he assumed that the Earth was a globe, and his measurement was in time. He measured how long it took the signal to get back to him, which was 0.08484 seconds approximately. He says, which I have estimated to be not less than 1/12 or probably 0.8484 of a second, in which is taken in passing to and returning from the region diametrically opposite the pole.
So did it come back, or did it just go all the way around?
Well, he doesn't distinguish that, and I don't think it particularly matters. It would be the same distance either way.
Well, it would on a globe, yeah. But depending on what direction he was measuring the signal on a flat Earth, it could come out to be the same distance.
You mean like if he was in the very center of a flat Earth, like at the North Pole?
No.
Right
If he was anywhere on a flat Earth, and depending on the direction that he measured out from, and then looked for a return signal.
Oh, he didn't measure. He measured in all directions. He had an omnidirectional transmitter, basically.
I see.
Yo, look, this is what's so goofy. people are literally saying like, show and prove that that would crumble the globe. Like, dude, you guys don't know.
I guess we don't know.
Yeah. So the fundamental postulate of relativity is c. If anything can travel faster than c, it literally refutes relativity. If you don't have relativity, you don't have any way to explain Michelson-Morley, which means the Earth is stationary. Also, all your distances to stars were built upon this idea as well.
I don't know. Think of me as an ant. Not your ant, just an ant. My friends call me a cockroach, but you can think of me as this little ant running around. I can still make measurements of the Earth's topology even if I don't understand relativity, or even if neutrinos go faster than the speed of light, right?
Can you explain how the Earth is still spinning according to Michelson-Morley, though?
No, I mean, that's the way reality, that's reality. Whatever it is, that's it.
Stationary, that the Earth is stationary.
Not necessarily. Until you can take a Michelson-Morley interferometer and put it on a fast jet and show that it actually can show linear velocity, then you can't just assume that it would, because you've never actually shown it that it can. It's like me running around at a fair with a scale that I charge people $5 to get weighed on this little bathroom scale. And they hop on and it's like says 500 pounds. And I was like, ha ha ha, you're heavy. If I've never shown that it actually weighs, then it's not a method, or let's say it reads 0. You've got to actually be able to show that the instrument is capable of measuring what you're purporting to measure with it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they probably just changed the entire paradigm of physics, even though they didn't have to. So then according to you, we can still have an ether.
Fuck Gaspar Gomez and fuck the fucking Diaz brothers! Fuck them all!
Okay. Is it Scarface?
Who was that?
It's Al Pacino from Scarface.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, dude, I was trying to preview some of the soundboards. Did I click one by mistake? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you want to hear the funniest one? Then let me play this one. Listen to what he says. I gotta play it like two or three times. Just listen to this, and how it fits into the exact whole situation we're in right here of these guys. Go ahead. All right, here it is.
All I have in this world is my balls and my word, and I don't break them for no.
There you go.
Wait, was that an echo or did you guys? I heard it twice.
Fox is on auto talk, so he echoed.
Okay, yeah, mute your mic, Fox.
All I have in this world is my balls and my word, and I don't break them for no.
That only applies one way. Eh?
It's better with the echo.
All I have in this world is my balls and my word, and I don't break them for no.
Well, anyway,
all you guys have. No, yeah, I mean, dude, that like coming from a globe earther perspective, like all I have is my ball in this world. I'm not giving it up for anything.
That's funny.
Yeah, their words too. Pretty funny.
So, what do you think of Tesla's 1/12 of a second?
I'm trying to figure out where he was when he did the experiment.
I believe he was in America at that time. He was like born in Serbia or some place like that, and then when he grew up, he immigrated to America.
Wrong. Colorado? Is it? When I look it up, I see Colorado Springs is where he stayed.
That could be.
All right, I'll work off that.
I think that people should be communicating through the Earth everywhere right now. Then I guess.
I had that thought myself after reading his patent. I'm frankly not sure if he really did what he claimed, because it's actually quite a feat to get the whole Earth resonating as if it were one large bell. But on the other hand, if he had thought that's what he was, if he was just going to like make it up, he would have not made up a faster than speed of light. He would have made up a time travel delta that was matching with the speed of light to make it sound more believable. So I almost wonder if he didn't actually achieve an echo from the other side or from wherever.
If he's in Colorado and we're looking at the moon map based flat Earth, then the distance from Colorado to the firmament would be about the same as from the North Pole to the ice wall. That's why that's why there's like more than one idea or model for the flat Earth that we discuss. It doesn't just have to be the one enclosed snow globe, of the known continents.
I think Tesla was pretty smart. I don't think he would have overlooked the idea that it went through the Earth. Right. So I don't know. I haven't read the patent in a long time.
But do you think he actually got the whole Earth resonating?
I don't know. I think Tesla was a pretty brilliant person. So I mean, did Tesla actually get an AC generator to exist when no one even could comprehend or fathom the idea? Like, yeah. Did he actually invent radio transmission when people didn't even know what that was? Yeah.
Well, take it however you want, but Eeyore Anon in his Lost History of Flat Earth documentary, he pointed out some few sketchy things about Tesla's work and just suggested, he didn't make a claim, but he kind of suggested that, like, did Tesla really come up with all the things he claims to have come up with on his own? He just kind of left the question out there and moved on.
Yeah. Well, have you guys ever heard the perspective that Tesla was actually part of a family line that was like essentially like the ancient world, the old world? I mean, there's so many different terminologies, but like that he comes from like a family line that was connected to basically, let's say, the cycle that came before this current one we're in. Like this current one we're in, which, honest really seems to be like it picked up around the 1800s, it seems to me, with the globe and the whole takeover, this whole thing. World War I, of course, beginning in the 1900s, World War II, all of it. But like the idea that he actually was part of like a family line that was part of the cycle before this current one with these entities that are kind of asserting their whole control, to where he still had the knowledge of some of these technologies.
Yeah, and he was one fact is he was funded. His benefactor was Trump's uncle. I always thought that was interesting. Baron Trump.
You guys should explore Tesla some more. If that's all you know about Tesla, holy tamale, you got a lot to learn. Now, whether it was one person or many persons, that's debatable. I heard those stories, but the inventions that he'd done, like for example, he had remote control. He had a remote control boat that he was playing around in New York. In 1895, he had a remote control boat.
I have the exhaustive book of all his patents. It's like
thick book.
So you know what I'm talking about then, right? Yeah.
I know.
And as far as Marconi and the radio goes, he used I think he used 16 of Tesla's patents to make that radio, that transmission that he did. So if there was no Tesla, definitely there'd be no Marconi. That's for sure.
I want to believe that he's the genuine article. But,
Me too. So far, whatever I've seen leads to that. But yeah, I've heard many stories. And it was the turn of the century where they faked and did a lot of skullduggery, right? So yeah.
But at the same time, he was heavily involved in the world's fairs, the world fairs like in Chicago and all over the world that they had, and you know, those elaborate light shows that we have old photos of that should just be impossible by the standards of the time.
Yeah,
The one thing that
truly
they tell us
genius,
about him
bro.
that I'd say the one thing they tell us about him that I definitely don't believe is that he thought the Earth was a spinning ball. There's no way.
I'm with you on that one. But
Makes
there's
no
no
sense.
doubt of this man's work, right? The Niagara Falls, the
Yeah.
generators that power that. Who do you think designed those?
Well, that's the thing. I think that he did have, even like, I think it was his uncle or something. Hey, Whitson, are you still here? Weren't you saying something about even Tesla's uncle or something had a book of stuff that, or the family? Yeah, like somebody was just saying the family had like this archive of knowledge that they've kept in the
Do you want to
family.
go to war? Come on. Do you want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
Tony Montana, man.
You know what? I'm hitting. Well, there's a preview thing on these, and I'm trying just to click the preview, but it seems like sometimes it's coming through because you guys are like hearing it, which I'm just trying to preview them. I'm just listening. But yeah, let me play that. That one's funny.
Do you want to go to war? Come on. Do you want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
And then this
We'll take you to war? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's like, "You want to go to war? I'll take you to war."
That's why I thought it was you're taking too long because I was taking too long with my answer or something, or for what I was just saying.
And then for a liar one, this one.
You get the one. You gotta get the one where it says Tony Montana, man.
Calling me a liar. Is that what you calling me?
There's the George Carlin quote where he says, "Blow it out your ass. Just blow it out your ass." That should be on there.
Yeah, how easy is it to load up a sound effect and just throw your own in there?
Yeah, you can. It's just you just click add sound and you can add it to the server, and yeah. And then some of these on here are like from like that. A lot of these are from the politics and religion, just because I'm apparently on that server. So a bunch of these Scarface ones are just on that. But yeah, you can create your own too. Yeah,
you can import from any other channel. You can import from the wherever all their sound effects.
Yeah, like every other server that has any custom loaded ones, you can have access to all of them.
You can't do anything with it on your phone, from what I can see so far. I don't know how to use it on my phone, or I tried before, and it doesn't seem like it pops up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah. Is it only on? It's only on the app or only on the desktop?
I guess so. Shouldn't it have another little button at the bottom? I have it right next to the hang up button or the talk and microphone. Isn't it supposed to show up down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't show up.
Okay, yeah, maybe it is only on. Anyways, I wasn't even trying to distract him. I was actually just trying to preview him. I was just trying to listen to him. Apparently, they were sometimes coming through. But what was the last point?
I was saying I don't think there's a chance in hell that Tesla thought we were on a spinning ball. I think we could all agree on that, or not all of us, but the grounding. Using the ground, and you think the ground's a ball? Come on. Right.
That's the thing. I mean, from the perspective that there was a whole different world, let's just say pre-1800s, where there was much more advanced technology. Like, have you seen some of those like images from back then? Like before they did a lot of those World's Fairs, and before there were all those huge fires and earthquakes that tore through all the cities, like it looked like they had like electric cars and free energy devices that were already powering the whole. Oh yeah, all the architectural landscape.
Yeah, and the cities would just light up without any power lines.
Like the Antiquitech. So it makes sense to me that what Tesla was doing was from that era. Like he, in some way, was carrying forth some of that. So like, because someone had asked, did he really invent all that stuff himself? That's the question. And I would say likely not. Yeah, he probably was just advancing on and trying to keep it going, basically. And then he was getting taken over by the JP Morgan crew, and all those guys were trying to go after him. Yeah, so. to get
But what was
to
the
get
deal? Was he
control.
kind of like covertly? Was he covertly putting it out as if it's his own, or is he just like trying to take credit for stuff that he didn't do? Is the question. You know, like was he doing a favor to mankind secretly, or was he trying to secretly just take credit for things that he was looking up in the family histories, archives?
I think that he was trying to piece together like the technology that he read about, because he talks about how he studied all kinds of different civilizations and stuff. So I think he was just trying to like reverse engineer stuff. So he was actually still having to try to figure it out.
Yeah, I tagged you. What's it?
Hey, weren't you saying something? What's it about the family having, some kind of like archive of knowledge that he was drawing upon?
That was Geo, but like, I mean, he says in his
I
own
see.
words that he like obsessively read about ancient civilizations.
Okay, so it wasn't a family thing. Okay.
They
I
like
thought you were saying.
scoured the world looking for like information in all kinds of different languages.
If y'all want to see something really interesting, look up Francisco Goya's black paintings. He was born in the later part of the 1700s, and then in the early 1800s, he did this series of paintings. And some of them, in some of the depictions, it's like they're actually showing. He's actually showing parts of the mud flood, people wading through it in some cases. Even shows the sides of mountains that look oddly like the giant tree trunks too. That's a really, if you just like look up black paintings Francisco Goya, you'll see what I'm talking about. What like when people make videos talking about his works, they even talk about the mud that reoccurs throughout the paintings. And they're people who have no idea about this kind of subject. They're just basically art critics. That famous picture of the Titan eating a human, like that's one of the paintings. I'll post it in the chat. Like everybody's seen that painting, the giant eating that normal sized man. So he's even depicting that.
I was going to say too, in terms of Tesla, that essentially like the JP Morgan crew and a lot of those guys, like the ones that, essentially in my viewpoint, have done this whole takeover. Of course, the sinking of the Titanic in World War I is when it really all got going the way that what we're in now. But even before that too, but that was when it really started kind of being rolled out and that kind of level of lockdown began. But before that, I think there was a lot of architecture that they were just trying to destroy, and they wanted control over the power grid. They knew they had to get control over the power grid. That was even before they had control over the money. They had to first get control over the power grid. So going after Tesla and others to try to like corner the world essentially into the power structure that they wanted to roll out so that they could control people through that essentially. And I think Tesla was connected to forms of getting energy directly from the ether.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were done, Jim.
No, I think I was. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So much so that JB Morgan feared so much that he was gonna somehow project this energy, that what he did, he went and he bought all the brass companies, all the companies that made like anything to do with that technology. He bought everything. So so anything that would be transmitted would be through his control, and he made sure to go to the banks and make sure that nobody would lend them money. So in essence, he cut the power. I mean, he cut the money supply. Yeah, because he was bankrolling him. Sorry.
Just posted a few of those black painting pictures from Goya. it just makes me wonder, like, is this based on things he actually saw in his youth coming up in the late 1700s? You got people levitating, you got people just sitting around like destitute in a field of mud with a goat man. You got two dudes fighting each other with sticks and they're ankle deep in mud.
And what's this supposed to represent or mean?
This is Francisco Goya's black paintings, and he was born in the late 1700s, and he made these paintings later on in his life in the early 1800s. And it just makes me the theme throughout these paintings are so consistent. When you just look at them, all of them side by side, it makes me wonder: is he just painting about memories of things he saw throughout his youth? There's also literature references about things related to the mud flood from the time period too. In other words, if it actually happened, then it makes sense that it would bleed through into all forms of media of the time, whether it be novels or paintings or poems, any kind of recorded work, because it would be obviously ingrained so deeply into people who lived through it. Most of it would probably be heavily censored, and it would never see the light of day. But there would always be those little bits, those like tiny little glimmers in the mud, as it were, of the truth.
So you're saying through his painting, he tried to express something of the time, a story, which
Right.
a lot of artists do. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and like the paintings are so consistent in tone and the kinds of things being depicted. There's like multiple paintings where people are floating around like they can levitate. Here's another one. So if we got all these burial mounds of giants in the late 1700s and 1800s, you know, um, discovered like after this guy was alive, and here he's painting giants eating people. Really, it just adds to the
Yeah, but
evidence.
that's hardly like that giants and that eating and stuff. That's, I mean, it's been done in the past, right, with the Cyclops and all that. But the other stuff, I'll grant you, floating and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, levitation.
Yeah, it's like
It makes sense that that would go with free energy tech.
Yeah, it's in
as well.
multiple paintings. It's not even just one painting. That's the interesting part. You got like the
Well,
dirty.
have you heard the idea that humans used to have wings? We used to fly, like our shoulder blades used to have wings
That's
attached.
a new one to me.
I mean, I've seen like
Really?
vague fictional
Yep.
references and various things about it.
Is that part of the evolution? I'm just kidding. No, I haven't heard that one, to be honest with you. No.
Well, like let's say there's many other dimensions, other realms, other worlds like this one. I'm not saying out in outer space, but within the creator, as it were, the larger just consciousness, creator, etc. Or even on this realm as well during other time periods. you could have a being that is a human that has wings, meaning the shoulder blades. You know, when you kind of stick your shoulder blades back, like those shoulder blades would have wings on them, and then you'd be able to fly. And it does seem to be like there's a really high propensity of people that have dreams of flying. Like it's very common that people have dreams where they're flying, which is interesting. But then there's the idea that our current, like the current phase that humans are in is the phase that we don't have wings. So it's like we're like wingless at this time, basically, in that perspective. And that could be extrapolated in different ways, like either in this realm or even in other realms. Like, are there other beings in other realms that are human-like with or without wings? And then did we come from there or did they come from here? There's so many interesting potentials when when the creator just has limitless capacities. But there's even ideas like linked to some of the Tartaria concepts as well that people had wings. So there's like that lineage of it. There's like the other dimensional component of it, and then there's like even a potential like of like the true like origins, just going back to the origins of humanity and what like the human body design and this human vessel we're in. Like what's like the full, to use the word evolution. Of course, I don't mean Darwinian. I just mean it in the sense of advancement and transformation through cycles. And we all want to fly too. It's like who doesn't want to fly? We would all take a chance of just being able to fly.
Well,
cool.
if the angels were created with wings and man was created a little lower than the angels, then I would think it's not too far outside the possibility that man could have wings one day.
Hey there.
Hey, what's up?
You mentioned, Geo mentioned other worlds within creation. When I look at the sky and I see the stars, I think of them as like portals, like electric ports.
Yep, I do
so,
too.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and so I lean to the perspective that we're attached to like the star is a portal and it's hooked to our heads. I'm not joking. I've talked about it here once before.
Yeah, like the electrical synapses, the neurons in our brain. That's like our personal dome of our head, and all the signals and light and electrostatic, electromagnetic, all the energy going on there, and then how that interconnects with the stars and the heavens, and that electrical system being the larger dome. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. The stars, the pattern of the stars. We've all seen that they put it next to a brain. Brain cells. We've all seen that, but they have it in the context of their imaginary space. Cosmology, but they do. Maybe that pattern is you've all seen that, right? The brain cells in the sky. What do they call it? Space, but the sky. So we could be in a brain, right? Seriously, it make a lot of sense if you think about it. Now, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I mean, there's only so many options, right? It only functions a certain way. We're in some sort of like analog, like Swiss clock,
I remember one time it was a long time ago, it was like months ago, and right when he was about to leave VC, it was probably like 8 months ago, it's a long time ago, but right before he was going to leave VC, he was like right on a roll, and he said a bunch of like awesome things in a row, but the one thing that stuck out in my mind is he's like, we're in a time machine. And I don't know if he even meant it the way that I necessarily even perceived it, because he was talking about just, the stars and the sky and the whole sky clock and the whole thing, and thinking of it as a time machine. Like, and the way I kind of thought about it or interpreted it is not necessarily that we're like, it's not like stepping into some machine and going back to, some earlier year. Like, this whole world is a machine that is manifesting time. Like the sky clock, the movement, like we are inside of a time machine because we're moving through time within this system.
Everything is
Pretty cool. Just to think
What?
that this whole realm is just this like divinely orchestrated time machine.
You know,
I would look at it like that old phrase, time doesn't exist, clocks exist, and the world is like one giant clock.
yeah,
So I would
yeah.
agree from that perspective.
Everything's resonating.
It's all movement. Where the whole
Yeah.
thing is moving through time.
I like to think about the elements. Seem to me to be like crystalline, like structured water, and due to its electrical and conductive resistance, to do with its geometry, is why solid things appear frozen. I mean, because they're frozen is what I mean. They appear solid, you know. But anyway, North says when we look up, we're seeing the past, present, and future. It's kind of cool.
The stars have angels associated with them,
The angles in the sky,
but I
the
don't think that the
constellations.
stars themselves are the angels. It's just that some aspect of their existence is directly related with individual angels.
Have you heard the idea that every soul that incarnates in a human body gets a star related to their life?
I think they came from the star. That's like a computer port, you know. And so that's the game controller up there. They plug in up there, and they plug into a vehicle down here, a body. I mean, they plug into a body down here, you know.
Well, and you know how they say there's like all the, you know, the number of stars is so many. Like the idea that each human soul that has lived is one of those, and when you die, there's one that stays there for your whole life. So that in that perspective, the stars are all representative of essentially every life that has lived up to this point.
That's romantic, and that may be so, but and maybe so, but I'm leaning towards that it's a game port controller, you know. I mean to say a port, you know, portal. You know, it makes an electric port makes so much sense to me.
Yeah, in the pyramids, in the Great Pyramid, there's a shaft that goes all the way up through the middle of it, and it points at a particular star. And at the bottom of that shaft, there's like a chamber, and there's like these what look like they could have been like basins, possibly, although hard to know exactly. But they do look like it's laid out like that. So there's an idea that those were actually flotation tanks. So they would lie in the flotation tank, which is like sensory deprivation, so you can access these, you know, very expanded mind states with doing that, floating in neutrally buoyant water in a flotation in that environment. And then you would look up through the portal or through the shaft. So you'd be looking up through the shaft of the whole pyramid. So you have the whole electrostatic charging energy of a pyramid. So the pyramid's channeling the ether down into it. You're in the inner chamber of it in a flotation tank. Now they potentially would also be using like DMT or other plant medicines as well, and use that in combination. And then lying back in the pool, you're in perfect buoyancy, perfect temperature, silence, darkness. And if you were using a plant as well for even additional activation, then you are floating there and you're looking up through the shaft all the way through to the star. And by doing that, they were essentially having profound out-of-body experiences through using the pyramid's structure to actually channel the star energy through the shaft, and then using various different techniques to catapult and essentially traverse in and through that portal to be able to access like greater knowledge, greater different understandings, you know, a lot of different high level journeys.
Hey, that's beautiful. You know, that lines up with my perspective. Yeah, that's beautiful.
I'd just say the word warns several times not to turn the stars into gods or to worship them, to not make them into idols.
Well, that's not what this is. This is using it as an actual portal for consciousness expansion and for an actual
information conduit connection.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah.
Hey, Fox, it seems you've already entertained this idea because you said you don't believe it. But I do lean towards now I have not read the book as like as much as you have. Probably have too much ADD for that. But I think that stars are the angles, the angels. I think because it's in somewhere in the book it explains they're always talking, always speaking, and that's what they do. They're always the angles or the angels in the sky. Are the angles because I say that because that's the constellations. That's how you get angles in the sky, and they're always broadcast. They're always transmitting, pushing out like speakers. And it says in the book that the angels are always talking. You know.
Well, they're always the stars are proclaiming the glory of God along with the firmament. That's true. Um, the stars are talked about in positive ways, like in Daniel 12. It says, "They that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn to righteousness as the
Cool.
star, and they that turn to righteousness as the stars forever and ever."
Wow. Hey, that's real badass. You said the righteous people will shine like the stars.
Well, to give the context, this is talking about the Lord's day at his return, because the previous verse, in Daniel 12:2, says, "And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they
Cool.
that turn to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the end of time. Many shall run to and fro and seek knowledge, and knowledge shall be increased."
Wow. That sounds cool. That'd be cool to see a lot of y'all be like shining bright. I'm not sure about each of you though.
Yeah, they're definitely very high octave vibrational objects and frequencies. I think connected to the higher realms and
Yeah.
they're like the tonal, like the sound and light frequencies that vibrate to activate. Well, it's like I see them as like holy, like memory, like information as well, like crystals do. The way water does, like the waters above that are actually holding. It's like part of the whole ether, the whole system is those higher levels that kind of shine down upon us, like literally and symbolically and spiritually.
You know, I just I don't know how to say this. The I think we're plugged in here, man. I think this whole thing's a studio, and I often wonder if it's a biological studio. And if you imagine I see I've got different options in my mind here, but I think ultimately there's a multi-layered. I talked about that before, but this specific structure that we're in is it's as if it has these electric ports all over the ceiling, and anybody can just plug into it and interact in this holographic fluid studio. It's like a big video game. Makes perfect sense to me. Well, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out the finer details, right?
I've seen a shooting star once that
Yeah,
was
I got a cool video about that.
I was like 5 words in, Smurf.
Sorry, buddy.
I saw a shooting star once that was a pure white streak of light, purer and brighter than anything I've ever seen. And as it split, the tail ends of the white light split out into a perfect V shape. And on the outsides of the V, it split in the colors distinctly split into all the colors of the rainbow. And I
Cool.
thought I thought that was amazing because I've never seen that anywhere, like on video, and I've never seen it in any movie or anything else. I only saw it once.
Yeah, I watched about 15 minutes into this cool video that Realm, the British chef dude, he found this cool video, and so it says that the meteors. I didn't watch the whole thing, but he says that basically it's electric discharge that like burns up or something. Real fascinating. I posted it here. It basically what you just described, like how it does that.
They're
They
electric
never. Yeah,
discharges.
yeah.
Well, what's
I
the
mean, I
guy
don't know
holding
that.
in his hand in the thumbnail?
Right? Yeah, it did cover that, and but I didn't get that far in the video. But it's a really nice video. You know, I should finish it. But you know, that should explain. It seems like a really well done video. I feel kind of lazy. I didn't watch the whole thing yet.
I think stars are most definitely some kind of portal of light from heaven,
Yeah,
because heaven is above earth. The earth is God's footstool,
I
and
believe it.
the stars. It's almost like the stars are holes through which the light of heaven is actually coming through,
Yeah.
rather than their own like origin of lights in and of themselves. And it
Oh,
could be the case that each angel has their own like personal little portal, and that's like their star. The Lord had a cluster of 7 stars referred to as his star, and
oh,
that was the Pleiades cluster. If you look at the Pleiades
cool.
cluster, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, I also been thinking that these portals, they might lead to different worlds because you have the pyramids pointed at the that Orion constellation. So maybe maybe they have dominion over those three or whatever. I don't know how. I think it's 3 stars, right? Anyway, maybe they have dominion over that constellation. Like if you could somehow travel through those stars, you'd be in other like probably flat plane worlds. Seriously.
Well, the pyramids could be modern structures. The Sphinx
Yep.
is on video being constructed in the 1900s,
Yeah,
mid
I saw that.
mid construction, and I don't care what their official explanation is. That's crap. That's
I,
proof that it's a modern construction. And if they say the Sphinx is older than the pyramids themselves, and the Sphinx was born in the 1900s, then it also stands the reason that the pyramids are also modern structures.
I think there's a tremendous amount of misinformation, as it were. I'm not calling you out for that. I'm just saying I think there's a lot of misinformation about what the pyramids were. I think even a lot of the whole Egypt story, like that we're told, is just false. It's just made up. A lot of it, in terms of the Egyptians, the way they describe it. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the Sphinx thing is definitely suspect. But the actual structures themselves, I think, are even more ancient than what they far more than they say. Like the actual main ones, I'm saying the main big ones. Like some of the other kind of more artistic parts of it are, I think, separate from the actual like the main structures.
Oh, the main pyramids themselves could also be ancient. They could have been created by the fallen angels when they first got here.
Like also like Machu Picchu, for example, down in South America and Peru. It's like Machu Picchu has like they claim that the Spaniards came and like they added all these like stones and rocks and things. And you can tell like at Machu Picchu, there's all these smaller rocks that are added later. Whereas there's these huge rocks, massive ones that doesn't look like any human could even move them at all. And they're like perfectly seared together. Like it's not cement. It almost looks like laser cutting or something. Then they're bound together almost as if they're one piece of rock. So it's like taking two rocks and be able to fuse them together, it seems. And then the stones are massive. So like the idea that that's more ancient. Like the large stones there at Machu Picchu are the actual original, much more ancient roots of it. And then later a whole nother group found that and then was like, oh, let's just add a bunch of other stones to it, basically.
yeah.
So
if they came across something like that, they would be very interested in it, and they may want to, modern, rebuild it, repair it. They want to repair it so they can use it, make it functional again.
Yeah,
You know,
those stones and those various structures around the world are so perfectly cut that you can't fit a razor between them.
can you
And
not cast some kind of light concrete? Can you not cast something?
yeah, but
You know,
there's it's
mold?
pure, but it's pure stone. I mean, it's definitely not concrete. And
Yeah.
I've seen videos where somebody like recently showed a technique of splitting rocks, where they basically drove nails in a straight line through the surface of the rock, and just tapped them all in a series until the point where it split apart cleanly. But even that, and that's like the best that an ancient primitive people could possibly hope for. Even that method had flaws. It wasn't like the rocks, they weren't perfectly straight like they
Well,
are in all these ancient structures.
is it it's not impossible to melt stone. I mean, it would need a lot of energy. But what if what happens when you melt stone?
It
Can you
turns
mold it?
into, can you mold lava? You have to have a
That's what I was
container.
thinking.
You have to have a container that can actually hold the
Yeah,
lava once it comes up above the ground and actually form it like a crucible. What kind
yeah,
of I've never seen anybody um
diamonds.
I've never seen anybody make a crucible for the purpose of catching lava out of an active volcano. But even if they
Yeah.
could, I'm not aware of any active volcanoes around Egypt,
Oh,
or
I'm
around
not trying
Cairo.
to. I'm not assuming that they're primitive. I'm assuming that the opposite, that they're more advanced than us. But
Yeah,
if you were to melt stone and then it cooled off, it wouldn't be stone anymore. Wouldn't it turn into some sort of like metamorphic, some sort of lava like a different? It wouldn't be stone any longer if they melted it, or would it when it
I
cooled
think
off?
it would turn into obsidian and
Yeah,
things like that, like a mineral. It would be like a instead of being
yeah.
like a
That's what I
rock,
think.
it would be more like an extremely fine like mineral.
That's what I think. So, because I think about it, they kind of look like they were melded together. But if so, then they wouldn't be stone any longer, would they? Now, so I have okay. Saying that, how about sound waves? They probably just use sound waves. If you use the right sound waves, you can make everything bend. So I don't know. That's just my best guess right now. They use sound waves.
It's always throughout history, it's always tied to the symbol of the pine cone, and that's how they move
I,
things around.
I just think that the pine cone, in my mind, my best guess is it has to do with the third eye. But I don't know that. But because it's lined with crystals. But I
Well,
don't know. I could be
if
looking
you
at.
look at it, if you look at the pine cone through, like from the top down, like vertically, it makes like the rose and circle, like the rose circle, where it's basically like circles, like a series of overlapping circles in a greater circle. And that's kind of like the mathematical explanation of the pine cone. What's interesting is the new Zelda game coming out. In the final trailer, it has the Princess Zelda standing in this temple, and she's standing next to these two pillars, and on the tops of the pillars are giant stone pine cones.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so many references in that game.
You know, um, I got some cool videos somewhere on this laptop about like stuff I found, like stuff bending, like car doors, and you know, I meant to say window, like glass. I saw this one clip I have here somewhere of glass bending, like car door glass, to sound waves. Yeah, that's my best guess. They must use the power of sound, you know. But what do you think? To make those sort of stones meld together, you
I
probably
think
use sound.
I think sound and electromagnetic force could probably be used in some combination to make things to overcome gravity, or what we know of as the downward force. But
You
I
mentioned
don't
the
I don't know
the
I
pine
don't know
cone.
if I don't know if we could actually bends room temperature objects like glass with it, that would be nuts.
Well,
See
what
that
if you
demonstrated.
what if you could resonate with whatever that every element has a resonant frequency. Every object has something like that. Could you not measure? You should be able to measure the stone and then resonate with it. And if you can resonate with it, you should be able to manipulate objects that are resonating with it to like maybe transform it. But I
Well,
don't know that.
you
I'm
can
just guessing.
resonate glass and make it bend a
Yeah.
little bit, and it will resonate at certain frequencies, and then but the problem is when you pass too much resonant energy through it, it shatters because
Yeah.
it reaches a natural threshold. It can only give so much.
Yeah, that's glass. Have no idea what it would do. It to stone. I guess it would probably just break it into little pieces. But I don't know.
Well,
Just trying to
it
make sense of how they did it.
if you think about the mud flood as technology that caused physical rock and structures to crumble and flow like fluid,
Mhm.
that could very well be how they initiated the mud flood artificially. That talks about that in Eeyore Annon's documentary, um, like some kind of resonant technology that caused the bedrock itself to give and
Well,
and structures on top to start to sink into it.
I can't get out of my mind. It pops in my mind a lot. I often wonder if the world is like a microbiological cell. What if it splits? What if the world divides? And and that would explain the mud floods. That would explain a lot of stuff. Like, you know, yeah, what if the world occasionally splits?
Oh, I think that's just a conjecture to
Yeah.
invalidate the scriptures. Honestly,
Well, I don't attack the book I have speculations, and then I see if I find it interesting if I find out later. I so often find out later something might be compatible. It might be compatible with the book, But I don't know the book. I have not read it as well as you have. I'm just speculating that perhaps the world is biological. I don't know that either. But
it's not. It is fixed, unmoving forever.
well, that's true. Yes, but
It's
I well,
there's
what
no
I
move.
mean, yeah, you're probably right. I'm probably wrong. That makes sense. But
No, the
if you think
land
about
the land probably split. There very well could have been a Pangea, and then the flood, the actual flood event caused the continents to move to where they are today.
yeah, yeah, I'm probably wrong about the world splitting thing, but it's something that I think about.
Well,
Um,
I mean, you're not totally wrong if you're thinking about it from the perspective of the continents as the
yeah,
world. I'm just
I,
talking about the outer structure itself is
I
fixed.
I've got a lot of ideas in my head, like perhaps because there's underwater lakes, which is different pressure gradients. But anyway, I find that fascinating. But what I think it's possible that like this structure was placed at the bottom of the sea like like an ocean, and somebody placed this dome over it. you know I think about that also. What if this is what what I'm trying to say, like you're at the bottom of the sea, and then you put the structure here. It's called the earth.
Yeah, that's in Genesis. That's what the world could have been before the dry land was caused to appear.
That's where Sandy the squirrel lives in SpongeBob.
uh
SpongeBob.
I never watched that, but we all know about it. Yeah, we all know what SpongeBob is. Yeah, and I never seen an episode of it, but I bet you, yeah, we're like that at the bottom of some sort of sea somewhere, and we're just in a real big dome. It's kind of like they have those biosphere things or whatever, like a contained ecosystem sort of thing, and then
That's
somebody
what
put it on the bottom of the sea.
that's what Sandy Cheeks lives in SpongeBob. She's got her own little underwater dome.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm imagining. That's what I'm speculating, that we're in something like that.
There's a sea. There's waters above the firmament that go up to heaven, because the throne room of God, the actual throne room of God, has that water in it.
Wow.
And
Well,
his throne, the throne itself, is surrounded by that water,
cool.
or at least water of some sort.
Well, water, everything's made of it, as the ether, and it's also liquid consciousness. I call it awareness, liquid awareness. Like we're just points of awareness, you know. But that's how I look at it. But so water is like the most valuable thing, because you should be able to transmute it into anything. Everything, you know. Yeah, anyway, not to go on about it, but yeah, I think water, you know, it's what dreams are made of, dude.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Yeah, I also think a lot about the fractal nature of reality. And I think, hey, what if we're in a heart chakra? I'm not joking. What if the earth, which is an anagram for heart, and they talk about toroidal fields all the way up and down. Hey, what if it's chakras? I got a lot of things I think about for a long time, and what if we're in somebody like we call him God, but we're in his heart. Now I know that the world, um well, anyway, I lean towards it being more like in an eye, like the mind's eye, but I can't get that out of my head that the earth is an anagram for a heart. Maybe we're like a heart cell. You never know. Maybe we're like one cell in a heart.
I don't see how that's compatible with scripture at all.
Well, you know, the life form we're in may not be the same as us. We may be based on it, you know. But hey, I'm speculating. I don't claim to be right. I tell you what I lean towards. I my I think of a lot of things, but I lean towards that this is a dream bubble on a plane of existence, a sea, that there's different pressure gradient seas, and we're just a bubble in it. Now, apparently, it's fixed to something, you know, and I can believe that. Yeah, it could be fixed to some larger object, you know, like at the bottom of a sea somewhere. But that itself is in a large ocean of awareness. You know, when they say it's fixed and immovable, they could probably do that in a liquid. Like it's what it is even though it's, what's that word when it's floating? Like if something's floating, but there may be a way to fix it, like anchor it, you know, because we're talking about things beyond our comprehension. I'm talking about things outside of the. We live in a polarity, like duality world, but in Hinduism they say it's non-duality outside this world. So maybe like what I'm trying to say is perhaps there are physics that are not, you know, what I mean to say, physics may function differently than we're used to here in this world, and they may have been able to fix something while it's still floating. I'm not joking. I'm serious, because you know you can have these, you can manifest anything in these liquid plane, these different pressure gradient planes, which is why they train for years. These Buddhists, they contemplate on how to ascend beyond to a higher plane, you know, to prepare their mind for when they leave this world, to prepare for the afterlife, and they try to fixate their awareness on the highest plane of the clear light or something, you know. Anyway, what I'm basically saying is we might just be a dream bubble. This is what I lean towards, is we're a dream bubble. You know, what do you think about that?
I think that the entire Hindu religion is designed to avoid moral judgment,
Plausible. I don't.
because there's no ends. There's no justice at all in Hinduism. They just go around the circle again until they get it right. But all the
Yeah.
suffering that they inflict is not paid for. That somebody asked, why does it have to be compatible with the scriptures? Is because the scriptures are the only source of truth.
I I'm not sure. Like there may be rules to the game, like karma and stuff like that. But I don't believe that we're here to learn anything. Um, when it comes to like reincarnation and like, hey, you got to be better. I mean, I think there's rules to the game, but what I'm trying to say is we have infinite knowledge. Like if you leave your body, you'll get infinite knowledge. I mean, you'll get all of it. I mean to say,
The word
get all
actually
knowledge
does
at once.
the word actually does warn against being caught outside of your body.
Oh,
If yeah, at the end time, if you're caught outside the body, I think that's exactly what it's referring to is people doing
yeah.
taking
I know what you're talking
drugs
about.
and going through rituals for the purpose of trying to escape the body. In other words, if God's angels catch you outside the body, you're in for a bad time.
Whoa, the more you know. I was outside my body once because I drowned as a child. I didn't know how to swim, but they brought me back to life. But anyway, I yeah. So I was out of there one time. I had no body, but I was looking at it. I was looking at down at my body. But anyway, I was what was I just talking about? I was talking about the dream bubble thing.
Yeah. Um.
Oh, that was it. We were talking about karma and reincarnation. I was trying to say when we leave the body, like that's fascinating what you were saying. But I just was trying to not say die, like because I don't like even saying that word. Don't want to be superstitious. But anyway, when people die,
Everybody
you know,
dies.
yeah, you're right. Hey, when they go to the well, so they lead us to believe anyway. Hey, when we go to the El or God of this world or whatever, I of course we're going to have all knowledge, right there. I mean, and when you leave the
I don't
world,
know about that. I don't know of any
yeah.
scripture that says that. I've heard people say that several times, but I don't know of any scripture that confirms it.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying I know this. This is just what I'm leaning toward. I think when we were brought in this world, we took amnesia. You know, and that happens to people sometimes. Like that happened to somebody on here who ate something and he went to another place. He had amnesia for like half a year, but he was only out for 15 minutes.
A
But
a living soul is made in the womb, and
a soul
some,
is different from the
and when a
spirit.
board and when somebody is born, they don't know anything.
A soul and spirit are two different things, right?
Um.
Mind, body, and spirit. You got soul and spirit, two different things. So yeah,
Uh.
maybe you're right. Maybe the
The
soul is
the
or something.
the
You know,
spirit is. I guess I could say the spirit is like the almost. I want to say like the spiritual. I say spiritually, but the spirit is like almost like the medium through which the soul operates.
yeah, like the animating force.
Yeah, like
That's
you can
yeah,
think of the soul as like your
electric.
your ego or your identity, and the
Yeah,
spirit. But the spirit is higher. The spirit directs what directs the
yeah,
soul. In other words,
I agree.
if the soul is what you want, then the spirit is what decides what you want.
I agree completely. I think the spirit is who we really are, and yeah, I think the spirit is not of this world. It's just in it, and I think it's awareness. I think our
What
awareness is our point of awareness is our spirit. That's how I look at it, and then we develop our soul here. Yeah, I think that's why I was saying why we're really here. I mean, I think not to learn things. I think we actually take amnesia and come here to develop an identity, like a soul or ego sort of thing, or But and that's that's what I'm leaning towards currently. That you know,
But when the Lord says you must be born again, He says you must be born of the water and of the Spirit. So, in other words, He's telling you straight up that those who aren't in God, if they don't accept God, and they don't live for God, they don't even have a living spirit. Their spirit is
Whoa.
dead to begin with,
Wow,
because
that would explain a lot about society right now.
yeah, that's what being born again literally means. It's to be born a second time. Like you're born once from the water or the womb, and then the second time you're born is in God, and that's when His Holy Spirit indwells the believer, and that's what gives life to their spirit.
Wow, that's cool, man. I think it sounds like resonation. You got to resonate with, you know, it's like ascending spiritually. Like you're still here, like your body is still here. You know what I'm saying? But you start resonating. Don't know. Can't find the best word for that.
Well, then, if being born again is to have the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, to be spiritually made alive, where you were dead, in other words, to have that second birth of the Spirit, then the natural question would be to ask, how does one get the indwelling of the Holy Spirit? How are they born again?
Yes,
And
that is a great question.
yeah, the answer is to repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of sin. Then you will receive the Holy Spirit, the gift of the Holy Ghost.
Well, I have to concede that that's highly plausible. I don't know, but perhaps that works.
It absolutely works.
Well, I don't have anything against that. I don't like how most normies pick and choose what they agree with. And no, I'm saying I just search for the truth, and I don't have anything again. I can't, because that's a major controversy that we deal with every day.
No, but notice it says, repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of sin. And you think, if you pick apart, like if you dissect that statement, and you put all the elements, every element of salvation is there: the repenting, the believing on Jesus as the Christ, the baptism, the water baptism. It's all there in that one statement. And that's what Peter told them in Acts chapter 2, when they asked them what they had to do.
Okay, if you download this book, it's absolutely fascinating. It's called Astrotheology. Okay, I'm only like 15 pages into it, but scrolled through it. It's about 250, 60 pages or something, 250 something pages or whatever. Dude. Anyway, it's fascinating because it's talking about, what you just said is like to remission of sins and all that, and to ask for Jesus and all that. Well, anyway, you know, I uploaded this book, um, and I don't. That's my best guess that to. I'm not trying to debate you. I don't know. I'm trying to find the truth myself, right? And so I got this
Well,
book that says basically the Bible is based off of astrology. That technically, though, really astrology was and astronomy were split out of astrotheology. But I'm just trying to speak in simple, that basically it's all just fundamentally astrology. But I don't know that. I uploaded this book. You may want to check it out. I've just started reading it.
yeah, I see the very first page of it is the Baphomet with the double helix phallic symbol, the same as the statue of George Washington, the Freemason, and it says astrotheology, etymology, sidereal mythology, tarot, astromancy. The tarot is a form of divination that the Bible is vehemently warns against in all forms. It could not be more crystal clear what the scriptures say about the tarot and
Oh wow.
divination.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, I'm not going to waste my money on that, but in my imagination, I was wondering about uh, obtaining some tarot cards. I told myself it's a waste of money. But
Oh, this is very
if I
dangerous.
had, if I, yeah, I was just, that's why I brought it up. I didn't know that. Are you saying if I just had them in my possession, that could cause like like spiritual problems? Like,
If I mean if you decide to go out and buy them, yeah, yeah.
like if I just had those in my possession, like that's
Well,
dangerous.
it all comes down to intent. Like, did you move into a house and then there just happened to be some tarot cards in the attic, or did you go out to the store and buy them? That's what I'm
Uh,
talking about. Now, of course, if you move into a house, the very, very first thing you should do as a believer is to pray the blood of Christ over that house, to dedicate that house to being His house first and foremost. That because that immediately alleviates any kind of spiritual problem going on in that house.
that's a good point.
Yeah, I know that's what I did. The very first time I closed the door in my own house.
Wow. Hey, that's interesting. See, I personally, I've had spiritual experiences. But I've never, we've all tried to reach God and stuff. He's very mysterious. Oh, a lot of people have that claim they have. A lot. There's people that claim they've encountered Jesus. But I'm just talking about me personally. I have to. I feel like I must remain skeptical, and all the time until I know the truth. I was talking to a neighbor about this. And I don't like to pick a specific belief system. I would talk with anybody, whether he's Muslim or Jewish or Christian, whatever he is. But he was telling me about. We were talking about. Hey, I wasn't there. I wasn't around back then. There's no way I could ever fully 100% know about biblical, alleged happening. And he said, "Well, you'll never know. I mean, you don't have to know." He says,
Yeah.
"What it is you have to believe in your heart," is what he told me. He said it's more that's he said the point is to believe in your heart. You know, what do
Yeah,
you
the
think about
word
that?
the word says if we knew these things, then faith would be made of none effect. In other words,
Yeah.
faith would be meaningless if we knew for absolute facts
Hey,
um, about
what?
about God. But that's why everybody knows the invisible things of God. Everybody has given that faith. Everybody is given the measure of faith. It's how they act upon the faith.
Is there a reason given why faith is even why does God want us to have faith? Is there a reason
Because
for that?
because the demons don't have faith, but they do have the knowledge of God. When they saw Jesus in the Gospels, they physically saw him. They were immediately terrified,
Wow.
and they said we know who you are. Thou art the Son of God. And Jesus commanded them to come out. That person, because in other words, like just having knowledge of God isn't does not please God. It's impossible to please God without faith.
Wow. That's cool.
So here's a question. Do you think that the God of the Old Testament is the same as the God of the New Testament?
I don't think
Yes.
so.
Okay, I didn't. Whoever said yes, so it's
That
obviously
was
a
the
loaded
father.
question. So my,
You're
my
Yes.
asking.
query here, my query here is in response to the yes answer. So very aware, like it's all about faith, and Ephesians 2:8-9, by faith you're saved, yada yada yada. So in the Old Testament, you've got Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, appears in person to Moses, to Abraham, potentially.
Uh huh.
Elijah brings down fire. All these physical, apparently appearances and manifestations and whatever, which
Right.
then would really not require any faith because bang, there he is. There's Yahweh. Here's the Ten Commandments. There's a burning bush. There's the parting of the Red Sea. there's all these things which effectively negate faith, because I don't have to have faith because I've seen it. Then you've got Jesus, Yeshua, appears and walks on water, casts out demons, does all these other wonderful, feeds 5,000 with a few fish and a few loaves of bread. Once again, there's no faith. The need for faith is removed because I've seen it. Yeah, I being whoever was there at the time, I've seen it. So there's a removal of the need for faith from those people at that time, and yet everyone forward of them in time, everything's about faith. So why am I today, or you today, different in the eyes of those two versions of God to what was expected of the people in the day who were given physical evidence of his presence and reality? I know it's a long question, but that's the end of it.
That's a good question. I appreciate the question. I'd say that even to the people that Jesus was talking to face and saw all the miracles, he told them over and over and over that they didn't have faith. That even though they saw the power, they saw the physical power of God's manifestation, that they didn't, that they still did not believe. So, in other words, like the old phrase "seeing is believing" is not really true, because you can see something with your eyes and be so you can be so adamant that you don't want to believe it, that you deny what you're seeing. The term is incredulous.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I want to point out, somebody asked a very famous atheist, it was like Richard Dawkins. Somebody actually asked Richard Dawkins recently, and they said, okay, if you saw a literal miracle, let's say the example he used, let's say, what if the stars themselves in the night sky were rearranged to spell YHWH, the 4 letters of the name of God?
Yep.
Yeah, and they said, if you saw that yourself with your own eyeballs, would you then believe? And even then, Richard Dawkins said, no, I would not believe, because I refuse to believe it, and I would assume that it had to have been some kind of advanced alien tech.
Wow.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's one man's stupidity, so that's okay.
My first thought is that he's a Jesuit, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, look, I'm curious, and also here's another, and I have several of these questions that I'll just shoot at you. So you mentioned the Tetragrammaton, right? The Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. So that was revealed to Moses at the burning bush in Exodus, I think. Okay. So why is in the, if you go back to any modern translation of the Bible, why is he referred to as Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, or Jehovah is our English translation of Yahweh, whichever way you want to go, in Genesis and prior to the burning bush? Like, that should be the first appearance in Scripture of that name, but it's not. It's from the very get-go. If you go to your interlinear, he's referred to as Jehovah or Yahweh from the very beginning, but that name was unknown to anybody until the time of Moses.
Was it though?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you go and do all the research in the world you like, and you won't find anything, as far as I know, anything anywhere that will, because that name was it was unknown.
Let me give a little context. When God told Moses all those things, and he told him what to go to tell the elders of his, the actual the Israelite elders. Well, not even, not even the Israelites at that point, but the descendants of Abraham.
Yeah.
He said, well, what do I tell them? Like, who are you? Who do I even tell them who you are? And his response was, I am. Tell them I am. Has told you
I am sent you. The God of Abraham, he referred to himself as well, I think. The God of your father Abraham, or something like that.
Right. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So,
Cool. Hang on, just one second. Stop there, because this is relevant. So if he was the God of Abraham and his descendants, Isaac and Jacob and the brothers and all the rest of it, how is it that the name Why did he have to refer to himself as that? Because that name, if he was God, creator, omnipotent, omniscient, being in which all things move and have their existence, then that his name certainly would have been passed down through ancestral oral tradition or ancestral narrative or whatever you want to call it. But he's appearing as this unknown Elohim is what he actually is. This unknown Elohim that he's had to describe himself in a few different. He should have just been able to say, "My name's George," and they'll know who it is if you tell them it's George, because I'm the God of Isaac and Abraham and Jacob. And do you see, like, there's a disconnect there? Why has he had to call himself this and that, and the name Yodhe, which isn't even a word, like isn't even pronounceable, because it's got no consonants. Consonants weren't even introduced until hundreds of years later. So there, if I'm just saying, if you do look into it, you'll find there's a disconnect in the narrative. It doesn't make sense that he has to explain himself. And also in that same instance, then you remember Moses says, "Can I see your glory?" Now Moses has been talking to him for 40 days at this stage. "Can I see your glory?" "No, you can't, for surely it will kill you. But if you go and hide in a cleft in the rock over there, you might be able to catch a glimpse of it from behind." So this is the omnipotent creator of everything is so omnipotent that he can't protect Moses from his glory, but a cleft in the rock can. That doesn't make a lot of sense either, does it, when you think about it?
I think you're looking at it from a particular perspective. And the perspective I would look at it is God simply did not want Moses to behold his identity. In other words, his likeness at the time.
Okay, but I would respond in so, and I'm not trying to be adversarial here. I was in church for 30, 35 years. I'm just seeing things with different eyes at the moment. That you're looking at it from a certain perspective because you want that to be the answer to my question, but you can't. God didn't want him to. Well, if I were being adversarial, I'd say, well, how do you back that up?
Because God also appeared to other people throughout the Old Testament, like the three young men who defied the king and were thrown into the fire.
But Moses specifically asked, "Can I see your kavod?" Right, the word is kavod. Go and look it up. Don't say that, aggressively. If you go and look up the word kavod, that's what he specifically asked to see. So, when God has, I agree, God appeared to other people apparently, but and God said, "No, you can't see my kavod because it will, surely you'll die." So, or whatever it was. So to just say, "Oh, God didn't want him to," well, yeah, I get it. You can say that. Maybe that's what it was, or maybe that isn't what it was. Neither of us can really know.
Well, when he
but
went
it's just weird.
When he went to Mount Sinai, he went multiple times up to the mountain where he got the 10 Commandments, and he saw God when he went up during one of those trips. So maybe, just maybe, it was a case where through Moses' diligent seeking of God's face, I mean, in this case, his literal diligent seeking of God's face, that God eventually did reveal himself. And to the question about the name, I would say that none of us know God's true name, not even today. We might say Yeshua or Jesus or Yehovah or any number of names, right? But when the Lord returns, he'll have a title on him that says King of Kings and Lord of Lords, but he'll also have a name, and that name is known only to him. And I think that's something that we won't find out until all things have come to pass.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, maybe. But see, the God, if you go back to once again to this Yahweh character, I'll call him Yahweh rather than Jehovah. This Yahweh character. If you go and read the book of Deuteronomy, he does and he commands some pretty horrific things to occur.
Like what?
And have you read Deuteronomy lately?
Yes.
And you don't think there's nothing in that book which strikes you as slightly aggressive or barbaric or unwarranted
I guarantee you I could one up whatever you could point out in Deuteronomy is something that you would see as even worse from other Old Testament books. And I say that because I went through a period in my life myself where somebody pointed out some of those scriptures to me, and I thought it was so awful that I had a serious problem with God for several years.
Yeah, it's not a matter of having a problem with God. My issue here is, or the thing that I'm trying to unpack is the God of Deuteronomy is the same God, allegedly, as Yeshua, who is nothing but love and grace and forgiveness.
Not nothing but love and grace, but also of judgment, of justice. So it's a balance thing.
Sorry, guys, my phone rang. Have I still got you?
And there's a specific reference all the way in Revelation that's talked about from the Old Testament, and Jesus is warning. It starts out he's warning the seven churches, or he's basically evaluating the seven of the churches. And so one of the churches, he warns them. He basically says if you don't change your ways, then what happened in the matter of Peor is going to happen to you. And the matter of Peor is a reference all the way back to the book of Numbers, and how the Midianites dealt with the Israelites and what happened to the nation of Midian as a result.
Yeah.
So
how do you? So it's good. How do you? Where God commands them to go in and slaughter, like effectively it's genocide, slaughter the men, women, the children, the animals, and in other instances slaughter all the men. But you can take if a girl's a virgin, you can bring her home with you. Number one, how do you determine whether or not she's a virgin? Number two, you can take them home with you and you can marry them. Well, that's tantamount to kidnapping. Number one, and probably rape. Number two. And bring home all their livestock. We're going to take their lands. Well, that's theft. And just after Moses is also spouting to the Israelites that that don't break God's commandments, which is don't murder, don't steal, don't covet, all of those things. Like there's a sort of a disconnect between what's being said and what's actually going on.
Oh, so you are aware of those things.
Yeah, but like I said, bro, I've been in church 30, 35 years, and I just took it all as was told to me that the narrative, but I'm now looking at it through a different set of eyes, though, a set of eyes that aren't just wanting to be part of the club, because I think the narrative's busted. That's
So yeah, God did give the lands, the promised land, to Abraham and his descendants, and
stole it from someone else and then gave it to those people. Yes,
and they did go in that land, and in many cases they did go in and kill the people living there and take the lands. But
under Yahweh's instruction. Yes.
Under God's, under the command of Moses given him by God. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, by Yahweh.
So get this: in every case where the Israelites did go in and take the lands and kill the people there, in every case it's because even though God gave the land to Abraham and his people, they only attacked the Canaanites and people living there when they attacked Israel first. So even in that, God was gracious not to have the Israelites go in and outright kill those people and take their land. He waited until they were attacked first.
And what if Christianity is false, bro? What then?
What was the question?
He said, "What if what if Christianity is false?"
Well, that doesn't really have anything to do with what we were discussing specifically.
That has
wouldn't
nothing
it
to
mean
do with
the entire
history.
narrative? Hold on, wouldn't it mean the entire narrative you're describing is false?
It's nothing to do with history. No, they're independent.
Yeah. See,
So you're going to be.
here's
So you're
what
telling me. Wait, you're telling me you can push a
here's what I
Christian narrative without being a Christian? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Just quickly, here's where I've landed at right at the moment, and this is still a journey for me. Here's where I've landed at. To me, from my investigation outside of in quote unquote the church and its narrative, is that the scripture has been messed with, deliberately cut, pasted, edited, redacted in order to push this a monotheistic. This is Old Testament to begin with. This a monotheistic agenda, and which then supports the Jerusalem temple, and the royalty at that time, or the kingship at that time, because actual ancient Jewish or Israeli texts, there was a pantheon of gods. There was many more than just Yahweh who were being worshipped and idolized at the time. Now, if Yahweh is the undisputed creator of all things, okay, just here's one thing for you just to consider. Let's say Yahweh is the ultimate creator of the entire everything, right?
Okay.
Why on earth would Israel, he has made clear to them, you are my special people, right? Which makes the rest of us pretty sad, but they're his special people. And he's the creator of everything, right? The all-powerful, all-knowing, all-everything, creator of everything. And yet Israel said, we don't want you to be our ruler anymore. Give us a man. Give us a man to rule over us.
Yeah,
Do you think that makes any sense? When you've got the creator of everything is saying, I got you back. I've got you with this.
Yeah, it makes
I'm your
complete
man.
sense because it makes complete sense. But
Trust me.
people can be selfish and disconnected, so it makes sense.
Yeah, like even in
No,
the
but if you're
Bible.
selfish,
But imagine if Yahweh isn't true and all that's false, then everything you've been discussing in the historicity of it is false.
so let's say you're one of the chosen 100,000 on this planet, and you've got the creator of the universe saying, trust me, I got your back. We'll win every battle. I've got you. Just do as. Why would you cast that aside to put some guy in charge?
Because they didn't have faith, despite seeing the miracles that Moses was performing over and
Going
over
back to
and
assuming Christianity is true.
over. Just like he was a type of Christ. He was performing the miracles in God's name, and yet so many of the people went back to their golden calves and their idols. It's the same thing playing out through history again and again. In fact, the example you brought up where they were in battle and sometimes they kept the young women for themselves, that's the matter of Peor. That's what I was talking about. In other words, probably the worst example of how brutal justice can be that Jesus is saying, and this is the ascended Christ. This is after the death, burial, and resurrection. He's saying to this church, if you don't change your ways, then the matter of Peor is going to happen to you. So, God is love, but God is also justice. And if the scripture, if you can attack, or let's just use a nice word, if you can debate the Bible on the basis of normative morality, then you should not have to attack it from the basis of, oh, well, it's been edited or changed. You should be able to just come at it from the moral perspective. So that's why I don't like to conflate those types of.
No, sir, because the reality is you have to decide whether it's a historic book or an allegorical fable. You have to decide which is which. You can't be both.
But it has been. This is not like in the redaction, in the editing, the original text and what it was written about is now changed.
The reality is it could have been made up from the beginning. We don't even know if it was genuine in the beginning. It could have just been made up from scratch. So that's a possibility you're leaving out.
Even on the assumption that it is, like Elohim is a plural term. These Elohim back in the early days, yeah, Elohim is just now translated to God, like the one and only God.
The
Elohim
point is
is
the narrative
plural.
can't be trusted, so it's been undermined, been edited, as you've said, and potentially it was made up from scratch. So therefore, we can't trust it as a historical narrative.
It's not just
It's not to say it's all wrong. It's not to say it's all wrong and all rubbish, but
You
it's
can't trust it for your historical narrative. You just can't trust it for that.
So
that's
even
what that's kind of where I'm at.
even in
Sorry,
Genesis, God says, "Let us make God in our image."
But that's a fable. You can't trust that.
It was the very structure of the sentence.
Okay. So if you're, okay,
Shouldn't have,
cool.
shouldn't have faith in that. So it's just a fable.
So if
you're
just
saying this
rambling
plurality
that it's a fable, this is not really constructive to the conversation we were having.
But it's also not constructive. Just assume Christianity is true and go into the woods talking about all this because it's just random.
Hey, he's not assuming.
He's assuming Christianity is true. Moses, blah blah blah. We could easily take a Hinduistic approach, or I don't know, a Zoroastrian approach to all this, and it would be completely different storyline. You guys are taking a Christian approach blindly.
Chris, why do you say he assumes it's true? He reads a lot and studies, and he believes it's true. But why do you saying he's merely assuming so?
That's the same thing. Belief and assumption, almost.
I don't think so.
Point is, he has no evidence for Christianity being true. He hopes it's true. He's probably a Christian.
Well, I would say that a belief is an assumption. They are all but synonymous terms, because to truly have belief or faith is the assumption and acting upon something as if it were true. So yeah, in that sense,
just hope.
An assumption.
Just hoping for it to be true. Yeah.
Well, it's the acting upon the assumption that it is true.
Well, I'm sure you found after much research, it helped formulate your beliefs.
Right.
But you shouldn't use the Bible as a historical book, and you are using it.
Actually, the word
why,
is not.
Why do you get to pick and choose what's history from text and what's not?
Oh, okay, so I'm going to read the X-Men for my history. Okay, no problem.
The word is presume. Presume.
Why?
So the Bible is clearly has a lot of allegory in it. It's clearly not historical.
Where is X-Men or whatever written as nonfiction?
In one of the issues on issue 16, published in 1976, it says this is not fiction.
Okay.
And the great Xavier said in issue 71, on top of the Empire State Building, he pronounced that I shall be thy God and I created the world. So he said that, so that's true.
That's fine and dandy, but what do you get to tell me is true history before any of us were alive? What do you get to say?
I'm just telling you that the Bible is the equivalent of the X-Men comics in terms of historical justification.
And I'm saying if that's your logic, then you don't get to say any history before our lifetimes exist.
I'm just telling you the current history is false and it can't be trusted.
You don't get to say any bit of history before our lives is real.
No, I can work out what's not true.
On what basis? Go ahead and tell me the basis.
I might not be able to tell you the precise historical narrative, but I can tell you what it wasn't.
Oh, but you magically know what it wasn't, but you can't tell me.
Yes, you can know when something isn't the right answer without knowing what the right answer is yet.
That's laughable. That's just a babbling baby saying.
So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Hold on. I'll give you an example of cases where you know something isn't true, but what is actually true is not clear yet. There are many examples like that.
Okay, I'm waiting for an example.
So 9/11 would be a good example. So we know what's not true, but we don't know what is true.
I said
same with JFK, same with anything. Same with let me finish, dude. Just stop getting excited.
My parents
same thing with
were
most
alive
things. Hold on, dude. Wait.
Can you give me an example before
Stop
our
talking,
lives?
dude. Stop getting excited. Relax, dude. The same things in most of our modern history. Most of it are lies and psyops, right? And we can work out what's not true, but we can't necessarily know what is true.
You're avoiding my question because you know you have no answer for it.
I've just given you an example of something that we know is not true,
You
but we
just
don't know
gave
what
me
it is.
2 examples that is within our lifetimes when I specifically asked you for time periods before our lives.
Okay.
What
Well,
about
considering
what
that,
about the
considering
American War of
considering
Independence? Did that happen?
considering that modern authorities are lying to us, then it's safe to assume they're lying to us about the ancient past. If they're lying to us
Did
about
the
the recent past,
American War of Independence happen or not, in your opinion?
the narrative about that is a lie. Just like
But
the
the
narrative
war,
about
did it
9/11 is a lie, the narrative about World War II is a lie, the narrative about pretty much anything, Epstein, whatever you want to take, it's a lie. The narratives are lies they give us.
So
Stop believing the most. So stop
is
believing the most ancient narrative of all of Christianity. Stop it.
So nothing's true. I got it. All right, whatever. So
No,
if,
no, anything your government tells you isn't true.
if the adults would like to continue the discussion we were having before the
Yeah. Let's continue back to the regularly scheduled programming of believing everything the government tells us from a Christian
that would
perspective.
be
Okay,
fine. 'Cause I love
no problem.
discussion about
And there's so many shills on this server. It's
about the
unreal, man.
Israelites and Deuteronomy. I love that discussion. I was
It's all right, boys. It's all right, boys. I'll mark you down. You're next. Yeah, all good. Continue.
okay. So in Deuteronomy 10:21, or was it 21:10? It's one of those. But that's where it lays out the rules for what is to be done when an Israelite takes a captive of war to make her his wife.
Keep on preaching.
So it's not that he just immediately takes the woman. There's a whole process that has to be done, and also that it also gives the woman certain rights to not be with the guy if she just absolutely doesn't want to, and he can put her away, and he can't put her under any kind of servitude or bondage. So I just want to say, like, if you're gonna bring up whoever you brought up Deuteronomy before, I think it was very reasonable how they were treated in an environment where they literally could not survive on their own. There's nothing that they could do but starve to death in a miserable, slow death if they didn't have somebody to take care of them.
I tell you, man, I don't have firsthand direct knowledge of those biblical events, but I can't I don't understand how people attack the book because I can't disprove it either. And then I know we could get into that logic. Well, can you prove or disprove a concept? Well, anyway, I'm just saying I never understood that. And like, I find it fascinating. I believe that the more we learn about this book and the context of it, if that's possible, but reading that book, we'll know more about it. The more you read it, the more you can your discernment can help you realize whether it's the truth or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it can
Can you
help.
hear me?
What's that?
Am I coming through, or I don't know if can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay, cool. Just quickly, so the with what you've just said, yes, we're not there. We can't disprove it, but there are anomalies in there, and so often today, I hear the statement, "Oh, well, it's the inspired, inerrant word of God," and there's no contradictions and all this kind of thing. There are many, and many of them are provable. Like where you mentioned before that where God said, "Oh, let us make them in our image." Is that
Right.
your yeah, and it does say that. I get you. Is that what you're saying is the explanation for the plurality of Elohim?
It's an does it is a let's say it's a statement. It's a factual statement, a descriptive statement
Yep.
about the triune Godhead.
Possibly. Or, there's also reference to, the Sky Council or the whatever it's called of the various Elohim. Maybe it's them talking to one another. Let's make them in our image. Why do you think specifically that's because later on the Elohim, Yahweh says, I can't think what book it's in, there's one of the kings who he falls off something and breaks his back, and he wants to go to another land and see if their Elohim can help him, and he Yahweh loses his mind and says, "What, is there no Elohim in this land?" So that he's referring to himself as an Elohim, and there are other Elohim which he refers to as Elohim. So why does just because it suits the narrative to say that instance where it's talking about the triune Godhead, but later on when the word just Elohim is used, how is it that you or I can discern which version of the use of that word is actually at play?
Because of it's the context that matters. Even the Lord's
But
on the gospel says.
But I've given you other context. I've given you other context for that Genesis statement. You're saying it's the triune Godhead that is saying that to one another. Given that, also bearing in mind that in Old Testament time there was no Trinity, it didn't exist. So why did Moses or his scribe or whoever wrote the book of Genesis? Why did they refer to God as a Trinity when that concept was non-existent?
It's because they operated on the level of revelation that was available to them.
Who did?
Moses,
Yeah,
Moses and the
but
authors of the
who
Old
did?
Testament.
Yeah, but Moses himself did not scribe the Pentateuch. You know that. He didn't actually sit down with a pen and write the first five. That's not what happened.
Why do you say that?
Well, that's historically. Even the ancient Jewish scholars will tell you that.
I thought that Moses.
Does that make them right?
Didn't he write it? Didn't God
Well,
write
it's
through
really
Moses?
I would think that Jewish scholars would know more about Judaism and its history than you and I do. That would be my presumption.
And do they? Well, my point is, do they all agree on that, or is it some of them versus another group that doesn't say that? Like you have a huge schism in Judaism. You've got the Orthodox Jews and you've got the non-Orthodox, and like they're almost completely different religions.
Correct. Okay, so I agree with you 100% on that. So therefore, I bring that back to my statement now. What makes you think that when you open your King James or your NIV or your American Standard, what makes you think you're reading the right version of what was actually penned 4,000 years ago?
Because the Lord
Just because your book club gave you that.
Are you interested in an answer, or are you just interested
Sorry, I apologise. I'm sorry. I know I spoke over you. I do apologise.
I speak slowly and deliberately when I'm trying to explain something so that somebody can digest the information as they hear it, rather than somebody who tries to talk like they're super smart and they just throw out a bunch of $10 words and they talk at 1,000 miles an hour and you can't understand 2 words of what they said. So that's why I speak a little slow, but I try to keep a good flow going.
Yeah, you're a good speaker.
I appreciate it. My answer would be is because the Lord quoted it over and over and over. So if you want to ask, well, then how do you know that the Gospels are genuine and that they're not just made up? To valid for the purpose of validating the Old Testament. Somebody actually pointed out another source of manuscripts for the New Testament from the original Hebrew, and the translators who show you the manuscript side by side with their translation, they make the point right there on the front page that there's no possible way that these manuscripts were a derivation of Greek or Latin. They had to be original, linguistically speaking. They had to be original Hebrew, and the Hebrew Gospels here that are not based on Greek or Latin, they agree with the Gospels of the King James Bible. There's no I've looked through the books here and I've verse after verse and I haven't seen any contradictions.
Bro, that doesn't make the Bible true. It just means you have agreement and consensus. It doesn't make the book true, though.
Well,
So
How,
now this.
I mean, how else do you validate it?
Can I respond or not? Can I respond?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
So,
I wanted to say hi to Chris.
you've jumped into the New Testament talking about the Gospels. I'm referring to the Old Testament. Now, this redaction and editing and monotheizing of Scripture that I'm referring to happened back in the time of King Josiah. When King Josiah came to power, do you know how old he was?
So I gave you an answer in the context of the Old Testament being repeatedly quoted. Why you have to at least acknowledge that point.
I gave you a rebuttal to that, man. It's a fallacious argument you just made.
I
Why?
think what he.
Yeah, you can.
I think what
Grizzly,
Fox, I think what
Grizzly,
Fox
how
is.
did you make it into this server? I always know you from the other server. You made it here.
Tony, got the mosquito scorpions. They're coming.
Yes, mosquito scorpions. Yeah.
Like, why do you have to talk down to people like that, saying how did you make it here? How else did you mean that other than to be condescending?
I didn't mean that in a condescending way. I know
Getting back to the point, boys. Getting back to the point. That's a fallacious argument to bet on consensus. Oh, those guys agree with it, so it's true. No, that's just consensus. That's a fallacy.
How else do you validate any history except by consensus? Now you
That's
ask
the whole point. You can't validate history. You can't validate history because it's only consensus required. You see.
The only way you can provide actual fucking proof of anything happening is if you can be a time traveler and have a time machine. That's the only way.
Tony, can we have your schizo takes later? Not now, please, mate. Thanks.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, that's the only way to figure out the actual truth of history.
The reality is we can't rely on history because it's all written by the victors and all of it is completely corrupted now. None of it can be verified. We can't know any of it to be true for sure. You see.
Then you don't have a true version of history. Then you're forced.
History is not the only source, bro. Why do you have to look at the Bible and think it's the only source of information? There's other information, about God.
There is no history whatsoever. That's the only logical stance you can take. And if somebody's going to take that stance, I'm not going to discuss history with them at all because it's like discussing it with a toddler.
Yeah, if I don't accept Christianity, then you're not going to talk to me. I get it, bro. You're just a Bible thumper. I get it.
You're throwing out any history at all because you're saying the validation of history through consensus is
I'm
not.
just telling you, we live in an Orwellian nightmare. So if you haven't noticed, so you can't trust the historical fucking sources. Is that clear?
I agree
with you. If we live in an Orwellian nightmare, then doesn't it stand to reason that you're being lied to about your spiritual beliefs?
I'm not the one quoting a book to you. I'm the one telling you the book you're reading is false, bro. If I was quoting something to you, then you can attack that, but I'm not quoting anything to you.
So evade my question. I get it.
So the reality is you can't be quoting the Bible to me and expecting it to be real. That's an X-Men comic book, dude, that you're persistently grabbing onto and thinking is true because everything else looks shit to you. But the reality is the Bible is part of the same shit. It was lied about more than any other thing, dude. Like the news or the ancient history, all of it is a lie, and you're believing in it, thinking the Bible is at the forefront of it. It's going to save you somehow. It's only going to enslave you. That's it. That's all he's going to do.
Okay, I got nothing to say to you because you're not interested in discussion. You just want somebody to fight.
No, I think you're just going to evade because you know I'm right and you can't defend your argument. Fair enough.
No, I don't mind discussing with F evangelists because you're at least acknowledging my points and providing responses to the questions like I'm doing for you. That's mutual respect.
I'm providing valid critiques and you can't answer them because you have nothing to stand on. It's fallacious and hollow what you're saying.
I don't know about that.
To what you said is the canonized 66 books that you hold in your hand were put together allegedly by the Council of Nicaea, which was effectively the early stages of the Roman Catholic Church, who were in cahoots with the Roman Empire, the government of the Roman Empire. Now, if you think that that collective are a trustworthy bunch of people through whom the God of the universe acted, then I think that's a very naive stance to take, because the Roman Catholic Church and the Roman Empire are in no way a righteous and upright collective of people to trust with what they've handed to you. That would be my comment. And what they've decided to give you and not give you, because plenty of things from back then were not, like the Book of Enoch, were not, well, it actually was put in there and then taken out later. Like what the thing you're referring to as the Word of God is so messed with over the last 2,000 years. You have to acknowledge that. I would think.
You would be correct. You'd be
All right.
correct if it wasn't inspired by God.
I want to address what you said. That would be a naive position, but the canon of the scripture was always the canon. We just use the word canon because that Council of Nicaea used that word. They confirmed it, but that was always the agreed upon his text of the word, with very, very few exceptions. It was like only the Ethiopians and a couple of others who were using the Book of Enoch and a couple of others. But the point I'm making is that the extra biblical books like the apocryphal text were rejected by most people outside of whatever the Council of Nicaea had to say about it. So I don't see that as like, me basing my faith on some Catholics, on some corrupt Catholics said. And another thing, what you said, like, how do I know, like, Moses wrote the Torah, is because the scripture says that he wrote down this Torah. So, if just like, like in the New Testament, when the book starts with the author identifying himself, that's the only identity we have for the Old Testament. So it's only reasonable that it would be Moses. Now, am I saying like Moses was the only author of it? I don't know that. I don't claim to know that.
But here's a problem. Here's the problem from a purely logical standpoint: is how do we know the authenticity of the book and that Moses wrote it? Oh, well, because the book tells us that Moses wrote it. Well, that's just circular reasoning. That's you can't. I don't think you can stand on that.
Well, when you're identifying any piece of historical text, you have to base it on the context of the text and what it claims. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to say this like in any kind of condescending way, but anybody like from any history class I've ever had with atheist professors, that is how they taught us to evaluate history. It's based on first prime and second hand, primary, secondary resources, context, and what the text itself claims, and that's how you validate it, and then comparing it to other texts that reference the same thing.
So how is this book valid? Because the book tells us it's valid. Well, is there a secondary source you can reference it against? No, there's not. Oh, well, then it must be valid because it tells us it's valid. Like that doesn't hold much water.
Well, like when I brought up the apocryphal text, the reason I don't need the Council of Nicaea or any Catholic to confirm the 66 books is because I can myself I can look at the Book of Jubilees, I can look at the Book of Enoch and several others and find both the historical, factual, and spiritual contradictions in it to know that it's not inspired by the Holy Spirit. Like I joined a study on the Book of Enoch and a couple of Bible studies recently, and I heard a few things that stuck out in my mind as flatly contradicting scripture, and because of that, I decide not to believe it, or at least take it with a grain of salt. Whereas I believe the scripture because the scripture agrees with itself. I hope that clarifies a little bit. I mean, I don't want to tell you what to believe. What I would say is the best advice any pastor ever gave me. He said that we should always base our faith first and foremost on what we read out of the Word for ourselves.
Evangelist, you still there?
Yeah, kind of. If you can still hear me, my Bluetooth, my AirPods dropped out. Am I still coming through?
Yeah,
I did reconnect. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so I'll put that, and like I said, I was in the church for 30, 35 years, right? So it's not coming from a position of ignorance, and I don't say it in a condescending way. But what you've just described is you're getting advice from within the echo chamber, where you're within an environment or a community where everybody's speaking the same narrative from the same book, telling you to reference that book in order to verify the narrative, which is the only narrative you've ever come across. Like it literally is the textbook definition of an echo chamber where nobody dared have the conversations that I'm
Exactly,
having
just
with.
following consensus, following the herd. Exactly.
Would you believe
Yeah,
me?
like,
When I said some of the most rigorous debates I ever had were in the church among the believers. Like I'm talking about way more rigorous than this.
Yeah, like this has been very cordial and terrific. But the things that I'm bringing up, in most churches, I'd be asked to leave the building, because how dare you
Exactly. You'd be called a
question the
heretic.
word of
Exactly.
God?
Exactly. You can't question this. You're a heretic otherwise. Yep.
Oh,
How dare
if they would, then they'd be wrong for it. That's all I could say. Because you're being
Yeah.
you're asking respectful questions that are critical, but you're not going out of your way to be antagonistic or just belligerent. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying or asking, and I think it's a good and healthy thing for you to bring it up.
Yeah, like there are
Bro,
a lot of
boys, go into any Christian church and tell them you study astrology, and you're going to watch them back away from you and start thinking you're the devil or something.
That happened to
Well,
me.
tell them that you don't think that the Yahweh character is the creator of the universe, and see how far that gets you. Because that's where I am at the moment. I don't think Yahweh is God, as in big G God. I think he's a character which existed at the time, along with a bunch of others that were around at that time that are also referred to. But as far as him being the big G, I think he was masquerading as a god, but I don't think he was God. That's where I'm at the moment.
I assume that you believe in flat Earth and that you believe that there is some kind of creator / creators. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
on that basis, I would argue the Christian God on the normative basis. I would say that since if we're going to move forward on the assumption that there's a creation, that there's a God, there's a creator or creators, I would argue that the Christian belief system is completely unique in all of history, both fiction and nonfiction, and that it's the only belief system that deals with the idea of absolute justice, and every other belief system sidesteps it or denies it outright.
But justice on the basis of what?
Absolute justice, and the idea that if one is guilty of any injustice, then they must be destroyed outright. They must be
This is
completely.
like the wages of sin, that sort of thing.
Yes, like the Book
So
of Romans
what
is
is
unique
sin?
in all of philosophy. There's no other philosophy like it in existence.
Yep. What is sin? What is sin? What am I being judged against?
You're being judged against the law. However,
What law? What law?
the law is the just morality of God Himself, and and these are self-evident concepts. If you commit the if you break the commandments that
Which
God
ones?
laid out, like murder
Which
or
ones?
theft,
The 10. The 10. You mean the 10 Commandments?
right,
Is that what
right,
you mean?
yeah, the 10 Commandments. Then
Who were they given to?
and you know,
Who were they given to?
who were they given to?
Yeah.
They were given to everybody on
Were
the
they?
mountain. Yeah.
On the basis of what? See, in my Bible, they were given to Moses for Israel.
Right.
They weren't given to the Canaanites. They weren't given to whoever was living in South America at the time or the Australian Aboriginals. They were given to the Israelites. So how is an Australian Aboriginal 2,000 years before the Common Era, how is he going to be judged against a set of rules that he knows nothing about?
Oh, because Romans, again, I believe it's Romans, talks about the idea of the general revelation. It talks about people being judged according to the knowledge that they have. So obviously,
So
an Aboriginal's not gonna even know about the entire law. But when the Aboriginal commits a sin against his brother, he knows that he's committed wrong because it's a self-evident fact.
So he kind of
Yeah,
gets a special dispensation, is what you're saying.
I
Well, that's
think
not
they.
really fair. It's not really
I think
fair
they.
on
Hey, I think
who.
it's. Doesn't it say in the book somewhere that I don't know how it's phrased, but doesn't it say basically they get leniency for their ignorance to some degree? They get some degree
Eh,
of leniency.
you can logically extrapolate that, but it says the logical converse, where it basically says that the law it works wrath, and it is the law that condemns us. But you can logically extract what you just said, so that's true.
Okay, so the Aboriginal guy who's never heard of this law and has never heard the name of Yeshua or Jesus, whatever you want to call him, is he
Right?
going to go to hell? Is he going to go to hell?
No, he's going to be not necessarily. He's going to be judged on his own works based on his level of revelation. So if
So
he's
who's?
if
Sorry,
he's
go on.
committed actions that he knows in his heart to be wrong, then
Yep.
that is going to be counted against him.
All right, as opposed to what? So you got the Christian, the womanizing, philandering, gambling, drinking Christian who goes to church on a Sunday and says, "I love Jesus."
Mm-hmm.
He goes to heaven, but someone else who's never heard the name of Jesus, who's just tried to be a decent person, he's possible because Jesus says that it's nobody comes to the Father but through me, and that's the narrative of the church, is that unless you are saved by confessing the name of Jesus, then you're going to go to hell. So that philandering, gambling, drinking, wife beating, son of a bitch, because he's accepted Christ as his savior and redeemer, he's going to go to heaven. But that poor Aboriginal guy who's just lived in the outback and tried to be a good man and looked after his family, unfortunately, he's going to go and burn in hell for eternity.
Well, first I would say that the person who was actively sinning like hell but went to church, I don't believe they are going to heaven. Not for a second. And
Well, you don't get to judge that though. That's up to God, right?
it is ultimately up to God. I'm saying I don't believe that they're going to go to heaven.
But I'm more arguing what Scripture says. That's what your Bible tells you.
Right.
That's what the church.
Yeah. Well, no, it says that if they continue in their sin, then there remains no more sacrifice for their sin in many places.
Yeah, no, but as long as they believe in Jesus, it's all fine, man. It's all get
No.
cleansed at the end, man. It's all good.
No, it's not. It's not just enough to.
Just gotta believe in Jesus, sir. It's not about your works, it's about your belief and your faith in Jesus. That's all it is. You could be an axe murderer, guilty of thousands of murders, and as long as you believe in Jesus, you'll be just fine at the end, dude.
I'm loving this conversation. I have to go. I've arrived home. I've got to go and take my wife out somewhere. So I
You're
do
gonna
hope
leave me to the shills, bro. You're gonna leave me with the shills, dude. See you later, man.
I do hope we can continue it sometime, guys.
Good talking.
No worries, man. Speak to you later.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Vince. Good talking. Have a good night.
See you, boys.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off too. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, buddy. Hey, have you good evening. It's good talking with you.
Yeah, you too, Smur. See you later.
Good. This is morning
Bye.
time now. Yeah, later,
Yeah.
buddy.
All right. Bye.
I can add to this a little bit.
Cool.
So regarding the law, right? The law has existed prior to the Israelites receiving it at Mount Sinai. They knew the law. Enoch passed the law down. The first scribe, the first person to ever write anything down, if you believe what the scriptures say, the seventh from Adam, he knew the law. It was given to him, right? But modern religion won't tell you this because they don't read Enoch. You know what I'm saying? Enoch is not accepted by the Jews nor the Christians. But regarding regarding the law, though, right? Because people say, well, what about, like a Native American and in South America, right? In like a lost tribe somewhere, like just isolated from the rest of the world that are like completely oblivious of the Father and the Son, right? Or the
Yeah, they
Christian
go to hell,
concept
man.
of the
They didn't
Father
love
and the
Jesus,
Son.
so they go to hell.
Yeah, are they going to hell, right?
Yep, they didn't know
This is
Jesus, so they go to hell. Yeah, there
no,
it goes.
that's a presumption. That's you're assuming
Nope.
that.
The only way to God is through Jesus, sir.
Yes, yes, but that is
So therefore,
for
everyone who's
you.
never heard of Jesus goes to hell. Okay.
That's where in the scripture did it say that?
It says everyone, the only way through God is through Jesus. So without Jesus, you can't get to God. So simple.
Yeah, once you have knowledge of the truth, which you clearly have
Which is
it,
Jesus. Which is only Jesus.
there's you have no. That's what the scripture says. Once you have arrived to the knowledge of the truth and you deny him, there's no longer sacrifice for you. There's nothing
It
that
doesn't
you
matter.
can
Even if
do.
even if no one ever told you about Jesus, you still can go to hell if you
That's
don't
not
know.
true. That's not true because
It is.
hear me out.
The only way to the Father is through Jesus, and the only way to the truth is through
Yeah, but
Jesus.
you have listen. You can't just pick one verse and build a whole religion out of it. You
Oh,
have to use
Christians
the
are
Bible
specialists
in
at
its.
that. I'm allowed to do that.
Well,
You
hold
guys are
on.
allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that.
Can you give me a
You
second,
guys
though? You
love
have
picking out. Wait. You guys love picking out a verse and building a whole fucking foundation on it. So I'll do the same. In your
listen.
face,
You
bro.
have to use the scriptures to its entirety, right? You have to make sure that all the scriptures are in unison, right? You have because the Bible does not contradict itself. You have to make sure that you understand the whole
Oh yeah, it
scripture.
does.
So you have verses like this for the heathens, right? And aboriginal, right, is a heathen by nature. He's a non-believer and he does not know the father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob necessarily, right?
Yeah, and then therefore, when you murder them as part of empire building and conquest, then it's okay. They were heathen anyway.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
fine.
You're just
Yeah,
a
I get it.
hater, dude.
Yeah.
You're just a hater.
No, I
Just
get it.
listen.
I get your story. I get your story.
Just listen. For when
Because if
the
they were
heathens
heathen, if exactly
who
they're
have
all
not,
heathen, it's fine to
yeah.
murder them all.
Are
It's
you
fine.
gonna let
Yeah.
me talk, dude? Or are you gonna just interrupt me the whole
You've been
time?
talking plenty, dude.
For when the heathens who have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, they not having the law are a law unto themselves.
Yeah, so you can just kill them all. If they're heathen,
Yeah,
just kill them.
Grizzly.
Yeah, that's
What's
great.
up, Grizzly? Yeah, it sounds like transhumanism, eh?
Yeah. In other words, if they don't, in other words, if they're not good enough, if they're heathen, barbarian, savage, just kill them all. Millions of them. Doesn't matter. God would praise you. I get it. Yep.
God will not praise you for that, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
He praised. What do you mean? He praised. Wait. He praised. Wait a minute. God praised a bunch of Catholic saints, like St. George, for example. He killed thousands of innocent people, and he was made a saint. So God praises him.
Brother, your wisdom is lacking, right? You brought up a Catholic saint, dude. Do you understand what Catholicism is, dude?
He doesn't have
Yeah, I know.
any
It's a
fucking
death cult.
wisdom.
It's basically a death cult
You're
in a nutshell.
fucked.
Dude, Catholicism is a tumor in the
It's a
history
death cult. No, it's not a tumor. It's a
in
death
the
cult.
history of the world. Catholicism is a tumor, dude. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
a
Like you
death
don't
cult.
even.
Say
I
it
can't
with
have an
me.
intellectual
Death
conversation with you
cult.
because you have a biased hate towards all religion, apparently.
No, I just have valid critique, which you can't rebut because you're a cult
I
member.
can't
You
argue
believe
with somebody that's
blindly in your
emotionally
dogma.
invested
That's the
into the
reality, sir.
conversation, right? I can't. You have to be emotionally detached from this. You can't be. You obviously have a hate towards the
You're
Christian God.
emotionally involved, bro. You're massively emotionally involved in Christianity. That's why you're defending it blindly.
Bro, aren't you the Christian or are you trolling this whole time?
I'm not Christian.
So you're taking the piss. Good.
No, I'm critiquing
I don't even
Christianity
consider
because it
myself
deserves critique.
Christian.
Yeah. I like
I'm not
that.
even a Christian.
Mine, you were talking about the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? I've got this triquetra symbol. This is an old Celtic symbol, right? And it's the same thing. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, triquetra, the three
Yeah,
knights.
I know what symbol you're talking about. I'm not even looking at my screen, but I know what symbol you're talking about. It's a Trinity symbol, and I'm not a Trinitarian.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like what you're saying about the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. These are things that have been around for thousands of years before the Abraham religion. So.
No, I'll bet you this guy's a black Hebrew Israelite. I'll bet you.
I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. But listen, just hear
You're
me
not?
out because you're
Right.
bringing up something that's primal in the history of the world, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Even though the Son was not revealed, according to Enoch, right? If you believe the scriptures, before Abraham, Enoch existed, and he's an antediluvian character. Existed before the flood. He spoke of the Father. And he spoke of the righteous one, the elect one, that was next to the Father, that resembled a man, right? One that resembles a man, like the son of Adam. He said that this man would his identity would be concealed and preserved in secret and only revealed to the elect. And for most of the entire history of the world, this man and who he is and who he was concealed. And it wasn't revealed until he came he was born on earth through a virgin. Now you don't have to believe the miraculous conception. You don't have to believe that story. But this is inherently in the history of the world. Was written down by the prophets through the Father who revealed himself to
It's just a
mankind.
fable, dude. It's just a
It's
fable, like
just a
X-Men comics, dude.
I'm not saying you have to believe it. I already said this. But you have to understand that if there is a creator, right? He has manifested himself to us through the prophets, through the patriarchs.
That's
And
false.
you're gonna be,
That's
and then I
false.
bet you're gonna be like, well, how do we
That's
know that
false.
it's your God and not the Muslim
Stop
God or the
lying, dude.
Buddhist God or
Please.
this and that and this and that?
Please stop
Well,
lying, dude.
listen, yeah, this you have to test these things out, and you have to
Please stop lying,
talk
dude.
to them.
If there is a God, it doesn't have to be a Christian God. No, it doesn't have to be the case. You just lied.
I didn't say that. I said this is for us,
You
right?
said
Every
if there
man.
is a God, it must be the Christian God. You don't have to believe it, of course, you said, but the fact is, it doesn't have to be a Christian God.
I'm not even a Christian.
You're
That's
wrong.
what you don't understand,
Doesn't
because
matter.
Christianity
Doesn't
itself
matter.
is built on a false
God does
paradigm.
exist. God does exist, and He's not Christian. Is that clear?
What's your perspective?
God isn't Christian. That whole book is a lie.
Dude, you're like stuck, dude. Like I can't help
No,
you,
you're the
bro.
one who's stuck
You're
on
stuck,
dogma,
dude.
Christian
You
beliefs.
keep
You're
bringing
the
up
one who's stuck in a cult.
Christian, dude. I
That's you,
just
bro.
told you I'm not even a Christian.
You're the one
Dude.
who's stuck in a cult, dude, not
You
me.
don't listen.
Well, Grizzly,
I'm
I
not
mean,
even a
stuck in a
it's
cult.
part of the creator and the creation, but whether it's the totality or not is the other question, or whether it's taken with the weight that some individuals seem to take it as for their own journey. But I mean, it's part of. I mean, everything's part of the creator. So,
But the reality is, all of these books, like for example, if we look at Christian ancient books, Hindu ancient books, and other cultures as well, they're all different. They all say a different story. So
yeah,
therefore,
but
which
there's
one
a
is true?
similarity too.
You just get, no,
They're
there isn't.
generally
There's no
like
similarity. There's no
they're
similarity between the Vedas and Christianity. There are zero similarities.
They're symbolic
Zero.
representations of the death rebirth
Great,
process.
great. But the actual facts on the ground, because they claim it's a historic book. People are claiming Christianity a historic book. So does the Vedas from India. So they completely differ, Christianity. So therefore, which one is true? All the white people in Europe are going to say Christianity because it suits them. And
The
it's their
Vedas aren't
backyard,
even
yeah.
that old, dude. If you actually
So
look at the history of the Vedas, they're
therefore, you
not
have to
even.
understand that both the Vedas and Christianity are false, and you have to stop believing what people tell you. You have to discover this stuff intuitively. You can't follow books anymore; they're all compromised.
You can't rely on your own understanding, dude. You
You
can't
have
do
to
that.
rely on it because there's nothing else to rely on.
No.
Everything else is corrupted.
Your own heart will deceive you. You can't rely on
Those books will deceive you faster. Those books will deceive you much faster than your heart, dude.
Woo! Is that you?
The
That's
heart-
what you think? Your own heart deceives you?
Yeah, because for example,
And then
you
you
have
have
lust.
to believe in this thing outside of yourself to be saved by someone else?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that we are prone to suggestion. We are prone to the lust of our devices, right? We are prone. We have an inclination, a natural inclination to be disobedient, and our own hearts will actually catalyze disobedience.
To
That's
who?
just not.
Who are you? Who do you obedient to? What is this obedience requirement that
To
you
the
have?
Creator.
Why do you have to be obedient to who you are?
I'm saying to the Creator.
Yeah, but there's
Whoever
one
he
creator.
is.
Yeah, there's one creator. So, in the perspective that there's one creator, then it is you. You are it. It's just a process of remembering who you are.
What do you mean? Remembering who you are.
Spot
You act
on,
like
mate.
what do you
No,
mean?
he just spoke facts.
He spoke
Why
facts.
do you
Well,
think you're separate? Why do you think you're separate from God? Do you see? If there's one ultimate creator,
That's the truth.
then you are him.
no, yeah. So we are gods, the oldest lie of the scriptures, right? Is that what you're telling me? The first lie, that we shall be as gods. Is
I
that really what
personally
you just
think
said?
you believe God is the demiurge, right? Like the false incarnation of God, which is material matter and reality that we see, right?
No,
So
No, that's pantheism, brother. The idea
Nah, mate.
that nature and the universe is God itself and that God is all encompassing, that is pantheism. That is not biblical.
Or perhaps reality, like in biology, it's an inversion of God, and it has to use God's energy to incarnate the animals, right? So all the animals and the
Hold on, bro.
humans are all of great nature.
Wait, bro,
but
did
the
you a minute
reality
ago
we're
say that you
trapped
don't?
in is
Bro,
evil.
did you a minute ago say that you don't trust your heart, but you do trust the Bible? Did you say that?
Yeah.
That's really stupid because you need your own heart to pick the Bible out of all the different books you could have picked.
Nope. Because
So you're
once you
falling over
understand
yourself
this,
there.
the wisdom that the scriptures talk about,
Dude, you need your heart to pick the right book, and you pick the Bible with your heart, and then you're saying you don't trust your heart. You're literally doing a somersault on yourself,
No,
dude.
bro, you're not. Listen, you have logic, right? We have logic and understanding and wisdom that's given to us by the
Your
Creator, and
previous
then we have our
statement
heart.
had no logical sense, dude.
We have to put our heart aside and use our logic and understanding. Our heart
Great.
is your emotional center, right?
Great. But you picked your heart to pick Christianity. You used your heart to pick Christianity, dude. Not logic. You used
No,
your heart.
you have a brain that's separate from the
You
heart. The
used
heart,
your
we know
heart
it.
to pick
Even modern
Christianity,
science now
dude. You didn't
agrees
use
that
your
the
brain.
heart.
You didn't collect test tube samples. You didn't go to Israel. You didn't collect bone fragments. You just
Don't even
used
let
your
people
heart. Faith.
reply to
What
you,
you
dude.
used.
You ask me a question, and then I go to proceed, and you just
But you're
completely
just
interrupt
lying.
me.
You're just lying. You're so fucking
Well, if you're gonna ask a
self-deprecating.
question, just be like, "Oh, this is a rhetorical question." Don't
But the
expect me to
reality is, you
answer
use
it.
your
You
own
know what I'm
heart to
saying?
pick the book, and then you're saying you don't trust your heart because of the book. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. 'Cause
You're a
listen.
walking contradiction, dude.
Even the brain,
Serious.
right? The brain is separate from the heart, but the heart and the brain are connected. The heart
Why are you still
actually has
talking?
a neural connection to
Dude,
the brain.
admit that you made a contradiction, dude.
No, I didn't make a
Admit it.
contradiction. I'm
Admit it.
telling you right now
Admit
that
it.
the heart is involved in
Admit it, dude.
in
Admit you made a
processing.
contradiction. Stop waffling, dude. Stop digging a hole further, dude. Stop.
No, bro, because you have to understand. Like this, let me give you a prime example.
Stop digging a
Right?
trench, bro. You made a hole. Don't make it into a trench. Don't.
Dude, you're
Please.
not even letting me explain. So you can have a friend, right? And you see your friend, right? And he's married, happily married to his wife, and you see his wife at the bar with another man, right? You tell your friend and like, listen, I seen your wife at the bar with another
Why are
man.
you waffling on and give me
She's
random
cheating on
examples?
you.
I don't care.
And then he's like, oh no, she
You made a
didn't.
contradiction. Please
You're
admit that. I'm just gonna
lying.
keep asking you
It's
that.
like, dude, I
Stop.
seen her at the bar. Bro, you're getting cheated on. And you're like,
Dude, why
oh
are you talking
nah,
shit,
bro,
dude?
you're lying to me.
Dude,
And
why are you talking shit, dude?
you're trying to tell the guy like you probably see he probably already has all the clues, right? That his wife's cheating on him. He's just completely in denial and denying it and denying it and denying it. Why? Because of his love for her, right? He's deceived. His own heart has deceived him because his love is so strong that he
Why are you just
doesn't want to
waffling on
believe
and
it.
on, dude? Why are you waffling about irrelevant points? Why? Is it
It's
because you
not
can't face
irrelevant.
your
It's a
contradiction you
prime
made just
example
now?
of how your
You
heart
made a
can deceive
contradiction
you.
just now. Now you can't face it, and you love talking. I've noticed as well. You just want to blabber on and on and on and on. Stop, please, man. Look at
Dude,
yourself,
you're a hater,
please.
bro. You're a hater.
No, I'm just critiquing you, and you can't face it.
Well,
Dude,
You're
I'm giving
hollow.
you a
Grizzly,
Your
prime
arguments are
example,
hollow.
and you have no way to dispute it.
Well,
Your
hold on, you
arguments are
guys. Right
completely
now,
hollow,
you
bro.
guys, can we try to keep concise and go one at a time? Because I think where this conversation is that like because people are just talking until they're getting interrupted, kind of. So can we try to go one at a time and hear what's being said?
It's just ridiculous. This guy makes basic contradictions, and you pick him up on it, and he just flat out denies it and moves on to something else. I mean, it's just so dishonest.
You're a hater.
Well, can we have some kind of more productive conversation rather than just like a personal attack thing?
Yeah, let's have a productive conversation. Let's talk about how we can get to the truth without the Bible and without these books,
well,
which have been
Grizzly,
corrupted
what
by
I
all
think
these
the problem
Orwellian
is,
fuckwits. So let's talk about how we can actually get to the truth without these books, the true way.
well, we know,
Let's talk about
Grizzly,
that.
we
That'll
know
be
this.
productive.
You chose to pick an argument with this guy, okay? And the point is, if he he's persuaded himself, if he goes against this belief or doctrine, he's going to burn in fucking hell. He truly believes that. So if nothing or the argument's going to change anything. You know, it's kind of sad.
Great. But your job is not to change his mind. Our job is to have a conversation about how we can get out of this Orwellian nightmare and how to not focus on the Bible, not need these books which are enslaving us.
We aren't. I'm not into that shit.
Great, but for the last hour, this room has been full of conversations about how Christianity is the answer, and it's not. It's a lie.
No, it's not at all, mate.
You don't have to believe what I
Christianity is a
believe, bro.
lie,
It's all right.
and now you're doing it,
It's
and now
not a
you're going to hold
lie
on to that dogma like
necessarily.
him, and you're the next one up,
Grizzly.
hey, next batter up. All
Mate,
right.
it's based on past history.
Dude, how many hollow Christians in here do I have to destroy before you people move on and leave that shit behind you?
You're
How
talking
many?
about me? Who's a Christian?
I'm talking about the fake ass Christians who are going to all get destroyed and realize their religion is false.
Mate, there's no
Fucking-
Christians here. Don't worry about it, man.
There's about 3 of them just
Maybe
got
this
destroyed. You're
guy-
the next one up by the sound of it.
What do you mean me? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying
do you
some
believe,
shit
do you
in the
believe
book.
Jesus resurrected? Yes or no?
No, of course I say it's fucking
Great.
bullshit.
I
Man.
do.
What I'm
Great.
saying is the Bible obviously has some sort of history to it based on
No,
it's
it
just
doesn't.
story.
It has
I'm
zero
not saying it's
historical
actual
value.
reality, but
It
there's
has
some
zero
shit that's
historical
based on
value.
shit, mate. That's
It
been
has
around for thousands
zero
of years.
historical value. It has as much
But
historical
been
value as the
around-
X-Men comics.
It has stories from like
Dude, are you deaf?
Babylonia and
Dude,
shit.
are you deaf?
Oh,
dude?
mate.
It has as much
All right,
historical
I'm
value
the
as the
deaf
X-Men
one.
comics, dude.
All right.
It has as much historical value as the X-Men comics, dude.
Are you a glober? Any chance?
No, I'm not. I believe in flat
You
Earth.
sound
You
like a
can't seem to
glober,
think
dude.
straight, bro. You can't seem to think straight.
I do think straight, and I'm
There
realizing
is
that
a little
following a
bit of
cult
truth
is
in
not
the
a good
Bible.
idea.
Of course there is. But you don't
There is
take
not.
it to heart.
Everything in the
every little
Bible
thing
is
to heart.
the whole narrative is a lie. All of it is allegory. You
Okay.
don't know where to
Well,
start because you don't have the
obviously, the
cipher.
Yeah,
You don't
Jesus
have the
allegory.
true secret of how to unlock it, bro.
Whatever, man.
Okay, it's
You
not
have a
it's not
devil in
written for you, dude. It's written for the slaves to just accept the
I
allegory,
agree,
but for the
bro.
masters to see the secrets. But you're not going to be given the cipher to understand it properly. You understand that? And it's not
No,
going to
I
tell
get
you
you.
about Jesus because that guy didn't exist. It's a lie. It's a fucking
Listen,
Yeah, it's
allegory.
fucking
Enoch
bullshit. Who cares about some
described our
random guy?
realm. Enoch described the
Where'd you get
realm
it?
and the movements of the luminaries, the sun and the moon, unlike anybody in history has. There's nobody today, even in flat Earth, that can describe this stuff. Not Whitsitt, not Einstein. There's nobody like Enoch that's described the
There
existence of
comes
this
the Christian
realm
Bible
and
thumper again.
the workings of it.
Yeah,
You're telling me that this guy was just a hoax, that he was a fraud.
bro.
That's
Can
what
I
you're
tell you
saying?
something, bro? Don't take this the wrong way, but no black person should be a Christian. Let me explain myself, right? So if you actually look at your ancestors, what were they? What were they before Christians? They were pagans. They had their own naturalistic beliefs, and yet they gave all that up for Christianity. Now they were forced to give that up. They didn't willingly give that up. So your ancestors didn't
You
want you to
can't
be a Christian.
force.
They would have
You
wanted
can't be
you.
forced.
Your
into
ancestors
believing
would have
in
wanted you
Christ.
to be a pagan, and yet you picked Christianity.
You can't be forced to believe in the Son of God.
But the
That's an
reality is, your
assumption. You're
ancestors were
assuming that.
murdered and killed, and then changed over into Christianity, and now you're doing them a disservice by believing in that dog shit.
Either way, listen, I don't even want to talk about Christianity, right? What do you believe?
You're talking about it now. You're quoting
You
the
know
Book of
so
Enoch.
much.
For fuck's sake.
You've come to the realization of a flat Earth, right? In a dome, right? So we live in an ecotarium. How the heck did this all happen? This obviously points to
Abandon
a
Christianity
creator.
if you want to find
If
out.
there's a creator, then who is he? Who do you believe
If
he
you want to
is?
find out the truth, you're gonna have to abandon Christianity because that's holding you back. It's a cult.
All right, well, listen, I'm asking you, what do you believe, bro? I'm trying to
Great,
change
we
the
can talk
subject.
about that, but just abandon the
You have
Christianity.
like
Stop
this
quoting books
drive
of
to
Enoch every
attack
2
Christ.
seconds, man. Stop.
Let's hear about what you believe.
Christianity is false. That's what I believe. It's all lies.
Oh my!
You want to know the truth? You have to look into. You have to start looking into the paganistic ideals, the Zoroastrian ideals, the Aztec, the Mayan ideals, all the stuff that they've hidden. That stuff is where the truth
All
is.
right. So you like the Mayan stuff?
I'm talking about paganism, bro. Naturalism. People that believed in nature. All the people that were murdered before Christianity and Islam came along. All those naturalistic pagans, those witches, those witch burnings. Those guys had the truth. That's the shit we should be accessing and following and worshiping.
You believe in like the Druid stuff, like the Wiccans and the worship of
I'm a
nature,
pagan, yeah.
the elements.
I'm a
So
pagan.
am I. Mate, are you a Celtic pagan or a Nordic pagan, Grizzly, or a bit of both?
Neither.
Neither.
Oh, you're just.
Well, you know what you're talking about. These old,
So therefore,
quote-unquote,
I
pagan religions.
want to believe in the stuff that came before Christianity, so my
Grizzly.
ancestors believed.
Yeah,
Before
you
they
know
were
what
all
it's
murdered
called?
and turned into Christians, I want to follow what they used to follow.
Mate, there's a term for it. It's called animism. You should look it
No,
up.
it's
It
called
means
paganism.
every.
It's called paganism.
animism.
There's other names for it, like Gnosticism. Like, for example,
paganism.
shut up, dude.
Oh, you're
You're being a shill. You're too obvious. Stop.
Paganism is Latin. It means rural. Like you
So if
live
you
in
actually
the
look, if you actually look up, for example, people like the Cathars, for example, they were Gnostics, and they were a good example of what I'm talking about. People who live naturally, healthily, with sovereignty, with empathy with each other, for each other, in really healthy societies, and that's the way people should live, and that's how you're going to get to the truth, through naturalistic ideas, not through cults, and dogma.
Yeah, you're hard to talk to, man.
Yeah,
It's
and
called
you don't listen to
animism, bro. You should look it up. I know. I'm like on your side, man. You could consider me.
You're not on my side. Get away from me. You're disgusting. You're filthy. Don't talk to me like you're my friend. Don't do that.
Word.
I don't want to be
That's
your
good
friend.
things to
Trust
say
me,
to this
mate.
guy.
Yep.
This guy's filthy and he's shill, so I don't want to be his friend.
It sounds
Those are
like
good
shit.
things.
You,
Hold
You
on,
cunt. I've
Grizzly.
been agreeing, Grizzly. I've been agreeing with you the whole night, cunt.
Great, and that's your job.
That's
Your
basically
job. Just
trolling
cozy
him.
up to somebody and then defame them later. You're pathetic. I can see you from a mile away, dude.
Grizzly.
Almost like saying that you agree with people is like trolling
Most of
them.
the people in this server I can see are shills. It's just people sit around, just diverting conversation. People are pathetic. I can see you a mile away.
Grizzly.
You are
You are a grizzly.
You know, you say some rather interesting points, but you have you noticed you've been arguing with everybody here
Yeah,
consecutively.
because there's a bunch of Christian Bible thumpers in here. Yeah, need some re-education. Yeah.
I'm not a Christian Bible thumper, mate.
Yeah, Grizzly, everyone's unique, man. There's a lot of different people on this
They're all
planet.
defending the Bible in here.
No, I wouldn't say all in any way, shape, or form. You were
Bro,
talking.
there was a dude in here. Wait, there was a dude in
So
here about
what?
30 minutes ago. He said, hold on. He said he can support the Bible without being a Christian, by being an atheist. I mean, that's just the most ridiculous thing of all.
All right, well, he has his own viewpoints, as we all do.
Great.
We
In that
wanna
case,
hear
I believe
about
in
you,
Scientology,
Grizzly.
and I believe in aliens, and I believe I can time travel, and I believe I am God. There you go. That's my belief system.
Are you only here to fight people, or do you want to have some kind of a conversation?
But I'm trying to have a conversation, but people are just being ignorant and naive and just basically saying, no. That's it. They don't actually want to open their mind to something new. They just want to bash on what the fuck they believe already. That's it.
Well, it sounds like you just want to kind of jump on people. So I guess bring up a point that we can discuss then.
Let's discuss how we can find truthful information without using ancient books which have been corrupted. Any ideas, boys?
Psychedelics, cannabis,
That's what science
meditation,
is, dude.
nature.
Yeah, Vanny's right.
Silence.
Science.
No, silence. There's not many ideas I can hear.
Yeah, it's
just
called
gave you them
science,
all, mate.
the empirical method.
So, Grizzly, do you want to burn all the books?
I'm telling you that we have to discover a better way of finding information because books can't be trusted anymore.
Well, I can agree. It's good to have good, healthy skepticism. You know, it's good to be skeptical of, you know. But
We're talking about.
I got an impression that you like would rather just burn all the libraries down. That's the impression I got.
I'm just saying we've got to find better ways of obtaining information because books aren't good enough anymore. And then I would suggest starting with your intuition, starting with your own meditative process.
Yeah, but why do you think we're not already doing this, Grizzly? Why do you think you're the fucking hero here, mate? You're not.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm the hero. I'm saying if you're defending the Bible, you're an idiot, and everyone in here is
No,
defending
but we're
the Bible.
not doing this. This is not a Bible sermon, man.
Everyone in here, I've been fighting about 5 people in here because they're defending the Bible.
Are you new to the server? Did you just join tonight, bro?
Hey, of course.
Doesn't matter. The point is, everyone in this room is defending the Bible for some reason.
No one is. I'm not fucking defending it.
Everyone is. Even atheists are defending it in here.
Grizzly, you're attacking the Bible, so you know that people. It's gonna stir. It's gonna a reaction. You know that. You're
Yeah. I know. We've got some cult members in here. I get it.
Hey, you know, I find it interesting your perspective. I'm really just criticizing you for how you're relaying it. You know.
Right.
Notice I'm not accusing you of being false. I'm just criticizing you for how you're talking with people.
Great. Well, I don't care about that. I care about what I say, not how I say it. Thanks, but no thanks.
Well, you are borderline almost yelling at everybody.
I'm not yelling at anyone.
You're not yelling. That's what I mean. You're like kind of raised voice, a lot of tension, a lot of negative vibes. You know,
You're lashing out like you've been abused, bro.
I'm not lashing out at anybody. I'm making valid
abused you,
rebuttals.
bro?
No one's able to stay on the point. They're always
Who hurt
deviating.
you, dude?
You've got some interesting points. You know.
So I've not been negative whatsoever. I've just been critical of something which deserves criticism.
Yeah.
It's the cult.
Hey, Gorilla.
It says
that most druids identify with 64% of them identifying as animists, 49% of them.
Right. I'm not a druid, and I didn't say I believed in druidism.
Okay. There's more than six. We're going to go through the whole 100 percentage here.
Yeah, I didn't believe in druidism or animism.
All right, and then I'll keep talking before you finish.
You just misquoted me. Why are you misquoting me, dude? Why?
Because there's only 3 things, and it's just going to add up to 100. There's 3 numbers. The first one was 64. We've already figured out that you want us to talk while I say that. And then 49% of the druids identify as soft polytheists. And then 37% of Druids identify as pantheists. 15% of the Druids identify as hard polytheists. I'm sorry, there's more than 7% of the Druids identify as monotheists, and 7 are agnostic. 2% identify as atheist.
Yeah, and 75% of people who read out stats online are queer and gay and homosexual.
Sick, dude.
Hey, this is what I'm criticizing you about, because there was nothing in that but bad vibes. There's nothing positive in your
Yeah,
statement.
because I don't know why he's talking about druidism and
You're a
animism.
sick
I'm talking
cunt,
about
dude.
paganism.
Right.
I think he's giving you some context. He's probably going to say something next. He's giving you some context for the next question.
I just read out some meaningless stats. That's all.
Well, he didn't even finish talking. And listen, I would like to ask you soon. He's still trying to explain something, but I'd like to know what your perspective is on, you're criticizing and attacking their perspectives, but you're not sharing yours.
I'm criticizing the Bible and they're defending it. So I'm not being.
You're
I don't know anyone in.
You're not providing a solution. You're just pointing out problems.
In order to talk about solutions, we have to agree on the problem first. You don't agree on the problem.
Grizzly, are you on drugs? You realize everyone agrees with you, and we want to hear your take.
No, they don't.
So you're
Everyone
pagan. Why
disagrees
don't
with
you
me. That's a
tell us?
lie.
I want to hear your take.
No, what the man? There's different people that come in and out of this server. Like, you're nuts. You're speaking to a different crowd. So how about you take
over the past hour that I've been in here, everyone's been against me because I'm criticizing the Bible.
and
So
all those people left.
All I can take from stop talking. So all I can take from that is there's either a lot of Christians in here or a lot of Christian apologists in here, or both. So.
Oh my God, man!
He's wired
Something
right
wrong
now.
with you.
He just won't.
See, you people don't talk to people often who are, let's say, on point, who have a good memory,
You
who
could call me
are
a Celtic
accurate,
pagan.
why are you ever talking again? So you don't talk to people who are skilled at this, who will hold you to account. You just like to talk to idiots who are just drunk half the time. Now you talk to me and you don't know what to say. You're empty.
You're
You're
not
shallow.
skilled. You actually have a social problem. You don't pick up on the room. You can't even follow a conversation. You are kind of you're kind of retarded, bro.
It looks
You're
like you've lost
kind
the
of
point. You're
retarded.
tapping out. You're tapping out of
So
the point we're talking
you're
about.
not good at this. You're a little bit special.
Yeah,
so you're
Grizzly.
about the meta now.
Hold on, man. It's
About
been
the
a
meta.
couple of years. Hold on, bro. It's been a couple of years since I've chatted with you, but I mean, I know that you do tend to be a bit like intense and stuff, but like, can we have a conversation for real?
Yeah. So can we talk about the point, not the meta, please? Yeah, go ahead. Bible is
Well, we're
false.
just. I mean, you just
talk about the point. Don't talk about the meta. Why are you talking about me all the time? Like, who wants to talk about personalities? Is it me or
I don't
you?
know. We may need to just mute this guy, guys. Does anyone want to talk with him? This is.
I was just trying to like talk to him,
dismal.
and I already gave up.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, dude, Grizzly, you're just running house on the room, dude. It's absolutely insane. So can we have a conversation?
Okay, but can you tell the people to stop talking about me personally? Because that's all they seem to be doing.
Yeah, you've insulted people for the last 20 minutes. You've made judgments.
I've not insulted anyone.
You just
You're interrupting. You're interrupting constantly. You're constantly interrupting, and you're telling anybody that believes in the Bible or Jesus or anything like that they're fools and idiots. But you want to steamroll everybody and say, wait, you want to steamroll everybody and say that your perspective or your angle or your view is right. Not that you want to be God, but you want to be heard and you want people to look at it like you're looking at it.
Dude, why are you talking about me again?
That's basically you being God.
Dude, okay, more meta. Can we go back
I'm
to the
talking
point?
about the power and the authority that you're requiring. The power and authority that you're wanting right now by steamrolling the room, your actions are saying, I'm God, shut up, boys, I'm God.
That's not what my actions are
I'm
saying.
God. No. It's what you're doing. It's what you're
so can
doing.
I reply now or not?
I should just keep going and going and going because that's what you're doing to everybody. And it's it's points of contention, it's division, it's evil, it's distracting, it's dividing. It's not welcome here. Everybody's bothered, not because you're talking about the Bible, not because you're saying everybody in here is talking about the Bible. It's because of the way. It's because of the way that you're bringing whatever you're bringing. The way you're bringing whatever you're bringing is wrong. And I mean, you're probably just going to get booted if you keep it up.
Blah, blah, blah. You done now?
I am. You can talk.
Great. So all I've been trying to do is criticize Christianity, not anyone personally, and not called anyone an idiot or a fool or
You're
anything like
doing
that.
more than that,
Just
though.
stop talking. I didn't
Hold
interrupt you.
on.
Hush your mouth.
Yeah.
Hush your
Let
mouth.
him.
Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Didn't interrupt.
I'm supposed
So
to
therefore,
stop.
I'm simply
Wait,
hush your mouth. Not done
is that
yet.
I'm supposed
Hush,
to give you a chance now?
hush your
Why is
mouth,
that?
bro. Hold on.
Who
I'm
says
not done yet,
that?
bro. Not done. Hold on. Hush.
I don't care.
So therefore, I'm simply critiquing Christianity and the various points surrounding Christianity, such as the historical narrative, resurrection, etc., etc. I'm critiquing
Okay.
that, right? Not
Okay,
any
that's
one
fine.
person, not being personal about anything. I don't know anyone in here. I don't even know your names because I can't see my phone screen, right? So I'm just talking
Right.
about Christianity, how it's false. You don't like that, and so you
No,
lot are
no.
personally attacking
Sound
me,
like a
and then you're
mumbling
pretending
It's
animal.
I'm doing that.
totally
You're pretending I'm antisocial
hey.
when really
It's
you people are antisocial.
brother. It's totally okay. My name is
And why are you
JT.
interrupting me?
I'm talking with you now. It's back and
Yeah,
forth.
great.
Can
Notice
it be?
how if I interrupt you, I'm muted, but other people can interrupt me. You don't mute them. Notice that.
Can we go back and
Double
forth or
standards.
not? Can we
Double
go
standard.
back and
I
forth
just want
or
to
not?
highlight the projection and
Hello?
the double standards you people got there. Just
Hello?
want to highlight that.
Excuse me. Can we go back and forth or not? Like 10 seconds at a time is all I want.
Yeah, let's talk about the point. Yeah, forget about the matter. Let's talk about the point. Bible is
Okay,
false.
hello.
Go ahead.
Watch. Hello. My name's JT. I live in East Texas. You don't have to tell me your name. Can you tell me where you are
Stop with
geographically?
the meta. Let's talk about the point. Christianity is false. Go ahead.
We're going to get there, but a conversation is back and forth. Let's just try 5
Stop
seconds
with
at
the
a time.
meta.
I'm a
Dude,
believer. I'm
do
a
you know this guy
believer.
has a special diet he was telling me about, and maybe I should try it because he seems so awesome from his diet.
Well,
Is he
all I'm saying is I do believe in the Bible and I do believe in the Messiah, but I can also let you believe whatever you want and be friends and not be upset by
Can you
whatever
cut
you
the
want
meta
to
and get
say.
to the point, please?
So it's about to be your turn. And what do you want to say?
Snacks? Do you remember Grizzly from back in the
I have
day?
nothing to
I
say
mean,
because
just
you
from
literally
last
just
night,
did meta
I
for a
had
minute there. Just say something useful, man.
Well,
yeah, I
I
just
believe
had this whole
I
I
believe
had this
in the
whole exchange with
Messiah.
him yesterday.
I believe in the Messiah and the Bible, and it doesn't make me a fool. Why are you mad that I believe that stuff?
I'm not mad because you believe it. I just think Christianity is false. That's all. It's not
That
personal.
and that's okay. What do you want to talk about? I mean, we can drop our faith and have a conversation, but it just seemed like you were just trying to stir everybody up, like make everybody super pissed all of a sudden. It seemed that way. I mean, I'll talk to you about anything. I've done drugs, I've done women, I've been lost, I've been in the gutter. I mean, I've been all over the place as far as what a human can experience. So if you
Let's
want to talk about anything, I can
let's
talk about.
talk about how we can get to the truth without the Bible and without the doctrine that's been given to us by our Orwellian masters.
Right. So we can go to personal experience, like I was just saying. I have hurt people. I've hurt myself. I have
We
sought
don't need your
out.
meta. I don't need your personal life, dude. Cut that. Get to the point.
Well, but what I'm talking about is how have I found the truth? Like as a person, how have I found a family? I'm a father of 3. I've been married
Dude, I
10
don't need your
years.
personal life in the meta. Cut that. Get to the point.
Yeah, but how is any human being, which we're all personal beings, how is any of us going to get to the truth if we can't talk?
Can you cut the
And
meta and get to the point, please?
okay, so what I'm asking you is I can talk with you about anything, and I won't bring up the Bible, and I won't bring up Jesus. I'll talk to you about anything. What I know about science, what I know is true in this world, what I know about, you just bring up the topic. I'll go there with you, bro.
I've already brought up a topic, and now you're doing the meta around
No,
it.
I
And
was sleeping. Like
make a point, dude.
I fell asleep with Discord on,
Let me
and
ask
I
you a
go,
question. Let me ask you a question, dude. Let me ask you a
go for
question.
it,
Do you
go
think
for
it's
it. Yeah.
possible? Do you think it's possible to know the truth without ever reading the Bible? Do you think it's possible?
Yes, 100%. And can you give me maybe 20 seconds or 30 seconds to unroll that?
It's just a yes or a no. That's all I
Yes.
needed from you was a yes.
Okay,
That's good.
yes.
That's good, man.
Without the
There's
Bible.
optimism now.
Yeah, for sure. And I'd
Maybe you're
love
not a
to
complete Bible cuck at all. Maybe
I
you're
I
worthy of
would love
hope.
to tell you what I believe about an indigenous person that's never heard the name of Christ or never heard anything about the Bible and how they'll be judged by what they do with what they're presented. And I'd love to explain that if you'll let me.
I don't need your explanation on that. I'll just do something. I'll watch a video whilst you do that. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't have a video. I don't have a YouTube channel. I just
It's
want to
okay. You
talk
can explain
about.
it to the group, and I'll just watch. I'll busy myself with something else. I don't need your rabbiting on about that. But maybe other people are interested. Tell them, eh?
Well, I mean, what I believe is every man is given an opportunity to know the Creator, and I'm not talking about any religion. I'm not talking about any Bible, any Muslim, Buddhism, atheism, agnosticism. What I'm talking about is when you go outside and you look at nature, it's beautiful, it's amazing, and it's like somebody or something higher than this conversation and higher than our ways put this stuff together, and they may never hear anything about any God or any religion or any foolish thing that you can follow or dogmatically believe in. And after that, they'll be presented with opportunities to either hurt people and go towards darkness and go towards evil, or bring light and hope and truth and love without any Bible word. You know what I'm talking about? And if a person constantly is moving towards darkness, I am not saying you're this type person. Right now, we're having a pretty good talk. And I don't have any judgment for you other than the fact that, like, I got woken up literally by everyone, like, kind of spazzing because, there was nobody talking anymore. It was just like random. But anyway, my whole point is, I think every man is given the opportunity to go towards light or darkness their whole life long, and they'll be judged on that. You know what I mean? If there is a creator, and there may not be. I mean, even though I follow the Bible and even though I believe in the Messiah, there may be none of that. It could be that there is no God whatsoever, but we should still be able to communicate what we think, even if there is a believer
So you're
in
the
the Bible.
flakiest Christian I've ever met. I'm not even joking.
Well,
I think
that's
he's just
okay.
honest. He's
It's
honest.
okay. Listen, it's okay if whatever you say about me, it's okay, because I'm just a person that's trying to figure it out, and I have no idea what's right or wrong. I just have what's working for me. And can you tell me what's working for you?
So you're a Christian instrumentalist. Okay.
Well, I mean, you can judge who I am or who you think I am. We just barely been talking. I'm wondering what's working
That
for
wasn't.
you.
Wait. That wasn't a
Am I,
judgment. That
am I
was
supposed to
just.
just watch,
Wait.
let this go
Wait.
on?
I mean, it can
That
go.
wasn't.
It
That's
can
Hey,
go
not.
on.
That
JT,
wasn't the
aren't you
definition.
too good of a person to exchange fucking your energy with this guy?
No,
Like,
it's all
isn't that
good,
more
man.
for
I'm not
fucked up
bothered
people like
by it.
me?
I
I
would love
just,
to talk. I would love to talk with him. It's no
it's
big deal.
hurting me listening to you put out such good effort to this person, but I will.
You know what though? It's no problem. And honestly, I can talk to him about
Anything good.
any subject, any topic. I'm not upset. I'm just talking. And I mean, like I said, we can talk about
Do you
laughter.
remember what my suggested topic was?
Well, I mean, I was sleeping. So like, if you want to just say, "Hey, bro, let's talk about this," you could popcorn
I
kernel
suggested a
me.
topic about a minute and a half ago. Do you remember what it was?
He's just talking like a machine.
I think you said, "How can we get to the truth? How can we get anywhere without someone bringing up the Bible?"
I
How
said, how
can
can
You
we get to
answered
the
that
truth?
pretty good, JT. JT,
And
you did
the
a good
question. The question I
job, bro.
asked
You
was,
did.
how do we get to the truth without the Bible? And can we? And
Right,
that's
right,
what you
right.
said. Yes, we can.
Well, and I tried to do a little bit of a monologue about you don't have to talk about the Bible at all. It's all about your personal choice of if you're moving towards light or dark. That's what I kind of believe. And you can say, "Oh, you're a fucked up Christian. How could a Christian ever say that?" But I'm not.
How are
I'm
you
not.
gonna know what's light and dark?
I don't know. I don't know if I do. But I have 3 children that I love, and I don't slap them around, and I don't bring evil
Cut
to
the
them.
matter. It's okay. We don't need your
Well,
personal life.
I bring them a meal every single day. I brush their teeth. I tell them I love them. I'm
So
not a
how do you know
perfect
what's
parent.
light and what's dark? If you don't know what it is, how are you going to move towards the light if you don't know the difference between light and
It's
dark?
obvious what light and dark is because
What is it?
okay, when I lived for myself, I moved towards darkness. I watched a ton of pornography. I sought out drugs. All I wanted to do was have
Is
sex
watching
with.
pornography darkness?
I think so. I think it's rooted in evil. I think that
Is doing drugs also darkness?
now I can't judge. I can't judge on doing drugs. Is doing drugs bad or dark?
Well,
I
you're the
can't
one that
judge
I
on
asked you,
that.
what's darkness? And you said porn and drugs.
Well, I was trying to begin the conversation. Can we talk back and forth?
Well, that's what we're doing. So tell me what the darkness is. The porn, drugs, what else?
Well, you were saying, is doing drugs darkness? And I said, I don't know. I can't claim to know that because substances were put here for health. So there is a right way to eat, right? There's good natural food that makes you well, and there's food out there that makes you sick and fat and poisoned, basically. So
Right.
I think it's darkness that the agricultural industry, they rape the land and pillage the land and plant over and over and over in the land until to the point where the land is not producing fruit
But
and
you were
food.
talking about you were talking about moving towards the light. That means as an individual. So there's only talking about nations and macro scale. Let's talk about the micro scale, the individual. So how does one move towards the light? What does that mean?
Okay, so if I was to just give advice to anybody, I would say moving toward the light for a person would take, well, shoot, gosh, it's so personal. I can't give a prescription to to help somebody move towards the light, but I would say slow your breathing, because if you're breathing deeply, that's going to lower your stress. And I'm not saying this to you now. I'm saying this to anybody. Breathe deeper into your diaphragm.
So you're
Slow.
you're giving it the big one about moving towards the light and away from darkness. When we dig deep as to what that is, it's just slow your breathing. Yeah.
Well, no,
You're
that's
having
the
a laugh.
beginning.
Can I say something? Can I add my 2 cents to this? I mean, if you're gonna let people talk.
I mean, yeah, we can go back and forth. I don't mind sharing the whole platform. I just was not, and nobody was talking, and I wanted to talk again. You know, I want to hear what this guy has to say, Grizzly. Like, I love you, as weird as that may sound. Like, I care about you. I like your accent. I think you have a great tone of voice.
Cut the meta. Stop with the personal fucking jiving. Stop it, bro.
No, it's true. Like, I don't even know
Stop
you.
talking. Stop, bro. Stop, bro. I'm not here to share my life
Well,
with
how
you. I'm here
about
to
this?
discuss an idea.
Floor? Can we share the floor?
Okay,
Go
stop
back.
trying to
We
wrap
all
your
love you,
tentacles
Grizzly.
around me and befriend me.
We
Fuck
all love
off,
you,
man.
and you
He
deserve
doesn't
the
like
love
the
that we're
love.
giving
He
you.
doesn't. He doesn't.
I don't want your
respond to
friendship,
the
man.
love.
Get your tentacles away from me, dude.
It's okay.
Listen.
Our friendship is unconditional.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Then you're gonna make me. Then you're trying to make me a slave. Fuck you.
Okay, let's not go there. Listen, sometimes it's too bright. Like, if I have any light, and if he's gone, I hope he's not gone. But if I have any light or any love to provide and give my fellow man or brother, I was just trying to maybe bring it too brightly, and it was offensive, and I'm sorry. I literally.
All you should have done is, given your definitions, all you should have done is just ask me to slow my breathing, and then I would have been finding the light automatically, right?
Well, we haven't even gotten there because it's complex. The human dynamic of emotions and understanding, and all of it's tied around peace and joy and contentment and goodness and self-control. And we can't even get into any of those topics or aspects of what is light and what is darkness if we can't exchange words.
Yeah, and a nice scattergun of cliches there. Nice one, mate. You got that out. Great, mate.
But I mean, really, if you want to talk about something fun, like something that you're into or you like, I'm down, man. I'll talk about
let's talk about how we can get to the truth without using Bibles and the Orwellian nightmare. All the history they provided us.
No, it's okay. That's okay. How do you think we can get to the truth without the Bible? Do you have advice on that?
I think there's going to be a multifaceted approach. So one is going to be psychedelics. Some guy already has mentioned it. So psychedelics is one. Study of astrology is another one. Personal intuition and meditation is a third one. Putting yourself in extraneous situations, such as camping, expeditions, and various stuff like that in nature is also a good one.
Isn't there a bunch of
those
astrology
are, I would
stuff
say,
in
are
the
good
Bible?
substitutes.
Hold on, let him talk. That was a really good exchange. Do you have more you want to speak on that before I respond?
Those 4 points they should get us started.
Okay, so let me just tell you this real quick, if you will. I've taken shrooms with mescaline. I've smoked weed for like, I don't know, 5 years straight, every single day, and it's no problem. Like, I've basically wake and baked, and I used to sell a bunch of weed. I have no problem in my past. I mean, I chew a gummy every now and then, and I take CBD. That's just where I'm at right now. I have hallucinated with drugs, but I'm also an endurance athlete. Like, I've done a 100-kilometer run, a 200-mile bike ride. I mean, I just finished my 11th Boston Marathon in a row consecutive, and I love distance running because when I get out there and that rhythmic beat of my feet on the ground and the breathing, the cyclical nature of the breathing is like meditative to me, and I've left the tension of this world, I've left my body, and I've entered into what I believe is a truth. It's pretty awesome to push yourself to the limits. So I mean, I don't want to filibuster, but I hear you, man. Psychedelics may be a way for somebody to get there. Expeditions, long bouts of pushing yourself farther than you can think you can go, definitely can help you start understanding more about yourself and the truth and what it is without the Bible and without Christ. So, I mean, I'm kind of a cool dude, and I do care about you, and I want to talk more. I mean, let's keep going.
I don't need your care, bro. Just stop with that shit.
Okay.
Are you gay or something?
I forgot. It's all good. So, what do you think about like my endurance approach? Like, I have done
What truth have you discovered with your approach?
let me ask you this, or let me point this out. So, I think in the world there is a way to take shortcuts, and there's a way to actually earn it. So,
bro, tell me a truth you discovered that isn't included in the Bible. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to talk about the Bible. I'm trying not to do that, and I'm also trying not.
I'm saying, tell me a truth you discovered outside of the Bible.
Okay.
With your approach.
Okay. So, man, this is going to get deep if you want to go there.
You call this deep? This is like a puddle, brother.
Okay, so check it out. I spent 27 years of my life self-sabotaging my own person. And this has nothing to do with the Bible. I was born and raised around it, and I was in church, and I hated it. Like, it was just so stupid. This is what I thought. And when I looked in the mirror, like, just go there with me, man. So this conversation we're having right now, like, I'm doing my best just to kind of like have fun and talk about whatever.
You're just itching to give me your personal life and your personal details, and you go on for minutes and minutes on end. It's ridiculous.
No,
Stay on the
I've
idea level, not on the people and events level, dude.
I talked for maybe 15 seconds that turn to answer your question. What have you done to discover truth? Like, personally, what have you done to discover truth not using the Bible? And I was trying to paint a picture. Look, I'll condense it. I self-sabotaged and killed myself. And then I tried methamphetamines one night. I smoked meth for 8 hours straight, and it set me free. It was the best experience I've ever had in my life because I had no pain, no sorrow, everything was complete. So basically what I'm just trying to tell you is drugs or a drug got me there instantly. No more pain, no more sorrow. And then whenever I was coming down off of that experience, I started feeling sick, like super food poisoned and ill, like I was gonna die. And my buddy was like, "Hey, dude, you just need another hit. Like, you just need a little bit more of this, and you'll be right back where you were." And I knew he was right. It would have been a perpetual perfect plan in the moment of my life to do more meth, just do more meth, just do a little bit more. I mean, I've maybe told like 10 people this in my life ever. I'm not trying to be like gushy, but there is shortcuts offered to every man in every topic. Oh, just click on this link, pull up some porn, you'll get a big boner, you can whack it, it'll feel great, you can self please, or you can wait for a wife and then have sex with just her and feel pleasure with just her. That's a truth I found without the Bible. Don't take the shortcut, bro.
Okay, but
Like, don't take the
dude,
shortcut. You know what I'm saying? There's
yo,
shortcuts
man, you
everywhere.
sound like a really good person, dude. And like, I just came into this, but you're a rare person to talk to. Grizzly, you sound like kind of a normal type of dude who's, I mean, also very interesting though. But yeah, I don't know why you guys are fighting each other because, you know,
The reason I've got a problem with him is he's chomping at the bit to give us his life details and all his personal stories. So
Not really.
irrelevant.
Not really.
Grizzly, you're the only person I've ever seen have an issue with JT.
I like to talk about ideas, not people and events. He only talks about people and events.
That's okay. We don't have to talk about me, man. I was just trying to tie it together. I don't know how to communicate. And this may be something that's wrong with me. Like, you may think this is wrong with me, but I usually talk about what I've been through to get to where I'm at. And where I'm at.
And I usually talk about ideas. And that's the difference between us.
Well, I'm not very good at philosophy. I don't really know, man. I live in the moment. And I guess I shouldn't say I. Every time I'm like, me, look at me, I'm happy now. That's like so bad for the conversation.
I'm just here listening, and Grizzly asked JT, and even encouraged him. He said, "Well, it's shallow. There's a puddle." Or he said, "I mean, it's a puddle. It can get deep. And so JT then, somewhat briefly described, I think rather briefly, he described, a revelation he had without the book. And and Grizzly continued to criticize JT, and so JT complied, and I'm just pointing that out. I don't think
well,
this
okay.
harsh
So
criticism
people
of
have a
JT.
bone to
I don't
pick,
think
right?
I don't think that JT deserves such heavy criticism.
No. It's all
I'm
good.
not criticizing him. I'm
I don't think
criticizing his idea.
minds the criticism, but like, and Grizzly, like your points are still interesting, like, and valid, but just try to not, try to see beyond like the point that you're trying to make, right? But like,
I always criticize ideas, not people. It's not personal at all. I don't know this guy.
We can even go there, right? Like JT said that, you asked him a hard question, which is like, what is the truth that you found, right? And like, when it comes to that, it's like even the topic of the truth is a question about, determining whether something is true or not, right? That's like, it's not so easy to do, man. And it's not an easy question to answer for various reasons. But like, could you ask yourself the same thing? Like, what truth have you found?
Loads of truths, because I don't use the Bible at all. So I've been on this path for like 20 years, mystical path, let's say. So I discovered loads of truths.
Yeah, I think he answered it well when he said psychedelics, astrology. Like these are things that are cool. Like I'm down with that. You're finding truth through these things, and I think it's okay. So the whole thing is, my question is or is it not okay for every man to find what works for him or what truth he wants to hold? Is that okay?
That's
There's
not
only
okay.
one truth, so there's not
I don't
multiple
think that's
truths.
okay. Well, it's like it's not up for anybody to say like that's okay or not, right? But it's up for like the universe or God to determine, right? Like the intelligence of that or not, right?
Right.
So what's right and wrong and what's healthy and unhealthy has already been decided. We just get to discover that. We don't get to set that.
I agree with that.
So that means that's going to put a limitation on how much variety you have with what you believe. There's going
Like
to be
you were
something
saying,
you can't believe because that's
like
wrong.
you found the truth in not in delving into all this type of entertainment or whatever porn kind of stuff, and the truth that you can have a wife and a family, and the beauty of that, right? Not necessarily the truth of it, but like the beauty of it. But like what the truth of what you're saying is essentially like it can reduce down more and more to a basic thing where it's like, essentially the truth is that there's a difference between, or it's the truth of the nature of pleasure, right? And that is like a process of decay, right? And that's like even beyond words or descriptions, that takes place like in our minds and everything that we're doing, right? Even in going to church, right?
I don't go to church, so I don't have to worry about that.
I don't know about that.
Hey Grizzly, you know what? I'm just gonna be transparent, honest with you. I don't know for sure because you can't know like if this path is right. Like I don't know if there really is a God. I don't know if Jesus was ever here because I wasn't there to see it. So it's by faith that I say the things I say. But I want to tell you how I live, and this you may say that it's
Dude, I
so
don't want your
dumb.
personal life. Stop it, bro. Tell
No,
someone else.
it's not my personal life. This is very relative to the question that you had. Well, you said, how can we find truth without the Bible? And I just want to tell you this one thing about me, if you'll allow it, because you told me what you like and how you found truth, right? I try to live like every people group is around me at the same time. So like every race is around me, surrounding me, like within a 12-foot circle, probably. Every age, young, a baby, a 5-year-old, I don't know, an 18-year-old, and then like an 80-year-old. I try to live in a way to where I bring goodness to them and life and love, and I don't offend them. Not because I want to be a
Can you
wuss.
stop with your rhetoric, bro? Come on, it's ridiculous.
But
So cringy.
look, if there isn't a God, that choice to live that way is going to bring life and goodness to people. If there is a God and I've got the wrong God, let's say that Christianity is not
Dude, without a
correct.
God, there is no goodness.
Well, this is a choice, but it's like he was talking about. It's like way of knowing, right? Is it the idea?
Well,
General.
no. What I'm
heading
saying is, for me personally, regardless of if there is actually a God or not, I've chosen to pick a path to where all those people groups and all those ages around me are like fine and chilling. They don't care. They're not hurt by me. They're like, oh, here's a guy talking about whatever, and I'm not offending anyone, or you know what I'm talking about. It's
You're like
weird,
a
but that's how I live.
harmonious type, though, right?
Yeah, just a chill, harmonious dude. And that's what I even spoke up is because, like, Grizzly, I want to be harmonious with you, not gay. I just want to let you be you and you let me be me. And that's where we're getting to. It's calm down. We're talking.
Yeah, great, but you seem to be focused on people and events, and I'm focused on ideas, and that's why we're talking past each other.
Well,
Hold on,
right,
can I,
but
JT,
this
let's
is
talk real quick, JT. Just me
this.
and you, because Grizzly, he doesn't communicate very well, apparently, right? As much love as you're
Better
trying
than
to
you.
give the guy, he does not respond well to love. Just doesn't, right?
Right.
Can you stop with your Christian simping in here, man? So it's just
That's
cringy, man.
fine, but objective truth, right? What is truth, and how do we find truth objectively
Right.
without the Bible, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, you felt convicted regarding porn and masturbation. Well, how do we know that that's even morally wrong? Who decides that?
Well, here's the
Some
Christian
people
take. Let
might
me
think
guess. The
that
Bible told you,
masturbation
right?
is perfectly all right, and that porn is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
They find pleasure in
And
it.
you believe the Bible, right? So quote me a quote,
They
and
find
then
Hold
comfort
on.
in it.
head.
Hold on. Give him a moment. Lion was just trying to say something. We got to take turns.
I'm talking about porn addiction, right? How do we know that that's morally wrong?
It's not morally wrong, but you think it is because of Christianity.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get to the truth, because who
I get
decides what is truth besides the Creator Himself?
Yeah, God
Are
decides the
we
truth, but God isn't a
ultimately
Christian. That's the
capable
point.
of discerning, right, what is objectively wrong?
Wouldn't it be by its fruits? Like, what does it produce in your life after years of doing a particular action or habit or decision, right?
Yes, but there's some things that are blurred that we might not see the negative impact right away. It might take years to manifest the negative consequences of your action. So
Right.
inherently, you might not know, but even through your heart, like I was saying earlier, your heart might actually tell you that the porn addiction is all right, and you might actually rationalize it and be like, "Oh, this is natural. Who cares?"
Well, you
Right?
know what? I've thought about this, Lion, where if you see somebody like morbidly obese, humongous, and it's because they've turned to food to satisfy that pain inside, they have an outward appearance of what that sin of gluttony or looking to food to fill the void is. You can see physically in their appearance that that's their choice. But somebody that like masturbates or looks at porn their whole life, they might have a healthy looking body and they can fake it, but inside they are becoming sick and dark and evil. That's what kind of I was trying to talk about earlier, is morbidly obese. You don't just like wake up, 450 pounds or 880 pounds. You get there slowly by abusing the blessing of food, right?
Right. And
But
I'm in agreement.
Wow, so you
and
think obesity is immoral, do you?
no. What I'm saying is, I was very, very sick, and
Is
I was
obesity
more.
moral or immoral?
I
It's
think
immoral.
if you eat yourself to death, I think that's wrong, and I think that's moving towards
So,
the
so,
dark
so, so, so when
category
you
of
eat
food.
yourself and then when you eat too much so that you die, that's immoral. But if you eat too much but you don't die, that's moral. Yeah.
No. If you eat so much that your physical health diminishes, that's wrong. You're supposed to
Is
take
that
care of your
immoral? Yeah. So if
body.
you get fat, if you eat too much food and you get fat, that's immoral. Yeah.
Um, I think there's a right way to go with how you treat your
Why
body.
can't you answer a straight question? Why do you deviate, man? Why are you still a worm?
I'm trying to answer. I didn't mean to answer you incorrectly,
Yes or no? So the moral or immoral, which is it?
well, it's very.
Yeah, I could actually probably make the argument that it saves lives, but that's fine. It doesn't have to.
Is obesity
It can be
moral or
whatever.
immoral?
Right, but it might save lives.
Right, is it moral or immoral then?
I mean,
Well,
what do you say? I don't know.
there's
It's like an auto function of the human.
Funny. It's such a simple question.
There's
Yeah,
no,
the
there's
answer
no
is
such thing, dude. There's no such thing as like morality. Okay, like
well, according to Christians, there is.
No, because that's a construct where people say, like you're trying to do right now, trying to say this is
But
immoral.
Christians
or
believe in objective morality, dude. I'm talking to a Christian.
No, listen. There's only the quality of attention, right? And there's only seeing what, like the intelligence of what you're actually doing, and there, like if you understand, if you saw fully, right, what you were doing when you were, addicted to something, right, or when you're overeating and you're becoming obese, right, and what's going on, the actual intelligence of what's happening in your life, that's enough. It's not to say, like, it's not a question of like whether this is immoral or not. It's just a
That
question
is the
of,
question, because I'm talking to a Christian at the moment.
it's a question of whether you have the capability as a human being to see clearly.
Great, but I'm talking to a Christian,
Well,
and in the world of
it was
Christianity,
hard for me
everything's
to
either moral or
answer.
immoral. So I just want to know, is obesity moral or immoral?
Look,
Right.
it was hard. It was hard to give you a straight answer, and I wasn't floundering because of my like soft Christian side of things. Some people are born and they get morbidly obese. They can have the most healthy, perfect diet. You know what I mean? Like we
No
live.
one gets morbidly obese with a healthy diet. That's a lie.
No, they do. There's people
they don't.
that.
They don't.
There's conditions, man, where
No,
people.
there's not. No, you're making it up. Post some evidence, otherwise you're making
Is
shit
it
up
not?
now.
Okay.
Let's not get
The
into
only
a
reason
diet.
people get morbidly obese is because they eat shit food.
I
They eat
don't.
No. What?
artificial food.
Okay.
But we're still not
Grizzly,
getting to.
what about elephantitis? What about elephantitis of
Yeah,
the leg?
that's a problem with your body. That's
Elephantitis
an
of the nuts.
injury you have. That's probably a poisoning that you've gone through in the womb or something. Let's talk about healthy people only, yeah?
Okay, we can talk about anything,
Because
man.
if we're going to talk about unhealthy people, like what about a guy with no arms and no legs? I mean, like, forget about it. We're only talking about healthy people, okay? Reasonably, right?
The conversation is falling down the
And
stairs.
if you're a
and I can't get
reasonable
out.
person, you're not going to get fat unless you eat shit food consistently.
Someone
Hey,
help the
So I'm asking you, is
conversation.
that
so wait a
moral or
minute.
immoral?
I've got a question.
So for 20 years, you found your specific way of finding your truth. And is it bringing you peace, joy, contentment,
There is only one
self-control?
truth that we all get to discover.
But is it bringing you good things? Like, because I want to follow what? Oh, man.
What is a good thing?
A
What is a good thing?
smile. A smile. Laughter's good. A good steak dinner. For me, wine is
Okay,
tasty.
well, okay. If I take heroin and I rob a bank, that can get me a steak dinner and a smile. Does that mean things are good? There's a good
No,
thing.
that's darkness.
Why is that? Oh, but you said a smile and a good dinner. Well, that's what you said.
That's
Good
light.
things were.
That's light. That's a blessing. Do you want to just list things and me judge if they're light or dark? That'd be fun.
But I asked you, what's a good thing, and you said a smile and a hot dinner.
Well, I'll tell you about 5 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago. This conversation was good, and it was light, and it's inching towards darkness as it spirals.
That's because you're inching towards you being shown to be wrong and false and contradiction.
Grizzly, you're
Because
pretty
of
dark,
that, it's becoming darker for you. Yeah.
I think the problem is Grizzly in this whole bit.
Oh yeah,
That's
I'm the problem. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I just think like
I'm
you're reflexively shitifying every fucking attempt to upgrade this conversation. You're like fucking it up.
I'm not
It
the one
sucks.
that's been talking
It
most of the
sucks
time.
real
I'm not the
bad,
one that's been constantly talking about people in events. I'm not the one that's been trying to derail this constantly. I've answered all the questions.
You
I've
were
never
speaking
avoided
at a fucking
anything.
120
People I'm talking to,
BPM.
people
You
are
know
doing
what
all
I'm
the
saying?
opposite. They're avoiding things.
If
They're
you had anything real to
double
fucking add,
standards. I
you
mean, it's
could do it
ridiculous.
slow.
Yeah, we can
ridiculous.
talk. We can talk. Let's keep it going. I mean, unless you don't want to talk to me
You
anymore.
can't talk, dude. You can't communicate with him, dude. You tried
It's
for an
okay,
hour.
though.
Shield, like this lion guy is definite shield. 100%.
You're just so ultra on the trigger. You're
I
so
can spot
ultra
you people a mile away,
defensive.
but it's all right. It's all right.
Hey, Grizzly, you want to
I
hear
can
something?
talk as
One
fast.
by one.
Listen,
Grizzly, you
after
wanna
this
hear-
coffee brews,
Sorry.
I'll start mimicking the speed at which you're speaking, and you can determine whether or not you're agitated
Yeah, we
by
got
me.
the snack. I spoke to the snacks guy
You'll-
yesterday.
you'll
This lion
determine-
guy as well. They're
you can
definitely two
determine-
shield
Dude,
candidates.
there's a big
You can determine for yourself.
cumulonimbus cloud over your head, Grizzly.
This lion guy, this snacks guy, they're very shilly people.
You're the
I got
epitome
that.
of darkness.
I'll
You're
keep my
the
eye on
son
you.
of Beliar.
Let me put one phrase in. So, you view Lion like that. I don't even know him. I've never shaken his hand. I've never even seen him, and not because he claims, not because of the Bible, but there's a sense that when he gets on a roll and he speaks about what he's studied, a lot of the times what he's bringing to the table isn't even about the Bible. It's about history and like the history of man. Like where did we come from?
It gets you away from the,
Well,
the
wait a
real
minute.
topic
You interrupted
of
me. You
anti-government.
interrupted me, and that wasn't nice. So hold on.
You interrupted me as well, so now you know what it feels like.
Well, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. It's your turn. Go ahead, buddy.
So the point is that this lion guy is he'll mention anything in a very woozy innuendo way, where basically, like for example, yesterday he was talking about how the ancients were killing kids, how they were sacrificing children, when actually they weren't. So his job is to get you away from the alternative thinking. His job is to keep you on the mainstream government narrative. Avoid criticizing government, avoid criticizing vaccines, or anything like that. He's going to keep you on the straight and narrow. Christian. Government is good. History is accurate. Booga booga in the past. Now we're better. Blah blah blah. He's going to give you all that shit constantly.
I hear you, and I don't think that's an accurate representation of what Lion's bringing to the table. Like, as an onlooker, I don't think that's who he is at all.
Well, that's what I got from him yesterday. Just constantly derailing any alternative theories and constantly bringing things back to the mainstream historical narrative.
His theory is so alternative to Western like civilization courses. Like I don't know how you would.
He just takes a pro-black approach because he's black, so everything's pro-black. I get it.
But anyways, I'm not even black, dude. Right? I'm not even black.
It's all right.
Yo, listen. Let's just listen. How do we find objective truth?
Not through the Bible, through your own intuition.
The only way to see truth is with a mind with no accumulation. That's all.
That's right. So you have to get rid of all the shit you've learned, not add more.
If truth is subjective, right, not objective, and it's a social construct depending on
it's not a social construct.
Your nation, your tribe, social.
The truth is objective, and it's not a social construct.
Well, some people believe that truth is subjective.
It doesn't matter
what you might consider to be true. Clearly, we both don't agree. So therefore, your truth is different than my truth. So how do we find objective truth?
There's one objective truth. You're doing it again. You're doing a shilliness again. There's only one objective truth.
What I'm saying,
dude.
Hold on. Let me just talk for like 2 seconds, right?
You know,
So,
you are
like-
what you eat, and you eat a lot of nuts, right?
So like there's pagans or there's druids or people that worship nature and the elements and the sun and the moon and the sky, the wind, the
keep
rain,
making a
water,
list.
fire,
You've got nothing else
whatever.
to say. Yeah, keep making a list.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out. The druids in Scotland and Ireland, the ancient druids, right? They would practice their religion and they would frolic in the wilderness and they would have orgies, right?
Snare drum's gone.
So, and that's fine if they want to live like that and feel free. That's modern day. That's how people want to live. That's what they refer to as liberty, libertad. Liberty involves sexual freedom, which if you want to be with a man, then that's on you and nobody can judge you. And objectively or subjectively, that person is going to believe that that's perfectly okay. But somebody else is going to be like, no, that's not okay. Well, how do we dictate who's right? Where do we go to? Who do we go to?
You're not supposed to dictate who's right, man.
Well, I'm just saying, like, are we going to resort to psychedelics to tell us in that situation what's the righteous judgment?
Yeah, but don't psychedelics play like a formative part in the entheogenic, like rapturous experience that begins a religion? That opens man's consciousness up to the concept of something much greater than his limited perception. It's like opening up that aperture, you know what I mean, on reality.
Yeah. Psychedelics do that. Like they did it to me. I've done psychedelics. I've done shrooms. I've done LSD. I've done salvia divinorum. I'm not like a goody two shoes. Like that's always had like the perfect lifestyle. I've experimented with drugs just like JT. And psychedelics are a sure way to know that there's a creator. There's entities. Once the veil is ripped, I've had out of body experiences on psychedelics. Right. So,
but I'm just saying it for us people, like it's always been part of the chain of understanding. It seems even from the way earliest things, you know.
Right.
And even such that the like I don't know. There's do you trip out eating some kind of animal maybe too? If you're really hungry and you get the animal, like there's something about just that the consummation of some other organic material sets us off into some other place, you know. I don't eat like animal brains. It's not on the menu, and they don't sell it at the butcher.
What are you looking for?
Well, maybe they do, but I'm just saying, is there consciousness? Things that operate within those pathways, those neuroreceptors, like to intake that material, it's like you may experience parts of that organism's biological sort of like raw materials, you know. So those are like could open up different pathways in your own shit. You know what I'm saying?
You might not even be meant to eat meat, man.
Yeah, I could say that's true. I think with Grizzly earlier, I was trying to say it was kind of weird though.
But you are eating meat if you're eating a vegetable body. You're eating a vegetative like body, or if you're eating a mushroom, you're eating a fruited body of something else. Regardless of whether you want to say you eat it's anything that we eat that's biological can take us to like different planes of perception or consciousness.
Right, and my response was maybe we can't find truth, or maybe some people can't. Maybe some people in the world they can't find any truth, or they don't want it, and that's sad. Like, would you agree that if you see a human being that isn't even willing to search for what they find is good or makes them feel good, they just want to go totally dark? That's not good.
Dude, people are making themselves feel good. That's exactly what they're doing.
Right, but I'm talking about
you're calling in the same field of everyone making themselves feel good in different ways. You're calling one part of it dark and the other part of it light.
Well, I'm talking about like the elites that are in pedophile rings and they're like drinking the blood of children and like sexually taking advantage of kids and killing them and eating them. I think
Yes.
that's pretty dark.
It is. But do you have any deeper understanding of this, ongoing of like where does the abuse start and where does it end?
At the border.
That's what I'm saying. Where do we draw the line?
No,
How do we know the boundaries of morality?
Like, Lion, are you saying who makes the rules, or where do the laws come down?
Where are the boundaries of
Right.
morality? What's considered darkness? How do we know that that's darkness? How do we know that
How do you know that those
fucking your
people,
own niece or
that are
fucking your own
doing
daughter,
those terrible
right,
things,
is darkness?
No, look. If you abuse somebody as a child, okay, and even worse, like if you put them through extreme amounts of trauma and stress,
right,
things happen to their brains, okay, that cause a disassociation of that stress, okay, and that is natural order, right? Because the brain does not want to actually remember these things. So people existing on these after being abused, right, being submitted to this type of environment that they live in, they will also do these on the fringes of their personality, they will do these terrible things. But deeply inside of them, it's not to say that there isn't that part of them that is good, that never actually wanted this in the first place, and that part is that it is still there, and it's just scared. And for you to call them evil, right? You're taking a surface level view of the iceberg and attacking that. I mean, like, there's the whole truth, right? And this is what we're talking about. You can't actually know the truth. Knowledge itself is not ever the truth. It's just one little picture. And thought plays on that picture. That's all it can do, is reflect knowledge and our memory and our experience. And we make the thinking the most important thing in the world. And thinking the world that we live in thought as reality is never the truth. It has nothing to do with the truth. It will never be the truth, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest thing. Like when you say like people actually are out there not actually looking for the truth, like even the people looking for the truth don't even know how to find it, because the method that they're using to look through, right? And this is like it's almost impossible. It's like literally asking you, like, change completely, like change everything that you're doing totally, because it's wrong. And like everybody's too bothered, their wife is nagging them, they have work, they can't do that.
Right.
And that's part of the truth too, right?
It is part of the truth for sure. I feel like that as human beings, we're designed to worship. I feel that way, and I'm not saying that I got that from the Bible. I got that from my life experience. Like, I'm worshiping something. I'm putting my attention on something, or I always have. And my journey has been, and I think Grizzly either left or was muted, because there's no way that
he left. He's been gone. He's been gone.
Yeah. I was like, there's no way that he's still here, because that was bad. But it's funny because it's almost like I've experimented my way towards what I believe is the truth, and I have had, attacks, and I've been a victim, but I don't have the victim mentality, just because I've had, certain levels of abuse. And I didn't, I've only been on this like Christian walk, like truly, for probably 14 years, but I'll be 43 in July. So like for 27 or 28 years, I honestly was my own God. I made all my own shots. I called all the shots. I did everything that I thought was good enough. And I've learned things along the way. And in the last, 12 years, I've found more hope and more peace and more goodness and more self-control and more friendships. And I'm able to push out into the world things that I think other people glean either wisdom from or insight from.
Totally, man. Totally. And I think, like, just by listening to you, I think you're a lot closer to the truth than a lot of us are. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like, if I can say, like, my own prejudice or my own block is basically like my own idea is that
Sure.
we're all kind of come up against that same thing, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
which is like, we all fall into that same trap eventually, which is that we ascribe our experience with events, or with our interactions with people, and basically, like, it's thought taking over, saying, like, this was good, this is, measuring it in different ways, that, like, it starts to build a new truth,
Right.
but, like,
Right.
the truth is always so simple. It's too simple for us.
And then just because we're able to actually have a conversation now, what's that too simple truth that you found?
Which is, like, dude, I've had my own, like, path in life and my own journey and my own, like, serious deep questions that I've asked. And I, in my own traveling, I'm not saying that I've come to the end of it, but along the way there, at a serious moment, I asked, like, where's the good? Because I looked into all the dark shit in the world, like you're talking about with these this pedophile, cult and whatnot.
Right.
Ritualistic bloodlines, or whatever you want to call them, but, like, I was like, where's the good? And I didn't even think I was going to find an answer. I just kind of floated along for a while, and I eventually came upon it. And when I did, I knew it. I heard somebody say, order is a mind with no accumulation. And he said it like this. I always have to do this. He said, order is a mind with no accumulation. And, like, it was the beginning of, like, this like speech, this talk by this person, and
Yeah.
that just made total sense to me.
Yeah. Your story just there reminded me of a book called How to Love by Anthony DeMello. Have you ever read it?
No, definitely never heard of it.
It's like a little tiny pocket-sized book, and the whole premise on it is like letting go of attachments. Like anything that you mention is attachment, or like your kids, and like I don't know. I can't explain it well. I mean, it's definitely not the Bible. I think he's actually a Jesuit priest, but I think I was trying to say this to Grizzly earlier. There's truth everywhere. You know what I mean? You can find, and I don't mean
That's correct,
I don't
man.
I don't mean that.
That's the drug. I mean, that's like that's what breaks us out, and it's always there. But,
Right.
like,
Well,
it's so
it
simple,
is.
and we translate everything, like, all the time. We make everything, like, just ridiculously complex.
But then
I
the
mean,
question, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, but, like, just to finish that off, like, it's as simple as, like, somebody, they're at the dentist or whatever. This is, like, another story that I tell, like, and the guy's working on this dude, and he's like, what do you do? And he's like, well, I look into the truth. And he's like, oh, what is the truth? And the guy's like, well, the truth is everything except which is created by thought. And the dentist is like, oh, that seems so simple. I wonder why people make such a big deal about it.
Yeah, I like that. I feel that, and it's so funny, and I don't mean to keep talking about Grizzly. It was just kind of an interesting exchange with that guy, because I was just trying to talk about, where we're at, how we got to where we're at, well, where are we going, who are we, and what's the point, and all that. And he's like, "Oh, you're too soft and fluffy for me, there, Christian boy." And I'm like, "That's not what I was trying to get at." But I like where you're at with those comments that you shared so far. I am to the point though now that I've realized, this is just me and personal, but any truth that I do find is truth that's always been there, and I believe it's the Creator's truth, the Father's truth, and His Son, the Messiah. And I know that I'm
Right.
painting the Christian.
Well,
I know that I'm painting the Christian vibe over on top of that. But in a way, what's helped me the most is dying to
Hey,
myself.
JT.
Yeah.
JT, I'm sure it's helped you. But the whole thing that was, I guess, the crux of it, if you will, no
Yeah.
pun intended, but whatever,
Yeah.
is that he was trying to get out some extra biblical literature that we can draw from, or like what can be known. I mean, there are probably some books that could be recommended on that, but like it's just that besides that, like what else is there? You know, as far as like something that can be we can extract all this information from. Like, I don't know. I have I used to have a copy of Secret Teachings of All Ages. It's a pretty interesting book. It's got lots of different things in there, and you know, I think a pretty reliable compendium of information.
Crazy.
Although I'm sure that there are some.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, there's so much shit in there. Like, it's like it's insane. Like in a not a good way. You know.
Right. Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it just doesn't have a foundation. It doesn't really have like it's too it doesn't really have.
It's not.
But, like,
it's not in itself like a philosophical text anyway. But
right, it's a collection of like a bunch of conglomeration of different, you know, practices and thinking about religion in the world, but it doesn't really have a sane conclusion. I don't.
Well, it talks about early Gnosticism. It talks about different things, but like if you didn't know about these things, like to try and a roadmap it for yourself with today's internet would be a challenge. Like I think it lays out a certain connection, a certain roadmap, and at least a way to explore from here. And say these are maybe
right. That's similar to how I think about the Bible. To be honest,
that makes sense.
I have a lot of respect for it, and I think that there is a lot of truth in it. But it's not like, I think that people taking it as religion has become almost like a feedback loop for like the problems that were and its own self, you know, like
and I guess like it's also that like Christianity has like I don't know, a really huge footprint on the population, and he's trying to speak from minority Druid land, which there was somebody else in here that also was like a Druidic pagan or something like that. But I mean, is there like there's no real uniform way to do that, you know? And it's like
that's exactly right. So imagine somebody coming up with a uniform way to do it. It would be, there's no imagination that would make that possible. I mean, it's like that is a limitation. That's just a limited thing always, and it will always be limited. You know, and so like the truth itself, there is no path. It's not, you know, you can't make a path. It is the pathlessness.
Well, I mean, are we all kind of like put in this position where, I mean, some people might consider themselves like a neo-Christian or a neo, or maybe they wouldn't, maybe nobody should say that. But anyway, but people have to kind of reinterpret some of the traditional grounds, the territories, to rebuild from, if they think that at some point is like derivated off into some other place, or they're trying to get back to something more core. I don't know. It's like part of all of these things are just to kind of keep the candle lit, you know.
That's right. Yeah, because there's an answer to the problems, you know, but it's not the answer. It's just the answer to the problem.
Right. And I like Discord a lot because people do get to come together with different ideas and thoughts. I don't like it when people can't say what they think currently, like where they're at. Like I appreciate you letting me tell you where I'm at, you know, right now. And what you just said is not threatening to me, and it doesn't bother me at all. Any answer you said, as long as it's not, you know, I'm over here hurting a child. Like if you said that, I'm like, bro, come on, that's wrong. But if you're exploring the limits of your mind, or if you're exploring what truth, you know, you're finding today, I honor that. I yield. I mean, I easily yield my path and my beliefs to say, good on you for walking the journey. Because you know, a lot of people, they take the easy road out, and they do take those shortcuts I was trying to mention earlier, where they get addicted to something that's not healthy, and it is toxic, or it is poisonous, or it does hurt them, or they just end their life. And it's like, come on, life is more beautiful than ending it, for sure. And you're not done exploring yet. Like the whole thing about life is wake up every day, try something a little different. eat something a little different. You know, I've done different things with coffee. I've done different things with diet.
Yeah, I
It's
was
all
trying to
yeah.
I was trying to just say, I mean, and not because I particularly want to make the case, but it's like we could- obviously there's you brought up all the kind of the cons of all this internet pornography, and
Right.
but also that's like in a way it's also serving itself like a medicative function to a bunch of people that might otherwise just be out like fucking desperate, crazy, like a bunch of what I mean, people over testosteroned out, you know what I mean, ready to fucking eat like a fucking ultra violence on some shit. Like there's a there's a sort of a somatic factor. Like it's like the soma that's broadcast
Right.
to kind of neutralize the population. But like without that, right, you'd have a different situation. I'm just saying, like on the morality sense of it, I'm not really. If I consider that, and I consider that, however, I don't know, is we're. Yeah, I wasn't trying to speak on it, but I'm just saying, like, there's two sides to every, even the darkness. You know what I mean? It serves
Yeah.
some sort of relationship to
Duality.
It's possible that there's a lot of truth to what you said, but being somebody that was addicted to not only pornography and that lifestyle and masturbation, it was I did a self-gratifying, self-fulfilling, almost prophecy on myself where I was turning myself into an animal where I couldn't walk around in public without the lusts like overrunning me constantly. All I was thinking about was would I do her, would I do her, would I do her, and I'm talking like
right. Well,
young
just
to
say like,
old. But
let's say
then
for instance, like
then I
what
hold on a second. Then
yeah.
I stopped. I realized that was hurting me. I was like, I got to do something different. And I went on a 3.5 year like journey of not masturbating and not looking at porn at all. And that's when I found Christ for the first time and started walking a new path. I worked at a boys ranch for troubled teens. They were 16 to 18, and I was the house parent that was supposed to like guide them and help them. And I was telling them like, okay, first and foremost, like let's stop the constant cussing. Every single word that you say is just like profanities because you're not going to get a job if you can't like hold a conversation without just being vulgar. And that's okay. Now when you go to get a job, get like 5 applications, because if you're scribbling all over it and wrinkling it and stuff, we got to like start over. We got to turn in an application that looks presentable and will get you looking better in your clothes. This is how you're supposed to look. Like these are boys, these are men that were like 16 to 18 that their parents, they neglected them and abused them, and they didn't help them. Like the person that was supposed to love and guide and help them the most didn't. And so I was there, which was really interesting. This was like during my journey of coming to like know who I really am now. And a weird thing was I was loving them, like I was caring for them and I was loving them, but they had no idea what I was doing and they didn't understand the language of love because no one had ever done that before. It was kind of crazy. But so I was telling them like, hey, don't like watch porn all day long and whack it all the time, or you're not gonna get to being like uh self-controlled dude who can wait on a chick, because I think waiting on a chick is better than doing it with your hand. And as I was preaching stuff to them, it was helping me on my journey. And then I met, at 3.5 years of being celibate and just kind of chilling, I met my wife and I said, hey, I want to wait. I want to wait for you. And all I've ever done is just like hook up with a chick super quick, and I have a bunch of partners, and I've done a lot of drugs, and I mean I've slept with people and I never even caught their name because I told my wife everything. Like before I married her, I wanted her to know where I had been, who I was, and where I wanted to go. And it's like, I want to wait for you. So we courted for 1.5 years, and I didn't even kiss her. I didn't even give her a peck until the altar, because I told her I don't want to start a fire that I cannot control. I don't want a spark to ignite now that gets out of control and ruins what we have
Wow.
here. And now we've been married 10 years, and shoot, I mean, I also told her I don't want to masturbate. I want to wait for our wedding day. So um, I waited a year for her, and now I'm at 14 years of not masturbating, and I don't think that that's like look at me go. I just told my wife I want pleasure to come from you and you
Is that a true
alone.
story, bro? Is that a true
Yeah,
story?
yeah, I'm
You
telling
have
my
not
story.
masturbated in 14 years.
Yeah, I don't need it because like used to
Wow.
the wind would blow wrong, like my pants would run me wrong, or I'd like turn a corner and I'd have a boner and I would think I had to beat it out. Like all the time I was just instantly, or morning wood or all that. I mean, But now there's a healthy place to enjoy intimacy, and it's with her, and it helps me to with all lusts. Like when I walk around, yeah, there's boobs out. It's starting to be summertime, and I'm like, oh shoot, I'm able to not lust like I used to. And porn and masturbating was a cycle that was pushing me further and further into an animalistic. And now I'm like walking with her. I'm on this journey. I'm on this path, and I don't know, man. My journey's just been insane, but I'm happy
Woo!
and I'm peaceful.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, brother. That's awesome.
It's crazy, but I'm trying to help people. You know, I do love everybody that can hear my voice right now, because I'm able to love in a way that I never have been able to before, because I'm healthy. I'm a healthy human being that cares for other people, not by what they do or don't do, and not by what they believe or don't believe. We're people, I believe, made in the image of God, and you're valuable. Like what you could say on this Discord right now, your story, where you're at, what you're struggling with, or where your successes are. All I can do is say, like, wow, dude, you really been through it, and you're where you're at. Like, you're where you're at right now, and that's cool. I don't want to judge you and say, if you don't come over to the Christian side, you're going to burn in hell. I don't believe that. I believe the judge is the creator. The creator of this place will judge us for, where we're at the end, and none of us are at the end. So let's chill. Let's just talk about our journeys.
To whom much is given, much is expected. Each man will be judged according to his deeds, according to his works. And if your works are darkness and what you do is hurt people and you're unjust and you steal, and you're going to be judged.
Yeah.
Just the way it is.
And hey, one more thing. Just because I haven't masturbated doesn't mean I'm perfect. And I don't think I'm perfect. Like, I have to apologize to my kids all the time because I'm a stay-at-home dad. I have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old. My wife, she works 80 hours a week. And so I gave up my career of being like a hotel manager, gave that up to raise babies. That's weird. Like, why would a dude freaking stay home with the kids? But I did it, and it's like awesome. But I get mad at them. I get frustrated, or I'll yell, or I'll discipline them harshly, and I'll feel in my heart like, dude, that wasn't the right way to handle that. That wasn't light. That was dark. And I'll go back to them and I'll be like, hey, Daddy didn't talk to you with the right tone right there, and I want to tell you I'm sorry. And I don't know, man. I'm in a unique place where if I die in 30 seconds, like if I just pass out and die, that's okay. Or if I live to 90, that's okay. I mean, I'm happy. I'm in a way better place.
Yeah, spiritual order.
So
It
thanks
feels
for
good, right? Either way,
thanks
any whatever kind of a spiritual order I think you do have, I think it's of a benefit to yourself. Like it's a sort of an immune system beyond your immune system in a way. It's your mental immune system, sort of, right?
Yeah, and I don't even know that I can understand it. Like, I don't know that I can conceptually explain or grasp like how I went through all of that I did and how I got to where I'm at. So that is where I'm at, where I just praise the Father, praise the Creator, and I do ask for direction daily. I say, which way should I go today? What do you want me to say today? What do you want me to do today? And I try to do that, not to bring me glory or not to bring me pleasure, but to bring pleasure to the Most High. That's just like, it's working. And if I'm wrong, if I die and it's lights out and I'm reincarnated to try again, I feel like I'm on a pretty good path to get to enlightenment because of how much has changed just in the last 14 years. But I don't think it's wrong. I don't know, man. I just appreciate it. I appreciate all y'all for seeking the truth, because there's a lot of people that are just NPCs, or they're just blind, or they're just like watching Netflix and they don't give a crap at all about seeking the good. And I think everybody here is seeking really
I
hard.
think it's difficult. Like you when you're beginning this story, you definitely sound like you're lost, right?
Yeah.
That's like a
Yeah.
typical. I'm not in the faith, but like I would identify that as some other people would say you were lost, right?
Yeah,
Anyway,
right, for sure.
So that's really cool. And I think you've got things that you're living for that are beyond yourself now. That it's like, but I think that's some part of the magic of living a life is to have things that you're living for and that can have a life because of you. So even if that's like tending a garden or whatever, and that's kind of like trivial compared to raising a child, but or even trying to begin something that can continue past your expiration date. All these things, I think are what give the, I don't know, the after 30 life some kind of meaning.
Yeah, for sure.
How long can you like aimlessly drift about seeking pleasure until you just reach capacity or failure? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I feel like in the past I was tossed to and fro the waves of the ocean, and you just like metaphorically or like imagine this. Whatever was happening, I would get like high anxiety. I was like a class clown, and um the roller coaster ride of the ups and downs was almost violent, crazy, scary, and tossed to and fro. And then I got tied to a post. Like I say, the Holy Spirit tied me to a post in the ocean. So then the waves may come, and it may be a little bit of turmoil, but I'm not tossed as insanely left and right, to and fro. And then I've made the realization that oftentimes, and I mean, this can go for anybody. This is not a biblical thing. Oftentimes, you're probably a big glass of water or a meal or a nap or a breathing technique, like away from the insanity of life kind of drifting away a little bit. And most people forget to take care of their body, like take care of their mind and their body first, or you'll find yourself in depression or anxiety, like crippling stuff. So just I've helped a lot of people by say, dude, make sure you're not dehydrated. You're not even going to think straight if you're dehydrated. But anyway, that's that's not biblical. I don't, or it might be, but anyway.
Yo, but what about Grizzly? Because he's saying like he has a very exclusive sort of diet situation, but he sounded like mad, like unhappy about things. Like, I mean, just his tone, his rhythm, like all his sounded
Yeah,
really like wired up, like
manic and lost.
and like, well, who cares? Like, if he's lost or whatever, it's just like if you're in that zone, maybe that's where he wants to be, and he's like, yeah, I want to be talking like this, and I want to just be like this. Like maybe he's perfectly happy.
I don't think he is,
like,
though.
Like he's like, I'm 100% exactly where I want to be right now.
He sounds oppressed, bro.
A little bit, right? Maybe that's what I read into it, but that's
spiritually
just
and physically oppressed.
Right, for sure. And I've been there.
He also seemed like he was at this unforced crossroads between like accepting Jesus or somehow you accepting him for his things, which he auto thinks that you're going to be prejudging him on already. So it's like I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about some of these
characters.
I really enjoy like history and lore and stuff like that, and I can appreciate that. Like a lot of these people have living links, like they're descendants of those people, maybe, and so that they just like it resonates with them, maybe. Like I think that that's with me too, and I can't say why, but I'm just like, this seems like so far away from where I am, but yeah, it calls to me, maybe that's okay, like I think Lion was talking yesterday about just like these energies that are moving around and stuff like that above, and so there really may be multiple pathways to the one thing, maybe there's like a sort of a maybe 12 different portals that all go to the main dude, the main force, and I just like we're all just like pieces of some kind of super conscious thing that we're all part of. We're part of it,
right?
Like, a greater organism of sort of, just like little fragments of it, man. Like, but even a rock is, and even an inanimate object is like sort of a fragment of consciousness. It was made by somebody, or it could be made into something, or it could be used, or whatever. It could be part of a wall that somebody might build. It. Anything can be anything in this. It's a pretty incredible reality we live in, and so I don't think there's any limitation on how we could perceive it, and but I think that there's I guess what we want to try to get to is being a whole person and having a whole understanding that's a healthy understanding, and not be like given to be like, oh yeah, I'm a dark bat person, and I'm just going to worship dark bat things, and that's what I'm
Right.
about. You know what I mean? Because that seems to lead yourself to unbalanced, unhealthy behaviors, right? When be like fully developed in every way that we could be, right? So
Yeah, for
I don't know.
sure. No, that made sense. I mean, all of that was really valid, and it was life giving, and it was a good perspective and angle to look at. For everybody else that's listening. One of the hard things is we're not going to know. I don't think anyone's really going to know until this life is over, and you see what's next. And I think that's why some people are so enticed to kill themselves, is because they're not happy with what they're finding. They're not happy with who they are, and they think that somehow the only way out is to end it, and they think that that's actually beautiful and good because then they're going to get to see. Um, but I was trying to get Grizzly to like talk, but you'll you'll know if you're heading in the right direction with anything that you're finding if goodness, patience, kindness, self-control, it grows. Like I call it the fruits of the spirit. And if that you can't just grow self-control and that's it. Like you're going to also grow patience and goodness. And if fruits like that are growing, then keep going in the direction you're going. But if you find yourself migrating and merging towards darkness, maybe stop whatever was causing that. And I've been pulled to the darkness. I've been pulled way, way, way into the darkness. I could tell you more about it, but I'm not gonna keep
But you
going.
want to be like like if there's something that you're going to be susceptible to being controlled by, you would rather it be the Most High, right? And that if you could be the tool of that, you'd be happy to do so, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's not the Most High, I'm finding a life that is satisfying and beautiful. Like that, if He is there, He is getting glory from it. And if I die at the end of my life and He's not there, then it's still a life worth living.
Or it's like, I mean to say, I guess if I rephrase it, it's like you're trying to do what God might do if He was right there, if you could do it
Yeah,
for
like
Him or through,
yeah,
or He's working through you, then that's a good thing, right? Is that where you're
right. That's right.
general? Okay, all right.
But what's really freaky about it is I'm walking away from Christianity, like the trademark Bible church on every corner. And I'm walking towards these eternal behaviors of the Father. Like I think there's a situation where predating any religion, like way back in the day, the sun and the moon and the stars, they once told us what the time and the season was, what we're supposed to do. And I now know that there's supposed to be feast and festival days that we're supposed to observe. And I mean, people can hit me up or be mad that it's coming from like the Christian faith, but I'm talking about before Christianity was here. Um, and the Sabbath, like resting, the fact that we're all human beings are all supposed to rest on the same day to emulate what the Creator did. I think that's beautiful, and it's been taken from us because could you imagine if every single one of us had nothing to do on Saturday except get together and glorify God and have a meal and drink beer or wine and just kind of sit around? Like that's amazing for mental health, and it's been taken from us. So I'm returning to what I believe is the the eternal instructions before anything was grabbled.
Or to do what we're doing now, to
Yeah, I
search
mean,
out the truth on Shabbat, on Sat. That's what we're supposed to be doing as men, to get
yeah,
together and try to understand our realm and understand morality and understand the Creator. That's what the Shabbat was made for.
yeah, brother.
Saturn's Day since Greece. Before that, I don't know what that day was called.
Can you say that again? I missed it.
The Sabbath is Saturn's Day. Sabbath means Saturn, I think.
Oh,
Since
Well,
Greece.
no, in English, Saturday does give a honor to Saturn. Why they call it Saturday, but
So does Sabbath, I think. Holiday.
no. Sábado, Shabbat means 7.
The 7th day.
Shabbati is 7, the 7th day.
Yeah.
It doesn't have no.
Would Saturn be the 7th planet? I'll have to Google it, but
I'm gonna guess possible.
Saturn is a wandering star according to the scriptures, right? And it's a disobedient luminary. It actually went astray. It went awry.
Right.
It's because notice all the other stars are fixed.
Yeah.
No, it's not the 7th. So, okay, let me look up Sabbath etymology.
Yeah, check it out.
Son of the seventh son.
Shebua.
Hey, I'm gonna dip out. I didn't mean to wake up and get going crazy and stuff. Would anybody be opposed to me just praying over the room and over all of us before I go? Heavenly Father, thank you for this awesome Discord channel and just the different means that we have to connect with human beings like Telegram and behind the scenes communications are going on that's not mainstream, not the news, where we can ask hard questions, we can share where we've been, we can actually have discussions on what is the truth, what is good, what is life. We do ask right now for protection. There's so many people and I believe entities that are trying to steal our attention, steal our soul, and we want to go on a path that if you can even hear me right now, if you're even real, that we go on a path that brings a smile to your face because your creation is trying to understand who you are and who we are in this place. So thanks for the protection and thanks for all the friendships and all the blessings that we have in our life, the different things that we do that bring us joy. We love you and we need the help and we pray this in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, y'all. I'll see you next time.
Amen, dude. Yo, thank you for the conversation.
Peace out, Cub Scout.
Peace.
You know what? When I'm searching it, I can only follow it back as far as meaning rest, and then it's denoted to try and do that once a week on the 7th day. But they chose Saturn's day, but that's only since Greece.
Yeah, this stuff's extremely complicated, but you're talking to the right guy because
cool.
I was skeptical about Saturday being the 7th day, and I'm not gonna go into a whole spiel that I did the other day. I don't know if you guys were here, but I went out to prove that the modern day Saturday is still the same 7th day of 2,300 years ago, right? And I was able to actually prove that even through all the tinkering in history by men like Pope Gregory, Hillel II, Julius Caesar, all these men, they've tried tampering with the calendar, shifting days, adding days, taking away days, changing the beginning of the year from Abib or March in April to September, October. All these things happen in history. So I was skeptical.
I know what
Go
you're
on.
saying. Have you you've confirmed to yourself that it's most probably Saturday, not Sunday? But I wasn't worried about which day it was. Any 7th day rest is okay for me. But
no, but no, I'm saying that
I was just asking about the
quick.
word Sabbath, what that might have meant.
So like Sunday still remains the first day of the week. It always has been the first day of the week, and Saturday still remains the 7th day of the week, and it's been the 7th day of the week forever. Even I believe since Adam and Eve.
I believe your research. For my research, it goes back to Saturn's day on Saturday, which is Greece, which is quite far back, probably to Egypt or whatever, which is well far.
No, nope. Saturn is irrelevant. Right? Saturn has the enemy always tries to usurp God's
I'm telling
God's
you,
order.
I followed Saturday being the 7th day, using its relation to Saturn because that was the word Saturday. So that was part of my research looking back. But it's all about resting on a cycle. That's what it's about, yeah.
But the word Saturn, right? It's in English, right? It's Saturn, but in every other, and there's like 200 languages in the world where the 7th day is not related to Saturn at all, or the god Saturn.
Yeah,
it's related to the Hebrew word Shabbat, like in the Italian and Spanish and Portuguese, in every basically so many languages. You can look up at a list and compare all the names in the different languages.
Shabbat didn't relate to that same thing in the sky.
No, Shabbat. The word Shabbat inherently in the Hebrew, which is the oldest language, I believe, older than the Sumerian. What do they call it?
Yeah, it's in Greece. Like so, Saturn would have been referred to as Kronos, I believe.
About time, right? So resting on a cycle, Could be like you're in a time prison and you have to.
It's Chronos. It's like it's sort of a calendaric marker for them. I mean, they were telling like long cycles with the wandering stars. I think back then. I mean, there's different periods of appreciation for this, like what they would denote like an age by. So, like in the different phases of Greece, there was like Uranos, who was Uranus, whatever. But that's like the zodiacal wheel. That's like an early version of it. Later, it gets updated to using Saturn as the Chronos as the timepiece for their age. I think.
God of time.
If you follow, do you get what I'm trying to say here? It's just like evolved over time, because I think their timekeeping evolved then, and it also like changed their gods over.
I'm not trying to hold anyone to the planet Saturn. I was just talking about the meaning of Sabbath and Sabbath originally.
Yeah. So originally, it didn't mean Saturn at all. It was a corruption, a perversion that came way later, right? Before Greece was even a nation.
Right. You could be right. I don't know.
You had Shabbat pre-flood, antediluvian. The word Shabbat is antediluvian, and then they had no connection to Saturn whatsoever.
Possibly, yeah.
The Hebrew word Shabua is 7. That's where you get the word Shabbat. The root word for Shabbat is Shabua. It's 7 in the Hebrew. Look up Strong 7620. A period of 7 days, 7, a heptad, a week. That's Shabua, 7.
Bust out your Strong Concordance. You got it.
Shabbat is 7. Sheba is 7. A prime number.
The Queen of 7. Sheba Inu is
Sabaoth, Sabato. It's all these related names in different languages. It's all, related to Shabbat.
Okay, so why does it have to be the 7th day? And how did you know when to start counting 1?
This is where you have to go to the scriptures for this knowledge, because according to the scriptures, if you believe the creation account, Yah rested on the 7th day, and He patterned the week after creation week. So that's why everybody's supposed to, even the animals are supposed to rest on the 7th day.
It took 6 days for Him, so we need to work for 6 days and then sit back and look for a day.
Wait, can you repeat that?
It took Him 6 days to do His thing, and then He sat back and looked. So we do the same on a little cycle.
Yeah. It's a fractal pattern throughout time. Actually,
people that wrote that, whether it came from God when they wrote it, did they know why it had to be Saturday and when to start counting 1? Was it literally the first day they decided to start counting?
So, according to the Zadok priesthood, right, on the 4th day of creation, the creator of heaven and earth, whatever you want to call him, right? You don't have to believe in Christianity, but the creator of heaven and earth, He appointed the luminaries on the 4th day of creation. So He appointed the moon, the sun, and the stars as markers for humans, not animals, but for humans to be able to keep time. And he appointed them for days, months, appointed times, and for nights, and to divide the night from the day. He appointed these things for us to keep track.
Yeah, I believe that.
Of consciousness, of earthly time. And so according to the Zadok priesthood, the years begin on the 4th day of the week.
Right. And they split it. I was going to say they split it into the months, the 12, because they like 12. They split it into months, and because it fitted the sky. And then they split that into 4, like the 4 seasons.
So we got 4 quarters.
We
got 364 day years, 4 quarters a year, 13 weeks a quarter. And it starts on the 4th day of the week and ends on the 3rd day of the week. The year always ends on the 3rd day of the week. And the equinoxes point to this.
And the Romans have changed it a bit because they like perfection of calendars.
It's it's interesting, I guess, in one way, that we use 12 as a basis to do months or whatever. But I mean,
seems arbitrary, but
if the month is supposed to be the moon, then that's not always true because we have some 12 and some 13 moon years. But overall, like the numerics of 12 works good because it's a highly composite number, just like 60. And if we like, you know what I mean? If we understand like that like there's whatever all the great cycle like lines up to, that's really the numeric base for all of that we should really be doing the shitting.
So hold on, let me explain something real quick. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but this stuff's very complicated, and I don't expect you guys to understand where I'm coming from. But the Jewish calendar that they're on right now does not represent the Creator's calendar. It doesn't represent what Enoch talked about, nor Jubilees, nor the ancient Hebrews. The Jewish calendar came about through rabbinical Judaism, right? Which is, if you study rabbinical Judaism, they usurped the original priesthood, right? So modern Jews are following. They don't even follow the Bible. They follow their own writings, the dogma of men, the Mishnah, the Talmud, the Oral Torah. You know what I mean? That's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. So they have a 13th month, and their months are based off the moon. But according to Enoch, right, and according to Jubilees and the Zadok priesthood, the months are not dictated by the moon, but they are anchored to the Shabbat, to the seventh day, and they're determined by the sun.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying this is very complicated. But on the fourth day of creation, it happened on an equinox, on the fourth day, and the sun and the moon rose and set in the same gate. And this phenomenon, you can still observe it today, the sun and the moon rising and setting in the same gate. And there are times during the Jubilee, right, that you'll see the sun on the east and the moon on the west, fully illuminated in her full glory. And they rise and set together. They literally, it's like they're following each other on the same track, on the same circuit. And they happen on the fourth day of the week on the equinox. And these are patterns that were recorded in time. And the only people that are aware of these patterns are the Hebrews. There's no other religion in the world. Go on.
I agree with what Snacks said about the 12, and I believe it. People used to use the moon because that's what they found easier first, but it wasn't exactly repeatable, so it went off, on and off, in and out of time. So people got confused. There was a 13th month. Then you end up with like a virgin with a cult of 12 men, stuff like that. But then I think you're correct with the Old Testament. They wrote it in as the sun because they discovered the sun is a better calendar.
Well, Enoch told us about the luminaries. This is antediluvian, and the crazy thing is, they were in Jubilees. Moshe prophesied that this would happen, that men would start using the moon to keep time, and because of that, they would make an error in the calculation of time, and the moon arrives 10 days too early every year. So the moon's revolution is 354 days. And because of that, they have to add an extra month every 3 years now. This was all prophesied way ahead of time that this was going to happen, and it's exactly where we're at today.
Why you get pagans and witches, neo-pagans, following the moon just to try to be different, just to try and separate themselves back to the old.
Yo, but Don, are you trying to say that like they were sacrificing virgins on the 12 moon years and not to make up for the 13th moon?
I don't know about that. I'm just saying that.
Okay, because
having an
I
extra
thought that's what you said,
above,
and it sounded really cool.
I'm saying having an extra one above the 12 became a nuance that was added into myth.
All right, so if you didn't claim that you said that, then I'm just going to just take that accident as my own. Thanks.
The 13th virgin turns up. I meant in myth. You've got 12. People get obsessed with 12 because for 12 months, and then some people follow the moon, which adds a 13th weird bit.
Yeah, interesting systems. 13, 12, really cool stuff.
The virgin can still be included in 12 for Virgo.
I don't know. I'm not sure why they were definitely sacrificing people for moon cycles.
I agree with that, Snacks. What you said the other day. They've always done that shit. They love it.
Yeah, I mean, but it's from I think from Sumeria, and then they were hitting it up in the Sarmatian people, and then that's probably spread to Greece for some period of time, some way or another, and just got, I guess, yeah, pretty much phased out by the time of I don't know. By the time the Bible comes out, I guess they're not sacrificing people anymore.
Just by coincidence.
Publicly, anyway.
By coincidence, I try and do my own shit all week, and then I see my girlfriend on Saturday and relax.
I'm just saying that the calendaric stuff is really interesting, and I was wondering if Lion could look up strong concordance for Cal. Just wondering, because I think I've made the claim that all calendars are moon-based because of the word Cal.
Give me 1 second.
I appreciate you.
What I find is the word para, a heifer, a cow. It doesn't. I don't think there's an actual Hebrew word. Phonetically, that sounds like cow. There might be.
Oh, C-A-L? Really?
C-O-W?
Oh, no. C-A-L, like a calendar.
Oh, I thought you meant like cow, like, you know.
No, I'm talking about like Superman's dad, Kal-El, or whatever. He's Kal-El.
I'm about to lose reception, so I won't be able to. I'm driving, but as soon as I get reception, I'll be able to do.
All right, till next time. Ether gatekeeper. All right. The ether's gatekeeping. I don't know. It's just like it's difficult to see where you are in the grand scheme of things from just using the sun. So the moon helps out tremendously, and then they're using like other bodies. Yeah, I guess principally Saturn here. I think they could have also used other planets at other times, or other places. Might have used planets, wandering stars,
definitely.
whatever you want to say. Hey, there'll always be planets in my heart, in a way, even if there are just little lights up there. You know, it's an interesting thing too, how it relates to Gnosticism and also vegetarianism via like the Indo sort of Gnostic route. A lot of these guys were severists or severists or something like that. They were severe, and they'd like shave their heads and not eat meat and probably have lots of beads and stuff. Maybe tambourines. I don't know if tambourines are part of it. I'm just going to assume the possibility. And that these guys were all into that stuff. And then that sort of gets to, I don't know, some kind of pre-Christendom thing or whatever, you know. But aren't there's different prophets that precede Jesus, and you know, maybe they're cool as well. Maybe they're just more old school, you know.
Hippies, basically, vegetarians with tambourines.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something I guess kind of emerging out of some sort of Tibetan funkiness, and then migrating up into probably Asia Minor.
What do you guys think of those soul churches where they get so into it that they talk in tongues and they're just on stage going, do you think that is channeling God, or do you reckon it's bullshit?
I do like
It's
toning
bullshit.
and stuff. Like, you ever heard of like just called tonation, or I'll do it in the car because like I wouldn't want anybody
That's
here.
what I meant. It's a
You ever do
small
that
jump
shit?
from humming and feeling God in your humming to blah 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 on stage, right?
The
I'll
thing
straight
is
up-
that when you're, I'm
I'll
sorry.
straight
Go
up like real quick. I'll just straight up like toke and then like drive around and be like, wah. I'll just do like crazy shit like that, you know. That's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Channel the song of life.
Harmonizing, right, is one thing. Flopping on the ground like a fish.
Yeah.
The ether gate keeps.
Short of demonic possession is another thing, right? These people. Go on.
That's so ominous to get. That's the last one. Hey, it could be worse. His transmission is just quit.
So there's a connection between these Pentecostal churches in the South and like speaking in tongues and all that. All started in like the 1960s. It's because before the 1960s, you had Puritans, you had Quakers, you had Pilgrims, you had all these Protestants that fled the persecution of the England and the Catholic Church in Europe. Right? They came here, and they brought with them the Geneva Bible. These people weren't speaking in tongues and falling on the ground and doing all that nonsense that they're doing today. That all started with the Beatles.
I don't know, man. Honestly, I think the people out of the Appalachians, they come from some kind of people that have crazy yodel situations going on. I think that it might just be part of their phonic of their people, like that they just kind of let it rip in church or something like that.
I mean,
I don't know.
Even
man.
yodeling, though, even yodeling has some structure to it. It has.
Sure.
These people that speak in tongues, bro, they're being taken over by the Kundalini spirit. It all comes from Eastern mysticism, because it originates in Eastern mysticism and the awakening of the chakras up the spine and the Kundalini spirit. I mean, it's basically the same thing. If you ever seen a Kundalini awakening in India, that's exactly what they do. The same thing that you see in the southern states with these Pentecostal churches, the same thing you'll see in India. And it's a deception. The Kundalini awakening is a deception. They're being taken over by demonic spirits, in my opinion. And it all started from when the Beatles, they went on their journey, their spiritual journey, and they traveled the Middle East, and they came back, and with them they brought the influence of the mystics from the East, and they spread it throughout America. And the Christians were like, "Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Let's try that." And then they basically replicated it, and now we ended up. Yeah,
it piggybacks because we have got this British invasion of culture from the Beatles. They're doing a Indian invasion to British people at the same time. That it's just this weird domino effect going on right then. But yeah, I hear you, man. There's a lot of that. I guess like in the meditation, or in these like ragas and things like that. I guess a lot of people do make the case that you could be taken over by some kind of other influences, but the musics and the people that this tradition comes from, like in India, like it's a very grounded spiritual experience. I don't find it to be like this sort of sideshow, sort of speaking in tongues thing. You know what I mean? It seems like some kind of most exploitation on some kind of subset. We think it. I don't know, man.
It's a deception, bro. I intuitively feel it's a deception. Yeah, sober understanding, right? He's not about losing consciousness and falling and flopping around on the ground and then coming back to reality and like, oh, what just happened? Like, you're being taken over. Is what happened.
Or it's like a really good act. Either way, I'm not really sure what the deal is, but like, I don't think that's necessarily holy communication, but whatever. Maybe it's so powerful that it can I don't know, man.
There's a lot of theatrics and acting involved, for like you said, sideshows. But at the same time, there's also a spiritual component where people really are speaking in tongues and being taken over.
Like Jesus would be just talking, right? He didn't have a Bible to preach from. He didn't have the Bible, right? So he would just be talking. So the oratories. Well, I mean, so what would he have been preaching from?
He basically everything that Jesus preached. Right? If you look up what he preached, he basically consistently quoted the Tanakh, the Old Testament, and the prophets. Even scriptures aren't even included in the Old Testament. They've discovered Jesus preaching. He's quoting Enoch. He's quoting Jubilees, books that aren't even in the canon.
Oh, that's dope. For sure. I'm sorry. That was probably very ignorant of my last statement.
No, it's all good, bro. I'm not offended. I enjoy this conversation and engaging with you. I'm not trying to force my beliefs on you, but I do want to shed light on what I believe to be the truth.
Yeah. That's cool. I just thought that was like somewhat unverifiable. Not that what you said, but I appreciate what you said. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the movement, forced migrations of people, and you were saying something like Azarat and Siberia being some kind of destination endpoint for a type of peoples. But other stories would say that like, we sack the city and we could either slaughter all the people, or we just take them real far from here and they'll never find their way back, and we'll basically put them in the Stone Age. They won't even know what the fuck they're doing.
Wow, I never thought of it like that.
Like that's a punishment, and also, that's when they kicked them out of Zion. That's like the idea, but that was like a common practice, because rather than just slaughter them, it's like, okay, like this is our city now, and we're taking this over, but like y'all can live. We're just gonna.
I'm sure that's happened multiple times. Yeah.
I wondered why the Assyrians took them captive a 1.5-year journey eastwards. Like, what is the motive behind that? That would explain why.
So like this idea of like some kind of pharaonic eminent domain be going on here, where it's like, we're gonna divide this shit up. There's gonna be like lands. We're gonna grow some shit here. This is like how we're, you know what I mean? Like some kind of new order happened at some point. People just were, the diaspora is evident. Yeah.
So if you can, on your free time, I can't show you right now because I'm driving, but if you can, try to look up the most ancient maps available to us on the internet, and look up like the 1400s and the 1500s, and just look at all the different boundaries of all the nations, right? And just go look at Russia, and people that study Tartaria architecture and they're into Tartarian stuff. Most people already been looking at these ancient maps, and they can see Tartaria, right, as a nation in these ancient maps. But look at part of Tartaria and look at the right of it, where Russia is and where Siberia is, and you'll see a place called Al-Zaret. Al-Zaret is a place listed in 2nd Ezra chapter 13 of where the lost tribes went, and that is northern Siberia.
Okay, right. And then because like all these horses, and then the North American horses like in the plains and stuff like that, I was saying like they didn't get there until the Spanish brought them there. Whether or not that's verifiable, like it just seems like if it it's like these were like older types of people, like something like before the Phoenicians or something like that, out of some area, and they kind of just roll like.
Got kind of quiet.
Am I? I'm sorry, I got quiet. Sorry, I'm gonna have my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know. Are American Indian like lines? Are they going to be related to some kind of origin from Asia? Maybe.
So replying to as above, so below. Yeah, I understand that the 1400s isn't ancient, but it's the oldest maps that we have. Unless you can find older maps, right? We don't. There's some tiled maps that they found, like in Lebanon or Palestine. Like there's old churches, their floors made out of tiles had maps, but besides those, like we really don't have any older maps than that. So, but when you look at 2nd Ezra, right, the prophet Ezra recorded in his writings, and he does predate Christ by a few hundred years. He talks about the dispersion of the northern house, which only happened like 500 years before him, and he documents where they went. And they went a year and a half eastwards from modern day Israel across the Euphrates into a land where no man had dwelt before. And if you estimate a year and a half journey by foot, you're going to end up in Siberia. That's just so, deductive reasoning will tell you that these maps from the 14 and 1500s are credible because of other witnesses like Ezra. So I don't know how that's hilarious, but yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Were we talking also about like the pre-Columbian South America and sort of cities and stuff like that also yesterday? I think we were, and Jeremy missed out on talking about megaliths.
Yeah, so in the Americas, you had an amalgamation of different cultures. In my belief, the Israelites with the Assyrians were the first ones here. Because according to Ezra, there was nobody here, no humans in this land. Unexplored, vast wilderness, right, of untapped potential. They got here. There was all kinds of animals here, like bears. There's even stories of feathered serpent, dragons. Like, how true all that stuff is, who knows, right? But the natives record, even in their mythos, whether it's the Anasazi, the Cherokee, the Ojibwa, they all have these ancient myths. And there's a reason why this land was unexplored for so long, because every time people came to this land, they encountered, these giant grizzly bears that were ferocious, right? And not only grizzlies, there was cougars here, like the saber-toothed tiger. They still existed even back then. Unlike, they'll tell you that all these things that existed 20,000 years ago. No, you had saber-toothed tigers when the lost tribes came here. You had feathered serpents. You had all these creatures that have now become extinct. But at one point in time, they did exist. But following the lost tribes and the Assyrians, you had the Canaanites that I spoke about. Were you here for that?
Yeah.
And how, have you studied into that? Have you looked into the elongated skulls in Peru?
The Paracas people, yes. You're saying that comes from Caspian Sea, from Forrester's research. May be true. Also, it seems like these people were pushed towards China from there over a period of time, like maybe because they were just different or something. It seems like that, and that they could have. My theory is that they left port somewhere off China, caught the current, and then they would have wound up in either Mexico if they took one part of the year, or they would wind up in the southern tip, which is where you find some peoples that are. It's very very near Paracas, which itself is near the plateau, right, with all the oh man, Jesus, sorry. South America, all the yeah, I'm only one cup of coffee in. So anyway, you can see that there's a lot of Asiatic pottery styles, architectural styles that seem to make for that it makes sense somehow, that these people just basically use the water to move themselves away from like some kind of urban environment. You know what I mean? Went to somewhere that was possibly undeveloped at a certain point in time. The Nazca Plain, right? So the Nazca people are obliquely connected, I would think, at least to the Paracas culture. Or they could have been the gods that humans sort of. I don't know. Do you think the people, the Paracas elongated skull people, were just regular folk that could have interbred with people like us.
So okay, so I don't believe that the descendants or the Paracas people are related to the Canaanites whatsoever. From what I understand, the Canaanites, go on.
But bro, like I'm just saying, from photographic plates, a lot of them do have like weird pointy helmets and whatnot. Like, seem like maybe they're trying to hide their shit.
So because of the Canaanites invading Peru before it was Peru, right, the west side of Africa, South America, Ciesa de Leon, a Spanish explorer who landed in South America and spoke to the natives before the European colonization, right? In his journals, he relays, the ancient history of the Peruvians and Colombians, but before the Colombian invasion and all that. So you have to understand that these people recorded ships landing on the west side of South America with giants on them, resembling white people but they were giants with red hair. And the Cherokee have a similar story of these giants with red hair. And it's like, what's up with all these giants with red hair? Like, what's the connection there? Well, the Canaanites seem to have been white with red hair. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And these elongated skulls that they're finding, that they're doing DNA testing on, do have red hair. And these guys were barbaric in nature. They were cannibalistic. They had a ferocious appetite, and they were homosexuals. They all were gay. They literally all were gay, and they would actually have sodomy, anal sex in public with no shame. They were not embarrassed at all. Like, they literally had no shame in their abominations. And when they came to South America, they were a threat. The people were terrified.
Have you ever? Wow, that is a wild one. But also, I find that it also kind of works with the Ica stones, if you will. I don't know. You ever see those Ica stones? Weird artifact, a bunch of rocks with pictograms on them found dispersed in South America.
There's so much, but I can't keep track of it. All the artifacts.
I wonder if they're not depictions of the Canaanites or something. Like these monsters having sex with each other with big dicks and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, and basically,
really weird.
They became, because of their size, they took over. It was very quickly they took over. They became royalty, and I'm not sure if that's when human sacrifice began. There could already have been human sacrifice, but human sacrifice was definitely a thing. And
Anyway,
go on.
Yeah, it's weird. No, I don't know if I 100% agree with the Paracas people necessarily being the Canaanite people, or necessarily being anal sex in public or what have you. But for the I just don't think there's any way to kind of put that together. But are you saying that there's just because of the relation to the Caspian Sea that they would be that?
Yeah, because the Caspian Sea is the Canaanite territory. That whole area right there. Even Israel was part of the Canaanite territory before Israel established itself as a nation. Man. But
does this say anywhere in the Bible like oh yeah, and then there were these dudes with crazy heads?
Yeah, it doesn't talk about their heads, but it does describe the Canaanite people and their characteristics.
You said red hair or whatnot, but yeah.
It doesn't. No, in the Bible, you won't find anything regarding people's eye color or hair color, nothing like that. That's anywhere for whatever reason.
Yeah, expunged.
But I just want to say that so the people, they did ended up having children with these Canaanites, like the women were raped and stuff, and they ended up bearing children, and their children became royalty. And where you get these elongated skulls, they're hybrids. They've done DNA testing. They know that these things are not 100% human. This is a fact. This is a
Right.
fact. This is not conspiracy. This is a fact.
Right.
With the most
Yeah.
recent DNA
I
testing, they've discovered that these things are hybrids.
If as above, so below, they like hung like horses, possibly. Who knows? Or dolphins? Maybe they were make sex with dolphins, had little weird hybrids or something. I can't understand what would make a skull look like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
And then head binding came afterwards, where
Right,
the
just to
people
emulate that.
they wanted to emulate that, and they were binding their children. But
Yeah.
there's a difference between naturally elongated skulls and head binding, and the science behind this is irrefutable. Like the four magnum, right, and how the spine connects to the skull and where it lines up, and then the density of the bone and the eye sockets and all these things. Like you can tell when something is 100% human and when it's not. Like you can't by head binding, you're not gonna get greater bone density nor a shifting of the four magnum. The four magnum is the part of the spine that connects to the skull. Now, in humans, the four magnum is right in the center of the skull. In these Nephilim hybrids, the four magnum is pushed all the way to the back, and it's very odd. It resembles like the alien grays.
I think people make sex with dolphin. But anyway, I'm just a simple man. It's all extremely interesting how we have that this kind of other. That's not on the evolutionary tree, though, right? Where you don't hit that in the Smithsonian Museum, or you know what I'm saying? It's weird.
The
Weird that it's
Smithsonian
ignored.
Museum has been consciously suppressing this information, and the giant bones that have been found, they always confiscate the giant skeletons. And bro, they've been doing that since. There's all kinds of studies going back to
I
the
know, and it's like
1800s.
people mistrust all this information because it's not like already like mainstreamed or whatever. I don't
Yeah,
know.
man.
Yeah, they do bear resemblance to like this alien archetypal science fictionication of something that's really ancient and is a reference to something else. We can't name it, so like, or we can't describe it, so we're just going to fictionalize it. Kind of a strange process that we're engaging in here, rather than cutting to the chase and just be like, what is this? What is this species? Is this like an origin species? Do we come from this? Is this like better than us? Like, what's the deal? Or is this just like some kind of weird mutation that works? I mean, is that evolution? If you could imagine yourself with the brain mass of one of these dudes, right, you'd be able to probably memorize at least all the Archie comics you ever read. Am I right? It's a big brain mass. That's like a bigger brain mass. I don't know what to think about that.
Brain mass doesn't necessarily mean higher IQ or more intelligence or wisdom.
Okay. I find that like people with sometimes I'm around people with really large heads, and I'm like, you definitely have a larger brain mass, and they just have a way about them that is different, like in magnitude. You know, like they make things happen. You know, I don't mean to have magical powers or anything like that, but it's just a different kind of command that they have over other people with smaller heads. And I just wonder, you know, like wouldn't if you had the master brain, wouldn't you be able to just fucking fuck other people up if you had this? You know, maybe these could have been this could have been this culture that derived things like language or mathematics. You know, how do we just have like base 60 numbers coming out of Sumeria with like a assistant like whatever the base the 24 character alphabet, like it all just like arrives out of fucking nowhere all of a sudden. Strange. You know, is that because of psychedelics? Like psychedelics, I think, do kind of like lend themselves a type of mathy vibe to us sometimes. Like they allow us to visualize maths in a way that we wouldn't normally perceive. Do you think that or no?
I mean, I've heard of the Stone Ape theory and how maybe primordial man, before he was able to speak or write or sing, right, before he had language, that they were tripping on mushrooms in the Sahara because they came down from the trees and started foraging for whatever they could eat, and they were just coming across psychedelic mushrooms, and because of that, they built up the part of the brain that's responsible for language, because mushrooms naturally have like this component in them that I forget what they call it scientifically, but basically it makes you like talk.
Yeah, like man would have always had like natural language which would have just maybe been tonal or utterances or things like that. But like every creature really has like a type of song that it does, if you will. So I think we've always had that. But like the development of language, yeah, that's interesting to think about. Yeah, that could possibly arrive out of some type of psychedelics. But I just think like number and conception of ideas and stuff like that. It's like I don't know, man. I think we just have like this computational side to our brains that kind of is just tapping into I don't know, some kind of just I don't know, more computational side of reality. The way things are functioning, and maybe that's synergistically going on with like some mushrooms or whatever. But I just feel like yeah, you don't necessarily get mathematical vibes off of marijuana, but I think sometimes like with something that's going to give you a psychedelic kind of nudge, it might cause you to conceive of something like that. Anyway, man, or it could have something to do with something else too, just like tiles, just like, oh, we got a bunch of square tiles and we'll just play with these infinitely with nothing else to do until we figure out that base 60 is a really good way to go here. But it's like, yeah, like 10 would be a lot more simple. I'm sure I'm sure people knew how to count, you know what I mean? There's an accounting for an amount of things, or by weight, or you know what I mean? Anyway.
Maybe the Archons had 12 fingers.
Yeah, I was talking about the Nephi, because phi means 5, right? So if it's Nephi, then it's not phi, or it's maybe that means 5 plus 1. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's pretty archaic language to me, or it's like Greek or something, right? Why has it got the phi in it? Anyway, right?
And we were rebred to have 10
go
fingers.
back? Yeah, I guess phi precedes Jesus. Am I right?
5 elements.
But then, like, phi is what we're deriving out of Fibonacci, and yet that is not 5. And yet, behind the scenes, all the iterators are really paying a lot of attention to 5. So it's like the number 5 sort of arrives through the base 10 system as phi. So phi is really 5 in this way. Base 60 has got to arrive at. It's almost like you can kind of get one from the other. Like base systems kind of float in and out of each other. But really, we're using like base 60 for time, let's say, right? So we're talking to hours and seconds. And then it's another minute, or then it's an hour, right? With just of registers that we're just tracking it on. So that's how base 10 works. In the same way, we're just say we'll only count 10, and then we shift it. Right, so base 60, we're only counting 60, and then we shift it up. So there's no 10. Anyway, man, when you try to like when you try to like look at Fibonacci through the eyes of base 10, we get we see seashells and sunflowers and stuff like that. Those are like shape formings and geometric progressions that are based on this like continuing ratio that eventually equals like 1.618 or stabilizes to it. But beneath that, all these numbers are knitted out of another system that nobody talks about. But that's what really arrives the phi, which is the 5. And once we get the 2 5s, then we hit the 10. And then that causes like a whole new series of Fibonacci numbers to occur, based on the movement of 0 through the Fibonacci numbers because we're using this particular base, arises all these different numbers that work. And they're all coherent and they're related. So like this means that the whole set's integral. It means all the numbers are rational. And this is why like I think we utilize the number sets that we do for certain reasons. Like, yeah.
So who do you think came up with the Fibonacci sequence first?
Like before, yeah, it's got to be Islamic, probably. No.
Some say the Greek, some say the Muslims.
It was discovered by Leonardo da Pisa when he was studying in Egypt, in Cairo. But Cairo is like a center for, I think, one of the great Islamic libraries. So I think that the information would go back real far. Like the Library of Alexandria is like the one that we talk about, but there's other contemporary libraries that would have had the same materials, but not in those languages. They would only be in Islamic. So this would have been like a translated or whatever, he was taught it there. But it just arrives out of simple addition. It just arrives at simple addition, so you can see it there. I don't know. I think it. There's a simpler way, which is just to do something like Kabbalistic reduction combined with the Fibonacci series. So we just drop anything past 10 and only keep the units, and then you can be like me and be a dummy who figures out Paisano cycles or Paisano periods, which are the repeating digits for matrix for each unit place, right? So like the ones of Fibonacci will always be in a 60-digit repeater. They're always confined to being that. Like I can tell you to infinity amount, whatever, what number will be the unit of it.
20. So get a yard of that. So I'll drop it on one side, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but
no, I'm just multitasking, brother.
It's like everything's like a lock tumbler, and then the first number of Fibonacci is a 60-digit tumbler, and then the second,
1, 2,
which will be
3.
the tens. The tens of Fibonacci will follow a 300-digit tumbler that'll always repeat forever, and it goes on and on like this for infinity-wise. It's cool. That's cool, and nobody really examines Fibonacci this way, but it's dope. And based on this idea, I've thought like that there's an optimal configuration for the tiling that would be done for a toroid that actually makes sense, where you're not like just fudging it, or actually you could stretch it. So there's an optimal mapping for Fibonacci across a toroidal structure. Hey, isn't that cool? Hey, do you know it's like in stacks of 12? Ain't that cool? I mean, 12 is this super number, but like I'm saying, these are highly composite numbers, 12, 60, and if we multiply those two, that'll be a highly composite number and all this. Yeah. So that means like everything's hunky-dory with mathematics. I don't know where it came from, though. I think that's where we were questioning in the Parax people, and I'm just taking a side road here on Fibonacci stuff real quick. But it seems like that they have something to do with each other, and it's like near the Caspian Sea. And I ration that somebody with that much brain space could just do math probably easy with all that extra gray matter, or control people with their minds or talk to them telepathically. I'm not really sure. If they have dolphin-looking heads and they were dolphin-type things, they might have inherited weird like echolocative cells and have been able to like echo communicate to people.
At this point, bro, Anything's possible.
It's like it's a hybridized type of line, though, you're saying, because it varies so greatly in the cranial structure and the attachment bones and whatnot, right? And then you got the parietal plate in the forehead.
Yeah, hold on. Let me give you my time card before I forget.
Yeah, we'll talk about anthropology in a moment. You guys trying to get gas in his car or something?
That side, yep.
But also, I got more ammo in this box of conspiracy gobbledygook. Paracas Nazca culture engage. Coffee's kicking in, guys. I don't know if you compare this with me about 2 hours ago. Biddy-doo-dah. The best part of waking up is that caffeine is probably not that healthy for you. That's the truth. But the objective reality is that life is better with it. Brought to you by Maxwell House. But yeah, so pyramids all across China, it seems like, lots of them buried, big ones, small ones, tiny ones, who knows, all the way out through. And it's like, yeah, going all the way out to like Siberia, possibly so, yeah, stretching out that way. Why pyramids? Why? Why any of this? But who figured it out to start with? It's all connected. It's all goddamn connected. But who's just like born with the brains to figure it out, Who's just born to just figure out the math, the symbols, the language.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I heard earlier you were talking about Fibonacci, and I like Fibonacci.
I was.
What were you saying about base 60, the ones?
Base 60 is what I find a type of similitude to with looking at Fibonacci units, because it's a repeating 60-digit number. It's 1 1 2 3 5 3 1 4 5. I'm not going to rattle it off. It ends in as 910, and it begins again with a 1 1 2. So that'll be always iterating through the units value of Fibonacci numbers. And there's a rule for, yes?
You're saying after 60 digits, it repeats 1 1 2 3 5 8 1 3.
Yeah.
2 1 2 3 4.
Right. And so, like, if you start adding Fibonacci, you're going to get 13, 21, 34, 55, 88, 89, 144. And that's going to not be useful. You need to drop all that extra baggage and just pay attention to the units.
Sorry, what do you mean by the units?
The unit column. So with 13, we do not interpret it as a 13 any longer. We can just truncate it down to 3. We're basically doing a modulo 10 of Fibonacci.
I was gonna say Fibonacci or the golden ratio, sacred geometry, pi, all that stuff. It's complex, man. Like it's simple, like you say, you can find it through just simple addition, but at the same time, like to make the connection that it's in all things, right? From shells to trees to the nodes of plants. Like, what do you think gives credence to that, if not a creator? Is it just a coincidence, or
It's geometry.
It is geometry. It's to me, it's just a natural, constructive way that things organically develop. It's
Where
like
is it in trees? Where did you say it is in trees?
yeah, the nodes.
Where's the second one?
The way the nodes split, like on trees or plants, it follows the Fibonacci sequence.
I haven't seen that. Can you post it?
I mean, I can't. I'm driving. I wish.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because it's structural, though. You know,
Just the structural separation of the branches.
But you know, several trees are branched differently, right?
Yeah.
Do you mean in like a spruce tree, maybe? Looking at right now.
All life on Earth has this Fibonacci sequence encoded in it. All trees, all plants, all shells, all sea life, everything.
yeah, I mean, because most structures aren't like purely linear. You know, they follow like a spiral structure. Like, you know, even like your heart is kind of like a twisted thing. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the ginkgo, you guys know about the ginkgo tree, right? The oldest living.
Right. There's different node branchings of different things. I wouldn't know like what example he was trying to use, but I mean, from the they say that the basically the swirl pattern that's in a sunflower within the distribution of those seeds is that same spiral pattern.
Right, but it's everything to be a false claim.
From seedling to adulthood. You might look at a plant or a tree initially and be like, oh, there's no Fibonacci sequence there. But you have to follow its life to see it.
Okay, so ginkgo tree.
Yeah. It's just numerically provable though, and it's we see its expression in nature. What I'm saying is that there's another layer of the structure to it that nobody's really looking at, that might even comport to like genetic sequences or other things like that. You know, somebody with Wolfram Alpha, a Kosho of some type, you know, could explore what I'm talking about and verify it. It's just like you know, whether or not we're looking for these patterns to make connections to nature. But as far as I can tell, this is just a purely additive organic rule of geometry that like will result in certain formations and certain kinds of number patternings and certain types of breakages, I guess, within what the base 10 system does naturally. I think it's illuminated a lot for me. It's in terms of like what the value of like numbers are overall, and like how we know that they're integral to each other is based on these repeating harmonies of numbers, and they kind of show us that they're integral all the way through. No matter how big the numbers are, they're still going to check out. I don't know. It's as simple as my mind works. That's what I get. Because this is, you could check you could do Fibonacci in any base system, and it'll still yield the types of structures I'm talking about, and yield logics out of these things, because numbers have to crunch themselves. Every time we try to. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I was wondering why you chose base 60.
Well, no, I'm just saying base 60 is what it chooses itself to be. It's the most generic expression of Fibonacci's unit value.
60 digits is not base 60.
it operates like within a base 60 frame. It's not even 60 different numbers. It's 60 different attachments to 60 different Fibonacci numbers of greater size that have their own ratiotic proportion to each other. So they're interlogged sets of like related values, and that they'll follow a harmonic order.
Yeah, you're losing me a bit because it's
I
been
am.
25 years since I took math. So
This is like my. I can try and demonstrate it if you're interested ever, but it's like my I've only worked on this for like since 1997 or 8 or something. Okay, so I have my own retarded way of
can
trying
you hear
to describe
me,
this,
guys?
but
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Go ahead.
Well, you keep interrupting the question to just keep rambling on. Base 60 does not mean 60 digits, does it?
It means that there's 60 digits per set of what we call like a 10. It's like a large 10, if you will.
Right. Yeah, but it doesn't mean there's 60 places. That would be 60 base 60s or 60 base 10s or 60 base 2s.
It's basically what we count as a whole. Like we want to count one as a whole. Like okay, one as a whole, right?
Right.
Okay, but like
That's how
10
many
ones.
places there are.
But 10 ones
When
is a
there are,
10, and that's pretty good, right? So we're just
I
grouping
got
in
it.
10s.
I got it.
Yeah.
I don't think you got it.
Wow.
There
All
are
right.
not
Yeah.
60
I know
places.
it's been 20 years. You can fight your own paper tigers. I don't know.
Okay, there are not 60 places in base 60. There are 60 units for each place. So why can't it be 60 base 10s or 60 base 2s?
That's not how it works. But
It
you'd have
is
to spend
exactly
20
how
years knocking your head into the wall and you figure it out.
Why can't you explain it if you figured it out?
You're assuming something here.
I'm
It doesn't
assuming
have to
that
be base 60.
you know what you're talking
about. It's set theory is what I'm talking about. And it's about an amount per set and the ration of those numbers to each other and the integrity of that set that allows us to define anything smaller within that set theory.
It has nothing to do with base 60. It simply has to do with after 60 places, it repeats, right?
Yeah, it's a matrix though.
Okay,
So because the numbers fall into 4 separations where the number 0 occurs.
So it's a 4x4 matrix?
It's a 4x15 matrix.
Okay.
If we just do a Fibonacci modulo 10, where we're only following units.
And what's a medulla of 10?
It means we're only following units. It's notation. I don't know if it's regular it's what you would do in Wolfram Alpha if you were trying to yield this. And if you were trying to find the tens repeater, which is 300, and I wouldn't say that that's base 300, but like it will show you like the relations that a 300 base would have. You know, I don't know what to say. It's just counting an amount, right? Like the numbers that would be in this sequence, they'll just be numbers, but they're really establishing. Oh, like number 1 of 1 is actually 1, and then number 60 would really be 0 in this repeating thing. So that doesn't really tell me like everything about it, because that last 0 is the 60th number of Fibonacci, and that's a long ass number that I don't even know. That's in the millions and millions and millions and millions. So that's what it is. It's a stack of 60 values of Fibonacci expanding.
Does the Fibonacci sequence end?
No.
Yeah. It does.
It's infinite.
But
and it never repeats.
But its units end, and it's
No,
it's finite.
Of course, it does repeat at the very beginning. It repeats.
Okay. And then there's like extra Fibonacci things that would not fit into the set of what this is.
The numbers never repeat.
Well, of course not.
Within, like, so the consecutive numbers of any two Fibonacci units, right? As I said, like in sequence, they'd be like 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 3, 4. I'm not going to do it, right? But like
8, 1, 3.
Right.
2, 1, 3, 5.
Okay. Right. So that would go over and over until we hit 910, and then we'll clock back to 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. That's fixed. And because it's 60, and because 60 is a square form, right? I can form it into rectangles or squares. You can put it into a circle if you wanted to. You can see all these geometries of where the 1s and the 2s and the 4s and the 5s line up. You know, it's already spitting out to you logic. You know, because you can see how it's constructed. And once you see that, you see the 5 columns line up, and then they line up periodically. Every 4 digits will hit a 5, and a 0. Every 4 digits that'll occur. That's like just plain as day. Within the 4x15 matrix, you'll see that easily. If I scramble this into a 6x12, you will not see it, or a 5x12. A 5x12, you will not see the same pattern forming. You'll see different pattern formings, which are really interesting.
Did you say every 5th digit was a 5?
Yeah, right. 550.
No. It works. The first 5 is 5, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 1, 3, 2, 1. The second 5 is a 1. This is taking you 25 years.
No, you're not correct. I'm sorry.
Sorry. What's the Fibonacci sequence for the first 10 digits? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 1, 3, 2, 1. 3, 4. What's the one after 13? It's about 21.
Okay, the rule is that there will be 4 numbers. The next one will be a 5. Then we go 4 numbers. Next one will be a 5. Go 4 numbers. Next one will be a 0. That's the rule here. That's the rule that develops that you see, and you will see that this goes on. 13, 21, 34, 55, 89. How you doing? 550. It's the iterative mover. It's the primary most important thing that makes this number sing and dance. The other numbers, they just kind of orbit this motion.
Why is 5 the important number?
Because it arrives in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position of the number in the Fibonacci series, right?
So one arrives in the first position. So 1 is the best.
And then at the 10th position, it's a 5. And at the 15th position, it's a 0.
It's not a 5 on the 10th position.
That's okay. You can say whatever you want.
It's a 3. What is the
Whatever. Can we move on to another subject, because this math stuff is getting boring.
This guy's not following. Sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's getting boring.
See the first 10.
You know what? Bacon followed me through this all stuff. If you're gonna try and like fact check me, you confer with Bacon. All right.
1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 1, 3. Keep going. 2, 1. That's a
Okay,
one, not
the,
five.
the sequence is 1 1 2 3 5 8 3
Yeah.
1 4 5. Yes.
No, 8 1
Yes.
3. Holy fuck! You don't even know the Fibonacci
8
sequence.
8 1 3. He's saying, right? 8
Yes.
1 3. That's what you're saying, right? Okay. So how do we get from 5? How does 5 become a 1? Explain that. How does 13 become 1 to you, bro?
What's 5 plus 8?
Is it 13?
It's 13 plus 8.
And what are we going to follow? What's a unit column? Is it a 3 or 1? You tell me. Is the 3 the unit column, or is that the tens column? You tell me. So are you
That's
following the
25
wrong?
units.
Are you fucked in the head?
No. Are you?
Oh
You can't add 5
This
plus
is
8?
terrible.
And
This
then
is
you can't add
terrible. He can't even admit that he just didn't understand what I was saying. It's fine.
I think
you can't
he's looking
add
at
5
it
plus 8.
instead of looking at 2 digits. He's looking at 1 digit.
No.
You take
1
13.
1 2 3 5 8
You
1
Instead of
3.
taking 13,
and
he's
all you
taking
care about
3
is
and
3.
taking 1.
You take 13, all you care about is 3, okay? All you care about is 3. Then you take those 8 and 3. You get 1 out of that, right? That would normally be 21 out of regular Fibonacci. We only give a shit about the units. 34 would be the next one that should be a current. We're only going to pay attention to 4. And we follow this. We'll find a 60-digit repeating number. Like I said earlier on, you obstinate Canadian prick.
Blame Canada. But yeah, listen, can we move on though, for real?
More than willing. Yep.
I mean, it got real stagnant. The conversation got stagnant.
Oh, I know. I was trying to keep it flowy, but Chucky's always good for throwing some sand into the lubricated gears. Okay. All right. Please fucking take us on, Captain. Shit. Got me all pissed off. I'm just trying to talk about numbers. You know what I mean? What the fuck? What I'm saying, I got like several hundreds of hours working out different matrices and looking at interrelated patterns and stuff like that. Like, that's nice that you can kind of question me with that tone, bro, but like, please get a life. Damn.
I mean, you had been respectful, and he was being a little bit, I don't know, arrogant or something. No.
It was
Like
just
I've spoken to
explaining
many, many high level people
Fibonacci
about
sequence.
this. I'm just a guy who made a good mistake and followed it out. It works. It's already established. It's already been. I just found it the wrong way. I did Fibonacci incorrectly, and did it this way, and I arrived at the modulo 10, which is extracting all the Paisano periods out the matrix, and it's cool. And nobody really deals with it this way, so I'm trying to show you a different way to deal with it. So don't come at me like that, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I have no idea what you just said. But anyways,
So don't even try. Wait, I mean, you ever try to like see what the Fibonacci series looks like? Write it down, do it by hand. Ever try that?
A little bit,
Yeah.
but I'm not really good with math. Like, it's not my
Yeah.
specialty. It's
Yeah,
not my area.
I'm even
of
worse,
expertise.
maybe. All right, let's say I'm worse at math because you don't need to be good at math to do what I did. You just need to make the right mistake, which is to knock off anything greater than the unit column, and you'll see the pattern. And then you get a smart guy to figure out how that happened, and and you're like, can I follow this in tens and hundreds and thousands? You know, and you figure out that you can't print enough numbers on a fucking sheet of paper to start to see the pattern anymore. But when you force it into a certain proportion, it yields something to you. You know, that's the real magic of what these numbers are really doing. This is the real magic behind the seashell shit. This is the magic behind sunflowers that I'm trying to get to. Like,
It pops things out.
Yo, it's cool. I started thinking about like it's real. I'm an artist, right? I'm not a mathematician, so this is aesthetically as interesting as it could be for an artist, right? But I'm like, man, I could do a gallery show, right? I'd show one matrix bigger and bigger, and I'm like, how many pieces could I do here before it's going to be too big for the gallery? Like, just wallpaper the whole motherfucker in numbers. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
What if you told ChatGPT, right, to create a blueprint of a building or to create architecture, and specifically instructed it to stick to pi or stick to the Fibonacci sequence? What would AI be able to create? Has anybody tried that yet?
Like, pi isn't like this living thing. I think Fibonacci is like the life force in the number happening. You know, that and the value, the constant E. I think these are, you take these two together, it's like chef's kiss. You got some organic progressions that can really work out nice. You know, we just need that mapping. We need the field for that shit to happen, the branches of the nodes or whatever, you know. That's, I don't know, man. A lot of people say that we're just like developing math as an arbitrary, you know, rationalization ex post facto of, but that, you know, this is the real math that's going on underneath it, you know. I think it's fascinating, man. But I don't think like pi is interesting because it's an infinitely fucked up number. But are there patterns in it? Like, how's it built? Like, what does it construct itself out of? I can say I know this down to like the numbers, you know, down to like the values, down to it being even or odd. You know, because that plays a huge role, you know. And these harmonics, right? This is how like energy moves. This is how like magnetics move, and this is how like values work out, you know. So it's cool. It's cool as shit. I know it's dry as fuck as well. Thank you for anybody that's sticking through me fucking trying to describe it. I'll just moving on to something else for sure. But you know what? Fuck that. Because let me just Lion, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm driving around.
I'm not in the Bible. I'm not in. It's just not around. It wasn't in my life, you know. I'm looking at this number, and I get feelings like I'm like, wow, I unscrambled all this nonsense, and like, wow, I see order. I see order out of what was nothing than just unintelligible numbers, you know. But I crack the code. I see it, and I see that there's a code. There's a way to crack every single one of these values to where they're total chaos strings, and they'll start to be like all weird, like where what you'll see in the first one is real nice, you know, but later it's like spitting out binary strings like for fucking, you know, 24 digits, you know, in a string, you know. It has to solve these new things. It has to incorporate it. And to me, I'm like, that's like amazing, you know. Like, it has to have these more complicated algorithms like sort of arising out of itself, like emergent, you know, to deal with the numbers, to deal with these larger sets. Like, and I'm like, there's an order to this. I can see it all. Like, this is so godlike how this structure is. Like, it's so, like, there is no chaos. I don't believe in chaos anymore. I'm out of Jurassic Park. Jeff Goldblum, go fuck yourself, right? Everything is in order that I can't perceive. There is no real chaos, right? That to me is like a transcendent, almost spiritual moment. and it's brought to me by silly numbers, silly little numbers. Let me see that. I'm really grateful for being able to explore the topic, but I think there's something that drives me about even trying to understand it anymore. It becomes something that's really important and integral to me. Integral integers. Yeah, that's funny. Thanks, man. Anyway.
So did you guys watch Gems roast last night? Hello?
We should probably rename Fibonacci sequence to one of God's sequences.
No. God never wrote it down in his book.
And it's so simple. I didn't need to write it down. 1 + 1, dog.
Yeah, then 1 + 2. It's harder. It's real hard when you get 8 + 13. But what's the next topic? Who's the guy that wanted to change? He's not here. He went.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, using my shorthand method, I can compute out those 60 digits and like real quick. And you're struggling around trying to add 8 + 13 like a doof. You know what I mean? But I do not know shorthand for the tens or anything else. Yeah. No, I mean, to me, it relates to all kinds of other things like computational science, branching fucking AIs, all different things you could structure off of this because it relates back to itself. It's like a fucking circuit, you know? It's basically conjugating even and odd phases in this cool ass way. Just through addition. Some nuts, man.
You can find the Fibonacci sequence in the scriptures too. It was encoded in Sirach and in the Psalms and in Jubilees.
How you spell Sirach?
Sirach, also known as Ecclesiasticus in the Greek. The way that the Aleph Beit or the alphabet, because the chapters are the beginning of each chapter. There's the alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet. Like you'll have like an Aleph and the Beit. It's pretty remarkable in the number of verses and the way it's all. I don't know who discovered it, but if somebody noticed it, and they were like, "Wow, like this is the Fibonacci sequence. It's in here." And same thing with the Psalms. I forget. I think it's Psalms 119, and Jubilees mentions it. It says that Yah created 22 creations in 7 days. 22 divided by 7 is Fibonacci pi, depending how you look at it.
I haven't, but I'm willing to give you that. I believe, obviously, other people would have discovered it before this Fibonacci guy through time.
Yeah, 22 divided by 7 will give you 3.14.
It's quite a big coincidence. They just wrote those numbers in by accident.
Yeah, it could be coincidence, but the Sirach definitely is like you could tell that was it's too the probability of it being an accident is just too great.
Yeah, and then if you take pi 3.14, slice it in half, and add like 0.11 to it, it's 1.618. So approximately, 2 Fibonacci's get you a pi. I mean, the E value is kind of similar too, but these are just like a couple points off of each other. Tremendously different results, huh? Weird. Yeah. There's only one digit that like a 4-digit number that just keeps repeating and repeating. That's even numbers using the Fibonacci method I outlined. Like there's numbers that don't fit in the set, and those I find to be really, really interesting to study because they kind of also compose the set. They're part of that 60, even though they're excluded from it in a continuous like line. That structurally that they appear. It's crazy. They're greater parts of the structure, They just don't show themselves in the set. Including that 550. You'll never see two 5/5s together, right? That would ultimately defeat the system. Like that is itself like defeat. It just can only become 550 forever. Right?
Yeah.
Was if you start off with the presumption that it's 1 + 1, you get a certain number chain reaction. If you start off with it's 2 + 1, you get a different chain reaction. If you start with the idea that it's 2 + 2, you get a different chain reaction, or 5 + 5. Yeah. So effectively, it's just following out the same, program. That's what I'm doing, and yeah, it doesn't work for certain numbers, but they are the numbers that are not included are the numbers that really are the defining characteristics of what it is. So what's not within is actually without and creates it. And that's the conundrum. I mean, man, it's like so philosophical, bro. I'll never get there with the fucking Bible or Tao De Poo or whatever, man. Like no book can open itself up like that for me.
The Tao of Poo, did you just say?
I did, I know.
I had that book. It's great.
The Tay of Piglet. I mean, I try
Have you
to
looked
tip
at
my
Bible code?
Yeah.
Like the sequencing of the verses and the letters, how they are. Pretty insane stuff, man. They have computers can now do sequences using the Hebrew alphabet and the way that the scriptures are written, and it tells a story that's like pretty insane. I don't know if you ever heard about it.
Yeah, Bible code. Well, it's a big set to try to decrypt, so that there's how many zillions of solves could it have? Some of them seem to be very, very specific. I've been interested in the Bible code since I heard it, even though I'm not a biblical believer, but like the idea of it is very, very cool. I guess in a way, it sort of motivated some of my search. I guess through the Fibonacci things, even if it's not enough to satisfy a Chucky. Yeah, it's a zillion years I've been working on it. But I first thought I was going to gain insight into the tonal world. I was looking at it through a idea of trying to develop music theory based on it. It just does an impression because I'm like, oh, this is like an order, and I don't really like Western music theory. So why not just make my own thing? I thought to myself, and found this other weird wild bit of numbers here. It's pretty cool. But it also it lets me know that, because I brought it to certain professors at math departments, and they were like, I don't know. You should I don't know. They didn't know what I was even looking at. They only knew Fibonacci from looking at some triangles or you know what I mean, like a little mystery proof. Like, where's the hidden area if we take two Fibonacci, triangles, and which is, that's just kind of a trick anyway. Yeah. Applications of Fibonacci seem to be pretty much not used very much, until you're at really somewhat high level things. I don't know why.
This might sound weird, Max, but I tend to think the 3.14 is related to base 10 because it's nearly 10. And if you add 3.1 together 3 times, you get 93, which is an occult number and the distance to the sun. So maybe nature is splitting itself when it likes to divide and split and copy in nearly a third, but not quite a third for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like something's lost in the conversion. I don't know.
Maybe.
But isn't that weird? If you take two Fibonacci, two times the value of 1.618, you get nearly pi.
Yeah.
I don't know what that even fucking means, man.
Yes. Nature just has ways where it grows, and we find that we can study it using number symbols. We're fascinated somehow.
What do you get when you divide infinity by infinity? Or what do you get when you divide infinity by 2?
It's still infinity. Both answers, I think. But you'd get duality, I guess, wouldn't you? 2 infinities. If they stayed separate.
If you divide infinity by 2, theoretically, right? If it's possible to divide infinity or split existence in 2, you have 2 infinities. That's where you get the string theory and multiverse theory and all this other shit. But if there was a creator, theoretically, right? There was a creator, and for whatever reason he decided to divide himself, or to kind of like mitosis, when a cell divides. If you his only begotten son, as in he basically, what happened?
You kind of roboted out. Maybe just back up a sentence.
I think reconnect because you're between 2 of the satellite towers.
Yeah. Yeah, but But yeah, Don, like this number, like it's a little bit of a handful for me. When I started first working with it at 60 digits, I'm like, that's a lot. But and then when I saw the 300, I was like, oh, this is kind of like 5 versions of the 60, kind of like sparsed out weird. And I was like,
Yeah, no,
okay.
I hear you.
You can't hear me?
I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're trying to get at, I think.
I'm just saying, like, it's something to consider for the size of it. And then at like the third level, it's like 1,500 digits. And at the level beyond that, it's like 150,000. So this is like the point where the numbers get real small. I'm trying to print it out. You know what I mean? And I'm just going through like Microsoft Word or something like that, trying to space this thing out and print it, man. And eventually I force it into the right method, and I see like what looked like complete dog shit. I was like, this is stupid. What am I trying to chase here? And then I see on the right side of my square numbers, it's like 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5, and it's like then the brain cells start lighting up to me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this thing is every time I register it this way, like I get this out of it. Like it doesn't matter how big it gets, you know what I mean? Like it's just gonna still be rational to itself. I'm like, this is crazy.
360 of the sun and 365 of the year. If we understand the years could have shifted and changed from 360. 60 goes into that, doesn't it? 6 times. Into 360.
Yeah, I mean, if you took the first order and second order, that being the units and the tens, and if you combine them together, you'd have a total value of 360 digits. Whatever that means.
What we call math is our symbol system, but nature is using its own type of math, it seems, or God, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just look at it like it's like a ledger system that has to exist in order for our maths to be right. So the numbers need to be stable. It sounds like some silly shit. I mean, numbers are not concrete, but they kind of are for how they will keep working into math. You know?
It's not just numbers.
Concrete imaginary
things. Like humans find pattern whenever they study nature, just by looking at it, don't they? It's not just numbers.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we're pattern recognizing machines, though. That's like, or not machines, but
nature seems to be just pattern and form, even ourselves.
Right. But that's like how we know how to dialogue with it. We're like, oh yeah, patterns. But like,
yeah,
you know,
that
even
looks
just
like that. I've seen that before.
You just like look at colors of flowers or fruits or something like that. You're doing some science right there. You know, we're doing some quantum spectroscopy up in this bitch. You know what I mean? Just like, oh, that's red. I looks like a fruit. Wow. The natural world is really it's like super complex, man. You know, we all take it for granted because we think complexity exists on a black mirror somewhere, right? Or behind the wheel of a large automobile. Anyway. Yeah, that's why like dudes earlier were saying like, you know, the truth is everywhere, but like the creation, the whatever roots to the inspiration of like what everything is co-part of, right? This is all around you, you know.
Do you think if you studied evil causing chaos, it would fit to pi and Fibonacci come out?
I think there are like evil operators that occur, but they compel what would ultimately be a dead loop of even forces, you know. So like
they're applying this math that we've managed to find in nature as laymen. Some experts are applying this to humanity with all the data, right?
I mean, the numbers, like, so, you know, if I do Fibonacci with 21, I'll get a string that will also include the number 13, but this will be a repeating 12-digit number that incorporates both 21 and 13. I think philosophically, I was like, is this really starting with a 21 or is it really a 13? You know, it was weird. I don't know. I was like, not sure, right? 21's lucky, 13 isn't, right? So what does the Fibonacci number start off with? I've concluded it's 21, but it's 213 is the complete thing. So they're both part of the same 3-digit sequence. Really weird, but that's not included. That's not a Fibonacci number, you know, or it's not expressed like in neighboring units, right? It actually itself is a Fibonacci number, right? Because 21 is, right? 13 is too, but they're not shown sequentially next to each other in the matrix style of it. Fuck, I don't know. I need some JPEGs. Yo, when Jeremy, when you get the cartoonist to make your cartoons for you, let me know. You got some Fibonacci matrix work.
What's up?
It's just like it would help to visualize all this shit I'd be talking. You know, I know it's probably painful. But we can try to think about numbers.
Well, I mean,
like
the stuff you say goes with like a Looney Tune cartoon.
All right.
Just messing. Just joking, thanks.
Trying to gaslight me worse than Chucky. That guy can't add two numbers together. That's fine. It's really simple what I'm talking about. That's why it's like a literally like a 4-year-old can do this, or maybe a 3-year-old. I don't know.
There's no point in even making the cartoon. These guys don't know if train tracks converge or not, or if the sun's actually moving, or if we're moving, because there is no actually. They've told me about 50 times so far. There's no actually, so you can't say the sun's actually still and we're rotating, or we're still and the sun's rotating. There's no actual. They have no idea what's actually going on anywhere ever. Crazy. It's fucking stupid.
I'm happy to call my beliefs actualities.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Just seemed like chaos snapped to order if you put it in the right reference matrix, man. Nothing's cooler than that.
Yeah, I get it.
It's my breakthrough, man. I don't know. I think maybe I was kind of like reading a lot of Friedrich Nietzsche and shit. I was in a dark place, you know. Just kind of flipped the script on that, man. Yeah, just to understand there's unity behind what is seemingly very separate, disparate things in nature, man. Very very possible. So I don't know. I just like that. It's fine. Like maybe it's not true. Maybe there is true chaos. You know, like it does. But
Have you ever seen True Detective Series 1?
The only True Detective series you should bother watching? Yes, I have. Yes.
I just